Closings. Voting is about to end in 6 states with 60 electoral votes at stake. We're watching all of these states, especially the battleground state of Georgia, for early clues about where the race may be heading tonight. All right, we have our first projection of the night. CNN now projects President Donald Trump will win Indiana. Trump beats Biden in Indiana, wins its 11 electoral votes, the first projection of the night. It's too early to call in these states right now. Too early to call in Georgia, a key battleground state with 16 electoral votes. Too early to call there. In Virginia, too early to call there. 13 electoral votes at stake in Virginia. Also, too early to call right now in South Carolina. 9 electoral votes in South Carolina. Too early to call in Kentucky. 8 electoral votes there. Too early to call in Vermont. 3 electoral votes right there. All right, let's take a look at where the Electoral College map stands right now. Donald Trump has 11 right now. Biden has 0. Remember, you need 270 to win this race for the White House. Let's get a key race alert. Right now, we'll start off with Kentucky. Right now, 12% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a lead of about 9,400 votes over Biden. Look at this, 50.9%, 47.5% for Biden in Kentucky. 8 electoral votes once again at stake in Kentucky. Let's go to John King over at the Magic Wall right now. We're looking at the suburbs in Kentucky. John, it's pretty significant what's going on, potentially. Let's not get too far ahead, though.
Right. We know that this is disproportionately early vote, but we also know that we learn lessons from states. And again, you've just projected Indiana. That's the first state, 11 electoral votes for Donald Trump. You got to get to 270. He has the first 11 we've projected tonight. Now we're looking at the Commonwealth of Kentucky, expected to be red. The Senate Majority Leader is up for re-election there as well. But again, we're looking for clues, right? When we come here, so Fayette County, this is Lexington and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden, disproportionately early votes so far. So let's come back in an hour and see if this holds up, to see if it stays this way. 73% right now. If you go back to Hillary Clinton, only 51%. So if Joe Biden could do this stuff right here, we'll see what's happened. So we're going to
John, hold on for a moment. Yeah. I want to go to Florida because we're beginning to get some numbers in Florida right now. So let's take a look in Florida.
Here we go. Our first votes in Florida. Again, at this part of the country down here just north of Naples, very critical to the president. It's 5%. Florida's a huge state. We're going to be at this for a long time, but it's nice to get the first votes out of Florida. Where are they coming from? You come over here, Pasco County along the coast. That's a pretty quick report. Again, Florida, we expect to be good, and we also expect it to give us a lot of clues about the electorate tonight and about the win, about who might win tonight. 130,000 to 101. This state is absolutely essential to the president. Joe Biden would like it because he knows it would block. Let's just go back and take a look. 59% 4 years ago. 56% right now if you round up. That's close, but we're going to watch this. Is it significant? We don't know until we get more vote here.
79% of the vote, yeah.
That's 79%. We don't know. So one county's not going to do it, but if you're starting to see the president couple points below, that will be significant. Mainly, look at the vote count, 130,000 to win it. Again, in a state like Florida, it was 142,000 then. We're not done yet. Let's watch this at the end of the night. But these are the markers to lay down. Is the president performing, overperforming, underperforming, about breaking even with 4 years ago? And how is Joe Biden doing compared to Hillary Clinton? So that's one place we'll watch. Let's come back to 2020 and see what else we have on the map here. Let's come down here. Lee County, this is 81% they're up to there, 57 to 42. If you do the rounding there, and again, we go back in time and we look, 59. So, again, a little bit down. Is that significant? We don't know yet. It's very early, but it's one of the things.
These are Republican counties, basically.
These are very Republican counties. The question for the president, the president has to win them. We know that. The question is he getting the extra votes there? Is he running up the margin there? Because he needs the math from places like this to offset we expect to get when we get here. Now, this will be key here. Let's come over here. Along the coast right here. You start the I-4 corridor and you go all the way across. In Brevard County, 54.3. Let's just go back and take a look. 57.8. So again, another county where right now the president is a little underperforming. It's early. We don't know if that holds. But that's what you're going to watch throughout the night, especially in a state that is always as close as Florida. If the president is underperforming where his vote, the question then becomes, can the Democrats overperform? Can Joe Biden overperform Hillary Clinton? Where's the trade-off in the math? That's what we'll see as we get more votes in Florida. Let's just pop out and see what we have. Again, go back in time. I'm just going to highlight this for us. Then we'll go back in time to 2016, and we see, you see the blue here. We don't have those votes yet. So if you come in here, this is red, as it was 4 years ago. Let's bring it out to see. Lake County, let me get this out of the way so it's not distracting. 55 to 44, that's where it is now. 59, 60. So again, there's 3 counties we've looked at where the president's numbers right now are down a bit. The percentages are down a bit. So you look at the percentage down, then you want to match up the math. 102,000 votes there to take that county 4 years ago, 87 and change, almost 88,000 votes now. We don't know if that's significant yet, but that's what you do when you're doing a little election CSI in a state like Florida. What we need is more votes, Wolf. We need more votes. When we start to see some Democratic votes down here, the Trump campaign has been optimistic. It will cut in Miami-Dade. You know it well. Look at the totals here. You go back 4 years ago. Hillary Clinton, you look at that in the largest county in the state, right? That's what the Democrats need, and it wasn't enough, right? Hillary Clinton still narrowly lost the state. The Trump campaign has been confident, especially inroads in the Latino community. It would do something here. We don't know yet, but we'll see.
Biden really has to do well in those 3 southern Florida counties in order to win this election. We're talking about Miami-Dade, Palm Beach County, and Broward County.
Miami, Broward, Palm Beach. You pull them out and you look at them. It's said often, but I'll say it again. The farther south you go in Florida, the further north you get. Essentially, retirees from the north, senior citizens, an electorate. If you go back and look at it here, this is in defeat. Hillary Clinton lost Florida 4 years ago, but look how close it was. Look how close it was. 112, 113,000 votes if you round up in a giant state. 49 to 48 if you round that up. And again, if you go back, you see the blue. It doesn't change that much, but let's go back to when Barack Obama carried the state. And you see the difference in the margins here. You come down here. Obama gets 61. Clinton gets 64. She did her job in this. The Clinton campaign thought they did a very good job in the early vote. The Clinton campaign thought they did a very good job down here. What surprised them, President Trump over here, and then just the volume. In all the smaller red, especially the Southwest, there's more people down here. Up here, there's fewer people, but they came out to play in 2016. It's these small counties. I'm going to say it all night long. 83% in a county like that. 2,800 votes, you think that doesn't matter, but that's 2,300 vote difference right there. One county, you start matching that up as you walk across the board and you go from county to county. That is how you get math, right? Will those people come out this time for the president? That will be the test as we watch this state fill in tonight. But there we go. See Pinellas County right there? Again, it's early. If that's
75%.
If that stays blue, Joe Biden has a good chance to carry the state of Florida. Doesn't guarantee it.
4 years ago, it was red.
4 years ago, it was red. That's why I said I remember a call on Election Day. The Clinton campaign was so confident about Florida, and I remember getting a call, and somebody came out and said it was the Clinton campaign thought we got good early vote here. We feel good about this. And one of the ground organizations went out to some polling places and saw a line stretching down the street, saw the MAGA hats, and texted me, "We are bleeped." And that was right here. And again, President didn't win this county by much, but it was a statement, right? It's a statement here. So this right now in 2016, it was red. At the moment, it is blue. What is this? This is Tampa, St. Pete. It's a suburban area. It has retirees. It is growing. It's a place where Democrats understand. If you want to get this state back, if you can keep that blue, you're on your way. Doesn't get you there. It's not enough, but we'll watch it and see if that one stays blue, then you know Joe Biden is in play for Florida. And as we know, Wolf, from having done this a few times, we're going to be at this map for a few hours.
Yeah, but if Democrats are looking at that county over there, they're getting a bit encouraged right now with 75% of the vote in.
Right, and look, that's one of the great dramas of an election night, right? And it also can be one of the great frustrations on an election night. You see something like that early on, and you think, if you're a Democrat, you think that's it. We're going to be at this for a while. We're going to rock through it. It's great to get excited. People at home should get excited about their candidate, about their side. But we've got a ways to go. And again, the key here, does that stay? What's the actual turnout, right? We expect the turnout to be even higher. So we're going to have to match up the math as we go. And then the big test for me, number one, can the Democrats hold the suburbs here and build? Take the 2018 suburbs that made Nancy Pelosi Speaker and do it again in these states here. And then how does the president do up here? Does he match his numbers? He might have to exceed his numbers up here if Joe Biden is doing well across here. You had a question?
It's interesting. I'm already more than 1.5 million votes have been counted in Florida right now. And just to show our viewers, Trump is at 53%, Biden's at 46.1%. He's ahead by 104,000 votes.
He is, and as you say, 1.5 million counted. But just to remind people, we have a ways to go, 4.6 million to 4.5 million. So we're early in the Florida count. But look, Florida is always, I say fun. I don't have a horse in this race. If you're a partisan watching at home, you go back and forth on the up and down in all of this one. But look, this is one of the most fascinating states because of the diversity, because of the senior citizen vote, because of it's the most complicated Latino vote anywhere, because of the diversity just within the Latino community. The Democrats sent Obama down here twice, trying to get African Americans in Miami-Dade to turn out. You've got the suburban revolt against the president. Does it hold up in a state like Florida, which is now his adopted home state? And again, up here, does the Trump army come out in 2020 like it did in 2016 in these small counties. The complexity of Florida is what makes it so fascinating, and it's always so close. Jake was mentioning his conversation with Rick Scott the other day. I talked to him as well the other day. He's won 3 elections by a point. By a point. He has won 3 elections by a point in the state of Florida. That's the way Florida goes. Twice for governor and once for Senate by a point. So we're going to watch this fill in. It's one of the most fascinating. And again, it'll also, its neighbor, it's almost the reverse when you come to its neighbor, Georgia. This is the South, right? The northern Florida votes like the South. So this part of Georgia votes like the South. It's white, it's rural, it's reliably Republican in recent years. But then we get up here, Savannah, Augusta, Columbus, Atlanta, the suburbs. African-American votes in the inner cities, the suburbs around them. How far out? How far out can the Democrats stretch it in the suburbs? That'll be the key, not only across here, but to the north in Georgia as well, in an election that the Biden campaign tells us, and the polls tell us could be a very different election, but the could-be part disappears now. We count votes.
So the only thing that jumps out at you right now is Pinellas County over there.
Pinellas County, and again, I looked at those counties, and I'll do it again. Let me come down here. I don't want anyone to make too much of this early because we're trying to get votes. But one of the things in a close state like this, especially with an incumbent president on the ballot, is to match him up, right? 39,000 votes, 67% if you round up in 2020. You come here, 68%. So it's roughly close, a little down. I wouldn't jump up and down about that one. It's down a little bit. We'll see. 28%, 22,000 votes, 29% if you roll up there. You know, Joe Biden's percentage is a little better. We're not done with the math yet, so we don't know. These are the little things in a very close election that you do in a campaign war room. You're matching up county to county, and you're looking through it to try to see. And especially, you know, in places where the polls are still open and they know the votes, then they're trying to surge voters in. So you look at Lee County here, again, 81% estimated vote. Some of these things can be a little off this year, too, because of the early voting and the mail-in voting, but 57% to 42%. Again, for me, it's the math, 185,000, 186,000 if you round it up, 191 last time. This is what we're just going to go through. If turnout is up everywhere in the state, the president probably needs to exceed his numbers from 4 years ago, especially in the smaller, more rural places, to match if the Democratic numbers are up as well. And now, since we've been waiting here, we get Hillsborough County here, and this is Tampa. So this is a big county. The double whammy here of Hillsborough and Pinellas. That's the signal about the suburbs right here, right? And so you look at this, it's the 4th largest county in the state of Florida. Democrats can run it up here. It gives you a cushion, right?
Before we go to Hillsborough and Tampa, take a look at the state right now, because the gap between Trump and Biden seems to be narrowing pretty significantly right now. Trump is at 50.9%. Biden's at 48.2%. Trump is ahead by almost 65,000 votes.
64,157. And again, welcome to the roller coaster that is Florida. That's why it's so fun. I just want to come in here and take a look. 55 to 44 if you round the president's total up there. And then you go back in time here again, 51. So if this holds, and it's a big if, Hillary Clinton at 51, Joe Biden at 55, if that's exactly what Joe Biden needs to do. Run a little stronger than Hillary Clinton. Take a look at the state right now. Biden has just taken the lead with 22% of the estimated vote now. They do it quickly in Florida. Very impressive. Broward County, that's Fort Lauderdale. It has now come in. Look at this in Broward County. Let's take a look at Broward County right now. I was trying to get you the full totals there. Welcome to Roller Coaster Florida again. 12,000 there, 75%. It's only 16% of the vote in. Again, this is the 2nd largest county in the state. So we're going to get a lot of votes out of here, and Democrats need them. Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, 1, 2, 3, as we go through them here.
We got a lot going on in Florida. We're standing by for another round of crucial closings. The battleground states of North Carolina and Ohio are up for grabs just minutes from now. Our special coverage of Election Night in America continues right after this.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
People are worth saving.
They're here. That means a test is coming.
I'd like to tell you about my great-grandmother.
My grandma.
My cousin.
My great-great-grandmother.
She was all of 4 feet 11, but very tenacious.
Very independent woman.
Driven, passionate.
Grit, perseverance.
She marched.
She wrote. She demanded.
She was proud to pass on legacy of civic-mindedness to her descendants. I'm very proud to carry on her story. Her story. Find their stories.
Make them count.
At Ancestry.
This is Kate. She always wanted her smile to shine. Now she uses a capful of TheraBreath Healthy Smile Oral Rinse to give her the healthy, sparkly smile she always wanted. TheraBreath. It's a better mouthwash at Walmart, Target, and other fine stores.
I love eggs, and there's a big difference between ordinary and the best. Which egg tastes more farm fresh and delicious? Only Eggland's Best.
Which egg has 6 times more vitamin D, 10 times more vitamin E, and 25% less saturated fat? Only Eggland's Best.
Which egg is so special, I'd never serve my family anything else. For me, it's only Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
At T-Mobile, we believe you should get more. That's why we merged with Sprint. Now, it's about to get even better. And as we work to integrate Sprint's network, our nationwide 5G keeps getting stronger, with the capacity and coverage to reach more people and places across the country. Who says you can't have it all? Now is the time for 5G. Now is the time to join T-Mobile.
While you watch this historic night unfold, log on to CNN.com for more. The Road to 270, Election 101, results that matter to you with My Election, and more. Election Night in America on CNN and CNN.com.
In San Francisco, Black Lives Matter, civil rights matter, and holding police accountable matters. We stand as one community for real reform. Scott Wiener has stood in the way for nearly a decade. He defended police charged with misconduct. Wiener has taken tens of thousands of dollars from police and law enforcement unions, the very people he's supposed to hold accountable. If 2020 has taught us anything, it is that this year, this election is where we must take a stand. Say no to Scott Wiener. Say yes to real progress.
A lot of things have changed since 1963.
Our waistlines,
our hairstyles,
our taste in clothing. What hasn't changed is our commitment to great customer service, quality, and value. Whether you come in to buy something nice,
sell your old or broken jewelry,
or just need a short-term loan. Oh, and our location. That hasn't changed either.
No Miss International. Since 1963, we must be doing something right.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
We're back in the CNN Election Center, standing by for the next wave of poll closings. Right now, let's check in on the fight for the critically important electoral votes. Right now, Trump has 11 electoral votes. Indiana, Biden so far has 0. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. We have a key race alert right now. Take a look at this, see what's going on. In Florida right now, 35, more than a third of the vote is now, the estimated vote is now in. Biden has a lead of nearly 100,000 right now, 50.7% to Trump's 48.4%. 35% of the estimated vote, once again, is in. 29 electoral votes. Look at Georgia right now, very early. Only 2% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden is ahead by almost 32,000 votes, 61.8% to 37% in Georgia, 16 electoral votes at stake. In New Hampshire, less than 1%, very, very early right now, but Biden is ahead by about 2,300 votes, 72.2% to 27.8% for electoral votes in New Hampshire. In Vermont, also very, very early. Biden is ahead only by about 610 votes. Less than 1% of the estimated vote is in, 62.7% to 37.3%. 3 more states right now. Let's take a look at Virginia. 13 electoral votes, very, very early. Trump is ahead of Biden by about 3,000 votes, 69% to 30% for Biden, very early in Virginia. Also very early in South Carolina. Trump is ahead there by almost 700 votes, 63.3% to 36.7%. And Trump is also ahead in Kentucky, but 15% of the estimated vote in Kentucky is now in. Trump is ahead by about 35,000 votes, 54.1% to 44.3% from Biden. Let's go over to John King. over at the Magic Wall. Let's take a look at the big picture first, and then I want to focus in on Florida, Florida, Florida.
The big picture is the question of the night. Can Joe Biden flip states that were Donald Trump states in 2016? Can Joe Biden flip them? Well, that would be a flip. Again, it's early. That would be a flip. Again, it's early. The president right now leading in Virginia, but it's a very early count. If the president could pull off that, that would be a dramatic story. We expect Joe Biden to win Virginia. It's very early and light in the votes. But these would be two big ones right there. New Hampshire and Vermont we expect to stay. Kentucky and Indiana. South Carolina is closer than we thought. But at the moment, very early, everybody needs to be careful about this, but at the moment, this is what Joe Biden wants to do. He flips these states here. We know we might have to wait, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If they're close, we might have to wait, especially on Pennsylvania. That could be a day or three. However, if Joe Biden wins that, he'll rest comfortably waiting for that. So let's take a look at Florida as we go through it. Again, this one is always a roller coaster. So what you see now doesn't mean the lead won't change. When you were here last time, Wolf, it changed as we were speaking. But right now, Joe Biden at 50%, Donald Trump at 49% when you round up. 62,394 difference in a giant state where both candidates got more than 4.5 million votes last time. So we're going to be at this a while. But if you're the Biden campaign, you're looking at this map. Number one, you're winning Hillsborough County, which is Tampa. You like that. You're winning Pinellas County, which is St. Pete. You like that. That's where you want to be. This is how you finish. You finish your race in Florida across the I-4 corridor. You get started, if you're a Democrat, by winning down here. And if you're Joe Biden, and we'll say this, as we're early in the count, this is somewhat concerning. But it could be the quirks of 2020. Donald Trump thinks he can do better down here with Cubans, with other Latino votes, especially Latino men. We'll see if that's the case. The Democrats were worried about African Americans in Miami-Dade County. We'll see if that's the case. 84% in right now, 54 to 45. If you go back in time, this was a much bigger win for Hillary Clinton, right? 64%. To watch the basket where they need to run it up. So we'll see. And if you don't run it up here, you need to offset it somewhere else. That's one of the trade-offs in this campaign. We know Trump may perform better among African Americans, especially among Latino men. Joe Biden's performing better with white, blue-collar workers and with senior citizens. So we're going to go through the trade-offs throughout the night. But this right now, if you come back to 2020, Joe Biden would like that to be a little higher. We're at 84% right now. We believe most of this is Election Day voting, today voting here. So we're waiting for early vote as well. That might help Joe Biden. If Democrats disproportionately banked early in Miami-Dade, we'll see as we go through. You move up to Broward. This is more what Joe Biden wants it to look like. But again, you see that at 16% right there, 75%. You go back for the comparison, 66%. So he's overperforming at the moment Hillary Clinton by percentage here.
Trump just took the lead in Florida if you go statewide.
So you pull back out. And again, this is going to be a roller coaster by 28,000 votes, right? And so this is what we're going to do. And what's happening? This is again, trademark for this president. Look at the smaller counties, right? You see all that filling in red? Not a lot of people live here. If you look at it, it's 184 to 83 there. You come over here, 584 to 207, you think at home, well, that's only a few votes. When you have 10, 15, 20 counties, and you're doing that, 200 here, 20 there, 1,000 there, that's how Donald Trump gets his math in a lot of states with these smaller counties like this. Interesting,
look at this, John, 41% of the estimated vote in Florida is now in. Look at how close it is.
Florida's close. That is not breaking news. That part is not breaking news. But it's incredible because, just as you were here last time it flipped, you were here this time it flipped. We expect Florida to flip. So you're looking at key things. Number one, for the president, that Collier County is coming in for Trump. That's a good thing for the president. That's what he needs. The southwest part of the state tends to be more conservative, 77%, but look how low we are here. So we got a long way to go here. We're just a couple hundred votes, 300 votes and some change there. So see if that holds up for the president right here. But you pull up right here. But I just want to come up here. This would be a huge deal. This would be a huge deal. Duval County is Jacksonville, up here in the top part of the state. President tends to win once you get out of the urban areas. But this is, again, one of the fast-changing areas all across America. But in the Sun Belt states like Florida, you have the city and the suburbs around it, 75%. You see Joe Biden at 54%, the president at 45% if you round up. This was a Trump win, just barely. But Donald Trump narrowly carried the suburbs 4 years ago. He's expected to lose the suburbs this time. By how much could determine who wins the presidency tonight. So if you watch Duval County right here, it's the 7th largest county in Florida. That edge for Joe Biden, we always think about down here is critical for the Democrats, up here critical for the Republicans.
Let's not forget, John, in the
up to 67,000.
The Central Time Zone, they're not going to close until the top of the hour.
Right.
The Eastern Time Zone in Florida, they've closed.
Right, and so again, if you look across, just watch across here. They're still voting out by Pensacola and on the Panhandle. So let me just go back and show you, just to remind you, all these smaller counties, you're going to see a lot of red, right? That is the key for the president. Again, they're not very populous, but when you add up one, then another, then another, then another, you get the votes to offset some of this. It takes time, which is why Florida sometimes roller coasters through the night. But look at.
I see Palm Beach County is now in.
Look at
check.
this. That's 2016. Let's see. You do see this though. Palm Beach County is in right now. But look, this is 91 to 28. Yeah. We have a long way to go in Palm Beach County. But this is the quirks of the map. When you're watching at home, you see this county red. If you're a Democrat, you panic, which is why we need to visit it.
Go back to Miami.
Remind you that we're very early in this count here. And so let me take the lines away so you're not distracted. But if that stays blue, that's a big deal for Democrats. If that stays blue, it's a big deal for Democrats. You come back down to Miami-Dade. Again, if you're in the Biden campaign, you want it to be better than that, right? Doesn't mean it's game over, but it means if you're not getting it here, you better make it up somewhere else. And we'll watch the rest of this vote come in. Again, if there's a lot of early votes to come in, these numbers could change dramatically.
Because 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton did a lot better in Miami-Dade County.
She did 64%. And again, part of it's the percentage. That's one thing you look at. The other thing you look at, especially because we expect turnout to be up this year, sometimes that helps you, sometimes that helps you more. 624. See, in Miami-Dade 4 years ago, the president got 334,000 if you round that up by that one. So you come back here, remember 624 and 333, and you see the president right now already has a significant 120,000 more votes out of Miami-Dade than he did 4 years ago. Now, is that just because turnout is up everywhere, or is he making inroads with the Democratic constituency in Miami-Dade? That is what we'll learn as we go deeper into the night. But if there's Joe Biden right now, if you're worried about anything in Florida, you're worried about that you're winning Miami-Dade, but not by the margins that you wanted. Still, though, 74,000 votes with a long way to go. And again, this is blue at the moment. I mean, red at the moment. We don't expect it to stay that way, but we'll see as we count them. And again, the key part for me, here we go. Orange County has filled in 700 votes and change there. So it doesn't matter. This has to be blue at the end of the night. If that stays red, Joe Biden's not going to win Florida. But it's very early on as we go through. And again, as you get real votes, 83% here. This could be critical here. Osceola County here. If you come through, 61%. Again, you're looking for math, especially if you're Joe Biden and you're not getting what you wanted out of Miami-Dade. You need to make up for it somewhere else. So you're looking here, 50,000, 85,000 4 years ago. You come back in now. Joe Biden right now about the same, a little below where Hillary Clinton was. We're still waiting for some votes there. This is what we're going to have to do. Florida gets so competitive. You go county by county. You match up the math to 4 years ago. You see how much turnout is up this year compared to then, and you average it all out.
50% of the vote in Florida is now in. Trump is ahead by about 74,000 votes, 50.2% to 48.9%. Now he's up by 91,500 votes, 51%. Florida is very fast. The numbers are coming in quickly. Let's look at Georgia right now.
So you move up and you see Georgia. It's not often you see Georgia blue. And again, you see a lot of red, and yet Georgia is blue because right now Joe Biden is winning. And this one here, this is Fulton County where Atlanta is. We don't have any votes yet. But then you move here to Cobb County to the north. And again, this could be the story of the night. I emphasize could be because we're early. But you look at right here, it's only 27% of the vote in, 63 to 35 in Cobb County. This is the suburbs to the northwest of Atlanta. Right? Used to be Republican country. Hillary Clinton won it last time, but just barely, right? 49 to 47. So this is what we're going to watch throughout the night. Especially, suburbs are growing. Suburbs are where the people are. Suburbs is where you get your math. Especially if you're a Democrat and you know Donald Trump's going to run it up in all these smaller rural counties. As you see, this is 2016. You come up to 2020, you're starting to see the same repeat of that, right? You see the president, that's not a huge margin there. We'll see how it goes. But in these smaller rural counties, the president tends to run it up. You move up here, let's just see 83% in a county like that. And again, it's 3,000 plus, 4,000 plus votes when you're done, said and done. That's what Trump does to offset the urban areas and the close-in suburbs. So one of the tests tonight, let's drop down a little bit more to Henry County, 59% there, come back in time. 50%, 51% if you round up. So those are the things you're looking for, especially in these places where Joe Biden's performance in the suburbs is absolutely critical. He needs African-American turnout to be up in Atlanta, in Augusta, in Columbus, in Savannah, and he needs when you get into the suburbs. And the Democrats do very well in the close-in suburbs. More and more, increasingly in the Trump age, they've been moving out into the outer rings of the suburbs, out to the exurban areas. So you watch this play out here. You look 16,000 votes ahead there in the state of Georgia. Just take a peek in South Carolina. The president winning quite handily here so far, but that's very preliminary in the vote. One of the things we'll watch throughout the night, are the president's margins about the same or do they shrink even in the places he wins? Just want to peek one more time at Florida as we go here. Florida 2020, welcome back to the roller coaster. Joe Biden has pulled ahead by 7,784 votes in the state of Florida. But again, 49.6, 49.5. We're early in the night. Florida is as close as it gets, which is pretty remarkable. Let's just take a closer look at what we're seeing here. Palm Beach turned blue. We thought it would, and a big vote dump to get it blue. That's why the state changed, right? We had just a few hundred votes in Palm Beach a few moments ago, and the president was leading. Right now, Wolf, the Florida vote coming in as Joe Biden would like it, as we wish, but we will keep counting.
We certainly will. Florida's emerging as a major fight that's going on right now. We're coming up on another critical round of poll closings in the Biden-Trump presidential race just moments from now. That's when most polls will close in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Together, those states account for 38 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. All right, we got a key race alert right now. Too early to call in these states, including in Ohio. Too early to call in Ohio. 18 electoral votes in Ohio. Too early to call. Too early to call in North Carolina as well. 15 electoral votes in North Carolina. Too early to call. West Virginia, 5 electoral votes. Too early to call in West Virginia right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. It still remains the same. 11 Electoral College votes for Trump, Indiana. 0 so far for Biden. 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. All right, in Florida right now, let's start. 29 electoral votes. Donald Trump has a narrow lead right now with 59% of the estimated vote is in. Look at how close it is. Got a lead of about 25,000 votes, 49.7% to 49.4%. This is a must-win for Trump. He must win Florida. If Biden were to win Florida, it would be very difficult for Trump to get reelected. We're watching Florida so closely. In Virginia right now, very early. Only 2% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by about 33,000 votes, 65.4% to 32.9%. In South Carolina, also very early. Trump is ahead 70.4% to 29.6%. In Kentucky, 18% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 75,000 votes, 58% to 40.5%. 3 more states right now. Let's take a look. Georgia. It looks like it's going to be a battle over there. Biden is ahead with 4% of the estimated vote is in, about 16,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump. In New Hampshire, Biden is ahead there. Only 2% of the estimated vote is in. He's up by about 3,300 votes, 59.2% to 40.3%. And Biden is ahead in Vermont, but less than 1% of the vote is in. Only 610 vote lead, 62.7% to 37.3% in Vermont. Let's go back to John King. Florida and Georgia, 2 very critically important states, lots of electoral votes at stake. Let's look at Florida first.
Let's look at Florida first. It is red at the moment. It has gone back and forth several times in just the last 15 or 20 minutes, and that's what Florida does. The President of the United States right now, President Trump, it's his new adopted home state, 50% to 49.1%, a 1-point race in Florida is what makes it Florida, actually, at election night. 56,000, 57,000 votes if you round it up. If you're looking at the map, it looks like a traditional map. 1+ for the Democrats, Pinellas County here. 1 warning sign for Joe Biden as we watch this play out, and we got a ways to go. Remember, 3.4 million votes, 3.4 million votes. 4.6 is what it took to win it 4 years ago. We think turnout is higher this year, so we're going to watch as this goes. But here, if you're looking for trouble signs in the Biden campaign, it is right here. In Miami-Dade, again, we have more votes. This is early in-person voting, predominantly, I'm told. People who showed up to vote in person early before Election Day. Joe Biden with a very narrow lead. You could say that's a 9-point lead, but narrow by comparison to where we are 4 years ago. That's nearly 30 points there. It's 28
Biden
points.
just took the lead in Florida once again. It's moving very quickly
so let's move
back and forth.
Let's come back and see where it came from. Now, by 134,000 votes. They are reporting very quickly in Florida. Congratulations to Florida. We hope it plays out.
65% of the vote is in, 2/3.
Play it around the rest. So let's see what happened here. We got a big jump in Palm Beach County. 60% to 39%. Remember, a short time ago, the president was ahead there, but it was only a few hundred votes. So again, you're looking at 60% there, especially if Joe Biden is underperforming Miami-Dade, and we'll go back and check on it in a second. If he's underperforming there, you got to make it up somewhere else if you're going to win the state. And Hillary Clinton lost, right? So you look at Palm Beach County here, 60 to 40, 60 to 39. You come back here, it's a little bit better. She's at 57. So if you're Joe Biden and you're underperforming one place, you got to make it up somewhere else. We'll watch and see if that holds up. Let's just move south as we go. Broward County, 66. To me, what's more important is the 562 because we know turnout is up this year. We come back here, 66. So about the same there. The vote total is actually incredibly close to the same. If we come back to 4 years ago, he's a little bit above it there, but we got a little ways to go still. So turnout's up a little bit, which you adjust your math, and then you come down here. Again, in the Biden campaign, you think in a normal race, you're winning anyway. You say, oh, 54-45, I'm doing great. No, the Democrats need to run it up more here. And you see Hillary Clinton with 64% when you round up last time, and she lost the state. Remember that. She lost the state, ran it up here, 624,000 You come back to 2020, Joe Biden running under that vote total here. Again, that happens. Elections change. Constituencies change. Donald Trump doing better perhaps with African Americans, with Latinos. It's a very complicated, diverse Latino community in Miami-Dade. So Joe Biden has to make it up somewhere else. You can make it up with senior citizens. You can make it up here in the growing suburbs across the I-4 corridor. And let's see the case. At the moment, Orange County, again, 700 votes and change. So this one doesn't count yet. No offense to the people who voted for the president there, but that doesn't count yet. We're not high enough up in the vote count to understand that. So we are up high here, though. Hillsborough County, which is Tampa and the growing suburbs around it. Pinellas County is St. Pete and the suburbs here as you move over. This went red 4 years ago as President Trump carried Florida. It is staying blue at the moment. Narrow, though. Look at that, 50.3 to 48.4. But again, in a state that often goes a point or two, sometimes within a point, right, little margins matter. Donald Trump carried it just barely by a point 4 years ago. At the moment, Joe Biden carrying it just barely by a point. That's how you win a state as close as Florida in on the margins like that. And if you come over here, 55-43, so 12 points almost.
You know, if we go statewide,
12 points on here. Hold on, I just want to check this
Yeah.
one. That's 7 right there. You want to go statewide now. We'll see if it changes again as we pull it out.
Show us where each candidate is overperforming and underperforming.
All right, so we can go back and look at this. We can match this up to 4 years ago. Where is Trump underperforming, right? So where is the president underperforming? He's underperforming so far in these two counties. Now, they're blue. That means the Democrats are winning in those counties, but the president's vote in these counties is below where it was. You see the Trump vote here by more than 5 points from where he was 4 years ago. And again, it's one county. It's not a lot of people, but in a state that is so close that could come down to several thousand votes, 2,000, it was 537 votes. It's one of the things you look at. So you pull that out here. And so right now, this is, if you look at this, actually, we expect the president to underperform in the suburbs. At the moment, we're not seeing it in dramatic ways. We'll watch this as more votes come in. And so where is Biden under? And you see it right there. That's what we were just talking about. If you come back in here, this will slide over in a minute. Underperforming. This doesn't count yet because the vote is very preliminary. Let me just check on this one. Also very preliminary there. So this we're waiting on. Don't focus on that.
Where's Biden overperforming?
But look at this here. You see this. This is right now a warning sign in the Biden campaign headquarters for that. And so then you want to look at where are they overperforming. So let's do Biden first. Let's turn this one off and bring this one up. And he's overperforming again. These are Republican counties. The red counties are voting Republican at the moment, but you see Joe Biden at 41% here. You go back to Hillary Clinton, he's only at 36%. There are some places, and again, this can matter if you get down to a race settled by a couple thousand, 5,000, 10,000 votes. It's a performance like this that matters when you go through and match it up. There's not a lot of it, given how big Florida is. He's out. Let's see, he's outperforming Clinton here. Leon County is Tallahassee, but again, this is very preliminary, so let's not go to the bank on this. There's not many votes in there just yet. But it's one of the things you look at as we study it throughout.
Where's Trump overperforming?
Let's take a peek at that as well. We're in the neighborhood. Let's do it. Where's the president outperforming himself? Again, right now in Miami-Dade matters. These other places, the votes are very preliminary. Let's see if we have many votes in here. 37% here. That helps. It helps in these smaller places. Not a ton of votes, but it helps. Same thing, about 40% of the vote here. But again, this is where it matters, right here. If you're looking at Florida right now, it's a roller coaster. We're going to go through this several times. Lead switches are not at all uncommon, but this is the #1 county, #1 basket of votes in the county, in the state, I mean, 13% of the statewide vote. Right now, it's blue for Joe Biden, but those numbers, if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, that puts you in play, but you got a lot more business to do. It's a
Do we know
complicated
Miami-Dade if those numbers are today voting or early voting?
I was told a few moments ago that most of this so far is in-person early voting. So we're still waiting for them to count mail-in votes. We're still waiting for more of today's election day turnout. This is in-person early voting. So far, we'll keep counting.
Here's a look at the key races as we count down to polls closing at 8 p.m. Eastern.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
People are worth saving.
Then here, that means a test is coming.
All right, let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start with Florida right now. 67% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by almost 70,000 votes, 50% to 49.1%. It's close in Florida. 29 electoral votes. 5% of the estimated vote in Georgia is in. Biden is ahead there by 4,200 votes, 50.4% to 48.6%. Only 3% of the estimated vote in New Hampshire is in. Biden is ahead there by some 3,000 votes, 56.6% to 42.7%. In Virginia, 8% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead, 50.2% to 48.1%. He's up by almost 8,000 votes in Virginia. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. Lots of excitement going on. So far, we're seeing some blue in Florida and Georgia. And the question is that going to hold?
That is the question. Is it going to hold? You see red in Virginia. We don't expect that to hold, but we'll count the votes early in all these places. We also see this. Donald Trump had an early lead in the popular vote. He still does, but Joe Biden is starting to close in on that as well. One of the questions tonight, that's not how we pick a president, but Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. And if Joe Biden can stretch that lead out, it should help him in the Electoral College. But we'll watch those numbers as well. But we go state by state. That's how we pick presidents. And Florida has 29 Electoral College votes. So it is one of the biggest prizes on the map, and it is always a battleground state. And again, Biden on top right now, 50.6 to 48.4. In Florida, they call that a blowout. It's about a point and a half. But that's what it's. So we got a long way to go still. And again, three big parts of the state. Democrats need their votes here. This is where close elections are settled. And we're waiting to see what happens up here. And again, you see some trouble signs for both candidates. And so we're still going to watch the votes. We have 72% of the estimated vote. We'll watch as it plays out. Why do I say trouble signs for both candidates? Let me start up here in the northern part of the state. Duval County, very close. Joe Biden on top, 52 to 47. If you round it, 5 points there. It's about shy of 40,000 votes there. But again, if you go back in time, President Trump carried this. Not by a lot, but in a state that is so close, the small margins in the big counties. This is the 7th largest of the 67 counties. So you're looking for the bigger counties where the votes are to see what the margins are. Let's just check over here, Leon County in Tallahassee. That's 2016. You come up here, Joe Biden, but very early in a place we expect him to win, the state capitol, government workers, unions. We expect him to win. So let's come down here again. This has been holding steady for a while. And again, this would be the biggest danger sign for the Biden campaign in their war room right now, and the most encouraging sign for the Trump campaign in its war room right now. Miami-Dade is the largest county in the state by population. You get about 13.5% of the vote, depending on how the turnout goes right there. And you see, 54-45. In most states, you'd think that's a good win, but not in the state of Florida because it's so complicated and big. The Democrats need a bigger margin here. Again, the Clinton comparison, 64%, 624,000 votes. She lost the state, remember. She ran it up in Miami-Dade. The Clinton campaign was happy with this. They thought they did a pretty good job there, but she lost the state. You see the 624,000 for Hillary Clinton. Joe Biden running below that total right now. We have more votes to come in, and we'll see, and we know turnout was up. Most of this, not all of it, most of this is people who voted in person early. So we're waiting for the Election Day vote. Republicans think that's where they do best, but it's the Democratic area. Let's see. That's why the Democrats sent Barack Obama down here twice to try to turn people out to vote in the end, the former president trying to get African Americans and others to turn out. And so now you pull it out and you see the state is starting to fill in. And again, Florida doing a good job counting quickly. Let's just walk up the coast first. Broward County, this is what Biden needs to do here. Again, you want to run it up here. The president's going to win the smaller rural counties, so the Democrats need to run it up. This is the second largest county, just shy of 10% of the vote here. And then Palm Beach County. This is what the Democrats need to do and what Joe Biden is doing right now. Just for comparison, 60.2, 57% when you round up, so a little bit better here. Not as many people here, so it's hard to make up what you're missing in Miami-Dade, but you take everything you can get as you try to go through it. And then this is the key part of the state, the western part, the southwestern part of the state, Naples and surrounding, critical for the president. These votes are starting to come in. 61, focus on the 61 or round it up to 62, and then remember the 120,000. You go back 4 years ago, 105,000 and 62. So the president's got about the same percentage, and more people are voting. More people are voting in this election. Turnout there. Hillary Clinton gets 61,000 votes there. Joe Biden getting more votes, more votes because of the increased turnout this year, which is a good thing in every state. The more people who play, the better for our democracy. But so then you want to come up here, and again, Orlando. Earlier I said it didn't matter. This was red. It was early. We only had a couple hundred votes. Big chunk of votes has come in here. Joe Biden at 64, the president at 35, 341,000 votes. Let's go back and take a look. Again, so Joe Biden has already passed Hillary Clinton's vote total, 60% there, 64% there. That's how you win a close race in Florida. Doesn't mean it's enough, especially if you have to offset Miami-Dade. But the Orange County here, you think of it as Orlando. This is more and more by the day suburban. more and more Latino, more and more college educated, more and more complicated. And this has been very hard hit by the economy.
Look at this, 75% of the vote in Florida is now in, and Biden has a lead of 142,000 votes. Step back for a moment, John. Explain to our viewers why we're spending so much time looking at Florida. Yes, it has 29 electoral votes, but it's a must-win for the president.
It's an absolutely must-win for the president. Joe Biden would like it. If Joe Biden gets it, it helps him remake the map. It helps him make a statement election. But let's just walk over here and we come back. This is the only state we've called so far, projected so far, is Indiana. So the president has 11 electoral votes. You have to get to 270. And remember, the president got to 306 last time, right? So why does Florida matter so much? Well, if Joe Biden can take away Florida, that right there, in and of itself, gets the president down to 277, right? So then from there, Joe Biden really needs just one more. So if Joe Biden won Florida, let's say he won Arizona, right? Joe Biden could win the presidency without winning Pennsylvania, without winning Michigan, without winning Wisconsin, without winning Georgia. All places where in these three, he leads. Here, he's certainly competitive. Some polls show him ahead, some polls show him a little behind. So that is why 29 matters. I mean, the only thing on the board tonight with more significance is potentially Texas. Democrats think they may have a chance in Texas. But if you take these 29 away from the President of the United States, mathematically, can I find a path to Trump victory? If you want to say that Trump's going to win California, or if you say Trump's going to win all three of these, so it doesn't absolute, but that's essential. You know, we're trying to be conservative. We're trying to be cautious, trying to be fair to the president. If the president of the United States loses Florida, his path to re-election is essentially gone. And right now, it's very close in Florida. 79% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 83,500 votes right now, 50% to 49.1%. More make-or-break states are on the line at the top of the hour when the last polls close in the battlegrounds of Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania. Will we be able to make any projections in the hour ahead? We're going to find out very soon. Stay with us.
All I have for you is a word. Tell it.
Take a moment to orient yourself. Things will feel strange.
We're reversing the flow of time.
Time isn't the problem. Getting out alive is the problem.
It seems bold.
Bold, I'm fine with. I thought you were going to say nuts.
Tenet. Big movies are back in theaters now. Experience it in IMAX. Rated PG-13.
Greetings, mortal. Your journey requires Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Liberty Power!
Wow, that will save me lots of money.
You're insured.
This game's boring. Let's get tacos.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. At home with Robert, retired burglar and family man.
Setting up Simply Safe is so easy. You could do it blindfolded. But I wouldn't recommend it. Anyone can do it in less than 30 minutes.
Welcome to Simply Safe.
No tools or wiring needed, and voice prompts guide you.
Motion sensor detected.
Well, that was easy.
While you watch this historic night unfold, log on to CNN.com for more. The Road to 270, Election 101, results that matter to you with My Election, and more. Election Night in America on CNN and CNN.com.
PG&E's Public Safety Power Shutoff Program, or PSPS, proactively turns off power to reduce the risk of wildfires. We are working to make PSPS events smarter by using hundreds of advanced weather stations to pinpoint where severe weather is likely to occur. Smaller by installing technology that limits the size of outages. and shorter by nearly doubling our helicopter fleet and adding more field crews to quickly restore power. To learn more, visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com.
Your living room is already a wrestling ring, a spaceship, and a fort. And now it's also a doctor's office. Stanford Children's Health has virtual visits and in-person visits available at over 65 locations, conveniently located all across the Bay Area, to make it easy to see world-class pediatricians and specialists, all from the comfort of your wrestling ring/intergalactic spaceship/fort. Stanford Children's Health. Access to excellence.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
All right, we have our second projection of the night. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Vermont. He beats Trump in Vermont, 3 electoral votes. So let's take a look at the map where it stands right now in the race to 270. Trump has 11. He won Indiana. Biden has 3. He won Vermont. 270 once again needed to win the presidency. We're only moments away from the biggest wave of poll closings in the presidential race. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Eastern. That's when the last polling places close in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. Together, those contests have 172 electoral votes. That's a huge chunk of the 270 needed to win. Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania are the key battlegrounds we're watching in the coming hour. Joe Biden posing a strong challenge to the president of Florida and Pennsylvania, states seen as crucial for Mr. Trump's re-election chances. Let's get a key race alert right now. And let's start off in Florida right now. Florida, look at this. It's very close in Florida. Joe Biden has 49.6%. Trump has 49.5%. Biden is ahead by 9,200 votes. 9,200 votes in Florida, 29 electoral votes. In Ohio, 18% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead, an impressive lead of 347% to 34.5%. In Ohio, 18 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, only 3% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 3,000 votes, 54.8% to 44.4%. 2 more states. Let's take a look right now. We've got Georgia. Right now, 7% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by 9,000 votes or so, 50.8% to 48.2%. In Virginia, 13% of the estimated vote is in, and Trump is ahead by about 80,000 votes, 55.6% to 42.6%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. We're watching these states very closely, including Ohio right now, which clearly is a major battleground.
Right, it's fairly interesting to watch. Florida's still Biden. We'll get there in a minute, very close. The president's lead in the popular vote is shrinking. We'll see how that plays out. But let's start with battleground Ohio. This is a state Joe Biden went there Monday morning, right? He went there and people said, whoa, do you really want to be doing that? Do you have a chance in Ohio? Well, let's see. The middle part of the state where you see all these counties and you see nothing, and most of that is going to come in red. You just know that, right? So the Democrats need to run it up in the urban areas. That would be Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, Akron, Toledo, Youngstown. But if you come here, this is interesting to see from this regard. If you get in 2020 here, Joe Biden right now, Mahoning County, Youngstown, blue collar, blue collar. This is where the president goes and says, you know, I'm on your side, I am your voice, trade deals. Joe Biden getting 62%. We're about halfway in the count, so we'll see if it stays this way. But 62%, you go back in time, Hillary Clinton just barely won this. So this is one of the tests, right? Can Joe Biden, one of the things he says he can do is that, unlike Hillary Clinton, he can win Trump voters. He can win blue-collar, traditional Democrats who left the party to go for Donald Trump. We'll see if that holds up here as you come to 2020. That's a big deal. Even if Joe Biden loses in Ohio, that's a big deal when we move over to Pennsylvania. It's a big deal in Wisconsin. It's a big deal in Michigan. Ohio, a more Republican state than any of those three that I just mentioned. So you're looking up here, challenge number one for the Democrats. You want to win a state as competitive as Ohio that leans a little bit Republican. You got to run it up. Cuyahoga County, Cleveland. Only about 40% of the vote in, a ways to go. 75 to 24. Let's go back and take a look. 66% for Hillary Clinton. This is a good sign. You have to see if it holds. If you're in the Biden war room, you're looking at that, and that's a good sign. An even better sign, or at least an even better add-on for Joe Biden, this is your base. This has to be your foundation, largest county in the state. It's about 11% of the vote when you're all done. But you move out here to the suburbs. This is the battle for the American presidency. Close races are decided in the suburbs. Lake County, Joe Biden ahead, 51-48, it's close, but if you go back in time, this was Trump country 4 years ago. Donald Trump narrowly carried the suburbs in 2016. That's why he's president of the United States. That's why he's president of the United States. It's part of the coalition Trump put together in 2016 as he won Ohio rather comfortably. If Joe Biden can hold Lake County, hold the suburbs to the west of Cleveland, that's part of the building blocks. At least get you close. Now, as you see, as we go through this, some more of the middle of the state is filling in. These are smaller counties. There's not a lot of people here, but let's pop them out. This is where the president runs it up, right? He doubles your vote, essentially. And so the challenge for Biden, if that fills in, and we'll watch turnout, we'll see if the Trump voters come out in those places, is he has to, in all of the urban centers, Franklin County, that's a good number. It's not just Columbus. Huge suburbs around it. Columbus has been Democratic a long time. The suburbs used to be more Republican, so you get a more competitive county. You see that, right? That's about half of the vote, 76%. You come back in time, 61% for Hillary Clinton. That's how, those are the building blocks for Joe Biden. Win in the cities. A lot of that's the Democratic base. In Columbus, it's the capital of the state. It's unions. It's African Americans. It's turnout. But then when you get out here, away from it, you have to win the suburbs, and that has been the challenge. President Trump has lost the suburbs. Let's come down here to Hamilton County. Used to be a Republican county. It's becoming more of a Clinton county. More of a Democratic county. We have no votes there yet. You saw how Hillary Clinton carried it. It's also a House district in the Cincinnati suburbs as well. One of the House districts, Democrats are trying to expand their majority. So it's
John,
Ohio.
I want to go back to Florida because it's essentially tied right now. Let's take a look at Florida right now. 81% of the estimated vote is in. There's only a 2,000 vote separation. Biden is ahead by 2,033 votes. That's incredible.
I was just going to say, some people at home who have a partisan stake in this will be throwing things at the television. But this is why this is fun. I mean, look at this. This is more.
Trump has just gone ahead by 18,000
Now,
votes.
Trump has gone ahead by 18,000 votes. This is 4.6, 4.7. We're closing in on 10 million votes. We're above 9 million votes in the state of Florida. And we have a 49.6 to a 49.4. This is why elections are fun. And this is why Florida is, of all the states in the United States, one of the, if not the, ultimate battleground state. And so, again, let's go through it and take a look. We started earlier in Miami-Dade. This, to me, so far, the biggest warning sign. And again, every election is different. So you're not performing, if you're Joe Biden, you're not performing as well here as Hillary Clinton did, as well as Barack Obama did when he carried the state. That's not necessarily fatal. It's not good. Then you got to make it up somewhere else. If you're not getting it here, you got to get it somewhere else. 54 to 46 if you round them up. Again, you go back in time. This is the largest county in the state. There are more people here voting than anywhere in the state. Hillary Clinton thought she did the job here 4 years ago. 64%, 624,000 votes. Joe Biden right now, 560,000 votes, only 54%. So that's a problem. It's a warning sign in the Biden campaign. Not insurmountable. Could you come up here? Can you make it up? This is number 2. Broward County. Miami-Dade's number 1.
The second largest
this is
county.
This is the second largest county. You're at 66 with 562,000 votes. You go back and look at it. So you're running ahead of Hillary Clinton if you're Joe Biden in the count. In the count, turnout is up this time. Turnout is up this time. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's enough, but you're running ahead there. And then you come up here to Palm Beach County.
The third largest.
Get it to come up. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 58 to 41. If you look at it there, 391,000 votes. Joe Biden, again, exceeding her total, and right now at the moment exceeding her percentage. So that's a good thing there. So those 1, 2, and 3 are right here along the coast. And then you come up from here. Here's where you find number 4. That's Hillsborough. That's Tampa. It's Tampa and the suburbs around it. Again, I just said this in Ohio, and I'll say it again here. The suburbs decide close presidential elections. President Trump narrowly won them 4 years ago. He's been losing them since. Nancy Pelosi is Speaker because of the suburban revolt against Donald Trump. The question is, does it continue from 2018 into 2020 in places like this? 53%. You see that's about, you see 300, 352, so you 52,000 votes, right? In a place like Florida, if you're not doing as well as you want in Miami-Dade, you got to run it up somewhere else. There are some votes there for you. Much closer, 45, 42. And then you come over here. This, 4 years ago, it's a big victory for Donald Trump to turn this county. Democrats got swamped in Election Day turnout. At the moment, they're holding this 91% in. Again, not by much, 49.6 to 49.0. The question, that's a little bit of math. 3,000 votes. You take everything you can in a state like this, you get the votes. And so then you come up here, and now we're waiting, right? The Panhandle, this is the later time zone. We're waiting for votes out there. If you come through here, just want to show you, the president runs it up in these smaller counties. There's not a lot of people. But 6,000 votes to 2,000 votes, that's 4,000 votes in the bank to offset the Democratic advantages elsewhere. That's what the president did 4 years ago. It looks like he's doing it in some of these places again. The issue is, as you get to the more populated counties, Let's see if we have much votes. Earlier, we didn't have many votes. We still don't. This is a plus for Joe Biden. We don't have many votes out of Leon County yet. That's Tallahassee. And then you move over here, watching this all night to see if it switches. Duval County, again, sorry for the broken record, the suburbs. Jacksonville and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden at 51, the president at 47. If you go back in time, Donald Trump carries Florida 4 years ago narrowly, in part because he won the suburbs narrowly there. So, Wolf, as we watch this play out, I just want to come out to statewide and look. The President of the United States, 2,994 votes ahead in a state that has cast more than 9 million ballots.
Incredibly close in Florida right now. Voting is about to end in 16 states and the District of Columbia. The biggest round of poll closings tonight, a whopping 172 electoral votes are at stake in the next hour. We got some CNN projections right now. Let's start in Massachusetts. CNN projects Joe Biden will win the state of Massachusetts, will win its 11 electoral votes. CNN projects Joe Biden will win the state of Maryland and win its 10 electoral votes, another win for Biden in Maryland. Joe Biden will win his home state of Delaware with 3 electoral votes, a win in Delaware for Biden. And Joe Biden will win the District of Columbia, which has 3 electoral votes as well. We have a projection for Trump right now as well. Oklahoma, CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Oklahoma with 7 electoral votes. That goes to Trump. Right now, we cannot make projections in these states. Take a look. Alabama, Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, Missouri, and New Hampshire. Also, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. We cannot make projections in those states. Let's take a look at the Electoral College count as it stands right now. Biden has 30 electoral college votes. Trump has 18. Remember, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Biden is leading in these states right now. In Ohio, that's a key battleground. 28% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by almost 370,000 votes, 59.7% to 39.1%, 18 electoral votes. Biden is also ahead in Georgia right now. 10% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is up. It's very close by about 5,300 votes, 50% to 49% in Georgia. A tight battle underway. In New Hampshire right now, only 5% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead there by about 6,700 votes, 57.3% to 41.9% for electoral votes in New Hampshire. Trump is ahead in these 2 states. Let's take a look right now. Right now, Trump is ahead in Florida. 82% of the estimated vote in Florida is in, but he's ahead by about 11,000 votes. Look at how close it is in Florida right now, 49.6% to 49.4%. A tight battle in Florida underway right now. Trump is ahead in Virginia right now. 18% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 151,000 vote lead over Biden, 58% to 40.1%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. We're looking at these states right now, but let's take a look at the big picture first, John. Give us a sense of what we're seeing.
Texas is blue. Look at that. Florida is blue. Look at that. South Carolina is blue. Look at that. Georgia is blue. Ohio is blue. West Virginia is blue. Again, if you're a Democrat at home, pick up your phone, take a picture. This is a map you love, right? It's not going to stay that way, but we'll see how many do, though. Texas, the Democrats think it's in play. West Virginia, I would be shocked. South Carolina, I would be shocked. Georgia, Florida, Ohio, Texas. This is a very different election. We are looking at competitive races in states that have been red
explain
for a
Texas,
long
what's
time
going
ago.
on now.
Well, I don't think we're going to have a lot of vote there, and we don't. See, so that's why we have 700,000, 1.1 million votes. Joe Biden's ahead because of this, though. Again, I'm going to say this repeatedly throughout the night. This is part of the changing Texas. Dallas and the suburbs around it flipped a House seat there 2 years ago. 81% there. Joe Biden leading in Dallas County, 66% of the vote.
I want to just point out a lot of this vote in Texas is early voting, which we anticipated would
early
be
vote. Yeah, it's early vote. Yeah, a lot of the blue you're seeing is because we're early. I mean, this is again a lot of early votes here. So again, you don't expect that to hold up. This is very competitive. This is very competitive. We know Democrats voted disproportionately early. They wanted to vote by mail. Coronavirus safety concerns. They were encouraged by Democrats early on. So we're looking at a map right now. We talked about this earlier. We're going to be talking about this all night long. Some states are reporting in a different way this year because of all the mail-in voting, because of absentee and early, and then you have in-person election day voting. Different states are reporting it in different ways, and some states, within those states, they're reporting it in different ways. Some states are giving you the early vote first. That's why you're seeing a lot of blue in places that are traditionally red, because we know Democrats disproportionately voted early. Other states are giving it to us in reverse. We're trying to be as transparent as we can be throughout the night to tell you what we know about what we're getting, but it makes for an interesting and somewhat unpredictable night. Now, that doesn't mean we won't be watching votes in Texas to see how competitive it is. Democrats do believe it will be a lot more competitive. Will it end the night blue? Stay with us. Brew some coffee.
Look at the popular vote nationwide. 10% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by only 4,000 votes, 49.5% to 49.4%.
And remember, we've been, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by a large margin. We can go back and look at it, right? More than 2 million votes, close to 3 million votes, 4 years ago. The expectation is that Joe Biden will win the popular vote this time, but we have to see, and we're going to watch it as it plays out. So let's come back to the states where we know. Florida, I want to just start here because it has been a seesaw back and forth all night long. Donald Trump ahead right now by 22,170 votes in a state where we're approaching 10 million votes cast. We're just shy of that. That is a tiny lead, 49.6 to 49.4. And if you're looking at it, we're still waiting. You're starting to see the Panhandle, Pensacola filling in here, Escambia County. This is the Panhandle. This is where President Trump gets his votes. We're going to watch this play out. 22,000 votes, Wolf. Florida, we're still counting, and some others as well.
All right, we have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Kentucky. He'll win Kentucky with its 8 electoral votes. That's a win for Trump in Kentucky over Biden. This is where it stands right now on the race to 270. Biden has 30. Trump has 26. Once again, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here are 5 battleground states right now where Biden is ahead. Let's start with Pennsylvania right now. Only less than 1% of the vote is in, but Biden is ahead by nearly 40,000 votes, 79.9% to 18.8% for Trump. In Texas right now, 10% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 226,000 votes, 58.7% to 40% for Trump. Let's go to Georgia right now. 10% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Only 453 vote lead for Biden over Trump, 49.5% to 49.5%. In Ohio, almost a third of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by 348,000 votes, 58.5% to 40.4% for Trump in Ohio. In New Hampshire right now, 5% of the vote. 7.1% to 42.2% in New Hampshire right now. We got some more states right now. Trump is ahead in these states right now, beginning in Florida. 86% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by some 65,000 votes, 49.8% to 49.2%. Very, very close in Florida, 29 electoral votes. In Virginia, about a quarter of the vote is now in. Trump is still ahead in the Commonwealth of Virginia by more than 214,000 votes, 58.9% to 39.3% in Virginia. All these races so significant. John King, you're looking at all this as closely as anyone is looking at it. What do you see?
I see some unpredictability. I see a lot of swings back and forth. And again, that's the nature of the night. We need to remind everybody you had early mail-in voting, early in-person voting, and Election Day voting. 3 different challenges for every state, every county in America, and every election agency as they pull all this together. And some states are doing it. Some states are doing it different ways, even within the same state. So you see states that are blue, like a South Carolina. We're looking at it right now. It's only 5% of the statewide reporting. If it ends up that way, that's dramatic breaking news. We just don't expect it. We need you to be patient at home. And we just need you to remember, different states are doing things in different ways. West Virginia is blue at the moment. Early votes, we know Democrats disproportionately wanted to vote early by mail. So when states are counting those first, you're going to see blue in some places that are traditionally red. It's okay. They're votes. They're real. They're real. They're just not complete. It's just not contextual. We just don't have everything. And so, again, you see it in Texas here. It looks big and blue on the map. When you zoom in on the state, it's not much, right? We don't have much yet. Small county here, small county here. The most significant vote center here is Dallas. So Joe Biden is leading in the state of Texas right now because we have some votes out of Dallas. I just want to remind you the history here, though. That alone doesn't mean Joe Biden is not competitive in Texas tonight. We're going to be at this for a few hours, but one little blue spot there is not enough to overcome what usually happens in Texas. Those are real votes. Those are all real votes. Everything you see on this map are real votes. It's just we get them in different orders from different states. We need to be careful and calmly walk through it. In the states where we're going, though, that Ohio is blue right now, we're up to about a third of the vote. That's significant. That means Joe Biden, We don't know if he's going to win Ohio, but we know he's competitive in Ohio. And we know that Donald Trump, right now, Joe Biden is ahead 57 to 42. We know that Donald Trump won Ohio pretty comfortably 4 years ago. So again, win or lose Ohio, there's a lesson in this that Joe Biden is more competitive than Hillary Clinton in these industrial states. And this would be a big one. No Republican has won the presidency in modern times without winning Ohio. So that Joe Biden is competitive here is a source of angst right now at the Trump campaign headquarters. Now, they know more about this, and they know that these small grays are going to fill in, but more of these small grays are going to fill in red, but more of them have been just in the last few minutes, and Joe Biden's still a lead. This is what I mean. This is what Donald Trump does in small-town America. 78%, right? 62 to 1,600. Not a ton of votes, but if you do it here and here and here, and you start running it up, that's what happens, right? Especially in the ones where you're getting 70s and more. You come over here and you come over here. You're getting 68, 70%. You start to run up the votes. But Democrats, Joe Biden in the Biden campaign, number one, this is a must. Democrats always win Cuyahoga County, but look how much he's winning it by. About 4, again, we've been waiting for a while. We're at 42% here, and we'll see if it evens out. You have Cleveland, African-American turnout in the city, and then the suburbs around it. The encouraging part at this moment, and we'll see if it sticks, is not just that Cuyahoga County, Cleveland is blue, but that Lake County to the northeast is blue, suburban Cleveland right there. Close, but still, you're winning in the suburbs, and then you move over here to Lorain County as well. You go back in time here, you see Hillary Clinton carries this, but it's essentially a split. Right, 47-47, a split there. Joe Biden right now on top by a more significant margin. These are the suburbs. There are more people. It's the 9th largest county. There's 88 in the state of Ohio. This is also encouraging to the Biden campaign when you come over here. Not just that you're winning. Democrats are supposed to win here. But again, with about half the vote counted, we'll see if it changes. Again, you get early votes. You get in-person voting. They come in different ways. Sometimes you get a big dump and it changes everything. But 62% right there. You come back pretty close split in this county. This is blue collar, work with your hands. America, it used to be reliable Democratic votes. This is where Trump cut in deeply to the Democratic Party right here. So now you come out here, we're going to watch Ohio come back to 2020. It's a great race. This tells you, no matter how this ends, this tells you that this is a very different campaign than we had 4 years ago, and that Joe Biden is more competitive than Hillary Clinton. You see Michigan votes, you see Pennsylvania votes. That's it right there. Joe Biden can be president if he just changes what happened 4 years ago in the industrial Midwest. But it's everywhere. He's in play everywhere. Let's pull up the red down here. 11,000, 28, 117,000, I'm sorry, Trump vote lead right now, 50% to 49% if you round up there. And we're starting to get the panhandle, right? So you come all the way to the west, Escambia County, Pensacola, 53, so 54 to 44. You go back in time. That's a little, Trump's underperforming a little bit there percentage-wise. 88,000 votes. 69,000 votes, so that could be significant. This is the most populous county here along the panhandle right here. You keep an eye on that. It's red for Trump, as it should be. But remember, Joe Biden is underperforming in Miami-Dade, or at least he was. We'll check on it in a minute. If you're underperforming places, you need to do better elsewhere. Could be some votes there to be made up there. Then you start moving across the panhandle. And again, this is what the president does in smaller counties. And this one's a medium-sized county. It's 30. It's in the middle of Florida. 67 counties in Florida. This one's 30th. You keep coming across. This is what the president does, and you rack up the votes here. And if you pull it out into context, there are a lot of them, right? So you come across here. This is Alabama. This is Georgia. This part of Florida votes like the South, except for the cities. Now, we were waiting earlier for Leon County. This is Tallahassee, the state capital, the suburbs around it. You see blue right here, 63% for Biden, 60%. You might say that's not a big deal. In a state as tight as Florida, those little margins, if you can perform, again, especially if you're struggling in one place, you have to overperform somewhere else. So you see, you're watching that play out there. Again, though, the president's still 112, 113,000 if you round him up. Earlier, I was talking about, this is 2016. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the 2016 map. This is Duval County here. It was red 4 years ago. It is blue right now. You come back up. I'm looking at the 2016 total, thinking it was this year's total, because that's the way it always is in Florida. It's that close. 10 million votes are about to be cast. We're really close to 10 million votes, and 131,000 separates them right now. But Duval County is still blue for the Democrats, 51 to 47. That's the suburbs. Donald Trump makes it up in the rural areas. And then we're going to come across here. I just want to see where the margins are. One of the things you get, at this point, Florida's returning so quickly, you're starting to figure out what's still out. Where can you find more votes? If you're going to make up 100,000, which is the lead right now, where can you get it? Orange County, growing, a lot of votes here, but about 93% of the estimate in. We'll see what the numbers are. We'll see what more votes come in. 383,000 here for Joe Biden right now, 329. So that's 50,000 votes. He's running ahead of Hillary Clinton, 50,000 plus from 4 years ago. The turnout's up everywhere, though. So the president's numbers are up, too. You're going county by county in the campaign war room. This is significant as you come across. Again, Hillsborough County, Tampa in the suburbs, Pinellas County, St. Pete in the suburbs along the coast. This was blue. I mean, this was red 4 years ago. Very close, 49.2, 49.5 to 49.2, 2,000 votes. 2,000 votes there. 2,000 votes matter in a close state. And again, I want to do this again in reverse order this time. Palm Beach County, almost all counted. 56 for Joe Biden, come back in time. 56 for Hillary Clinton, so you're matching it up. Might not be good enough. Hillary Clinton lost the state. Come back to 2020. You come down here, 66%, second largest population center, second largest county in terms of people in Florida, 66. Come back in time, 66. You're essentially matching what happened 4 years ago. The vote count, 553, 562. Turnout's up a little bit, but you're essentially matching the percentages there. And then you move down here, and this is the trouble sign. Again, we're not done. We're not done counting in Florida. Joe Biden can make it up somewhere else. But 54% Miami-Dade, 579 to 486,000. If you look at it there, number one, this is your biggest county in Florida. This is where the most votes are. We'll wait for more. But Hillary Clinton won this in a landslide. She walked out of here, 624 to 333. Hillary Clinton built up a huge lead in Miami-Dade, and she still lost the state. So Joe Biden is they're looking at that in Biden campaign headquarters, wondering what's left. You'll see what else comes in. You can make it up. It's a big population center. A lot of votes can come in. You can change the math, but you're not going to get back to that percentage. Again, 63% there, 54% there. If Joe Biden loses Florida narrowly tonight, this will be why. But we're not done yet. We're not done counting yet. You come back out, although that lead now 163,000. Just in the course of this conversation, President Trump has stretched it out. He stretched it out as it starts to fill in here, and as we get more of the votes here. This is what he does. And again, this is the Trump coalition. These smaller places, not a ton of people live here, but the president's above 80% in these places. He racks it up. 163,000 Wolf, 574 votes, 10 million now. We are past 10 million votes in the state of Florida. Remarkably close, 50.3 to 49 if you round that up.
89% of the estimated vote in Florida has already reported. We're standing by for the first results from Arkansas just minutes from now, as well as the second biggest round of poll closings right at the top of the hour. That's when a slew of battleground states are on the line: Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, and Texas, as well as Michigan and Wisconsin. The next hour could go a long way toward deciding who ultimately wins the White House. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Election Night in America, brought to you by Noom. Noom is based in psychology for lasting health and weight loss results.
For a while, I've had like a kind of negative self-image. There's like this contrast between like the way that I was thinking about my personality and the way that I was thinking about my body. With Noom, I was able to learn how to interrupt those habits and create new ones. So my goal was 35 pounds, and I've lost about 30 pounds now. So I've never been this confident in my body. My name is Sarah, and I changed my life with Noom.
Visit Noom.com and lose the weight for good.
Either I'm transitioning and I don't know it, or I'm in decline. I figured it was time to go to a real therapist. He said, I think you lack empathy. Like a Republican? The thing is, I like older men, which brings me to the strong and deep sexual feelings that I have developed for Andrew Cuomo. I want him to flatten my curve, and then I want to flatten his curve, and then I want us to apex together.
When I started Cobra Kai, the lack of control over my business made me a little intense. But now QuickBooks helps me get paid, manage cash flow, and run payroll. And now I'm back on top with Koala Kai.
Save over 30 hours a month with Intuit QuickBooks.
All registered San Francisco voters will receive ballots in the mail for the November 3rd, 2020 election. To vote by mail, simply mark your ballot, place your ballot in the postage-paid return envelope, sign it, and put in a mailbox by November 3rd. You can also return your ballot to the City Hall Voting Center starting October 5th, any ballot drop-off location starting October 31st, or any polling place on Election Day. To learn more about your voting options, visit sfelections.org.
So you want to paint your house, but you don't know what colors to use.
With the Essential Color Set by Kelly Moore Paints, we have 100 full pages of our most popular paint colors. And they all work together so beautifully, so you can find colors for your trim, accents, walls, doors. Choosing paint colors for your home has never been easier.
Get the Essential Color Set for just $12.99 online or at your local Kelly Moore store. Plus up to 25% off premium Kelly Moore paints, frog tape, and select Kelly Moore blue and beige tape.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
We have another projection right now. CNN projects President Trump will win the state of Tennessee, will win Tennessee's 11 electoral votes, a win for Trump in Tennessee. Here's where the race to 270 electoral votes stands right now. Trump is now on top. He has 37 electoral votes. Biden has 30 electoral votes. Remember, once again, 270 needed to win the White House. Let's get a key race alert, see where things stand in several of the critically important battleground states. In Ohio right now, 42% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead of Trump by some 312,000 votes, 55.3% to 43.5% for Trump in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 3% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden has a 143,000 vote lead over Trump, 82.2% to 16.9% in Pennsylvania. In Michigan right now, very, very early, less than 1% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 10,000 votes, 58.9% to 39.7% in Michigan right now. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. He's a busy guy tonight. Got a lot going on. You got to look at all these battleground states and give us a sense of the latest.
It's a lot of fun. Joe Biden leads in the popular vote. If you care about that at home, I know some people out there aren't fans of the Electoral College. You see 12 million to 12.4 million there. North Carolina starting to come in. It's shaded blue right now. Again, one of those states Donald Trump has to win to recreate his path from 2016. He doesn't have to win them all, but North Carolina is a big one. You see 56 if you round up to 43 right now. About half of the vote says 55%. So what are you looking at here? Number one, you start here. Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is the biggest area of the state. And look at that number. Look at that number. About 84% of the estimated vote in. Again, on a night like this, sometimes that swings a little bit because we have mail-in, in-person early, and then Election Day votes. But you go back in time and look. Everywhere we're looking here, right? Is Joe Biden overperforming Hillary Clinton in the cities and the suburbs around them? That's what's happening right here in Charlotte and the suburbs right now, the biggest part of the state. 63% for Secretary Clinton 4 years ago. 69% if you round that up for Joe Biden. So that's a big building block to keeping North Carolina more competitive. Remember, Obama for 2008, record African-American turnout, back to Mitt Romney in 2012, to President Trump in 2016. You start in Mecklenburg, and then you come up here to Wake County. This is Raleigh, again, one of the fastest growing areas of the state. It's changing. It's diverse. There are new voters here. They tend to be college educated, younger voters as well. There's a lot of diversity. Not Donald Trump's vote. The new vote here is not Donald Trump's vote. 65, 66%. If you round it up to 33%, again, this is the second largest county in the state. It's about 10% of the state's voting population. 58% for Secretary Clinton, 66% for Joe Biden. So overperforming here, you just move over. This is the research triangle. Again, college-educated voters, suburbs turned away from President Trump during his presidency. 82% right now in Durham County here. Look at that. That's a big number. 82%. You go back in time, 79%. So you think that's only a little bit on the margins in a close state. That's what matters because, again, this is another one of these states, and we see this all across America. We're watching it play out in Florida. We're going to watch it play out in Georgia. We'll see it in central Ohio. The president runs it up in the small towns, 67% here. He had a rally here just the other day. This will be interesting to watch. There are Trump super counties, if you will, around the country. The president went to certain places to do his rallies because he knew he was losing in the early voting, and they were all designed to turn people out. So you want to watch this here. 67% Trump Clinton, right? Catawba County. Let's come back here to go see where we are. It's about the same, right? Is that enough? 45,000 votes now and some change. 48,000 4 years ago. That could be a key test. We'll watch this play out. That's 75%. Let's watch. The president had a deliberate travel plan. He went to certain places where they knew their voters are, where they thought they could turn, at least match 2016, hopefully exceed 2016. So let's watch this when we get closer to the final. He was there for just a rally the other night. You pull it back out. Again, if you're the Democrats, you got to run it up in the cities. Asheville, suburbs around it, 63% now, 55%, 56% if you round up 4 years ago. Those are the building blocks. Go to the places where your candidate did well 4 years ago, but grow and build, especially in places where the population is changing like it is in North Carolina. Let's pull back out again and just take a look. Just want to wander through all this. You come down to the coast here in Wilmington. not as big. It's the nine of 100 counties in terms of the population, but you're down along the coast here. This is where you find Republicans in the suburbs, right? 52% to 47% is where we have it right now. Donald Trump carried this county with 50%. Again, it's 3 or 4 point swing. You think that's not a huge deal. It is when you're 55,000 votes for the president 4 years ago, 52,000 votes now in a very close state. 2,000 or 3,000 votes could matter. The Democrat getting 58 plus for Joe Biden there compared to 50. So 8,000 votes. 8,000 votes can make a difference in a close state when you're racking them up. Now, turnout is up everywhere. So everything, you're not making a direct comparison. We have to be careful about that. Let's come in here to Fayetteville. Both campaigns spent a lot of time here. The president had a rally here as well. Senator Harris was here. 60% for Joe Biden, 38% for the president. Let's go back in time. 57%. Again, Joe Biden overperforming. Let's actually pull that out and see if we can see how significant the overperforming is as we come into the thing. Let's see where he's overperforming here. Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong map. Thank you. Let me come back out here. Back out, and we hit where is he overperforming, right? And so he's overperforming. If you see these counties where he's overperforming, where the two biggest places for a Democrat, for anybody, but for a Democrat in North Carolina, they are Mecklenburg County and they are Wake County. And you see here, he's overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5 percentage points here, the biggest, most populous county in the state. That's the building block of a smart campaign. Then you come over here to Wake County, second largest county in the state. Again, changing population. You know what happened in the suburbs during the 4 years of Donald Trump. This is where you go. You turn out your African-American base. You try to get young people on those college campuses. Here in the Research Triangle, a lot of new voters with college degrees, professionals in the suburbs. That's what you try to do. And you see Joe Biden, and you come out here. This is significant as well. These are counties President Trump is going to win. But Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5 percentage points or more. What's that mean? Shrinking the president's margins in these smaller places where the president tends to run it up. You shrink the president's margins there. You expand your margin in a place like this. Let's check in on Winston-Salem as well. I don't want it to feel forgotten. Important to the Democrats here. Again, 59%, just shy of 100,000 votes for Joe Biden. That's 5,000 votes. 5,000 votes matters in a close state when you're coming through. So you come back to 2020 here. We're not done in North Carolina. I'm not saying by any means we're done. We're going to keep counting votes, but let's turn this off and look at the entire state. 54 to 48. That's a nice lead for the former vice president right there, 60% in. You know, in a lot of these places here, the president's going to get his votes. But if you're the Democrats and you're looking at the early North Carolina map, you are encouraged, especially when you compare in the suburbs and in the cities. Did you turn out the Democratic base? Did you make inroads in the suburbs? That's what that looks like so far. We got a ways to go. And I say when we have a ways to go, we're looking at a South Carolina right now that is blue, which reminds us, go slow, be cautious. Don't think anything we see now is absolutely definitive about where we're going to end the night. However, just that it's closer, it's only 9% of the vote, just that some of these red states are going to be closer does tell you something. There's a competitive Senate race there. We'll see how it plays out when we get more votes. Let's keep going down. Ohio is still blue. I was going to go south to Florida, but Ohio is still blue. I just want to check on it. About 40%. That's where we were last time. 55. There's a lot of, not as many, though, rural counties to fill in here. And we'll just pull out to the map and we look just really quick. Florida, still close, but the president holding that lead there. Georgia, still close, ways to go. Long way to go in the vote count in Florida. In Georgia, not as much to go in Florida. If you're the president, you're looking at 189,000 in Florida, and you're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable.
206,000 right now. 90% of the vote in Florida is in. Let's check in with Jake, Dana, and Abby.
All right, Wolf, thanks so much. So there's a lot of blue on the map right now, but of course, it's still very, very early. What are you looking for?
Look, I mean, you're exactly right. The fact that Georgia, in particular, seems to be so competitive when 4 years ago, if anybody would have told us, watch Georgia, we would have said, no, that's a very red state. And it seems to be really giving Donald Trump a run for his money. And it is, as we talked about, and which is similar in a lot of other battleground states, the changing demographics and the suburbs.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that we might see tonight a little bit of a distinction. I mean, when we talk about demographics, we often sort of talk about it in a way that where we're saying all demographics benefits the Democrats, but that's not always the case. In Florida, Joe Biden is struggling because he's struggling with Latino voters in Florida in particular, but we might see him benefiting from non-white voters coming out for him in places like Georgia, in places like Ohio, in places like North Carolina as well. So we'll see what happens, but it's not going to be necessarily an even story all across the map because of these different populations acting in different ways.
And you said non-white voters. I think the other thing that's interesting that we're seeing is that white voters, which, you know, either college educated or not, you kind of think of more historically for Donald Trump, it seems to be changing, at least in the exit polls that we're seeing so far.
Well, there are, in some of these states, it's a smaller percentage of voters that are white.
Yep.
And Donald Trump is not doing as well with them, even if he is winning them. And it's those different kinds of margins that will determine this election ultimately. And of course, there's also different kinds of Latino voters, for example. There's Latino voters who are largely Cuban American and Venezuelan American in southern Florida. And then there's Latino voters who are largely Mexican American in Arizona, and it's a very diverse group politically, in addition to where their ancestors are from. The other thing that's very interesting is how Biden is, even though he's doing worse with some of these groups, like Latino voters, he's doing better with suburban voters. And we're seeing that across the board.
And I think this is where we need to put on our 2020 hats and allow 2020 to be what it is, which is that Biden may put together a coalition that is different than what we've seen from other Democrats, particularly Barack Obama, who was the last Democrat to win the White House. The Obama coalition was something fairly specific. It involved younger voters, involved a lot of black voters, a lot of Hispanic voters. Joe Biden might need to do something different tonight. He might need to cobble together more older voters, more suburban women, more non-college educated men, in order to win in some of the places he needs to win, like a Pennsylvania, in order to get to 200.
Which is exactly what the Biden campaign was telling me, and I'm sure both of you as well, coming into this, which is why they have felt better in the northern states, in the northern Midwestern states, because his coalition isn't the same as the guy who was the president when he was the vice president for 8 years. It's just different.
No, he's middle-class Joe. That's what he calls himself.
Scrappy kid from Scranton.
But they've got to perform. I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road. And I think when we talk about what's going on in Florida, this is where Democrats were not able to turn out their voters. They have to turn them out elsewhere on the map.
Of course, we're all still waiting for those big 3 Midwestern states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much. We have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of West Virginia with its 5 electoral votes. Trump wins West Virginia, 5 electoral votes. Too early to call in the state of Arkansas, which has 6 electoral votes. Too early to call there. Let's take a look at the race for 270. Let's take a look at where it stands right now. Trump right now has 42 electoral college votes. Biden has 30. Once again, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here are some of the latest numbers. North Carolina right now, take a look at this. 62% of the estimated vote in North Carolina is in. That's a lot. Trump is losing to Biden right now by some 329,000 votes. Biden is ahead 53.9% to 44.9% in North Carolina. In the key battleground state of Ohio, 44% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead there by an impressive 284,000 votes, 54.5% to Trump's 44.3%, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. In the key battleground state of Pennsylvania, only 6% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden is ahead by about almost 79,000 votes, 58.7% to 40.7%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. In Texas right now, almost half of the vote is in, 45%. Biden is ahead in Texas right now by 250,000 votes, 51.7% for Biden in Texas. Trump has 46.9%. A huge number of electoral votes at stake in Texas, 38 electoral votes in Texas. In New Hampshire right now, 10% of the vote is now in. Biden is ahead there by about 7,500 votes, 53.7% for Biden, 45.3% for Trump. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire right now. Too early to call in several of these states. We're monitoring right now, once again, Florida, Michigan, Georgia, and Virginia. We cannot make any projections in those states right now. Too early to call right now. But let's take a look at the vote in those states right now. In Florida right now, 90% of the vote is in Florida. Trump is ahead by about 226,000 votes, 50.5%, to Biden's 48.4% in Florida. In Michigan right now, only 4% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 39,000 votes, 57.5% to 40.6%. In Georgia, the numbers are increasing. 22% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by an impressive 154,000 votes right now, 56.2% to 42.8%. In Virginia right now, 30% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead, also impressive, 260,000 vote lead in Virginia over Biden, 58.3% to 39.6%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. I'm really curious to see what we're seeing in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
It's interesting that we have a lot of places on the map that at this moment in time, and remember this was going to be that night because of the combination, mail-in voting, early in-person voting, election day voting, different states handling those ballots in different ways. The map looks a little different than we expected. Now, we'll see where it ends up. That's what makes tonight exciting. Makes it exciting. But you're looking at a map right now that has Kansas in blue, Virginia in red. Where I started my career, Rhode Island in red. I don't expect it to end that way. Michigan's in red at the moment, but again, we're waiting for votes to be counted. We're very preliminary in some of these states. And on the flip side, I just circled some states that you'd be surprised by. You look right down here, Texas is blue, Mississippi is blue, South Carolina is blue, which tells you what? A, we're having an unusual night because of the pandemic election and the different ways people are voting and the different ways states are counting. So everybody needs to be patient. Number two, it's just without a doubt, though, even as I say that, and even as we have a long way to go, we are seeing a very different map. We are seeing. We don't know how it's going to end tonight. We know Joe Biden is more competitive in this race and across the industrial Midwest with blue-collar Americans who voted for Trump. We know Joe Biden is more competitive, and we know that because just look at that. That's a 10-point lead in Ohio, only 40% of the vote. There's a long way to go. Ohio is a traditionally Republican state. It's the more Republican if you're going through Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. This is more Republican than those states, so we'll see how it ends up. But the fact that Joe Biden is competitive and the fact that he is doing what a Democrat needs to do, at least so far, we're not at the finish line, but so far the building blocks of a Democratic win in a state as fiercely competitive, Republican-leaning even, is Ohio. Is you've got to run it up in the cities. This is the biggest one of all, Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, 75% of the vote right there. You go back 4 years ago, again, 66%, overperforming Hillary Clinton. Lake County in 2016 went for Donald Trump. This is the suburbs to the northeast of Cleveland. Right now, 61% of the vote in those suburbs going for Joe Biden. Remember what happened in 2018. In 2016, Donald Trump narrowly wins the suburbs. He's president. 2018, the suburbs revolt. Nancy Pelosi is speaker. Test tonight. Does that last? Does that accelerate? Does it stay the same? Lake County right now, we'll see. We're not at the finish line. Tells us that the suburban revolt and rejection of President Trump continues. Is it enough in Ohio? We don't know yet. But Lorain County again, to the west of Cleveland, Joe Biden at 57% when you round up. You go back in time, almost 10 points, running almost 10 points ahead of Hillary Clinton. Again, look at the vote totals. Turnout's up everywhere, so this makes the math a little different this year. 66,000, just short of 67,000 there. Joe Biden running behind that right now, but we still have 60% of the vote. We're going to watch as it plays out. Again, you come back out to Battleground, Ohio. Why are we spending so much time on it? Joe Biden flips this state blue. Donald Trump has no path to re-election. If Joe Biden flips this state blue, Donald Trump has no path to re-election. That's why we're going to spend some time on this. And we're watching it right now, about halfway through, though. About halfway through means things can change, so let's keep an eye on it. Let's come back out. You see Pennsylvania is blue. I just want to stop here very quickly to see we don't have anything yet. So it's blue at the moment with early votes. We'll stay with this one. We're told, Pennsylvania could be tomorrow, could be a couple days after that. We'll watch as it fills in. Joe Biden has a lead early on. It looks blue on the map. You're happy if you're a Democrat, but that's not, we're not there yet. So you come down here. I said if Joe Biden wins Ohio, Donald Trump's path to re-election is blocked. If Joe Biden wins North Carolina, Donald Trump's path to re-election is almost blocked. You can come up with some other scenarios, but it's really hard. And so you're looking at this one right now, 66, 2/3 of the vote in Wolf, 53 to 46 when you round up, 275,000 vote lead. That gets hard to overcome at some point.
66% of the vote in North Carolina is in, and Biden has a 275,000 vote lead. I want to check in with David Chalian right now. So we have a sense, David, how much of this vote is early vote, how much of it is today vote?
We do have that sense. As John was just showing you, what you see here now is a Joe Biden lead. He's got 2 million votes to Donald Trump's 1.7 million. This is 66% of the estimated vote that is in North Carolina right now. But Wolf, I want to show you what percentage of that is early vote. 97% of the current vote that you're looking at in North Carolina is early vote. That's benefiting Joe Biden. In fact, in the big Democratic counties, in Charlotte, in Wake County, and in Raleigh area, it's almost all early vote, those big Democratic counties. And we expect the share of the early vote to go down to 75% of the total vote at the end of the night. That could benefit Donald Trump as more Election Day vote comes in. So it's just the note of caution that right now, the vast majority of the vote that's in North Carolina is early vote, and that is benefiting Joe Biden at the moment. So there's still more Election Day vote to be counted.
What about Ohio? Do we know Ohio?
Well, in Ohio, I think what we see here is that Joe Biden's also benefiting from early vote there, but there's more early vote to come in there. So, take a look here. We have 49% of the total estimated vote in. 29% of it right now is early vote. We think that's going to climb, okay? 53% is our estimate of the Ohio vote that will be early vote. So it's an opportunity, actually. Joe Biden has the lead now for him to actually grow his lead in Ohio, perhaps, Wolf.
That's very interesting, you know. And, John, as you and I well know, no Republican has ever, and you've pointed this out, has ever won the White House without carrying Ohio.
Right. It was so critical. Obama took it back from George W. Bush. Remember the 2004 election? People forget how close 2004 was. 2004 came down to one state, Ohio. That was the first election after 9/11. It was a very close state. But let's come up now to 2020. We can do history another day because we have history unfolding before us right now. And in 2020 right now, this is a very important point that David just made. And this is why we've said throughout the night, we need you to be patient at home. This is all real. These are real votes. However, the context is we're waiting, right? So a lot of this is early vote. We know Democrats voted disproportionately in some states more than others. North Carolina is one of the states where we know Democrats disproportionately voted early. Democrats returned their ballots early in the mail-in voting. So now we watch to see the election day vote. And again, that's why the president was traveling the country in the last week in places like North Carolina, trying to get his people to show up today because he knew coming into today he was behind. This tells us that was in fact correct. And so you're looking here in Mecklenburg County, which is the largest county in the state, and you bring it up. The challenge is, we think this is about 84% of the vote. Joe Biden will win Mecklenburg County. Hillary Clinton won Mecklenburg County. It's Charlotte and the suburbs around it. The question is, can Donald Trump close that gap? Close that gap. It's all about margins when you're in a close race, right? In the places you see on this map that are blue right now, Joe Biden's leads are enormous. That's Charlotte. This is Winston-Salem. Again, 59 to 40, right? So almost a 20-point lead there. Let's just go back and take a look. 59 to 40. You come back here, 53 to 43. So a 10-point race, 10 points and change here. 4 years ago, Donald Trump carries the state. With the early vote, Joe Biden has a much bigger advantage. Now we have to count the rest. We have to finish. We have to finish. We might be 2/3, 3/4 even way around the track. We're not finished. And we have to wait for those votes to come in before we can tally. Joe Biden is doing what he needs to do, impressively, actually, when you look at these places, but we're not at the finish line yet. So you come up here to Durham County. Again, 83% in. Let's see when that Election Day vote comes in. Does President Trump narrow this gap? That's ouch, right? 82 to 17. If you look at it that way, you go back in time. It was ouch 4 years ago, 80 to 18, right? But again, in a race on the margins, can he get it just a little bit closer? A little bit closer. Even in a place you're not going to win, you got to get it a little bit closer. And then let's pull back out again. Number two, this was it. The Democrats spent a lot of time here. Wake County, second largest county in the state, one of the places that is growing again. You start in the city, you move out to the suburbs, 65, 33, 58, 38, if you round up for the president. Again, this is why it matters, but again, we have to see if it sticks, right? We have to see if it sticks. The Democrats got around the track with the early voting. Now we'll wait for the rest of the Election Day vote to come in. And one of the things you counter with, you see the open spots, the gray spots, right? These are the smaller, more rural counties. Let's just go back in time. We don't have anything there. This is where Hillary Clinton actually won Chatham County. So that's an opportunity there for the Democrats if it comes in. We have nothing there so far in a place. Let's come back to 2020 here again. You come over here. You start getting between Asheville and Winston-Salem, right? This is an interesting area. The president tends to run it up in places like this. We don't have anything yet. You come back in time. This was a 68% county 4 years ago. So this is what you want to watch. When the rest of it comes in, these are smaller counties, so it's hard to overcome a big lead, 250,000 votes. When you're at 67%, you're starting to get into the danger zone. But there's room. There's room on this map for the president to certainly narrow it. I want to check one more down here in Fayetteville and bring this out. Cumberland County, again, the president did a rally here just the other night, 60 to 38, 56 to 40. Got to get up a little bit more. Again, you say, oh, that's not that much. It can matter in a very close race to narrow those margins. So let's wait to see if the president can get his vote total up, narrow the margins a little bit as we go through it. And again, you're spending extra time on these states because Joe Biden does not need this. Joe Biden can win the presidency without North Carolina. If Joe Biden wins North Carolina, the president's math gets near impossible. And let's pull back out because another place, if president lost this, it would be near impossible, but they're feeling pretty good. We're not ready yet. Florida's hard. We wait. We count every last vote. They're feeling pretty good at Trump headquarters about that one. Let me just check up here on Georgia. Still very early here to see where Georgia goes again. You want to build a lead. You always want to build a lead, but we're nowhere near done here.
I want to show two maps. The map where we see some of these blue states right now, that could easily change. But show us the Electoral College map, where things stand right now as far as the projections we've already done.
Right. Okay. So just looking at this map, before I walk over to this map here, Texas, Kansas, Missouri, blue.
Right.
That would be something. If in a few hours, when we're a few more espressos in, that would be something. But again, please bear with us and bear with these election officials because they're all doing their job. Whether they're Democrats or Republicans, large counties, small counties, these are amazing people. And so they're counting. They have mail-in votes. They have in-person early voting. They have election day turnout. Turnout is up everywhere. So these volunteers, they're always stressed. And guess what? This year, with more people voting, which is a good thing, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, the work is hard. So some of this votes, I'm sure that's early vote. Democrats tended to vote early. We'll watch what happens. Maybe we'll have some surprises. Fine. That's good, too. But what you're seeing right here is preliminary. I just want to come over here right now to just look at this map because the idea is to get to 270. And again, we're waiting on Florida to finish. We're waiting for more Election Day votes in North Carolina. This is what we know. What we know so far, on the way to 270, Donald Trump has 42, Joe Biden has 30, which tells us what? We have a long way to go. Nothing on this map so far. There are surprises over here, right? We don't know if they're going to hold. As I said, some of these states are reporting early, so you have red states that are blue states. This is not a surprise so far. This map is filling in as we expected. The challenge for Joe Biden is to flip. Right? This is the president's map 4 years ago. Joe Biden would love to flip this, this, and this. If he flips two of those three and holds the Clinton states, he's the next president of the United States, and he's competitive. Joe Biden is in a whole lot of other places, including Arizona, maybe in Texas. We're going to watch. So I just come back over here. And again, this map looks, if you're a Democrat, you're celebrating this map because you're leading in Texas, you're leading in Kansas, you're leading in Missouri, you're leading in Ohio. Those words have not been spoken in a very long time on a presidential election night. And just be patient at home, though. They're unlikely to. It's unlikely to stand. Just pull out Missouri, for example. It's one of the more conservative states in the country. Joe Biden's ahead right now, but that's early voting. You come down to Texas. This one's more real. This one is more real. We're up to about 60% of the estimated vote. We have a ways to go. We know Texas is going to be more competitive this year. Can Joe Biden win it? Stay with us. We'll get through this. But so as you look at this map fill in, you have Joe Biden ahead by 216,000 votes in a giant state like Texas. And so you're looking at the map. Again, I just want to go back in time. Most of this is going to fill in red. Most of them are small counties, but it just adds up after a while. So the challenge for the Democrats is where you see the dots, where you see major urban areas, Democrats have to run it up. In the cities, the suburbs around them, a lot of growing suburbs in Texas. You look at Dallas, again, Democrats flipped a House seat here 2 years ago. They hope to build. They think they can even pick up more House seats here, down in the Austin area as well. 66% for Joe Biden right now. You go back in time, 61% for Secretary Clinton. That's where people live. That's what you want to do. Expand what the last Democrat did and grow. So that's so far a building block there. Let's come back to 2020. Move down. Largest county in the state is right here. It's the size of Rhode Island. It would be the 25th largest state if it were a state by itself. Harris County, Houston, and the sprawling suburbs. More than 16% of the vote comes right here, right? There's been a lot of voting here. We know turnout was off the charts here. 789,000 votes for 56% in Harris County, Texas. You go back in time, 707,000 votes, 54%. So turnout is up. Joe Biden's percentage is up. Again, you're nowhere near the finish line in Texas, but those are the building blocks to be competitive and to maybe win. Democrats think there's a House seat down here. They could flip as well. So then you come down here, you come to the other major urban areas, San Antonio. The Latino vote matters here. You're in the city. Then you go to the suburbs, 59% for Joe Biden. This time, you go back in time, 54%, 55% if you round it up for Secretary Clinton. For me, the vote totals matter because turnout is up, 319,000 then. Come up to now, Joe Biden already approaching 400,000 votes. Turnout is up everywhere, which is a great thing. No matter who wins tonight, turnout is up, which is a great thing, and we hope that continues. You come down here, this is where Beto O'Rourke and others in Texas told the Democrats, you want to win the state? Yes, you have to be competitive in Dallas and Houston. Please come down here, try to turn out votes here. Let's see Joe Biden here. It's the 19th largest county, Webb County, 59%. Go back in time. 74%. So let's see, this could be a place where you're looking at the end of the night. Is this a place where Joe Biden underperforms Hillary Clinton? We'll watch that as we go through it. In Texas, again, a lot of votes to count. Wolf, looking at Austin as well. Williamson County above it, and Travis County here. Joe Biden running it up where a Democrat needs to, but a long way to go to count in Texas. And remember, it's not just about the presidency. There's a Senate race there. There are a couple of House races there. Democrats think they have a chance to take back the House, the Texas State House. We'll see. A lot of business to do still.
We certainly will. We're standing by for the second largest wave of poll closings just minutes from now at 9 Eastern, when the last polls in 14 states: Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming all closed. 156 electoral votes are at stake in this coming hour. Remember, 270 are needed to win the presidency. We're watching key races in multiple battlegrounds in the next hour: Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, and Texas, along with two of the most coveted prizes tonight, Michigan and Wisconsin, battlegrounds that may hold the keys to the White House. Those states sealed President Trump's victory in 2016, and Joe Biden is hoping to win them back for the Democrats. Let's get a key race alert. 5 states where Biden is leading right now. Let's start in North Carolina. 70% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a nearly 220,000 vote lead right now over Trump, 52.1% to 46.8%. And once again, 70% of the estimated vote in North Carolina is in. In Ohio, half of the vote is now in. Biden has an impressive 341,000 vote lead over Trump, 54.9% to 43.9%. 18 electoral votes in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 10% of the vote is in, but Biden has a 210,000 vote lead, 213,000 vote lead over Trump, 65% to 34.3%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Texas, a huge prize, 38 electoral votes, 62% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead of 189,000 over Trump, 50.6% to 48%. In New Hampshire, 13% of the estimated vote is now in. Biden has a 7,600 vote lead over Trump, 53% to 46%. Trump is leading in these 4 states. Let's show you these states. He's leading right now in Florida. 91% of the estimated vote in Florida is in. Trump has an impressive 260,000 vote lead over Biden in Florida, 50.7% to 48.3%. In Michigan right now, only 9% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 107,000 vote lead over Biden, 59.7% to 38.2%. In Georgia, a quarter of the vote is now in. Trump is ahead by almost 177,000 votes right now, 55.9% to 43.1%. More than a third of the vote is in Virginia right now, and Trump has a 285,000 vote lead over Biden, 57.7% to 40.2% in the Commonwealth of Virginia. All right, let's focus in a little bit on North Carolina and Ohio right now, John, because if Biden wins those 2 states, potentially, that could be the ballgame.
Those would be the ball game. Those are 2 states absolutely critical. The president got 306 electoral votes 4 years ago. You take away Ohio, you take away North Carolina. Joe Biden holds the Clinton states. He's the next president of the United States without even taking back all the blue wall. So let's focus on them. Ohio, let's just focus on this just for a second and look at this right now. Ohio is blue, right? That's a big deal. North Carolina is blue. There are some other anomalies on the math. And again, I know I'm a broken record. Just want to keep everybody at home, especially for those tuning in later in the night. Mail-in voting, early in-person voting, Election Day voting, the combination of those things, the count's going to come in different ways tonight, and things are going to be different. And things are going to be different, and the map's going to bounce around a little bit. And this is real. These are votes. We're counting them. They're important. It could change. It's not where we are in the middle. It's where we get in the end. And for out here, we haven't even begun yet. So let's just get to Ohio, because we're in the middle here, 50% of the estimated vote count right there. And however this ends, this is already a statement tonight about how Joe Biden is performing differently than Hillary Clinton outperforming Hillary Clinton in the industrial Midwest. Look at this, 54.5 to 44.3. It's almost a flip of 4 years ago. The president carried the state 52 to 44. That was a handy win, an easy win, almost an easy win for Donald Trump 4 years ago. And so now you come forward here. We're not done. We have a way to go here. We have a way to go here. But I just want to look at this in Cleveland. You bring this out. That's what you want to do as a building block. That's one way to look at it. You go through the building blocks of the state. Let's look at it another way, right? One of the challenges is, why Joe Biden, not Hillary Clinton, right? We've said consistently, Joe Biden is not Hillary Clinton. That's not meant as a criticism of anybody. It's meant as a performance metric. Look at this. This is Joe Biden outperforming Clinton by 5 percentage points or more. Look at all of these counties. And yes, in the blue counties where Democrats need votes, that's important. You're getting more of your people. You're outperforming in the places, Democratic bases, in the cities and in the suburbs. That's critical. But you know what's just as critical? Look at all the red. In all these small places where Donald Trump runs it up, that's why he's president, runs it up in Pennsylvania, ran it up in Wisconsin, ran it up in Michigan, ran it up in Florida, ran it up in North Carolina. That's why he's president.
It's very impressive where Biden is overperforming. Where's Trump overperforming?
So you come out, that's where you want to come out, right? So take that off. Is the president overperforming himself? Look at this in Ohio, one county.
Wow.
One county, right? So you come up and you say, well, okay, what about overperforming? Let's turn that off. Where is he underperforming? A lot of places. So Joe Biden is overperforming in Democratic areas and in Trump counties. The president is underperforming by 5 points or more. Importantly, number one, these smaller counties, that's where he tends to run it up. He gets 70%, he gets 65%, he gets 82%. It's a couple hundred votes here, a couple thousand votes here. That's how you win a state. He won this one convincingly. But remember, Donald Trump, I am your voice, right? Trade deals, trade. Sanders voters, come to me. They live here. They live here, right? 61 to 37 right now. You come back 4 years ago, 49 to 47. This is the story of Ohio right now. Will it get there to the finish line? We don't know. But Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump is underperforming himself, if you will, which is why this state is competitive right now. We just turn this off and come back to where we are about halfway through.
Is Biden underperforming any place in Ohio?
Well, let's bring it out and we'll take a look. You ask a question, I'll try to get you an answer. Is Biden underperforming anywhere? The answer to that is no. At the moment, the answer to that is no. And again, that was right. Remember back, and Joe Biden said this today when he was talking to reporters. At the beginning of the primaries, everybody said, you're not the guy, you're not the fit, you're not what we want, you're not in touch with the movement of the Democratic Party, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. Joe Biden's message was, I can win these guys. Joe Biden's message was, I can do better than Hillary Clinton here and here and here. Toledo, Akron, Youngstown. If a Democrat is doing better than Donald Trump in those places, Democrats are expected to win them. The question is the margins. Yeah. That's how you win.
And Biden is ahead by 300,000 votes right now in Ohio. Let's do the same thing in North Carolina right now.
Let's come over. North Carolina blue at the moment. We're not at the finish line. Democrats would see this and celebrate. Republicans would see this and get nervous. We're not done yet. We're still in the middle chapters here. But we're up to about 70% of the estimated vote. Those numbers will swing a little bit, too, with the combination of the voting. Early votes came in first. We're waiting to see. We knew a lot of this early. Joe Biden's early lead was because of the early vote, right? The question is, the president was rallying there all week long. The vice president went there as well. Can you turn out today, on Election Day, the Trump army to overcome the early voting? Well, 51, rounded up, it's 52 to 47. Just to go back for comparison, again, 50 to 47. 3-point race for the president 4 years ago. Right now, Joe Biden. And so, Joe Biden, you want to do the performance metrics. Let's look at it. Where is the president overperforming Hillary Clinton? Well, a lot of places, and a lot of places that matter. Again,
that's Biden.
Biden overperforming Hillary Clinton by a lot of places, including the places you need votes the most. Most populous county in the state, Mecklenburg. Biden outperforming Clinton by 5% or more. 68.4, 63. This was a good county. This was a good county for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. That's a very good job, right? You're looking at that, but Joe Biden is doing it even more so. In this case, some of that's Joe Biden. Some of that, when we flip it and look at the president, some of that's Donald Trump because of the suburbs around, without a doubt. So you come up here to Wake County, number 2 county in the state. This is about math in the end, right? Number 1 county, run up the vote. Number 2 county by population, run up the vote. That's what Joe Biden's doing, 65 to 33, 58 to 37. That's where it matters. Get the votes where the people are and try to run it up. So this is where you pull it out this way. This is where Biden is overperforming, right? Is Biden underperforming anywhere? Let's check on that one first. Again, 1 county, 1 Republican county. That's a pretty good record. And so now we're going to flip it this way. Where's the president underperforming? Several counties so far. Not a ton, not a lot. This is a very competitive state. So if you're the Trump campaign, that's not horrible. You don't want to underperform anywhere. Let's see if the president is overperforming anywhere. which is the key. Can you do better than you did in a couple of these smaller counties down here? That's what makes it a battleground state. But the key here was the first metric we showed you. The key metric, if you're the Democrats, you lived the last campaign. Those are a lot of important places. And it's, again, when you see Winston-Salem, Charlotte, Raleigh, those are where the Democratic votes are. Cities surrounded by suburbs. The farther out in the suburbs you can go, that's what Democrats are trying to do. And so if you're Joe Biden, especially, again, down here along the coast, you're looking for places that flip. New Hanover County, you're along the coast. Wilmington, 52-47. 4 years ago was the other way, 50 to 46. You're flipping counties because you're overperforming. These are suburban voters. This, again, the Republican revolt. Women will watch the women votes number, the gender gap at the end of the night. But if you're coming in here now, let me just turn this off as we go and look. Here's where we are. 193,000 votes. That's a little closer. That's a little closer. The election day vote is starting to come in. The lead is shrinking a little bit. And again, as the election day vote comes in, you're watching places like this, tiny counties, right? There's 100 counties in North Carolina. This is number 21. This is where the president does it. 70%, things like that. You come back in time. 72%, right? So this is where he does it here in North Carolina. We're going to watch this play out. I just want to pull out the map just to see if anything else has changed. Come back to 2020 and take a look. Texas is still blue. Let's just take a peek. Still at 65%, but again, see the smaller here. Most of that's going to fill in red. Most of that's going to fill in red, but if you're Joe Biden, you're looking at that, you're encouraged. We got a long way to go, though. Long way to go. Let's just move around. Oklahoma is as it should be. We see that one coming in red. I want to come back over here and look again at Georgia. We haven't had any votes from Georgia in a while. The vote count's not going up that much. It's a comfortable lead for the president right now, but we got a long way to go here. Let's just come back to Ohio, the state that could decide it all. Again, the president needs this one. Absolutely needs this one, without a doubt. We're at 52%, 54 to 45, battleground Ohio. Map starting to fill in. There's still a long way to go, Wolf.
Certainly is. Voting, John, is about to end in 14 states. That's the second biggest wave of results tonight. 156 electoral votes are up for grabs. We're watching 6 key battleground states, from Arizona in the west to Michigan and Wisconsin in the Midwest. We have a projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of New York and win its 29 electoral votes. Biden beats Trump in New York State. We cannot make projections at this hour in these states: Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. With Biden winning New York State, Biden is now ahead. He has 59 electoral votes to Trump's 42 electoral votes. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand. First of all, let's go to North Carolina right now, 15 electoral votes. 74% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is still ahead by about 170,000 votes, 51.4% to 47.5% in North Carolina. Let's go to Ohio right now. More than half of the vote is now in. Biden is ahead there. An impressive 281,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45.1% in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 14% of the vote is in, but Biden has what looks like a comfortable lead right now, 353,000 vote lead over Trump, 66.8% to 32.4% in Pennsylvania. In Texas right now, look at this, 65% of the estimated vote is in. Biden still maintains a lead. It's close in Texas. He has a lead of about 84,000 votes, 49.8% to 48.7% in Texas. In New Hampshire, 13% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 8,600 vote lead over Trump, 53.2% to 45.7%. Trump, on the other hand, is leading in these 4 states. In Florida, 92% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable 271,000 vote lead over Biden. In Florida, 50.8% to 48.2%. In Michigan, only 15% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead. It's early there. 183,000 vote lead over Biden. It's early in Michigan, 59.3% to 38.4%. Almost a third of the vote is in Georgia. Trump has a relatively comfortable lead, 248,000 vote lead over Biden, 57.2% to 41.8%. In Virginia, more than a third of the vote is in. Trump has a nearly 300,000 vote lead in Virginia over Biden, 57.7% to 40.2%. Let's go back to John King. He's looking at the magic wall for us. It's a lot of stuff going on. You see a lot of red, but you see a lot of blue as well.
It's an interesting map right now. So I'm going to go through some of the big ones that we're going to watch as we play out right now. And we'll start in Ohio. But then I just want to explain some of these other states that look a little different right now. And we'll see. We could have a different election night. We'll see. This is the big one for me, Ohio. And the more of this is starting to fill in, right? So I just want to show you 2016. You see all this red in here. That's what you're looking for. Those are the small counties where the president runs it up. But as they fill in, Joe Biden is holding on to that lead. But we still have a way to go. About 53% here. But again, this is impressive. And it's somewhat, the Democrats thought this was in play. Joe Biden went there on Monday. Some Democrats were worried, should that time be spent somewhere else? But he went here. He went to Cleveland to turn out the vote right now. And again, we still have some more votes to come from Cuyahoga County. So if you're a Democrat, that's impressive. The question is, when the later votes come in, do you keep that margin? How much can you grow it? Can you maintain it? Because it's absolutely critical. By far, this is your #1 vote center in the state of Ohio. You want to run up the vote. Again, I keep watching the suburbs here. We're up to 61% of the vote. It's close. It's close. It's a moral victory, but it's also a little bit of the math, right? The Democrats want to expand in the suburbs. As you can pick up 1,000 votes anywhere in a place as tight as Ohio, you try to do it. So let's move out of Ohio. One place that's been red for a long time, people from home probably asking what's going on in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It has become more of a blue state. But look, the president has a healthy lead right now, 57%. That's not insignificant at all. However, I just want to make the point, this is where the votes are in Virginia. You come up here, Fairfax County, by far the largest county in the state, only about 15% of the vote in so far. So we're waiting on that. You come over here to Alexandria, also waiting for votes. So Virginia red at the moment, Wolf. A lot of places where Democratic votes are that we haven't received them yet. We'll keep an eye on it, though. It's an interesting night.
Yeah, Northern Virginia, very, very critical in the state of Virginia. We have two more projections right now. CNN now projects that Joe Biden will win the state of New Jersey, will win its 14 electoral votes. Biden beats Trump in New Jersey. We have a projection in Arkansas. President Trump beats Biden in Arkansas. He will win Arkansas 6 electoral votes. Trump wins in Arkansas. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where things stand right now. Biden is still ahead. He has 73 electoral votes as of right now. Trump has 48. Remember, you need 270 needed to win the presidency. 73 to 48 right now. The electoral map is obviously the most important.
It is, and at the moment it is filling in as expected in the sense that nothing that's happened so far on this map, these were all solid states. The red states you see for the president, whether it's Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, we had those solid Trump coming in, so no surprises here. Over here, where we're counting votes, potential surprises. You look at these states up here again, no surprises here. Massachusetts, Vermont, New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, New York. Those were solid Biden states coming in. So 73 for Biden, 48 for the president. The question is, where do the big prizes go, right? So you remember this map, right? It's as it was, which means it is as it was. We go back 4 years ago, this was the Trump map. So nothing has changed so far, but remember what we're seeing on the other map. Just for now, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. But if that changes, and that changes, right there gets Trump down to 273. So imagine that, right? So then, if you're looking around, Joe Biden, you have a chance in Arizona. We're not there yet. We got a long way to go before we get west, right? If you keep looking at this map, Joe Biden had a healthy lead at the end of the campaign in Michigan. He had a decent lead at the end of the campaign in Wisconsin. He thinks he can win Pennsylvania, although we'll see how that one goes. But it just tells you the menu. That gets Joe Biden to 322. We don't know if that's the way it's going to turn out, but it just tells you that he has more options anyway, and if you can add Ohio to that, then it's just a buffet. I mean, it's a buffet of possibility to run it up and to take away the president's map. So if you're the president and you're looking at this right now, you had 306, right? So you're trying to figure out, what am I going to lose, right? If you're in the president's campaign, what am I going to lose? Well, again, that was a double-digit lead, right? We don't know. We're going to count votes in Michigan. He'd overcome deficits before. Not quite that big in 2016, though. It's a bigger deficit. But if you're in the president's campaign and you think you may lose those two, look where you are now. You're already at 280. And so at Joe Biden, if he can get Michigan and Wisconsin, and we're just starting up here, there are other options. He has so many menu options. But those two coming in look like they were there. This is why, if you're the Trump campaign, at this point, you're getting nervous, because that means you can't afford to lose that, right? And Joe Biden's leading there right now. And even if you hold that, there is just no way you can lose that. That would do it. And again, we're not done with Florida yet, although Trump's lead there seems pretty comfortable. We're not done with Georgia yet. Joe Biden is competitive in Arizona. Texas, we're still early in the night on. The idea is that the menu options are more plentiful for Joe Biden to get there. Doesn't mean he gets there, but if you're sitting in the Trump campaign right now, the state you're watching most nervously, well, I'll give you two. Number one is Ohio. Number two is North Carolina.
Well, let's look at that.
So let's come on over.
Viewers right now. Let's start with Ohio.
Let's come on over. Ohio, right here in the middle. Again, Michigan is red right now. It's a very early vote. Doesn't mean it won't end up that way. It certainly did 4 years ago. That was one of the big Trump surprises. But up here, when you see Pennsylvania blue, Michigan red, we're very, very early. We'll come back to them when we have a significant amount of votes. If we're not spending time on them, that means we don't have any significant votes yet. So we're not ready to do that. We do have significant votes here. And again, it's cliche but true. No Republican has won the White House in modern times without Ohio. So that's why we're going to spend a lot of time on this. And if you look at this right now, again, 55%, 52 to 46. That's where you want to be. You want to be on top whenever, but we do have a ways to go. But if you watch this map play out, I just want to go back. Doesn't look a lot different, right? But just watch. Just watch where you see a little bit more blue when you come back in here. You see it up here in the suburbs. You see it up here along the lake. Again, suburbs outside of Toledo. This is where the Democrats are doing it. I haven't come over here at all tonight. Let me just take a look. Lucas County, look at this. And again, here's your opportunity, right? Is this early vote? Joe Biden, 73% to 26% at 39%. So watch when that number's higher later in the night. Are the margins still like that percentage-wise? Where does that math go? We go back 4 years ago. Yes, Hillary Clinton won here, 56-38. Let's just see where you are now, 73-26. That matters. That matters. Those margins matter in places where there are votes. And you come across, again, we did Cuyahoga County, earlier. This is Summit County here. You're dropping down south of Cleveland into Akron. This is a place where Donald Trump made inroads, 67% to 31 right now. You go back 4 years ago, 52-43. That's a big difference. That's a big difference. And if Joe Biden can hold that, again, that gives you your cushion. And this was the central argument of the Biden campaign. Scrappy kid from Scranton, middle-class Joe, pick however you want to describe it, that I can go into these places, not only win them, but outperform Hillary Clinton, make them like they used to be when Democrats were more competitive in the state of Ohio. Move it over here again. You come along the river and the valley here, 61% to 31. Again, we're only halfway there. So let's just see. This is a place where the president has votes. We'll see if they turn out this time. He had votes last time. We'll see if they turn out this time. If I had votes last time, I just want to show you 46%, right? This was very close last time. It's the 10th of the 88 counties in Ohio. It's the 10th largest. So this matters in terms of the votes. And it matters not only here. You go across the border, then you're in Pennsylvania. These two come together in these blue-collar communities. This was the fight of 2016. Ohio was comfortable, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, it's the same people. It's the same people who swung it. So let's pull back out and take a look at it. Let's come back to 2020 and look. Where else are you looking? You look down here. Hamilton County is Cincinnati. Again, Joe Biden running it up, 69, about halfway there again. So when you're halfway, you're looking at it and you're placing a marker. You say, that's where you want to be. That's actually outside where you want to be. Let's go back and look. 52% then, almost 70%, 69%. Now, that's a wow. If that stays there, that's a wow. But you're only halfway there. So you're thinking there's early vote here. The question is what happens to the election day turnout. This used to be a Republican area. This is, again, a changing community because of the suburbs. And as Joe Biden tries to win Ohio tonight, and that would be a statement right there, game over, there's also a House seat right down in that same area. So you're watching the Democratic vote. You're watching how things play out as well. You come up here to Franklin County. Again, this is the capital. Democratic area right in Columbus. Labor unions, African-American vote. This is Democrat will run it up here. But it's when you get out here and you get out into the suburbs, if you're running 75%, you come back in time, 60%. That's a huge difference. I mean, that's quite, some of this math is difficult, some of it's not. Look at that. You're at 60% then, 351,000 votes. You're at 74% now. We're only about halfway. So watch the vote total. If that percentage stays there as we go up, but again, we have election day votes to come in. So don't get ahead of yourself. But if you're looking at the building blocks and you're Joe Biden, you're looking at that and you're happy. But you also know 57% is not 90%. You want to get up there before you start feeling more comfortable about it. But that's huge. It's huge that we watch. And again, whether that changes or not, the fact that it is so competitive, the fact that Ohio is so competitive tells you Joe Biden's going to be stronger in Pennsylvania. He's going to be stronger in Michigan. He's likely to be stronger across the Midwest because there's so many places that are a lot alike in those states. There are some differences, but the similarities tell you if Joe Biden's doing that well here, especially in the eastern part of Ohio, that carries over into western Pennsylvania. If it does, it makes Biden a stronger candidate in a part of Pennsylvania. We don't have enough votes here yet, but Joe Biden needs to do well out here. He's got to win Allegheny County. The early votes there have president ahead. But if you go back to 2016, you see all this red out here, right? Let's just pick Westmoreland County here. Joe Biden does not need to win Westmoreland County, but you see the 64 right there. When this comes in, we don't have anything right now. If Joe Biden can make it 55-45, if he can make it 60-40, it's better. It's better. This is where we'll watch the debate come out. But the fact that Joe Biden is performing so well right now in these parts of Ohio bodes well for this part of Pennsylvania. But again, we'll count them as they come in. And just you pull out again, North Carolina is still blue. That Ohio and North Carolina, the later in the night we get, if Ohio and North Carolina stay blue, that is a warning shot straight into the Trump campaign headquarters. The president's at the White House tonight, up to 78% right now. It's come down some. It's 126,000 now. It was 160 earlier. It's starting to come down a little bit. That's the election day vote coming out. But you're up to 78%. You see it's 50-48. That's closer too. That's closer too. This is why we wait. This is why we count. The early vote had Biden ahead. It's closer, but we're still watching. I just want to see where we are. 82% Wake County. We have more vote to come. Again, does it get closer? 65-33, 58-38. You see the difference there? The question is, as we get the rest of it, can the president narrow this gap? He's not going to win Wake County. That's not the point. The point is, can he get closer? And those would be Republican votes out here in the suburbs. Same when you get up to Durham County. That's nuts, 82-17. Again, Secretary Clinton won this big too, 80-18. President needs to narrow that gap. That is the repudiation in the suburbs there. And you come back in. I just want to check down here in Mecklenburg County, number one. That's the largest. By number one, I mean most populous county. This is where the most votes are, Charlotte and the suburbs. 68% to 31% when you round it up. You come back again. Again, Joe Biden overperforming here. We have a ways to go in North Carolina. That's 2016. We come to 2020. We've got a little ways to go, Wolf, but it's getting interesting.
Very interesting indeed. We have two more projections right now. I take a look at this. CNN now projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Connecticut. He beats Trump in Connecticut. He wins Connecticut 7 electoral votes. Trump, on the other hand, wins South Dakota. He beats Biden in South Dakota, 3 electoral votes in South Dakota. Trump is the winner there. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. Biden has 80 electoral college votes. Trump has 51. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's go back to John King. John, I'm really anxious to take a look at Georgia right now, see where things stand in Georgia. Update our viewers.
So we're looking at Georgia 2020 right here. A healthy lead for the president right now, 322,000 votes, 58-40. A little more than a third of the estimated vote in. Democrats thought this was a state where they could be competitive. There are 2 Senate races at play here. One could be settled tonight, one likely to go to a runoff. We'll see how those play out as well. But that's what makes this state even more important. You have a presidential race. The balance of power in the Senate could also hinge on those 2 races in Georgia. So where are we right now? If you look at that, 36% in, that's a pretty comfortable lead for the president. The question is, what is still to come in this night that's a little different than previous election nights because of the mail-in voting, early in-person voting, and election day voting, but we'll watch it play out. So let's look. One of the things we've been looking at throughout the night is the president outperforming. He is in some counties right there. This one tells you this one's important when you look at them. They're all important, obviously. You like every vote you can get, but right here in this DeKalb County outside of Atlanta, the president, now he's getting, you see, oh, wow, it's very early. So I say it's important. It's important if it stays that way. You see that vote count right there is pretty low. It's important if it stays that way. Is the president underperforming anywhere in Georgia? Well, early on, I suspect I'm going to find the same thing, but I'm going to look in these counties here. The question is how much of the vote is in. Not much. Fulton County is Atlanta. One of the reasons, so Donald Trump has a comfortable lead right now in Georgia. Well, we don't have many votes out of the single largest county in Georgia. So that's one of the reasons we're going to keep looking at this state. The Democrats believe it's much more competitive than these numbers tell you you are right now. So I say the president's underperforming there. Let's check in later in the night. There's not that many votes there right now. So we don't know enough. Let's see, is Biden outperforming Clinton anywhere? Again, it says he is up here. Very preliminary vote count, so I don't want to jump to any conclusions. We come down here and let's see. It's also really preliminary if you look at the vote counts. We have a long way to go in Georgia. You just go back and look at the count now. She won that county with 62,290 votes, and we're at 23 right now. We know turnout is up everywhere. So that tells me when you go through it, we're overperforming, underperforming. We'll check in on it later in the night. Right now, the vote counts are pretty small, so it's hard to know whether it's significant or not. But we got a long way to go. This is where most of the votes are right here. It's a big state. It's an important. I'm not saying the other places are unimportant, but this is where most of the votes in Georgia are, right up here in Atlanta and the suburbs. So you start anybody. This right here, 10% of the vote. We don't have much in yet. All right, then you move over here, Cobb County, about 30% of the vote in. That's good for Joe Biden if you're winning by that margin out there in the suburbs. You come back there, it was much more competitive. Again, suburbs, one of the biggest stories in America right now, American politics as they shift. Move over back to Fulton, You come to the suburbs to the east. Gwinnett, 15%. Again, a long way to go. So you see this, a lot of this is early vote, tends to be disproportionate Democrat. So you look there, you switch back, 51%. If it holds up, that's significant. You're overperforming Clinton there. But we're very preliminary when it comes to Georgia. So we want to wait and see how that plays out. I just want to pull out the map again just to see what else has changed. Texas has gone red. Remember earlier we had Texas blue for a while, starting to fill in some counties here. 66%, 1,300 votes in a state like Texas. So it's very competitive. A lot of these states are more competitive this time. And again, that's part of the story. This was not a close state 4 years ago. Almost a 10-point race there, 807,000 votes. 4.6 million won it. Come back here just to look where we are, 3.8. We know turnout is up. So we have a ways to go in the state of Texas as we count through it. Just want to pull out and look at some more. Again, we don't expect Kansas to be blue at the end of the night, but there's a Senate race out there. Let's just watch. About 40% of the vote in. Where is it right now? It's coming mostly from here. You can see Riley County, Manhattan, Kansas. Fantastic military base out there. You come out here, you pull out. I want to check in here again because this is it right now. I mean, no offense to any other state. If Ohio stays, that would be the ball game, but we're still at 58% there. Just want to pull back out as we look. Just check down here to see if we've gotten any higher. We're up to 93% in Florida. By Florida standards, if this holds, a 3-point race, that's a big win by Florida standards, not in many states perhaps, but we'll see. We have a ways to go still in Florida as well. Just pulling out and looking. Again, these are the two that jump out at you right now. I know Pennsylvania blue, Michigan red. People are looking. Their votes are early there. We don't know enough about them. Let's just look. There's some. I suspect this is very early vote out in Colorado. You see that coming in there. Joe Biden up comfortably. We expect that one to stay blue. So Wolf, I'm a broken record. Well, you see, it just had some votes pop up in Wisconsin, but very few. So you see President Trump, 2,300 vote lead early in Wisconsin. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all places where we expect to get sort of distorted results. Some states only election votes, some counties only election day votes, then early votes. We'll figure it all out. These ones are going to take a while. But again, North Carolina blue, Ohio blue, this time of the night, that makes it interesting.
Michigan and Wisconsin pretty early right now.
Yes.
We see they're red, yes. But what, 17% of the vote is in Michigan. Trump is ahead by 200,000 votes.
17% of the vote is in, and you have the President of the United States leading Wayne County right now. That's not going to happen. We don't know what
3% of the vote.
Right. We don't know what the margin's going to be in the end, but the President of the United States is not going to win Wayne County. No offense to the President of the United States, but that's just not going to happen. So that's how you just know this is one of those nights where, because of the different ways people voted, mail-in, in-person early, election day, there's going to be some distortions, if you will, some disruptions in the force. The main point is we'll look early on because they're all votes. We'll look at them early on, but the key is where are we a couple hours from now? And in some of these states, where are we tomorrow and the day after? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Is that by the end of the night tonight, we could have some people saying we should be done? No. Legally cast ballots can be counted, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's Wednesday, if necessary Thursday. You have good people doing this in every state across the country. So when anyone says we're done, listen to your Secretary of State, listen to your county election officials. They'll tell you when we're done. Coming back to this again, just because I'm fascinated by it, this is a statement right now, again, win or lose, Joe Biden is making Ohio competitive and making Republicans in Ohio nervous tonight and making people at the Trump campaign nervous tonight. I know you've spoken to him frequently during the COVID crisis. Governor DeWine was on our air earlier today saying he thought the president would squeak it out. There's still time. There's time. There's time to squeak it out. But that would be the ultimate statement right there. I just want to check in on Virginia again. Because if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, which is in Northern Virginia, you're looking at this and you're thinking, can that be real? I suspect, this is a state, when I started doing this, it was a Republican state. Then it became a purple state. It's considered a blue state now. Again, we're waiting. This is the biggest dump of votes right here. And we've seen this in previous campaigns, including the presidential election in 2016, Senate races in Virginia, governor's races in Virginia. The Republican candidate gets ahead. And then in Northern Virginia and down here, the Democratic vote comes in late. But we'll watch. It's interesting to watch. North Carolina's interesting. Maybe Virginia's interesting as well. That's why we count them. We'll go through. We're up to 80% here, 79%. Again, we're waiting for more of that election day, right? This is why the president did all these rallies late, waiting for the election day surge. But if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, let me come back out to the map. You're happy? The red's down here. North Carolina blue, Ohio blue at this hour. Makes you nervous, Wolf.
All right, there's much more ahead as more polling places close at the top of the hour. Two more important battleground states are on the line, Iowa and Nevada. Election night in America continues in 2 minutes.
Election Night in America, brought to you by Borat, subsequent movie film, an Amazon original movie.
Don't miss the #1 movie on Prime Video.
And maybe a smiley face underneath.
Okay.
To put him in a good mood.
My daddy is the smartest person in the whole flat world.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
I love that. That's what you want.
You got somebody that's strapped to your car. This is my daughter. Only men and bears are allowed inside car.
Rated R.
Calm. Download the free app now.
The election of our lifetimes, a pandemic raging, record early voting, a blue wave, or polls wrong again. When will we know the results? Will they be accepted? It's all come down to this. With so much uncertainty, this is the team you need.
We might change that course that our country is on.
Breaking down the results county by county.
The potential exists to get a lot of results pretty quickly from Florida.
Live election night coverage beginning at 6 tonight on MSNBC.
Let's do it. I'm pumped.
What's gonna happen next?
You jump, I jump.
Impressive.
That was fun.
Time's up.
Yes, sir, it is.
Watch your favorite movies. Add stars today. Say stars into your X1 voice remote.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
As we stand by for the next poll closings right at the top of the hour, here's an update on the race to 270 Electoral College votes. Right now, Biden has 80, Trump has 51. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's get a key race alert and see where things stand right now in these states. Let's start in North Carolina right now. Look at this, 79% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by almost 100,000 votes, 50.5% to 48.4% in North Carolina. 15 electoral votes at stake. In Ohio right now, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead there by about 132,000 votes, 51.1% to 47.6%, 18 electoral votes at stake in Ohio right now. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. Only 11% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead of about 200,000. Right now, 62.2% to 36.7% in Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes at stake. 70% of the vote in Texas is in. Look at how close it is. Biden is ahead, but he's ahead by only 5,200 votes, 49.3% to 49.3%. Look at how close it is in Texas right now. Huge prize, 38 electoral votes in Texas. Let's take a look at some more states right now. In Pennsylvania, 11% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead once again by 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. And Colorado, Biden is ahead. 32% of the vote is in Colorado. 235,000 vote lead in Colorado. In New Hampshire right now, only 17% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 15,000 votes, 54.4% to 44.3% in New Hampshire. We have 5 more races we want to update you on right now. Let's start off in Florida. Right now, 93% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead of more than 327,000 votes, 51% to Biden's 48% in Florida, 29 electoral votes at stake in Florida. Take a look at that. Let's move on to Michigan right now. 18% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by about 213,000 votes, 59.2% to 38.5% in Michigan. Still relatively early in Michigan. In Virginia, 41% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead, a very impressive lead of 332,000 votes right now in the state of Virginia, 57.7% to 40.4% in Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake. In Georgia, more than a third of the vote is in, 39%. Trump is ahead by more than 300,000 votes in Georgia right now, 56.9% to Biden's 42%. In Wisconsin, only 3% of the vote is in. Very, very early in the state of Wisconsin. Trump is up by about 11,000 votes, 54.3% to 44.1%. Let's take a look at the balance of power, what's going on in the U.S. Congress. Dana Bash is looking very closely at the U.S. Senate.
That's right, Wolf. We have 8 projections to make in U.S. Senate races, starting with the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and that is the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. CNN can project that he will go on for another term. Same with Arkansas's Tom Cotton, keeps that seat going on for another term there. And in South Dakota, CNN can project that Mike Rounds will go back to Washington for a second term. Tennessee, this is an open seat. Lamar Alexander is retiring. CNN can project that Bill Haggerty will win a first term there. In West Virginia, Shelley Moore Capito is going on for another term, according to CNN projections. And in Delaware, CNN is projecting that Chris Coons is going to go back to Washington. Representing that state, it was Joe Biden's old seat. New Hampshire, CNN is projecting Jeanne Shaheen is keeping her seat as well. And same goes for New Jersey. Cory Booker is going back to Washington representing New Jersey. Now let's look at some of the really important races we are watching right now. Colorado, right now, the Democratic challenger, John Hickenlooper, is ahead by a little more than 200,000 votes, 60.3%. The incumbent Republican Cory Gardner is at 38%, about 30% of the estimated vote in there. North Carolina, the Democratic challenger Cal Cunningham is ahead by just a little bit more than 57,000 votes at 48.5%. The incumbent Republican Tom Tillis at 47.3%. And in South Carolina, this is one that people across the country have been watching. Right now, the incumbent Republican Lindsey Graham is ahead pretty significantly. Now, let's look at what this all means in the big picture right now. Democrats are leading in 3 Republican seats. Democrats must pick up 4 Republican seats to flip the balance of power. And what is the balance of power right now? 39 Democrats, 36 Republicans, 25 seats remain to be called. Wolf?
All right. Thanks very much, Jenna. We'll get back to you. Let's have another projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Colorado, will win its 9 electoral votes. He beats Trump in Colorado. Trump, on the other hand, wins in North Dakota. CNN projects Trump will win in North Dakota, pick up its 3 electoral votes. Trump is the winner in North Dakota. Here's the Electoral College map where it stands right now as a result of these projections. Biden is up to 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 54, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. We're looking at all these races. 89 right now, Electoral College. This is the most important. 89 for Biden, 54 for Trump.
Right, starting to get the building blocks, right? And again, a lot of unpredictability in counting votes on some of the other maps. A lot of states in play, like Ohio and North Carolina, that would be flips for Joe Biden. This map so far filling in a predictable way, but that's because we haven't called the battleground states, and we'll see where we go. But 89 to 54. 270 is the goal. You see the Joe Biden lead. This is why you look at the big states. The big states are what get you the lead. Joe Biden has New York, right? That's why Florida, Texas, California will be blue at the end of the night. So that's why battlegrounds like Florida, Texas this year, Ohio, that's why they're so important, because they're big chunks. You want to, that's the best way to get there is to build big. Pennsylvania, the biggest of the blue wall states. So if you're looking at this map right now, there are no surprises so far on this map. Again, if you come over here, I just want to pull out 1 second. Ask Brian to take a peek here. If you look at the 2020 map right now, we have Ohio blue right now. We have North Carolina blue right now. So let's come back over here and explain the significance of that, because we're at 89-54. You come back to the Trump map 4 years ago, right? Nothing has changed so far in the blue states. So far, Joe Biden is winning the Clinton states. The red states we've given to the president are states we expected him to win. But if you look at the map where we have it right now, and if that stays, right there, you get Donald Trump down to 273 and Joe Biden up to 265. So you're thinking, you have a scenario here where with just one more state, right? Just pick a state. There's 2 congressional districts here and here. That could get Joe Biden to 267. But you could get to 270 with just Michigan, right? If Donald Trump somehow holds on to Michigan, you could get to 270 with just Wisconsin. If Donald Trump somehow held on to Wisconsin from 2016, you could get, if you're Joe Biden, to 270 by flipping Arizona as we move west later in the night. This is the dynamic of the night. Joe Biden has more options. The menu to him gives him more options, especially if Ohio is competitive and North Carolina is competitive, and he's leading in those states right now. That is the challenge. President Trump has a much more narrow path to re-election as he tries to defend this map. And the Ohio and North Carolina early results, we're not there yet. They're all the more significant because we do know heading into the final days. And again, 2016, the president was behind. He roared back. Election day turnout overwhelmed Hillary Clinton's lead in the polls. Joe Biden's lead in the polls was bigger this time. It was bigger in Michigan. It was bigger in Wisconsin. It was bigger in Pennsylvania. So there was a path for Joe Biden to win without Ohio, without North Carolina, without Georgia or Arizona. Joe Biden has more options on the map, which is why in the Trump campaign headquarters right now, you're looking at Florida, you're happy. We're not done yet. You're looking at Florida and you think, okay, we're doing pretty well, but you're looking at Ohio and you're looking at North Carolina, and I'll just move over here and do it. And that's what you're looking at because you can't afford to lose. You don't want to give up anything from your 2016 map, but if you're going to give up anything from your 2016 map, you certainly don't want to give up two of your bigger prizes, which would be Ohio and North Carolina. Again, we're not there yet. And again, right now, Trump's leading in Virginia. So if there are trade-offs, if you give something up, if you lose in North Carolina, you get it back by taking Virginia. I just want to say, though, people watching at home, look at that. Look at that, right? Virginia is a state that has been trending blue, but, and here's the but, and this is the anomaly of tonight. We're getting different results at different times in these different states. So we have a lot of Democratic votes still to come in. Fairfax County is the biggest. I was looking at some of the other ones early. A lot of Democratic votes still to come in. We'll watch it. It's interesting, right? Maybe it's going to be closer than we thought. Maybe there's a Trump surprise there. We'll keep looking at it, but there's a lot of Democratic votes out still. So I suspect Virginia may change in a little bit. So we come down to North Carolina. Look at that lead, 85,000 now. What was the question earlier? We were 140 at one point. We're down to 113. Now we're down to 85,644. We told you early on the Biden big lead early was based on early votes. We know Democrats disproportionately voted early for COVID protection reasons. Democrats encouraged them to do so. And then Trump, all his rallies, what was the goal? Impressive, overwhelming election day turnout. That's what the president wanted. Is he getting it? We're up to 80%. We shall see. Right, 50.3 to 48.5, a much closer race in a state that is a 50-50 battleground. North Carolina may be the most competitive state in American politics. Maybe Florida is a close second. But when you look at the demographics of North Carolina, it is perhaps the most competitive state in American politics right now. Cumberland County, 57%, 90%. So you get to this point, 90% of the estimated vote. If you're a Democrat, you're thinking, how much more can I get out of this? If you're a Republican, you're thinking, can I just narrow the margins a little bit? 57.5, let's go back in time, 56.7, right? So you don't think that's a lot, right? 71,000 votes then, 16-point race. You come back here, 17-point race. Look at the turnout everywhere in America. And this is a good thing, whether you're a Democrat or Republican or independent. Look at that number right there. All right? In every county we're looking at, almost every county we're looking at, a higher vote total winning this time. That's a good thing. No matter who wins the election tonight, that's a good thing. More Americans came out and participated in the election. So we'll come there. Let's look at Wake County. That's Hillary Clinton then. That's Joe Biden now, from 58 to 65. That's a big deal. 355,000 votes, 302,000 votes, 53,000 more votes in the Democratic column there. Let's look at the president's numbers from 2016. 196. You come forward, 179. So higher turnout in this county. The president's not. He's got a ways to go, 80% there. We'll see if he can narrow the gap. And again, you're looking at these blue areas. You see the dots in the middle. These are your urban areas. This is all around America. Democrats run it up in the urban areas. The question then is, how do the Republicans do in the suburbs? They're getting shellacked. The president's getting shellacked there, as he did 4 years ago. He's getting beat here. Wolf, just one more. I just want to look quickly. Mecklenburg County, Charlotte in the suburbs. This is the most populous county in the state. 68 to 31 when you round up. 63 to 33. Again, doesn't seem like a lot. In a place that has the most votes in the state, that matters.
Yeah, 87% of the vote in that county out there. Let's check in with David Chalian, who's taking a very close look at North Carolina as well.
I am indeed. Well, first, I just want to show you this board here. These are the states that Joe Biden is leading in that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. So in North Carolina, as you were just discussing with John, he's got a 1.77 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. In Ohio, he's just under a 2 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. And in Wisconsin, he's got just over a 2 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. 3 states that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. Let's look at North Carolina and look at what's going on there. What you see the state of play right now, you see that Joe Biden has 2.385 million votes compared to Donald Trump's 2.301. He's ahead with 80% of the estimated vote in. But here's what we have to look out for. All those big Democratic counties John was just talking about, it is mostly early vote. So look, of this 80% of the vote that's in, 90% of it right now in North Carolina statewide is early vote. We think that's going to come down. We think that at the end of the night, 75% of the total North Carolina vote will be early vote. So right now, the early vote is helping Joe Biden. But as more Election Day vote comes in North Carolina, Donald Trump may be able to benefit from that. So we just got to keep watching as those votes come in North Carolina, Wolf.
All right, David, thank you very much. North Carolina, it's really important right now. Look at 80% of the vote is in. Biden's lead has gone down from 150,000 to now 84,000.
And David was just outlining the challenge for Joe Biden in North Carolina, in Ohio, in any of the battleground states, which is that the Democrats were happy with their early voting. In many of the states, if you looked at the data, disproportionately for the Democrats. So they got a couple laps in, if you will, on the Republicans. That's great. It's great to be leading the race, but you have to finish the race. And you finished the race today on Election Day. And that was the challenge for the Democrats. And that was the concern as they saw the president going around. How many rallies did he have in Pennsylvania? How many rallies did he have in North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan? The president retracing his 2016 map, trying to get voters out of the woodwork to vote today. And so as David makes the point here, you've gone from 120-something to 111, now to 84,000 votes ahead. You want to be in the lead. You'd rather be in the lead always, of course. But now we're going to keep counting these Election Day votes. And so in some of these places, you're in more rural counties. I keep coming back out to here, 95% in. If you're Joe Biden, you're happy because this is one of these Trump super counties. This is where he had a rally the other day. You hope that there's not many more votes to come here because you just see the margin, right? 30,000, just shy of 30,000 votes, the margin here. You come back 4 years ago, same idea. The president ran it up there by about 27,000. And you loosely run it up. This is one of the places, I call it Trump super counties, where they go there for a reason, because they know they have voters that they can turn out on Election Day, and that was the challenge. So now we're going to see. The Democrats don't have to beat Donald Trump today in the Election Day vote. They don't have to beat him, but they have to be competitive. They can't if they get shellacked today, you lose what you gained with the early vote. And so we're going to keep watching as this comes in. And we have some places where we still have no votes, right? So you're watching those as well. It's just we're waiting for people to report. This was a big Trump county. Not a ton of votes, but if you're down, right now you're down 84,000 votes. 4 years ago in this county, look at the difference. There's 24,000 votes more than that, 26,000 votes. So you can get them in the places we're missing. When you come back in here, some of the places we're missing are places where the president did quite well in 2016. So that's the concern if you're in the Biden campaign headquarters. You like how this looks, but you know there's more to come. And so what every campaign does right now, they know what's missing. They know which counties, they know which precincts within those precincts. They know what their data tells them about who lives there and how they're doing.
Let's go to Ohio.
Durham County there, 86%. Again, just one quick point before we do it, before we leave. This is a place where they ran it up 4 years ago, so that's not quite as significant. I want to move over here. This is the thing. We'll come back here to Raleigh, to Wake County in the suburbs. Does the math change and does the margin change as that Election Day vote comes in? So we'll use that as a marker. Now you want to go back to Ohio. And you come back here, 64%. It's been sort of we got some good votes early on, but it's been a slog since. And look how close that is. 13,461 votes. They call them battleground states for a reason. 49.5 to 49.2 with 64% in. And again, you have the same dynamics at play, especially in some of these smaller rural places. It doesn't look like a lot. You don't think this is a lot, right? Because it's 8,000 votes in a giant state like Ohio. But you're halfway in. You're getting 8,700 to the other guy's 2,900. That matters, right? That margin matters when you do it here, and then you do it here, and then you do it here, and then you do it here. That's how it adds up. And so, again, you'd rather be leading than trailing, but you're watching those leads shrink as Election Day vote comes in, and you're trying to figure out, is it enough to hold, or do we have trouble?
Let's go back to David Chalian. David, take a look at Ohio right now. How much of the vote is very close? Only a 13,000 vote lead for Biden in Ohio right now. How much is the early vote as opposed to the today vote?
Yeah, you're noting Joe Biden's very, very close lead over Donald Trump. That's with 64% of the vote in. But let me show you that right now, of that vote that's in, 41% of it is early vote. That's helping Joe Biden. But unlike North Carolina, we expect the early vote share to grow here in Ohio. At the end of the night, we estimated it should be about 53% of the overall vote. So there's the potential as more early vote comes in, Joe Biden could potentially pad that lead. It's something to watch. Obviously, those rural counties can help Trump as well. Jake?
Thanks, David. We're looking at the race having tightened up quite a bit from what some pundits were projecting. And right now, it really does look like President Trump has narrowed or even broken even in Florida and North Carolina and Georgia. So really, it is all coming down to what we said months and months ago, the blue wall of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, the states that Hillary Clinton thought she had in the bag that Donald Trump tore down, Joe Biden trying to build it back up.
That's right. And, you know, look, those states that you just talked about, it is not over. We are still watching them. But the whole MO of the Biden campaign from the beginning was to rebuild that blue wall. And there's also another state that's going to come in later, which is Arizona. And that is still one that the Biden campaign is really hoping to finally flip from red to blue.
Yeah, and I think that we also are looking at a situation in which Biden is not maybe expanding the map as much as they might have hoped that they would. The states that they thought that he had a good chance, maybe because of turnout, maybe because of demographics, are tight, which is fine. But it's election day, and you have to actually win the state in order for it to matter. So, you know, we don't know what's going to happen yet, but this is a map that, as you just said, is probably just going to come down to what we always thought it would come down to, that blue wall up there, that Biden really, really, at this point, must hold on to in order to get to.
Although the Biden people, we should say, have not conceded any Florida or Georgia or North Carolina, and they feel very good. They still feel good about North Carolina. They still feel very positive about Arizona and the blue wall. But it's just not going to be as some Democrats were hoping for. They thought it was going to be an early landslide, which was really always a pipe dream.
Yeah, I mean, there is no landslide that we're looking at. No way, given the numbers that we've seen, particularly when you start the night in Florida, when it's as tight as Florida tends to be. And it's maybe even less so right now as they continue to count the votes. What is interesting is Florida, one of the reasons why the Biden campaign thinks that they're doing not as well as they'd hoped is because they're really underperforming with Latino voters.
Right.
They're hoping to change that dynamic in a big way when Arizona starts to count the votes, that they're hoping that that is what helps to buoy them in Arizona.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier. The Latino voters in Florida, a great deal of them are Cuban American and Venezuelan American in southern Florida, very different from the Mexican American, Central American voters, Latino voters in Nevada and Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same thing from Democrats who are saying, wait and see, because in Arizona, we might see a completely different story. Even in a state like North Carolina, we might see a different story where a smaller population of Latino voters could be very important for Biden if he is able to turn them out. But that being said, what is happening in Florida, I can tell you, Democrats are not happy about it. Yeah. At the end of the day, the situation in Miami-Dade is something that in the autopsy of this election, they will be looking back at and trying to figure out what went wrong.
And I'll tell you what they think went wrong is that the Trump attacks have worked.
Yeah.
Calling the Democrats socialists work with people in that area in particular and that segment of the population.
And a lot of disinformation campaigns going on down there as well that we've covered on this air. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Jake. You know, John, let's take a look at Michigan and Virginia right now. What are we seeing?
Well, we're seeing red, number one. Michigan and Virginia. Virginia certainly we thought would be blue. It has increasingly become a blue state. Let's start at Michigan because Michigan, of course, was critical to the Trump win in 2016. You see a lot of red on the map right now. But again, 20% estimated reporting. We expect red up here. Let's give you a little 2016 flashback. A lot of red in this state, right? The question is, can Joe Biden flip it back? So let's come back to 2020. Remember the blue down here. That's from 2016. You don't have it down here right now. And again, so you look at Wayne County, that is Detroit and the suburbs around Detroit. Donald Trump leading right now. It's 3% of the vote. So this is a tiny amount of the vote here. You come up to Macomb County, 35% of the vote. If that holds, that's a big deal. But again, it's 35% of the vote. Macomb County 2020, legendary home of the Reagan Democrats. If you go back to the 80s, who were the blue-collar workers disaffected from the Democrats, supported Ronald Reagan. This is where the studies, Stan Greenberg, the Democratic pollster, did a lot of studies there. If you look at 2016, Hillary Clinton lost Macomb County by 10 points and change, 11 points there. And so this number here, if that holds up, that's a huge deal. That's Michigan, but this is very, very early. I just want to pull out again because I know people watching at home, we've told you there's going to be a lot of anomalies in the map tonight. There might also be surprises. That's why we continue to count them. This is one here. 56 to 41 in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You might expect Trump to pull ahead there at some point. That's a huge lead, about 45%. I just noticed earlier tonight, I just want to check one more time. Fairfax County, the largest county in the state, fast growing, hugely Democratic base, 27%. So there are votes to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but again, on a night where we expect maybe the unexpected in some places, we'll keep an eye on that.
Let's check in with David Chalian. Give us some context on these two states, what we're talking about. We're talking about Michigan and Virginia.
Still early in Michigan, obviously, but that Donald Trump lead, 657,000 votes to Joe Biden's 436,000. That is with 20% of the estimated vote in Michigan in. So we want to know, well, how much of this is early vote right now? And take a look here. Only 11% of the vote that's in Michigan is early vote right now. We know that Joe Biden voters are the ones that tended to vote early. We expect that to go up to 55%. We think a slim majority of voters in Michigan will have voted before Election Day by mail, early voting. That could benefit Biden since he's doing better in the early vote in Michigan. He could overtake Donald Trump. Look at Virginia. John was just talking about some of those Democratic areas that are out in Virginia. Here's the current state of play. Donald Trump has a healthy lead there in Virginia with 45% of the vote in. What is the story of the early vote? Currently, of that vote that's in, 28% of it is early vote. And we know Joe Biden's doing better with early vote. We expect that to go up to 66%. So a huge swath of the early vote that is going to be a pro-Biden vote could help Joe Biden overtake Donald Trump's lead in Virginia. Specifically, we see almost no early vote in some of the really heavy Democratic counties of Fairfax and Alexandria, Wolf.
All right, thanks very much. We've got two more projections right now. All right, take a look at this. CNN now projects that Donald Trump will win the state of South Carolina. He's the winner in South Carolina, will win its 9 electoral votes. CNN also projects Donald Trump will win in Alabama, will win its 9 electoral votes in the state of Alabama as well. Here's where the Electoral College map stands right now. It's close. Biden now has 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 72 Electoral College votes, 270, of course, needed to win the presidency. We're getting deeper into the night and another round of results. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 10 p.m. Eastern. That's when polls will close in Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. Together, those states have 21 electoral votes. Every vote is vital to get to the winning total of 270. Iowa and Nevada are the battlegrounds to watch in the next hour. Joe Biden looking to hold on to Nevada for the Democrats, while the president is hoping to hold on to Iowa after winning it handily 4 years ago. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start with Ohio, a critical battleground state right now. 64% of the estimated vote is in. Look at how close it is in Ohio right now. Only a 13,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump. In Ohio, 49.5%. For Biden. Look at that, how close it is in North Carolina. 82% of the vote is in. Biden does have almost a 65,000 vote lead over Trump, 50.1% over there. In Pennsylvania, only 16% of the vote is in. They're taking their time counting the votes in Pennsylvania. Biden has a 73,000 vote lead over Trump, 52.5%, as you can see. In Wisconsin right now, 19% of the vote is in. Biden's lead is narrow, only 22,000 vote lead, 50.7% to 47.4% in Wisconsin. In Minnesota right now, a quarter of the vote is in. Biden has an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead in Minnesota, 66.1% he's got there. In New Hampshire right now, 22% of the vote is in. Biden's lead has increased a bit to nearly 20,000, 54.3% to 44.4%. Let's take a look at 3 more states right now. Actually 5 more states right now. Florida right now, 93% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead, 379,000 vote lead over Biden in Florida. In Michigan right now, 20% of the vote is in. Trump has an impressive 224,000 vote lead over Biden right now in Michigan. Right there in Georgia, almost half of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty impressive lead there as well, nearly more than 364,000 vote lead over Biden in Georgia. 16 electoral votes there. In Texas, 76% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a lead of 170,000 votes over Biden in the state of Texas, a huge prize, 38 electoral votes. In Virginia, 45% of the estimated vote is in. And look at this, Trump still has a pretty impressive lead of more than 311,000 votes in Virginia. 56.4% to 41.7%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. So remind us, big picture, where we are right now in this race to 270.
Well, you're getting the building blocks, right? The building blocks are the solids, the states that you depend on. The Democrats depend on certain states. The Republicans depend on certain states. And the way this map is filling in right now, nothing here is a surprise. So both campaigns doing the building blocks to try to get you in a contention. To get to 270, you got to pass 100 first. We're getting close. 89 for Joe Biden, 72 for the President of the United States. And again, everything we see filled in, all these reds, we had them solid Trump coming in. All these blues, we had them Biden coming in. So we don't have any surprises right now as we look at the map. The question is, where are we going? And I'm going to ask you, Brian, again, just to swing around. We'll do a little choreography here. Texas red at the moment. We haven't called that one. Donald Trump has to hold it. Virginia red at the moment. That would be a shock. That would be a Clinton state that was taken away. But again, we're waiting for Democratic votes there. We're very early on. The map is going to be different tonight as we go through these different scenarios of mail-in votes, in-person early, Election Day, different states counting them in different order. So it's going to be different as we go through. But you just mentioned Joe Biden opening a lead in Minnesota and opening a lead in New Hampshire. Come back over here, and I'll show you why that's important. Hillary Clinton won both of those states, so people would say, no big deal. The Trump campaign understands. It understands. We'll go back to his map. It understands, if we come back to the 306, 232, this was 4 years ago, the Trump campaign fully understands that Joe Biden is more competitive here than Hillary Clinton, led in the polls. Joe Biden is more competitive here than Hillary Clinton, led in the polls. So even if you just take Wisconsin, right? Even if you just took Wisconsin away from the president here, if you take away this, right? So you're down, you're going away. And you take away this, right? So you're down some more here. Then you're worried about if that goes away, then you're underneath. So the Trump campaign, knowing that Joe Biden was more competitive in the blue wall states, was thinking, what can we get? So they were looking at states they just lost, right? They just lost. Minnesota was very close. Republicans make a run at it. I remember George W. Bush making a run at it. Republicans always make a run. They don't quite get there. But Trump thought he could get there. Trump thought he could pick this one up. I got to switch this here. Sorry about that. Trump thought he could pick this up, and then he thought maybe I can come here and get this, right? It's just, if you're going to subtract, you have to add. And so we're not done on those states. We're just counting the early votes. But you saw Mike Pence and the president both campaigning in those states in the final days of the campaign. When you know there's going to be subtraction, you look for addition. At the moment, we'll keep counting them. But at the moment, if those stay blue, that's a setback for Trump.
I want to go back to Dana Bash. She's got a significant projection in the balance of power in the U.S. Senate.
That's right, Wolf. In Colorado, CNN can project that John Hickenlooper, the former governor, the Democratic challenger, will be the next senator representing Colorado, defeating the incumbent Republican Cory Gardner. It's the first Democratic pickup of the night in the Senate. Democrats now must pick up 3 Republican seats. And right now, the balance of power is 40 Democrats, 36 Republicans, but 24 seats remain to be called tonight, Wolf.
Big pickup for the Democrats there. Thanks very much, Dana. So, John, we're looking at the big picture right now. The popular vote, not that it's all that important, but it's still significant. Trump has a significant lead right now, but we're really focused on the Electoral College.
We are, but it is interesting to watch it play out. Again, we're early in this chapter, and so whether the states look a little funny or different, whether some of those states are in play to change, and as you watch that play out, let's remember, we're early, right? We're still here. We're counting votes as we go. Some people are still voting out on the West Coast and everything, but it's one of the givens, if you will, was that Donald Trump would lose the popular vote again. He lost to Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. At the moment, he's ahead. That's not a surprise. The red states have come in first, but let's watch that as it plays out. If Joe Biden passes him, then the question is, how does it stretch out? So that's one way to look at it. And some people out there I know, a lot of Democrats, having lived through Bush v. Gore and then Clinton versus Trump, you think we don't want the Electoral College. Well, we have it. That's the way we pick presidents right now. And so we'll watch that popular vote play out. But more importantly, we're going to watch these states. And again, as you noted, we were just talking about this a minute ago. We're early here, but Joe Biden pulling out to an early lead in Minnesota. It's one of those states. Each campaign looks at the last guy's map and says, what can I do to try to change it? The Trump campaign wanted Minnesota. They wanted New Hampshire. The Biden lead early on. We'll see if it changes. This one here, these are the fascinating. They're just, this is why we do this, Wolf. This is why it's exciting and fun. 13,000 votes now in Ohio, 64% for some time. So we're waiting. We're waiting for more votes to be counted. And again, we should all appreciate the challenge of these election officials all across the country. Democrats, Republicans, small county, big cities. It's a huge challenge. Turnout is up. You have the mix of voting, mail-in voting, in-person early. But right now, 49.5 to 49.2 in a state the president must win. Joe Biden does not need this. He leads right now by just shy of 14,000 votes, 13,461. He does not need this, but he would like it. I just want to check to see where we are in the percentages. David Chalian talked a little bit about this earlier. We have to watch which vote is which, but 55% Still, you have a lot of votes to count here in a deep blue county, Cuyahoga County, Cleveland, and the surrounding areas. If you're a Democrat, you think we'll do okay there. 58% here, so more votes to be counted in Summit County. You're running well ahead. If you're in the Biden campaign quarters, you say, okay, we got a ways to go here. Just want to move over here. About half of the votes counted. I'm just following the blue to see what's left to come in. So if you're Joe Biden, the question is, do you hold these margins? Or when more Election Day vote comes in, this is a place the president ran pretty strong 4 years ago, does he get the Election Day turnout to bring it back? That is the dynamic of the night in state after state after state, and we're going to have to watch it. But Ohio is a great battleground state. It's been a while. It was not a battleground last time. The president won it quite comfortably. North Carolina, you look at the margin now, 29,000 votes. It was above 100,000. It was close to 125,000 not that long ago. It is down, but 84% right now, 49.7 to 49.1. Just want to go back 4 years ago. This was a 3-point race, if you round up there, 4 years ago. Just look how close this is. And again, we're missing some counties. We're missing completely. See how many votes are here 4 years ago. 13. There's about 1,000 vote difference there, a little more than that, a little less than that 4 years ago. So you're looking to see what's missing in these counties. And the main place, just come check in here, up to 92%. The question is, again, what's missing? Is it they're counting early votes? Then you think Joe Biden will get more than his fair share of those. If it's all Election Day votes, that's where the president's campaign team thinks he'll do his advantage. So this is what our people are doing, and it's what all the campaigns are doing, calling into the places where we're still missing votes and figuring out what's missing. Which votes are they? Let's come back up here to county number 2, Wake County, up to 83%. Again, if you're Joe Biden, normally, in a normal election, you see this. You have a huge margin, 83%. You think you're going to build, right? Because you've been running it up all night. You have more votes to come in. The challenge this year is the mail-in, in-person early Election Day vote. They're different, right? We know Republicans were more likely to come out today. Democrats were more likely to vote early. So the normal rules don't always apply. You have to find out what's missing. So let's pull it out a little bit more and come on the map and look at it, see if anything's changed while we've been here. I just want to check on the size of the president's lead here. 179,000 votes in Texas and some change. So we're going to wait in Texas as well. Just want to see how we're doing down here in Harris County. This is the largest county in the state, 82% of the vote in. So we'll continue to watch that. Joe Biden making it closer. The question is, can he find a way to the finish line? And we'll just pull out and look at the map. We're starting to fill it in, 50% to 48% in the popular vote. That's not how we pick a president, though, Wolf, and we'll keep counting.
We certainly will, and we're only moments away, John, from another round of poll closings. Voting is about to end in 4 states, including the key battlegrounds of Iowa and Nevada. A total of 21 electoral votes are on the line right now. We got a key race alert right now. We believe it's too early to call in Iowa, for example, 6 electoral votes right there. Too early to call in Nevada right there, 6 electoral votes. Too early to call in Utah right now as well, another 6 electoral votes there. It's too early to call in the state of Montana, 3 electoral votes right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, where things stand right now. There you can see in the race for 270 needed to win the presidency, Biden is still ahead. He has 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 72 Electoral College votes. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here's where things stand in these key battleground states. Let's start in Ohio right now. 69% of the estimated vote is in Ohio. Trump is ahead by 102,000 votes over Biden, 50.5% to 48.1%. In North Carolina, 84% of the vote is in. Biden has a very small lead of nearly 30,000 votes, 49.7% to 49.1%. In Minnesota right now, 29% of the vote is in. Biden has a relatively comfortable 300,000 vote lead over Trump, 64.2% to 33.8%. In New Hampshire, more than a quarter of the vote is in. 26% of the vote is in. Biden has a nearly 20,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45.1%. We've got 7 more states we want to check out right now. Let's check out Florida right now. Trump is pretty comfortably ahead with 93% of the vote is in. He's got a lead of 382,000 votes over Biden in Florida, 29 electoral votes in Florida. In Pennsylvania, only 20% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by some 46,000 votes, 51% to 47.7% in Pennsylvania. In Michigan right now, a quarter of the vote almost is in. Trump is ahead by 228,000 votes, but it's early. 23% of the estimated vote is in, 57%. In Texas, 77% of the vote is in. Trump has a 215,000 vote lead over Biden, 50.5% to 48.1%. In Wisconsin, more than a quarter of the vote is in. Trump has a narrow 28,000 vote lead over Biden right now. It's still early, 50.6% there. In Georgia, 51% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead right now, 346,000 lead over Biden, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. In Virginia, more than half of the vote is in, 53%. Trump's lead is 189,000 votes over Biden, 53% to 45.3%. Let's walk over to John King at the Magic Wall. John, what are you looking at right now? What's jumping out at you?
Right now, I was just looking every now and then. I just like to look at president by county. We look by states all the time. I just like to look by county. You'll see a lot more red counties in America. You always do. That's the way it works. But because of the smaller counties, but the Democrats win in the red counties. So we're just taking a look at that. It's a personal curiosity as we go through the nights. And now we come back to this right here, 50.7 to 47.9 in the national vote. But that's not how we pick presidents. We look at 2020 right here. Look what has just happened in the last few minutes. Ohio is red. The president ahead right now. If you look at the vote there, 70% there, 128,000 lead. A big shift there as more votes come in the state of Ohio, 50.8 to 47.9. This is why we've been telling you throughout the night, requires a little bit of patience on our part and on your part as well. They're counting votes in different ways, and so we're going to see some swings. And sometimes they're going to happen quickly when new votes come in. The President of the United States now leading in a state he must win, battleground Ohio, 50.8 to 47.9. 70%, still a ways to go. And as David Chalian noted earlier, we're waiting for some early vote here. We're waiting for states to count their votes. Some are doing it in a different order. Early voting, mail-in voting, and today voting. We'll see how it plays out. Just want to check to see if the margins are changing at all as we play through this. This is a big shift. This is a very big shift on the map. President Trump, Ohio goes back to red for now. We're not done. We have a ways to go. 30% of the count there. You're looking at Pennsylvania right now. If you're looking at this map right now, let me just pull it back out a second. If you're a Democrat sitting at home right now, you're looking at this map and you say, oh my, it's happening again. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. If you're a Republican, you're saying that's what we needed. Here's the thing. Slow down. We have a long way to go in all of these states. No offense to anybody, but we're 21% right here. We know Pennsylvania has some issues. Some of the mail-in votes won't even be counted until tomorrow. It's worth looking at. These are all real votes. The question is, we don't have context yet because we're so early in these states. So just be careful. Don't look at the map at this hour and make any judgments because we're in the middle chapters here. In some states, in the early chapters, again, the president has a lead in Michigan right now. Last time we were here, he was leading in Wayne County. We knew that wasn't going to happen. Joe Biden is ahead now, but that's a tiny, tiny vote count. There's a long way to go in these states. That's what makes them interesting. They're going to flip back and forth a little bit. Let's move over to Wisconsin and look. And again, the president has a narrow lead here, 51 if you want to round that up, to 48 if you round that up. But again, 30% of the vote, a long way to go. So when you pull it out like this, people look at it at home and you think, wow, we're not done. We have a long way to go in a lot of places, including Virginia is red right now. If the president can keep Virginia red, the president's going to be reelected. But we don't know this yet still. 53 to 45, that's actually gotten closer in recent times. And again, you come back up here. This is where elections in Virginia are won and lost. Northern Virginia is what has changed Virginia from a purple state to a blue state, and we're waiting still. We only have 28% of the vote. Fairfax County, it's the largest vote center in the state. It is Democratic, overwhelmingly so. So we'll see when votes come in here. Let's move down here. Look at this. Look at North Carolina. This was over 100,000 at one point. I think it was over 120,000 at one point. It is now 5,000, 2,000 as you speak. More votes come in. That's the magic. That is the magic of live data reporting and the counting votes. 2,000 votes ahead, 49.4 to 49.4 in battleground North Carolina. Joe Biden doesn't need it, but if he gets it, he blocks the president's path to re-election, most likely. This state, remember, and again, this is a textbook example of what we've asked throughout the night. Patience on our part, patience on your part. Early votes came in. Joe Biden built an early lead. Now we're getting election day votes in. North Carolina, tight.
Let's take a look at Arizona. The votes coming in relatively quickly in Arizona. I think nearly a quarter of the vote is in Arizona.
And so you see it blue right now. Not since Bill Clinton has Arizona ended the night. We're not at the end of the night, but not since Bill Clinton, with the help of Ross Perot, has Arizona gone blue. And so you look at it now, and you see the entire state. You see the familiar cities: Flagstaff, Sedona, Yuma, Tucson. Let's be honest, this comes down to Maricopa County and Phoenix, one of the fastest growing areas in America. 60% or more of the vote comes right out of here, 77% of it in. Again, we'll figure out what's missing from that. But Joe Biden at 54%, the president at 44, so a 10-point race, a little under 10-point race. Let's just go back and look at it. Excuse me, get that to click in. Again, so Donald Trump wins Arizona 4 years ago. wins Maricopa County. This is the biggest basket of votes. Phoenix and the fast-growing suburbs. 4 years later, from 2016 to 2020, this is one of the fastest-growing states. You get out of Phoenix, you get down here, Goodyear and the like, fast-growing suburbs. Again, the suburbs have revolted against this president. There's an important Senate race in this state as well. Let's come back to 2020 and look at the map. That Maricopa County is blue, is a source of joy in the Biden campaign right now. They have to keep it that way. Let's just look down here. Pima County, again, 64 if you round that up to 35. 80% of the vote in. You go back here, 54. So by 10 percentage points, you're overperforming Hillary Clinton. Just want to see how the turnout is here. 224,000 4 years ago, already 260,000. Again, one of the gifts of this election, no matter who wins, is turnout is up everywhere. That's a good thing. We want that to happen every time. But again, you see the split right there. Joe Biden overperforming Hillary Clinton there. You got some rural areas here to fill in the state. If you go back in time, you can see what happens here. The states, but this is it. This is it. Maricopa County, Phoenix, the suburbs around it. Again, traditionally Republican territory, increasingly because of demographics and because of the suburban revolt against the President of the United States. Maricopa County, if that holds up, that's the ball game in Arizona, but we got a ways to go there. The biggest piece of the state, Joe Biden doing what he has to do otherwise. And again, Wolf, we talked about this before. Both campaigns look at the last guy's map. So you look at the Trump map from 2016. If you're Joe Biden, priority one, hold every Clinton state, and then look for things to flip. If you can flip Arizona, you're chipping away at the president. So the main priority for the Biden campaign is that blue wall. Let's come back out and look. This is the main priority. Flip these guys back. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. If you do that, that's all you have to do if you're Joe Biden. That's all you have to do. But your backup plan, get something else, right? North Carolina is your hope. That one's getting close. If you can't get these, you go over here as well. You say North Carolina right there. That's 1,300 votes.
Basically a tie right now.
That's basically a tie. Again, if you end it that way, you win. A win is a win. But we got a ways to go. 86%. This is why they're so much fun. Let's just come back out here and see if anything's updated. No, still at 70% here. Got to give these states credit in the challenge they face. Many of these states are reporting pretty quickly. Yeah. In the challenge they face with all the different kinds of voting this year, it's a good thing to see. Just want to check. He wants to want to go back to Arizona here. I was going to check the upper Midwest, but as you see 70% of the vote in here. And again, let's just see here, 70%. So 4 years ago, more conservative part of the state, 51. This is where we are now, 51 to 46. Let's just go back, 48. So the president actually doing fine here, right? Doing better, at least so far, right there. 26,000 votes now, 25,000. So the president doing better here, running up some votes here. The problem for the president, when you look at it this way, though, I'll come back to 2020, is that's great. That's what you want to do. You want to do better everywhere you can. The issue is way more people live here, way more people. And so you get 798,000, 77% in. Let's compare that to Secretary Clinton 4 years ago. She had 702,000 to end the night. We're not done yet. And she was at 45 with the president at 49. Joe Biden, 54%. That's game-changing. If you can keep that there, we're still counting in Arizona. And again, that would be a flip. If I can walk over here, I just want to show you the significance of this as you come through this here. Let's come back to the president's map from 4 years ago. And again, if you're Joe Biden and you're looking at this map, you had a very comfortable lead here coming in. That would get the president down to 290. You had a lead here. That would get the president down to 280. Then if you can pick this up here, you're at 269, 269. Everybody at home, take a gasp right now. 269, 269. It never ends up this way, but we do have scenarios where it happens. And then if you're Joe Biden, you look up here in the state of Maine, you think you're going to pick up that second congressional district. Just that, right? Michigan, Wisconsin, that's just as, I mean, they're not easy to win, so I shouldn't say just. But Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and the congressional district there. There's also a congressional district in here, Nebraska and Maine. Do it by congressional district where Joe Biden is favored. So it is possible for Joe Biden to win the presidency. That's a squeaker, but that's why Arizona is so important. You're looking at this map, you're thinking, well, Trump, is he going to pull off Pennsylvania again? Joe Biden had, 5, 6, 7-point lead at the end of the race. Hillary Clinton had 3, 4-point lead at the end of the last race, but you're not sure. You're not sure about that. You think you're going to get it back, but you're not sure. You feel more comfortable about this. You feel more comfortable about that. If you can get that, that's the game. That's the game. You look at the last guy's map, you take something away. That's why Arizona matters. Also, just remember the demographics of the United States. When I started covering presidential politics, that was red. That was purple, competitive state. That was red. That was red. The changing of American demographics. I know tonight we're picking a president, 2020 and beyond, but we're also watching a changing country and how it votes. And it's fascinating. Now we'll come back to here because we're not done yet on these things. But here's where we are right now. As they start to build the building blocks up, This is where it gets interesting. 89 to 72. We're starting to fill in as we come over here. We're into the 10 o'clock hour, right? Yes, we are. I had to check the watch on that one. We're into the 10 o'clock hour, which is this is where in presidential politics, 10, 11, up to midnight.
Yeah, California, Oregon, Washington State, they're about to close at the top of the hour. Those are big states as well.
And they're counting more votes here, too. That's why, as we get later into the night, this is why it matters more. And so let's just look at it again. Again, this is one Trump wanted to flip. Joe Biden wants to flip Arizona. Donald Trump wanted to flip Minnesota. Not happening if you look at it right now. So we don't see that yet. We'll watch them. We'll continue to watch it. Just want to keep checking in on these. Again, if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. If you can hold those, then you hold the presidency, right? But again, we just want to remind you, you're going to see things on the map. You're going to hold for a while, but this is slower count. So we're going to see this play out. 30% of the vote in Wisconsin. You come over to Michigan. Again, some of this may come tomorrow. We'll see. They're going to do the best they can. As we get later in the night, we'll know more about that. And then you come over here to Pennsylvania. Again, very, very early in the night. You see, I just want to take a peek down here, see how we're doing in Philadelphia. Look, 70,000 votes in Philadelphia, which means nothing, which means we're just starting.
9%.
Yeah, we're just starting the night in Pennsylvania, so we need to be careful about drawing any conclusions there. So then let's look at where we do have a lot of votes, right? This is real business now. When you get to a place, 72% in Ohio, Donald Trump up, stretching that lead a little bit, 177,000 votes. The Republican governor, Mike DeWine, thought the president would squeak it out. We'll see. Got a ways to go yet. As David Chalian noted, there's some early votes still to be counted there, so this could swing again. That's why we count to the end. And I want to come back to North Carolina, which is now red for the president, 25,000 votes ahead. This again, you're going to watch the map swing, right? Joe Biden had a big early lead in North Carolina. Democrats get optimistic, but we have to remember the difference of this night in the pandemic election, the different ways people voted and the different pace at which states are counting them. North Carolina now, the president ahead, up to 88%, 49.6 to 49.2. That means we still have more to count, but you see the swing. And we're going to see that. We're going to see some states start out blue and go back red because of the way the votes are counted. Sometimes they count the early votes first or the mail-in votes first, and today votes, election day votes later. Other states do it in a different order, and they'll swing the other way, which is why we just got to finish. Don't try to end the book before we get to the finish line.
Right.
49.6 to 49.2. Let's pull this out. You see this red here. Again, this one here, I'm waiting to see, up to 54% right now. There are some Democrats in Virginia who are starting to get a little nervous, and they're calling the Fairfax Board of Elections and saying, hello, can we get the votes? So let's see what happens. We watch that one play out and come down here, battleground Florida. Again, president's starting to inch this one out a little bit. 51 to 2, 47.8, but 94%. Again, this is Florida. If that holds, by Florida standards, that's a blowout. But we'll see. We'll go back 4 years ago, 49 to 48. One of the things we are seeing, one of the things we should make note of this, we have it earlier, is that the third-party candidates are not getting the votes they did 4 years ago. So you have winning candidates in states getting over 50%. The national vote still right there. Let's go back to Arizona and see if we've racked it up at all. Up to 73% now, 210,000 votes ahead. Again, 54 to 45 if you round it up, 49 to 45 4 years ago. Joe Biden. Maricopa County is the difference right now. And again, the city of Phoenix, the suburbs around it. If you go to Arizona, if you were there 10 years ago and 5 years ago and 5 weeks ago, you just know the change that's happening. This is one of the fastest changing places in America, growing out here in the suburbs. 800,000 votes, just shy of that for Joe Biden right now. I just want to go back and look at the math. Hillary Clinton got 700,000 votes plus 702,703 if you round up. Maricopa County 4 years ago. Again, turnout is up everywhere. Joe Biden's already surpassed that. 77% of the vote. It's a fascinating state, and they're fascinating. One of the questions about American politics is what's changing. Is it just a Trump change? Is it if this finishes tonight, blue?
There are a few counties that haven't even reported.
Yes, they've got nothing in some of these counties here. Apache County out here. Again, there's not a ton of votes out here, but if you just bring it up, 17,000, 8,000. So Maricopa is 60% or more of the vote, depending on the turnout. But it matters if it gets close. It certainly matters. And so that's one of the, you look at it. Every vote counts. I don't mean to discount anybody's vote. Every vote counts. But in terms of the swing of the state, this is going to determine most of it. And you're at 77%. But to your point, when you get this higher, if it's close and you get this higher, that's when you're looking around. And that has been part of the marvel of Donald Trump's winning. Is that in places like that, even when he gets beat in the cities, not so much in Arizona, but in some of these other places, again, look at all the red in the middle of the map, right? Not a ton of people live here. but the president runs it up, gets his 6,000 votes here, gets his 14,000 votes here, and you go on and on and on, and that's how he does it. In these smaller counties, turnout is high, he runs it up, and so far, let's come down here. I just want to look one more time. That has stayed exactly the same, 25,482. South Carolina was blue for a little bit early on. You see that one going back to its DNA, the conservative state there. Georgia, not as competitive at the moment. Again, 52% though. So again, you're in this night where you have three different kinds of voting, different states, sometimes within a state, different counties reporting them in different order. The Democrats were hoping right here to have a closer state, but look, Fulton County still, again, a third of the vote. This is it. This is by far. And so you move around these counties here. You have Cobb here. You move Fulton here. You come out here. It's very slow, 1% here. So we have this is the bulk of the vote in the state.
Georgia potentially could become a lot more competitive because a lot of the major Democratic counties have not reported yet.
Right, very low percentage here, all around the Atlanta metro area. And again, these are the smaller ones here, but still eighth of the county. So you're looking, Joe Biden's ahead, the 72% here. You move closer into Atlanta, 68% here, but then you come over here just 1%. And again, you go back in time 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton won pretty big here, and Joe Biden, many believe, will do even better. A, higher turnout, B, suburban rejection of the president. So we have a long way to go. We have a long way to go. Maps can be deceptive when you have a big chunk of vote out in the Democratic area here. I just want to check down some other Democratic areas, about halfway there. Not quite, though. So there's more Democratic votes to be had there. Come over to the coast here, about 70% here. So some more votes, but fewer there. So you wait, and you see that's a pretty healthy lead, but it doesn't mean big city like Atlanta, growing suburbs around Atlanta, you can make up some pretty big math when those votes come in, and we'll see when they come in.
I'm curious about Michigan, specifically what percentage of the vote in Detroit has come in?
So we have 30% statewide, and you come down here, and we have less than a third, 28% there. We've been through Wayne County on many an election night, too. Sometimes it goes really late. Sometimes things get a little frustrating, waiting for the count to come in. I'll just use that word. But 147,000, 113,000, 28%. So you come up here again. Now you're going to move up to Oakland County, the suburbs here, about halfway in the count here. This used to be reliably Republican territory, but it has become increasingly Democratic. So here's a question for you, right? Hillary Clinton, 51 to 44 when you round up the president there, 52 to 44 if you round up Secretary Clinton as well. Right now, Donald Trump doing a little better. So let's see what happens there. See if Michigan, again, we're very early in the count here, but that's what you're watching, right? Democrats, to win Michigan, Joe Biden has to, let me move it up a little bit. Joe Biden has to run it up in Detroit and then do well in the suburbs. And again, Macomb County, we're at 35%, so don't jump to any conclusions here. But this is one of the flips, right? This is one of the flips. Barack Obama carried Macomb County twice. What we call them pivot counties. You vote twice for Barack Obama, then you flip for Donald Trump. That has Democrats scratching their heads. Why did we lose those voters? And who are those voters? Well, in Macomb County, they work in the auto industry, or they work in related industries like that. Blue-collar workers, people who work with their hands. This has been a problem for the Democrats. Joe Biden said he could get them back. So we'll see. We got a long way to go there, so you don't want to jump to any conclusions. But it's also important if you just pull Michigan up again, and you go back to 2016, you don't see a ton of blue here, but you come back to 2012, this is the difference, right? Can Joe Biden, can the guy who was number 2 to Barack Obama on the ticket win back some of these areas that Barack Obama won when he carried these states, many of them quite convincingly? You see there, this is Mitt Romney's birth state. I know he moved to Massachusetts, now he's in Utah, but this is where he was born, and Barack Obama beat him by 10 points. So the question is, can Joe Biden get those counties back? We're very early in the count in Michigan right now, a long way to go. And so again, if you're a Democrat, you say, uh-oh, but we're not done. We got a long way to go.
We certainly do. Let's go check in with Jake, Dana, and Abby.
Thanks, Wolf. So we need to caution our viewers out there. It's early. Whether you're rooting for Trump or you're rooting for Biden, it's early. We're still counting the votes. I don't know if this is 2016 or 2018. You might remember in 2018, things looked really bad for Democrats or uncertain early on. But then, you know, after not just midnight struck, but a couple days, you saw that actually it had been a really great night for Democrats. On the other hand, it could be 2016 with things breaking for President Trump. We don't know. Everyone needs to just take a deep breath out.
Which is hard. I mean, look, this is a nation that is on edge, so it's understandable. But as you said, and as we have been telegraphing as we've approached tonight, it could take a while, and it is bearing out. And what I'm hearing from Democrats in particular, over and over, text after text, let's just wait and see what happens up north. Let's just wait and see what happens, meaning Michigan, Wisconsin, and not as north, but more further north, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Arizona is still an unanswered question about what's going on there, but this is what happens when you have a lot of battlegrounds. And in this cycle, we had a lot of states that were on the grid in terms of competitive races where you're going to have tight competitions between President Trump and Joe Biden, and we have to wait for all the votes to come in to really know where this thing is headed. I do think that based on where we are right now, we're in the choose your own adventure part. We're in the part of the choose your own adventure where we really need the patience. We really need people to just wait until it comes in, because it's not going to be an easy, early, quick night for people. These votes are coming in little by little, and it's tight in a lot of these.
Very tight. And when the polls would say before the election that Joe Biden was up 1 or 2 points in a state, but that was within the margin of error, that meant it was a toss-up, which is what we said.
We're seeing the margin of error play
at the time,
out.
and we still don't know about Florida. We still don't know about Georgia. We still don't know about North Carolina. And as we have also been saying, even if you were to give those states, all of them, to President Trump, and we're not, we're still waiting for a lot of outstanding vote, it really does come up to the 3 states up north, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and also Arizona. Those are the states that the Biden campaign has focused most on, and we still don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, and one of the things that you heard a lot from the Trump folks leading up to today is that they knew their job was just to get their people out, and just to get them to the polls and ignore all of the public polling that we've all been talking about and looking at. And I do think that when you look at the Sun Belt, where we knew that there was elevated turnout, the president is still very competitive in those states, the places that he had to hold on to. Georgia, North Carolina, Florida. He had to keep those states, and he's competitive there. And the reason for that is because his people showed up today.
That's exactly right. He needed, this was a turnout election. It wasn't a persuasion election, meaning there weren't a lot of people out there going, do I vote for Joe Biden or do I vote for Donald Trump? Pretty much everybody made up their mind. The question is whether or not they were going to get out and vote. And the Trump campaign has in cooperation with the RNC, which has been working on its, what they call their voter vault since 2004, they have a really stellar operation. And they actually built it in recent years, modeled after Barack Obama's operation, because his was so good. That campaign's was so good when it came to data, and they've updated it more and more. The Democrats even will admit, and we were talking about this before, that they're a little bit slower on that, but they were relying on some of that, but a lot of enthusiasm.
And I would add that for Democrats, the task was even more difficult because they chose, for a lot of, they would say, really good reasons, not to be on the ground knocking on doors in the way that you might have seen leading up to a normal cycle because of the pandemic.
Right.
So when I talk to Democrats, everyone acknowledges that is a scenario that nobody anticipated, put them a little bit at a disadvantage, but we may see some of that play out in the places where the president was able to get his people out. Maybe he didn't change any minds, but as long as he got his people out, their argument, their state of the case, their theory of the case.
Yes.
Sorry, I cannot speak tonight. Is that as long as they do that, they can be competitive, and that's the big question. He had to defend his term.
So, and first of all, you have to give credit to President Trump, even when it looked a few weeks ago like this thing was gone and out of his reach. He did work his tail off and get out there and get out to those counties and rally his supporters. And obviously, that has paid off at the very least in making this race so competitive. And again, we don't know where it's going to end up. We have no idea. We still have yet to hear from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and we're starting to hear from Arizona.
Yeah.
But also, I think, I just know that there are a lot of people out there who maybe paid attention only to the most Trump-hating pundits out there who were saying for weeks, if not months, that this was going to be a landslide. And, As they say, you can't get high on your own supply, right? You need
Do
to
they
listen,
say that?
You need to be able to listen to everyone and all the pundits, left, right,
I feel like
center,
I'm learning
and
so
look
much
at the
about
data.
so much tonight, Jake.
Well, I just think that there are some people out there who are disappointed
No,
because
you're
they
right.
thought this thing was going to be over when.
And by the way, he's an incumbent president who has inherited.
But not just that, he has remarkably enthusiastic, loyal supporters all across the country.
But again, we're still waiting to hear.
We are.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona. Wolf?
All right, Jake, thank you. We love the commentary. Let's get a key race alert right now. Take a look at this. Arizona right now, 75% of the estimated vote is in. And Joe Biden has an impressive lead right now, a lead of more than 208,000 votes, 53.7% to 45%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. More than a third of the vote is in New Hampshire right now. Biden has a 27,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.8% to 44.8%. In Minnesota, more than a third of the vote is in there, and Biden has an impressive 285,000 vote lead over Trump, 61.4% to 36.6%. In Iowa right now, 19% of the vote is in. Biden's lead is 85,000, 61% to 36.9%. We've got some more states right now. Let's take a look at these other states that are coming in. Michigan, a third of the vote is now in. Trump is ahead by some 210,000 votes, 54.7% to 43.4%. In Pennsylvania, almost a third of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 179,000 votes, 53.4% to 45.2%. In Wisconsin, a third of the vote is in. It's very, very close. Trump is ahead by some 20,000 votes, 50% to 48.3%. In Georgia right now, more than half of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead in Georgia of 348,000 votes. Right now, 55.4%. We have a projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win in New Mexico right now. Take a look at that. Joe Biden wins in New Mexico. There he is, the winner in New Mexico. That's 5 electoral votes in New Mexico. So let's see where the Electoral College map stands right now. Right now, with that win in New Mexico, Biden has 94 electoral votes. Trump has 72 electoral votes. The all-important race to 270 needed to win, 94 to 72 right now. 270 being the magic number. You're elected president if you get 270 votes. What are you seeing?
Well, you're seeing a map right now that is going to make Democrats nervous, and so which is why we need to emphasize the point that when you see red Pennsylvania, red Michigan, and red Wisconsin, we are very, 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 very early in the count there. However, if you look at this map right now, the name of the game, if you're Joe Biden, is takeaway, because Donald Trump's the incumbent president who won last time. And so we're not done yet. We're not done yet by any means, but you look at North Carolina, the president's stretching a lead out here, 89%. It's a modest lead, 42,423, but 49.8 to 49. Joe Biden had a lead early on. Donald Trump's Election Day surge puts him back in the lead. Can he hold it? We'll watch that as we play it out, but Republicans feel good about that. We're coming down to Florida now, and you look here, a 5.6 million for the president, 5.2. Higher turnout in Florida, a very competitive race. Again, we have to wait. We're going to count some things here, but Democrats are not happy, particularly with down here in Miami-Dade, 53%. You see 53-46, you think that's great, but that's way below where Hillary Clinton was 4 years ago. So you're looking at this map here. The plus side for the Democrats is out here in Arizona, where Joe Biden right now, 75% of the vote, 54 if you round up to 45. That's a big shift from 4 years ago when the president won at 49, 45, a 4-point race. You see the president, Joe Biden, the Democrat, above 50 there. So let's just put this into context. Number one, this was the name of the game in 2016. We're not done. We're not done. We're not done. Some of these states could go on into tomorrow. But as you look at this map, many Democrats say it does raise the scenario many of them are worried about. An hour or two from now, is the president going to come out and say, I win, if he's still leading in those states? We're not done. That's not how we count. These states will decide who wins their elections, and we have a lot of votes to count. But the question is, the name of the game, Wolf, I'm going to switch maps here, is this is where we are right now, 94 to 72. There are no surprises on this map so far. Everything we see filled in is the way we thought it would go coming into the night. There are also, though, if you think about out here, where we haven't counted votes yet because it's still early in the night, people are still voting. We don't think there are any more surprises out that way, if you will. Nevada was the one Clinton state. The Trump campaign made a run. We'll see. But we expect that to stay Democratic, which is why things get interesting now. Again, we haven't called some of these close states, but this is the calculation in both of the campaign war rooms. This is where Donald Trump started. Joe Biden has to look at this map and say, what do I take away? to get him below 270 and to get me to 270. So Joe Biden wanted Florida. Not yet. We'll see. We'll keep counting. Doesn't look that way. Wanted North Carolina. Donald Trump has a lead right now. We'll see. We'll get to the finish line. Georgia, we got a lot of votes out. The Democrats had these targets of opportunity. Can we get these states can we get a surge? We'll watch Georgia. We're still missing a lot of Democratic votes. Texas is filling in red. Again, we haven't called it. We have a ways to go, but it's filling in red right now. So far, you look like you're getting that, right? We're not done. We're not done in Arizona yet either. But as you project it out, so okay, now you got the president at 295. If you're not going to get Ohio, haven't called it yet, we're waiting. There's a possibility some votes out. North Carolina or Florida, where do you go? Well, then we come back. Number one, let's just assume for the sake of argument, Joe Biden gets the congressional district here. Hard to see if there is a Trump Election Day surge. The president went out here and did a rally, but the Democrats are pretty confident they're going to pick up the one in the 2nd District of Nebraska. So let's do that for the hypothetical. We'll watch as it plays out. Then you're at 293 to 245. So then we come down to where we ended 4 years ago, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, right? And so Joe Biden, 1, 2 gets you to the finish line. You don't absolutely need Pennsylvania. If you win Maine's 2nd Congressional District, if you win Nebraska's 2nd Congressional District, and you hold Arizona, you can do it without Florida, without Georgia, without North Carolina, without Ohio, and without Pennsylvania. But you have to win these two, right? If you can win this as well, then it's game over. We've always known if Joe Biden could rebuild the blue wall, forgive me, Donald Trump would pay for it. The question is, can he make it happen when right now, if you look over here, again, we're early. This is where Democrats get nervous because they remember 2016. We cannot emphasize enough. We're nowhere close to the finish line in any of those states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. We need to count votes, and some of those counts could take until tomorrow. But we talked earlier about Joe Biden having the more menu options. Some of those menu options appear to be closing. We're not done yet, but that we still have, that we can't take Florida away. Still red over there. North Carolina, we'll see on Georgia. Joe Biden had many menu options coming into the night. That list is narrowing, which is why you get into tense time.
I want to check in with David Chalian, who's taking a very close look at the vote in Pennsylvania right now. What are you seeing over there?
Yeah, just exactly what John was talking about. I know it's red on the map right now, but we got to make sure we count the votes here. So what you see is Donald Trump leading Joe Biden in Pennsylvania with 32% of the vote in right now. Let's look at what we know about the early vote. Of that vote that's in, only 18% of it currently is early vote. And we know that Joe Biden is doing much better in the early vote. We expect that 18% to go all the way up to 45%. So there's a ton more early votes still to be counted here, and that could benefit Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. We just have to wait to see that early absentee mail vote come in and be counted. Wolf.
Very interesting. We're watching all these states, and this is a night like none other because of all the early voting, a record number of early voting that we've seen in some states taking a lot longer to count that early vote.
Right. Look, the battleground states are always complicated to begin with. Remember Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin 4 years ago. Remember Florida 4 years ago. Even North Carolina for a while we were looking at it. And then it's spaced out. So they're always complicated anyway. They're all the more complicated this time and all the more difficult, especially for partisans who want to, who want their guy to win. Right. And so let's just talk about what David was talking about. We come down here, Philadelphia County, Philadelphia City, and the counties around it. This is by far, it's 12% or more, depending on turnout, of the vote in Pennsylvania, 22%. So when I pull this back out and you see the state red, okay, again, you always want to be leading. At any point in the race, you like to be leading, but it's not contextual in the sense that we have nothing here. Let's just come over here to Montgomery County, 16%. Joe Biden at 89%. The suburban caller around Philadelphia is the name of the game. Democrats have to run up a huge lead. You come over here. Bucks County is the more conservative of the suburban counties around here. If you go back 4 years ago, you'll see this one, 48-47, Bucks County 4 years ago. The challenge for Joe Biden is to try to run it up a little bit more, 50-48. That's about the same, more or less. But again, 12% there, 16% of the estimated vote here. Chester County, 25%. You come back to Delaware County, 16%. So this is where the overwhelming bulk of the votes, the way you get started in Pennsylvania is Philadelphia and the suburban caller around it. I'll just bring this up a little bit. And we don't have many votes. We're still in the single digits or the early teens. We got a long way to go. And so then you come over, you move over to the middle of the state. Again, 52% here, Harrisburg. The president, we know the president is going to run it up in places like this. You get these counties here. 95%, of the vote in here. The president has 70, 68%. The president has 82. Not a lot of people live here, but again, this is how the president does it. In the smaller, more rural counties, he runs it up big. So the challenge again is, we talked about Joe Biden not leading in Ohio right now, but more competitive than Hillary Clinton. Is can he be more competitive in places like Washington County? Right now it's 60.9, one that a lot of people were looking at. There was a Trump rally here just the other day. Westmoreland County, 28% in, 63 to 36 if you round it up, 64 to 33. It's pretty close. We'll see Biden maybe a little bit higher than Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. That could matter if it's very close. And we'll watch Allegheny as well, but a long way to count.
Quick break. We have a lot more coming up right after this.
All I have for you is a word. Tell it.
Take a moment to orient yourself. Things will feel strange.
We're diversing the flow of time. Time isn't the problem. Getting out alive is the problem. It seems bold.
Bold, I'm fine with. I thought you were going to say nuts.
Tenet. Big movies are back in theaters now. Experience it in IMAX. Rated PG-13.
America.
America.
America. This election season, there are a lot of issues worth debating. But please.
Don't drink and debate politics.
Don't drink and debate who won the debates.
Don't drink and debate how we're going to vote this year. But please do vote.
Don't drink and bring up gerrymandering.
Jerry? Who's Jerry?
And if there's anything Smirnoff knows for sure.
Don't ever drink and bring up Russia. Just drink water instead. Smirnoff. Drink responsibly, debate responsibly.
While you watch this historic night unfold, log on to CNN.com for more. The Road to 270, Election 101, results that matter to you with My Election, and more. Election Night in America on CNN and CNN.com.
The FBI says that foreign enemies will try to spread disinformation to undermine the election while the votes are being counted. I hope they don't do that thing of just shouting out random numbers. That's going to throw America off. I mean, it gets me every time when I'm counting. 61 million for Biden. 24. 61 million and 1 for Biden.
143. 3,074.
Oh, got to start again. 1 for Biden.
The Daily Show with Trevor Noah, live tonight at 11 Eastern on Comedy Central.
I didn't realize I was so dependent on pain medication. Now my kid suspects something is wrong. I just want to get my life back.
Marin Treatment Center is here to help you. Treatment for opioid use disorder is now covered by Medicare Part B with no copayment.
Marin Treatment Center is a great resource for both medication and therapy. Their outpatient programs are personalized around my needs, and I regain control of my life.
For more information, visit marintreatmentcenter.org.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
We have some more projections right now. Let's check in New Hampshire. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of New Hampshire, will win its 4 electoral votes. Biden wins in New Hampshire. There are several states now where CNN projects that Trump is winning, 4 states specifically. CNN projects that Trump will win in Louisiana. He beats Biden in Louisiana, wins 8 electoral votes in Louisiana. CNN projects Donald Trump will win in Kansas, beats Biden in Kansas, 6 electoral votes there. Another 6 electoral votes in Utah. Trump wins in Utah. That's the CNN projection. And another 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. 3 out of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. 2 of them are still based on a congressional district. 3 out of 5 in Nebraska. So here's where the Electoral College map stands right now. Very, very close. Look at this. Biden has 98 Electoral College votes. Trump has 95. You need 270 to win the presidency. 98 to 95. Look at how close it is right now. Actually, we have a key race alert right now. Let's check in some of the numbers. Coming in from Michigan, 37% of the vote is in. Trump still maintains a 235,000 vote lead in Michigan, 54.8% to 43.4%. 37% of the vote is in. 33% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. Trump has a 236,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania, 54.3% to 44.3%. 37% of the vote is in Wisconsin. It's close. 25,000 vote lead for Trump over Biden. 50.1% to 48.2%. In Georgia, 58% of the vote is in. Trump has, looks like a pretty comfortable lead of 387,000 votes, 55.7% to 43.1% in those states. Let's take a look at some more states right now. In Arizona, right now, 75% of the vote is in. Biden looks like he has a relatively comfortable 208,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.7% to 45%. In Minnesota, 37% of the vote is in. Biden there has looks like a pretty comfortable nearly 300,000 vote lead over Trump, 60.7% to 37.2%. In Iowa right now, a quarter of the vote is in. Biden has a 76,000 vote lead over Trump, 57.4% to 41%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. So let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. No surprises at all so far. 98 for Biden, 95 for Trump.
And so now you're getting into the battleground states as we flip it out. But again, you need the building blocks to get to 270. First, you got to get to 100. Both candidates knocking on the door of 100 right now. But the key point is no surprises. So in the states so far, the Trump campaign hoped to flip New Hampshire. That hasn't happened. There's nothing on here just yet. The Biden campaign hoped to flip. These were all pretty reliably red states. Everything is coming in as you would like, right? Colorado, New Mexico, Utah. The question is, will there be any surprises, right? So at the moment, you're looking at this map. Both campaigns, these are their basic building blocks. So the question is, when you come back here, and again, you start to look at this map, what is it that Joe Biden hoped to change? He thought it was possible. He could flip Florida. We're still waiting on a lot of votes in Georgia, but a comfortable lead for the president right now. North Carolina, a narrow lead for the president, but the president is overtaken. The whole challenge was, would there be an election day surge? We'll see if it holds up. Same thing has happened here. Early lead for Joe Biden. This is the anomaly of 2020. Mail-in votes counted. Democrats build an early lead. Election day vote gets counted. Republicans come back. We saw it here. We saw it here. The question is, does it hold up? We're not done yet. Joe Biden thought it might be possible to flip here in a big wave election. Democrats had their hopes up that this was a statement election. Again, we're not done with Texas yet. We're still counting votes there. We don't see it yet. So then you're back to, okay, if there's not a big map-changing, game-changing election, what does it come down to? Well, then we get back to here. And we're nowhere close in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to counting. So right now, if you're looking at the map and you're thinking, what might Joe Biden flip? Right now, this is, we're not done with it yet, but that gets the president down some. But then to get him down more, we'll see. If you can mount a comeback in Florida, that changes everything. If you can mount a comeback in North Carolina, that changes everything. But if you're looking at the numbers right now, you're back into this calculation up here, Wolf. And if for Joe Biden, the blue wall was why Hillary Clinton lost. And if Joe Biden's going to win, he's going to change some of those.
David Chelyon's getting some insight into what's going on in Michigan right now. What do you see?
This is the state of play in Michigan. You see Donald Trump's lead here, 1.1 million to Joe Biden's 907,000. 37% of the estimated vote is in Michigan right now. But here's what we know about the early vote, okay? Of that 37% that's in, 17% of that current vote is early vote. We expect the share of the early vote to go up. We expect at the end of the night 55% of the overall vote in Michigan to be early vote. And we know that Joe Biden is doing much better in the early vote. We also know we have almost no early vote in Wayne County, Detroit, big Democratic area. Very, very little early vote in Macomb. No early vote at all in Kent. Those two have been sort of battleground counties. So as that share of the early vote goes up, the Biden campaign is hoping he can start to have room here to overtake that lead that Donald Trump currently holds in Michigan, Wolf.
Very interesting indeed. John, let's take a closer look at Michigan right now. That's a key battleground state. Trump won it very narrowly 4 years ago. The Democrats are hoping to win it this time.
It's made, but let me start with your point. Trump won it very narrowly 4 years ago. You see that big lead right there. Even if the president wins Michigan, we have no expectation it would be by such a large margin. That's why, again, you look at certain things and you realize this is an election like no other. We're counting votes in different sequences, so we have to be careful as we go. If you're the Republicans, your Trump campaign, you're looking at the map, you think it's great. But remember, let's come in here. As David noted, Wayne County, about 28%. This is Detroit and the suburbs around it. By far, it's about 18% of the vote, 18% in a high turnout election. It could be a little higher than that. 147,000 right there. Let's just go back in time. 519,000 votes for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, and Democrats were disappointed. The turnout was down in Wayne County compared to 2012. But remember, so you have 519,000 then. This is a higher turnout election. We know that. Maybe the president wins Michigan, but the numbers are going to go up from that. And so when you see that's where you are now, you know that everybody just needs to slow, and we need to count more votes here. So let's move up to Oakland County. Again, Joe Biden leading. We think a little bit more of the vote in here. But again, 233,875 leading. Let's just go back and look at it here. Again, we think turnout is higher this year. Secretary Clinton was well above that in this county. And so we just need to wait. We need to let the vote come in. Let's move over to Macomb County. President carried this county 4 years ago. Again, key blue collar. It's a laboratory for so-called Reagan Democrats. Political scientists study it. The president won it 53% with 224,000 plus votes. We come over here now. Again, he's leading. It's a higher turnout election. We're only at 143,000 votes. So we just need to slow down and let them count the votes in Michigan. And again, there's a possibility we don't get them all tonight. So you walk out through and just look at the map here. You come back to 2016 and you see over here, for example, Hillary Clinton won along the border here. It's a smaller county, but you just come back and look in 2020. The president's leading there right now. But again, 43% of the vote in. Just want to move around a little bit and see what the votes are. You come to Kent County. David mentioned this. This is Grand Rapids. It's red right now. Democrats think they can do some business here. Come back into 2016. You see it was 48 to 45. This is another one of those suburban battlegrounds we're looking at. The president won the suburbs narrowly 4 years ago. This is a textbook case of that, 48 to 45. Democrats think this time it will be different. In the vote so far, about half counted, 54 to 43. So we'll see. This one stays red throughout the night. That bodes well for the president in Michigan. But we have a long way to go. And it's the same story when you shift over here to Wisconsin, about 40% in. But I just want to come down to look at the major thing here. Milwaukee, you see Joe Biden with fewer than 100,000 votes. That tells us, Wolf, a lot of counting still to do. We all just need to be patient, relax, get through it.
We certainly will. We've got some more projections right now. All right, let's take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Illinois, will win 20 electoral votes in the state of Illinois, beats Trump in Illinois. Trump beats Biden in Missouri, 10 electoral votes in Missouri. Trump wins in Missouri. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. And here's where it stands on the road to 270 needed to win. Biden now has 118. Trump has 105. 118 to 105, 270 the magic number. The presidential race is moving to the west right now. We're counting down to 11 p.m. Eastern and the biggest electoral prize of the night. We're talking about California. The polls are about to close there, as well as in Idaho, Oregon, and Washington State. Those states have 78 electoral votes of the 270 needed to win. Joe Biden is counting on blue California to push him closer to 270. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start off in Michigan right now. 38% of the estimated vote is in Michigan. Trump still maintains his 240,000 vote lead over Biden, 54.7% to 43.4%. Lots of votes outstanding, though, in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, 37% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 344,000 vote lead over Biden, 55.9% to 42.7%. In Wisconsin, 40% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a narrow lead, 21,000 vote lead over Biden, 49.9% to 48.4%. In Georgia, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Trump seems to have a pretty comfortable 372,000 vote lead over Biden, 55.4% to 43.4%. Let's take a look at some more states. We're getting some more key race alerts in Arizona right now. 75% of the vote is in, and Biden has a 208,000 vote lead over Trump in Arizona, 53.7% to 45%. In Minnesota, 38% of the vote is in. Biden seems to have a pretty comfortable 290, almost 291,000 vote lead over Trump in Minnesota. In Iowa right now, 42% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 112,000 vote lead over Trump, 56.4% to 41.8%. Let's walk over, as we like to do, John King at the Magic Wall. We're watching these states. You're looking at counties over there, and you see what's going on. But to go ahead, tell us what's on your
I was just doing some matching up to try to see where the president's overperforming, where he's underperforming, looking at different places. It's early, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, but just trying to get deep in to study a little bit. That's what I do when I get a little chance, just study, go into some states and take a look around and study. So where are we right now? If you look right here, so you got Illinois. You're adding, as I said, it's a reliably Democratic state, has been for a long time. But when you're doing your building blocks, you like the big ones, right? So you like to take those out. New York, Illinois, in the Joe Biden's column gets them up to 118. The president's at 105. But just, in the idea of just, you think about the bigs, right? We're not here. We have not called these states. But I just want to say, early on in the night, the Democrats are thinking, can we get Florida? Can we get Texas? Well, those are the two bigs and two normally reliably red bigs. We've not called these states. I'm just walking through. The president leads there right now. And the president leads there right now. So that you just see what happens. When you win the big ones, you see how quickly the math changes. So that's what's important from the perspective. And if the president holds that one as well, that gets you up. And if the president holds North Carolina, you start moving up, right? The bigger states, the double digits, if you will, big double digits here, 30 plus, 20 plus, 15, you move it, then you're just moving up the math when you do the big ones. So that's what they're looking at in the Trump campaign right now. If we hold Texas, and they think they will, we hold Florida, they think they will, we're not done. We're not done. That's just what they think. North Carolina, they've pulled ahead. It's close. We have to count them still. Same with Ohio. We're still counting votes. But as you see that happen, you see the election day surge pull you ahead, you think it's going to continue. It's not guaranteed. But that's what they think. And you know what? You wouldn't get a lot of pushback in the Biden campaign. They're still hoping the votes come back. But as you start looking at the map now, you start thinking, okay, this is a more traditional map, which, again, gets us back to where we began or where we ended 4 years ago. Whoa, how'd I do that? That was good. You do the double sometimes. It gets you. There you go. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. This is where this night now looks like a lot of us thought this would come down to this, and it certainly looks like it's going to again. Again, we're not done. You see Joe Biden with I think I'm going to glance over my shoulder. Yes, still leading a little bit in Iowa. You see a lead in Montana. We don't expect these to hold up, but we'll see, right? You get surprised sometimes. But so right now on the map, you're looking at this would be the only flip right now. That's the only flip we see for Joe Biden to get him up. But, it's easier to do it more quickly if you switch over here to the president's map. And so the flip we think so far, we're not done, is this. We believe so far the president's holding down here, which gets you back again. Arizona would get Joe Biden, plus the Clinton states. Arizona gets Joe Biden to 243. Well, then how do you get to 270, right? Could get one here if you carry Maine, but then you need more. So if that gets you to 244, let's just say for the sake of argument, you get one of these. We're still waiting on two of those districts there. Let's just say you get one of them. Right, so then you're looking here, 245. So what do you need, right? Do the math. You need 25. That would get you knocking on the door because that's 20, right? This is the state of these three states in the blue wall. That's the one the Trump campaign feels more confident about. That would be enough. Michigan and Wisconsin would get Joe Biden to 271 if he got these two congressional districts plus Arizona. The math gets interesting if the president can hold. Bring it out here. Sorry, I got to fill them all in, but that's okay. Just fill them all in and come back. President does that. Do you think one congressional district could decide an American presidential election? Doesn't happen that often, but it is possible. This is where, again, if the possibilities, the menu at the beginning of the night, maybe we get Florida. In a dream world, we get Texas. Maybe Ohio's competitive. We think we can get North Carolina. At the moment, none of that is there. We're not done. It's possible it comes back. At the moment, none of that is there. So now your numbers crunchers are getting into the tougher math, the more difficult math, and the different scenarios. And trust me, they're calling into that congressional district, they're calling into that congressional district, and they're calling in a fury into these because now we're into tense time in both campaigns. And in those three states, those so-called blue wall states, right. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, there's still plenty of outstanding votes there. Plenty of votes. And again, we're going to say this repeatedly, and some people at home might not like that we say it repeatedly. And a lot of the early vote is outstanding, too, where Democrats will do well. It is, which is why, as I come back over here, as you're watching the map throughout the night, in any election, again, we are 10:55. In any presidential election that's close, we're just getting started. We are just getting started. That would be the case 4 years ago, 2004, pick your close election. That's the case. This year's even more different because of the three different ways of voting and the different ways each state is handling that, right? The mail-in vote, the in-person early vote. And so here you go. We're going to look at it. 40% in. You see that big lead for Donald Trump. If you're a Republican, you have every reason to be happy about that. But you also need to have the context. You have to have the context. You come down here. This is Montgomery County, one of the big suburbs around Philadelphia, 29%. You go into Philadelphia, which is the biggest basket of votes, predominantly Democratic. Turnout here is absolutely key. We'll see if Democrats can deliver, but you're only 20% of the vote roughly there. You move up here, Bucks County. This is a more competitive suburban area, but you're still at 12% of the vote. Move out here, Chester County. This is where most of the votes are in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia and the suburbs that surround it, 30%. So you just have a long way to go. And we know, David Chalian told us earlier, a lot of the votes that are missing are the early votes, which we believe are disproportionately Democrat. And even if we were just counting for one set of votes, even if we were just waiting for all the votes counted today, what we have from this part of the state is so low that you just can't make conclusions. You just can't. We have to wait and see. And it looks good. The map looks at first glance to Republicans, but we're just nowhere near the finish line. Nor are we in Michigan. 39% of the estimate, 54 to 43. You think that's a big number. If you remember how close this was 4 years ago, 10,000 votes, right? 10,000 votes decided this state 4 years ago. So it is just unrealistic. Even if the president's having a very good night, it's unrealistic that he's going to win Michigan by 238,000 votes. If he wins Michigan again, maybe it's by more than 10,000 votes, but it's not going to be by 238,000 votes. We just know that. So when you see that number, that's when you know this is the anomaly of 2020 and how we count votes, and we need to be patient.
Let's take a look at Arizona.
Let's go out west, because this would be, so far, this would be the flip. This would be a change. We're up to 75%, 208,000 vote lead, and some change there. Again, 54% to 45%. If you go back, not since Bill Clinton has a Democrat won this state, and in 2016, not a huge win by any means. This is why the Democrats wanted to compete this year. Arizona is trending demographically, and the Democrats think this year, demographics plus the suburban revolt is what gets you there. 1.2 million votes won it 4 years ago. If you come up here now, Joe Biden already has that, and we're still counting votes there. Again, turnout up across America in this election. That looks good. That doesn't mean we're done. We have to count them. Let's just look at Maricopa County, 77%. If this holds up, if the trend lines hold up, this is where 60% plus of your votes are. If you keep a 10-point margin in Maricopa County with high turnout like this, you're going to win the state of Arizona. But we're not done yet as we do it. But as we go through the race to 270, and you're Joe Biden, Donald Trump had 306 last time. You need to take away. It's simple. Just do the subtraction. And where do you get them? Arizona would be a start, an important start. It's protection, if you will. It's a safety blanket, but that's it. That's the name of the game. It was 4 years ago, and it sure looks like it's about to be for the rest of tonight and into tomorrow. That's the guess. That's the guess, Wolf, as you go through it. So I just come back out again. I just want to look at this one again because getting a lot of texts and emails from Republicans and Democrats saying, whoa, what's happening in Virginia? Again, 153,000 votes ahead, 52 to 46. That's actually a smaller lead than we saw earlier in the night. I just want to keep coming in here, and we're still waiting. It's not that we could hop in the car and drive over there and be there in 15 minutes. But Fairfax County, Virginia, there's something going on. In Fairfax County, Virginia, we only have 28% of the vote, and it's been that way for a long time. This is a giant basket of Democratic votes. If you follow governor's races, if you follow Mark Warner's Senate campaign a couple of years ago, that's the way it's gone. All of a sudden, a big dump of votes come in, but we're going to keep watching that because it's interesting. Just want to check down here in North Carolina again. 50 to 49 when you round up, 94% in, 69,000 votes. Again, Republicans feel good about this, but we'll keep counting and see what happens in North Carolina. One more time, just want to look at normally the closest of all battlegrounds, 94% in Florida, 51-47 there in Florida. Again, you're looking at the map. There's a lot of red, including in places that the Biden campaign was hopeful it could turn blue. You see Iowa's blue right now. We're not sure if that will last. It's competitive, though. It's a fun one to watch as we go through the night. Still a lot of math to do, Wolf. A lot of anxiety in both campaigns right now.
Yeah, they're nervous on both sides. Voting is about to end in 4 states out west. That includes the biggest prize of all. We're talking about California. It has 55 of the 78 electoral votes at stake this hour. All right, we have some projections right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of California. That's the biggest prize in the Electoral College. 55 electoral votes. Biden will win California, beats Trump in California. CNN also projects that Biden will win in Washington state. 12 electoral votes. He beats Trump in Washington state. CNN also projects Biden will win in the state of Oregon. 7 electoral votes there. Biden wins in Oregon right now. One projection for Donald Trump right now, CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Wyoming. That's 3 electoral votes. In Idaho, too early to call, 4 electoral votes in Idaho. We cannot make a projection there. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, see where it stands right now. Right now, Biden has a wide lead. He has 192 Electoral College votes. Trump has 108. 192 to 108. Let's get a key race alert in some of the battleground states where things stand. Let's start in Pennsylvania. 41% of the estimated vote is now in. Trump has seemingly a pretty comfortable 444,000 vote lead over Biden, 56.8% to 41.5%. In Michigan right now, 39% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a significant lead there right now as well, 239,000 vote, but it's relatively early. 39% of the estimated vote is in, and the early vote, which skews Democratic, is not yet in. In Wisconsin, 42% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Trump has a 25,000 vote lead over Biden, 50% to 48.3%, 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. In Arizona, 75% of the vote is in, and Biden has a significant lead in Arizona, 208,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.7% to 45%, 11 electoral votes at stake over there. Let's go back to John King. All right, so right now, Biden has a significant 192 to 108 lead in the all-important electoral college battle.
And the West Coast, which again, when I started doing this many years ago, this was competitive territory. Not anymore. Washington, Oregon, California, locks for the Democrats in presidential politics, and that's those are great building blocks, right? They're not competitive anymore. The only reasons Republicans go to California now is to raise money. 192 to 108. So now the question is, you need to get to 270. This is the hard part. I hate to say it this way, but it's easy for a Democrat to get to 192. It's just easy given you know Illinois, you know New York, you know California, you know Washington and Oregon are going to be on your side. So the question is, working off this map, let's work, since you're now at 192, you try to get there. How do you get there working off this map? Well, that's a Clinton state, all right? Trump campaign's trying to flip it, but let's, for the sake of argument, assume it stays Democratic. We'll watch and we'll count as we go. That was a Trump state. Joe Biden is leading right now there. If it holds that way, out here, look at this, Colorado, New Mexico, the West Coast will be good to the Democrats in the Southwest if this happens. So that would get you to 209. So then you come this way, you're looking at the map, right? Where are the Clinton states? That was a Clinton state, right? So you think that's going to happen for you. And you keep looking at the map here. Virginia, which is really interesting right now, it is still red. You just assume, and we'll see if it's a change. If it's that kind of a night, it's that kind of a night. But you assume that one's going to come back into the fold, and they're just waiting for Democratic votes to come in. They're having a problem in a county or something. That gets you there. Then you come up to Maine, and you assume if you're the Biden campaign, you're going to win the whole thing. We need to see this. Maine does it by congressional district. There's one of them that President Trump carried 4 years ago. The Democrats believe they're going to carry that state. They believed a few other things about tonight, so we'll see what happens as we go through. But let's, for the sake of argument, give it to them. So then you're up to 236, right? Maybe they get one in Nebraska. Let's just leave that off the table right now. Let's just wait and see how you play. So you're at 236, right? There's 246. That's 262. That's 262. So you're looking at this map. And where do I get it, right? Where do I get it? Well, that's the easiest one, and we still don't have, I didn't get Rhode Island on this map, so let me come in here. There we go. So you get Rhode Island. That would get you 286, but that's with Pennsylvania. That's with Pennsylvania. You bring Pennsylvania back off the map, you're at 266. This is where you get close here, right? This is where you get close here. We're going to keep going out to the west, and we do that. That gets you to 270. So could it be, in a race against Donald Trump, wouldn't it be something if Barack Obama's birth state is the one that puts you over the top? That would be interesting if you go that way there. But so you have Hawaii, you have Nevada and Colorado. We're going to watch. So this is interesting. So you don't need Pennsylvania if you're Joe Biden now, but now you're in this different mood in Biden headquarters. You came into the night thinking you had all this great opportunity. Maybe some of these will come back. But if they don't, you're thinking, okay, we better win that congressional district. We absolutely better win that one. And then we're going to fight it out up in here. And again, if you get Pennsylvania, then stop the conversation. But we might be a couple days on this one. If you don't get Pennsylvania, you're in a scratch and claw mode now, as opposed to early in the night where you thought you might have had a buffet of opportunity.
Let's take a closer look at Arizona and Pennsylvania.
Let me do that and cross over again when we come back in here. And let's start in Arizona. We'll go west to east this time. And again, this one has held up pretty consistently, but we've also been waiting for a little bit. Sometimes you get votes in spurts. Sometimes you have long pauses. We're at 75% right now. That's 8 points, 9 points if you round up right there. That's a pretty healthy lead. Most of it's coming from here in terms of the vote count. You see, just in Maricopa County, Joe Biden approaching 800,000 votes, 10-point, almost a 10, just shy of a 10-point race in Maricopa County. That's 60% of the vote in the state. Then you come down to Pima County. That's another 15% of it. And again, that's not even close. And so every indication here is, we still have votes to count, but every indication here is that Arizona is going to flip to blue. And that makes you happy in the Biden campaign. So then you come back this way a little bit. I just want to check in on Virginia again just to see. We're up to 58%. It is getting closer, but still, we're waiting. And here's your anomaly. Fairfax has been at 28% for a long time. I'll check in with our decision team and our desk team in a little bit to see where that is. Some of these other places, Loudoun County, Joe Biden holding that there. You come over Fairfax County, we're waiting. Northern Virginia, Arlington. So it's Fairfax. Fairfax is the biggest basket of Democratic votes we're missing. I just want to check down here in Southeast Virginia. See Chesapeake area here. 60% of the vote in there. So we're missing some votes in Democratic areas that could flip that. But if you're in the Biden campaign, you're getting a little bit nervous about that, even though your data and your math tell you should be okay. But at this point of the night, you'd like it to change. And again, we're just waiting on these three, and this is the patience.
It'll take some time,
right.
And all three of those are. We got a key race alert right now. I want to go to Nebraska right now, the 2nd Congressional District. There, 57% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 16,000 votes, 53.4% to 44.8% for Trump. John, this is one electoral vote potentially in Nebraska if Biden can hold on.
So let me come back over here if Biden can hold on. So we're waiting. Nebraska and Maine do their congressional votes by. Let me pull it out like this. Nebraska and Maine do their votes by congressional district, their electoral college votes. So again, especially now, if you're in the Biden campaign and you're thinking, we might not get Florida, we might not get Georgia, we might not get North Carolina. Looks like our dreams of Texas are not going to happen this year. Closer, but close doesn't count. It doesn't get you the electoral votes. If you're at this point in the campaign where normally you think, well, what's one? Guess what? One can matter. And so, again, in this scenario, this is a scenario on the board here, so let me just take these away, right? If you can hold this, you're moving closer, right? You're moving closer. That's assuming Virginia flips back, and that's assuming you hold Arizona and Nevada stays. So these are just, that would be a change. Donald Trump carried that, and that would be a change. Trump carried that. So that's what you're looking to do. Trump had 306 last time. If you're Biden, you have to subtract from that to get him down below 270. That's one, and that's progress, but these are the big ones. These are the big ones. Again, when you're in the tight part of the campaign, if you think you're going to have that close of a race, and it sure looks like we are, then every one counts. And so this includes the main one up here. So the math gets really interesting. And again, if you can do this, just forget about it. Because if you're doing this, you're most likely doing that, and you're probably doing that. We always knew. Joe Biden said, a lot of Democrats said, focus on the Sun Belt. Joe Biden said, no, I'm going to start here, and then maybe I'll expand. If he can do this, we're going to spend a lot of time, and these ones may take, some of them, again, we may be into tomorrow and beyond. At the moment, we don't know that, though. At the moment, these are to be decided, and that would push, and again, if you come at this from a Republican perspective, I did Joe Biden's math to get him up. Donald Trump's leading here. He's leading here. He's leading here. We expect him to win here. That's his. This one's interesting. We expect him to get this, and these normally would be Trump states out here. Alaska. So, again, we're open to being surprised. But if it plays out, in a traditional map, that's where we're going to be. That's where we'll be as we go to the West Coast, somewhere in that ballpark. This is not an exact science, but somewhere in that ballpark, looking at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and maybe Iowa, and the one more congressional district there. That's the way the map looks right now. That we're going to have that tense, and we'll see. Sometime again, we've had some surprises so far, but we haven't had many flips. We've had some tension. We've had back and forth. And we'll see how it goes. Right now, the only flip on the board is Arizona, maybe that congressional district. We're going to count votes. And again, it's fun for us. It's tense. If you're in the campaign headquarters right now, it is really tense.
Both campaigns, they're very, very
absolutely
nervous right now. But this election is basically different because there's so much early voting that occurred, especially in those blue wall 3 states. And that apparently that early vote, which skews Democratic, has not really been counted yet.
No, and so that's the issue. And I would switch over. And I switch this back. We go through these hypotheticals. It's not to alarm you at home. We go through them. I like to switch it back at the end. So just if you do see it again, you understand where we are, not where we might be. This is where we are in terms of votes. And everything here, this is all real. It's just some of it's not contextual yet because we're waiting. We have pieces of votes, but we're missing pieces of vote. And again, at this point in the night, I don't think a lot of people thought Donald Trump would be leading in the popular vote, but we have a long way to go. But it's significant, 51% to 47%. He's 3 million votes ahead. He's 3 million votes ahead. We don't have any votes from California, the nation's most populous state. So that's going to change. We know that without a doubt as the West Coast comes in. We know that without a doubt. But we also know, Pennsylvania is not a small state either, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we have not much in so far. 1.6 to 1.2, just to go back in time. And remember, 2.9, 2.9. We have a long way to go, and turnout is higher this time, right? So this is just shy, this is just shy of 6. You add in, it's just shy of 6 million, and we're not there. We're just not there. And so if you're looking at the map as a Republican, you're grateful that it's red, but it's really early on. We got a long way to go. And again, I'm going to be a broken record here, but we're looking at Northampton County here, maybe 40% of the vote, a little shy of that. You come down here to Bucks County, key suburb just outside of Philadelphia. This is the more conservative of the suburbs in the call around Philadelphia. 12% of the vote, maybe. You come down to Montgomery County, again, big suburban area, absolutely critical to the Democrats. So you see that Trump lead right now, but we haven't counted most of the votes in Montgomery County. We haven't counted most of the votes in Chester County. We haven't counted most of the votes in Delaware County. And the biggest basket of them all, Philadelphia City, and then Philadelphia County around it, the suburbs around it. It's going to be overwhelmingly Democratic, and we haven't counted hardly any of it.
Only 22% of the vote.
Right.
Philadelphia County is in.
Yeah, it's like you're looking at a football game and just saying, okay, first quarter, end it. It's not the way it works.
I want to check in with Pamela Brown. She's getting some new information on what's going on in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, you're talking about Philadelphia right there, and it's slow going through the influx of mail-in ballots. They've gone through around 76,000 mail-in ballots, and they have a lot more to go. In total, they have around 350,000 to get to. That's according to the city commissioner there. It's the same story over in Allegheny County. That, of course, is another big county there that has Pittsburgh, the home of Pittsburgh. They also have 350,000 mail-in ballots to get through. And in the Philadelphia suburbs alone, you have more than 500,000 mail-in ballots to get to. So I think, as we're looking at this, as we're looking at the numbers slowly coming in there in Pennsylvania, it is keeping us on the edge of our seats, especially in Philadelphia, that Democratic stronghold, John King, where we had 350,000 mail-in ballots they're going through. Right now, though, like I said, they've only gone through 76,000. That is behind schedule than what they thought. They thought by around 8 p.m. Eastern time, they would have 100,000 counted. So they're behind schedule a little bit there. And I'm told by officials they're going to be working through the night trying to quickly tabulate the influx of mail-in ballots that they got there in Pennsylvania. Remember, they just started this morning opening up those ballots. They were way behind compared to other states. They did not get a head start. And Pennsylvania is a state that does not have a history of counting absentee ballots. In Allegheny County, again, where Pittsburgh is, you have 350,000 ballots that they're having to get through there. And I'm told by officials, again, in Allegheny County, they're going to be working through the night to try to get everything tabulated. But one person I spoke to said, look, this is going to keep us in suspense because they just have to work through it through the night, and we may not have a better idea in terms of the total tabulation for those mail-in ballots for a bit, John.
What did we get on the phone from Iowa several years ago? Enid, and we may have to do that again. Look. This is where it gets interesting in the sense that the question is, will everybody have patience? And by everybody, I mean the American people, the people who live in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the candidates for president, because you know this. Look, so they have all these mail-in ballots. This is Allegheny County. I'll get rid of the numbers here just to remind you. So look, Joe Biden's leading right now at 98,000 votes. The president has 23,000 votes. It's just not, it's real in the sense that these are real votes, but it's just not contextual in the sense that we know it's a higher turnout election than 4 years ago, and Hillary Clinton won this county with 367,000 votes. So when you see right now Joe Biden leading at 98,000 votes, we are in the early chapter of a very big book because it's such a big state. And so that's the key point. The challenge is, do we get more in the next hour? How long does this take? What do we start to get? Will we hear from the Secretary of State about this is going to go into tomorrow? We already know there were 6 or 8 counties that said they wouldn't even start counting the mail-in ballots to tomorrow. The Secretary of State was leaning on them to get them to try to start today if they weren't overwhelmed on Election Day. And remember, Pam just mentioned Philadelphia. We don't have to. This is not conjecture because we have the words of the President of the United States, who has spent the last couple of days saying he believes there's cheating and there's fraud in Philadelphia. The question is, many of his advisors have been urging him, stay off Twitter, stop talking about this, let this play out. But does the president lose patience as this night goes on? We're told that in Pennsylvania, John, more than 1 million mail-in ballots, Pamela Brown was telling us, more than 1 million have not yet been counted. Right, so more than 1 million. So you come back again, you come back out and you see 1.7 to 1.3, 370,000 vote lead, 373,000 vote lead, but more than 1 million. Again, more than 1 million have not been counted. So this is real, but it's just now. Again, if it's a baseball game, we're in the 2nd or the 3rd inning at best. Right? If it's a football game, we're in an early quarter. Pick your sport. We're early in the game. You always want to build a lead. You'd rather be leading than behind, but it's not contextual. I keep wanting to say it's not real. It is real. These are real votes. They're actual votes. So if I say that, I don't mean it that way. I mean, these are real, but they're not. We just don't have the full picture. Again, I just want to show you these counties. This is look. Think about the places where we are close to the finish line. In every one of those states, we're showing you turnout is higher now than it was 4 years ago. Turnout is higher now than it was 4 years ago. Well, look at this: 25,000 votes. 167,000 votes to win the county 4 years ago, and it was higher turnout now. So you're at 25,000 votes. We're nowhere near done. We're just getting started. Move over here to Montgomery County. 4 years ago, this is Joe Biden right now at 110. 4 years ago, 256,000 to win the county, and we know turnout is up now. So 256,000 then, 110,000 now. We have a long way to go. We're in the early count here in Montgomery County. Chester County, again, Joe Biden with 58,000 votes and 56%. Well, Hillary Clinton won this last time with nearly 100,000, right? 80,000 plus more votes. We are in the early count in Chester County. You move down here, that goes into Delaware. Let me come back into Pennsylvania and come into Philadelphia. 584,000 votes for Secretary Clinton in Philadelphia 4 years ago. This is one of the places they felt they did a good job on turnout. 585, say. Joe Biden has 209,000 votes in Philadelphia right now. So what we have is a beginning, but we're so early in this race right now, so early in this race that when you pull this out and you see it red and you see what looks like a 12-point lead for the President of the United States, in the votes counted so far, the President of the United States has a 12-point lead. But there are more than 1 million, even more than that, I would conjecture, just mail-in ballots, more than 1 million. Other ballots to be counted of people casted their votes today. We have a long way to go in Pennsylvania, Wolf, and a few others.
We'll be patient. We'll watch Pennsylvania closely. We have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Mississippi, beats Biden in Mississippi, wins 6 electoral votes in Mississippi. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. So with that, Biden still has 192 Electoral College votes. Trump now has 114 Electoral College votes. 270, the number you need. Let's get a key race alert right now in Minnesota. Let's start. 46% of the vote is in, almost half. Biden has a 264,000 vote lead over Trump, 57.3% to 40% in Minnesota, 10 electoral votes there. In Iowa right now, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Very close. Biden's lead is almost 40,000 over Trump, 50.9% to 47.3%, 6 electoral votes in Iowa right now. Let's go back to John King as we're watching this. So the count continues, 192. We're watching this race between Trump and Biden, 192 to 114.
Right, 192 to 114. And again, right now, there's nothing on this map that tells it's a flip. Nothing on the map that would be a wow. And yet, we do know, let's go back. I just want to go back to the Trump map just to take us where we are, in the sense that we have nothing yet that we flip. But we do believe at least Joe Biden is leading there. That's a potential, right? So you keep looking at this map. That will get Donald Trump from his 2016 map down to 295. So then you go from there. I think we're in a world right now, Wolf, where I'm just going to take these away, right? Because we're in such an early state in all of them, we just take these away. And so if nothing else changed, right, if the president holds Florida, we haven't called that yet, it's close, but he's ahead. If the president holds North Carolina, same deal. We haven't called it yet, the president's ahead. If the president holds Ohio. Iowa, let me pull out here and look at the map. I just want to take a peek. Iowa is still blue, but I just want to go over and take a look at it here. 59%. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. That would be interesting if that one switched. But at the moment, we'll just leave it here until we know otherwise. We'll leave it here. So here's where you get. Again, we have the congressional district here and the congressional district here that could change the math a little bit. But if you take these off the board, and if Joe Biden can't win Ohio, we haven't called it yet. We have to wait. We're waiting on votes and everything like. You're just looking for flips. So what happens if we're waiting on these states because they're having normal delays plus additional delays counting their votes? We could get to a point in a few hours when we start to fill in some of the ones that are left. We're somewhere in this ballpark, and we're fighting it out over these states.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to watch. Right. Everybody's got to be patient, though, and let everyone count the votes as they should. That's what's critically important.
It is critical, and so we're going to get to a point. I'm going to shift maps again. We're going to get to a point again. So we're looking at 11/20. We knew this was going to take time. The Secretary of State in all 3 of these states have told us, the chief election official here, Secretary of State here and here, have told us this is going to take time. Please be patient because of the difference between mail-in voting, in-person early voting, and then the Election Day surge. The priority on Election Day is to deal with the people in the line. to deal with the coronavirus safety concerns, for example, to deal with ballot integrity and ballot security when you have moving parts. Then you have to count all those mail-in votes. And so you see red, again, if you're a Republican and you're looking at this map, this is a handstand map, but we're just not there yet. Again, these are real leads, but we're just nowhere near done. And I'm going to keep going through them just to see if the numbers change at all. Delaware County, 16%. Philadelphia County up to 33%. We're at 22% more. And you see the math starting to go up there, but still 33%. And you see 209,000. So you've got at least 300,000 plus. If it's a higher turnout election, maybe 400,000 more votes to win. So we're going to have to watch as this one plays out here. And again, you come into the counties around it. In Bucks County, that's 2016. Let me come back here to 2020, still at 12%. Again, it's frustrating to people who want to know, especially when you get to this point where if you're a Republican, you think the president's going to hold Florida, hold North Carolina, and hold Ohio. We're not sure about that yet, but if you're looking at the numbers right now, that's what you think. If you're a Republican, you won't get too much of an argument from many Democrats until they see more evidence, until they see something change. They're not going to argue with you. So if you're a Republican and you're looking at that, you're thinking, okay, here we go again. And if we're defying the odds here, some people thought we were going to lose Florida. Doesn't look like we will. Some people thought we were going to lose North Carolina. Doesn't look like we will. The Republican starts to think, okay, well, then we're going to do it here again, too. But we just don't know that. We just don't know that. And because of the early counts, I just want to come back out here again. Pam mentioned Allegheny County waiting on a lot of votes. We're at 17%. So just focus. You can look at that or you can look up here. Again, Joe Biden has 98,000 votes in Allegheny County right now. Hillary Clinton carried it 4 years ago with 367,000 votes. This is a higher turnout election. The winner of this county is going to be north of that number, right? Most likely north of that number, at least equal to that number, and we're not even close. And so we just have to be patient and wait it out. That's Pennsylvania. We'll just pull it back and come back in. We'll move over to Michigan. We'll just do the same experiment, right? You look at Macomb County. Let's start in a place where the president is leading right now. That would be impressive. If the president can keep that lead in Macomb County, he'd be in pretty strong shape in Michigan. 143,000 right now. We go back in time, 224,000. This is a higher turnout election we expect everywhere, at least close to 2016. We don't expect any place really, especially an important battleground place, to be below 2016. So 224,000 votes 4 years ago, 143,000 votes now. What does that tell you? It tells you we have to wait and we have to keep counting. Way more votes down here. Wayne County, Joe Biden is ahead right now with 147,000 votes. You go back in time, Hillary Clinton won it. Again, look at the difference. 147,000 votes, almost 520,000 votes. What does that tell you? It just tells you they have a lot of votes to count in Wayne County, in Macomb County, in Kent County, in other places in Michigan, and we're just going to have to be patient. And the same story, Wolf, we can go through it if you want, over in Milwaukee. I'll just bring up, in Wisconsin, excuse me. You just bring up Milwaukee. Hillary Clinton gets 288,000 votes right now. We're at 122,000 for Joe Biden. We're in, pick your sports. We're in the early innings, and
so
we're just going to have to wait.
Basically, it looks like those three states are going to decide who's going to be the next president of the United States.
Unless we get a dramatic shift, yes. I mean, we sort of knew that coming in. The Democrats did believe, and the polls said they had an opportunity. Opportunity is not winning. You have an opportunity to win states. You have to execute. I think one of the things we're seeing so far, and you have to tip your hat to the president worked hard in the final days of the campaign. The president staged rallies all around the country, and it seems that his rallies actually generated a high election day turnout, which is what they absolutely needed. Is it high enough? We're not there yet. But you do know that some of these states have moved in the president's direction. Again, we're up to 94% in Florida. Can you overcome 381,000 votes when you're this far up? Unlikely, not impossible. We're waiting to see, and again, because of the differences of this year and the different mix of votes, our people are working extra hard, and so are all these election officials. Florida, they were quick, right? The early count was very quick in Florida. We're going to get to the finish line. Just to pop in and look at a place, you're at 95%, right? In a place that's voting Democratic. So if you're Joe Biden, where can you get more votes? Again, the disappointment in the Democratic Party tonight is right here, not only at the presidential level, but at the House level as well. Some pain in Miami-Dade County. It looks like we're not at the finish line yet, but you see 53% right there. You see 63% right there. That tells you all you need to know about that. So you just come back out on the map. And again, one more real quick, North Carolina, 74,000 votes at 95%, 50 to 49. It's very close, but again, a state the president barnstormed at the end of the campaign. Looks like he generated a lot of election day turnout. Is it enough? We're not quite there yet. But if you're looking at the map right now, again, we'll get to the finish line soon enough. Some places, maybe not soon enough for the people watching at home. You have to tip your hat to the president for moving the needle in some of these states, see if it's enough to get him to the finish line. And yes, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, the three most spoken words in presidential politics in the last 4 years, and again tonight.
We'll be patient. Let's check in with Dana Bash. She's got an update on the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. What are you learning, Dana?
We have some projections to make, Wolf, and that starts with Alabama. CNN can project that Republicans pick up a seat there. Tommy Tuberville will go on to be the first term in the Senate there, beating Doug Jones, a Democrat. And in South Carolina, this is one of the most watched races in the country. Senator Lindsey Graham, CNN can project, is going on to win re-election, defeating an incredibly well-funded Democratic challenger. And in Georgia, this is one of two races we're watching tonight. This is the special election. CNN can project that this will go to a runoff. In the state of Georgia, a candidate needs 50% in order to win outright. That has not happened. So Democrat Raphael Warnock and Kelly Loeffler, who is the incumbent appointed Republican, will go on to that runoff in January. Now let's look at some of the tight races we are watching in the battlegrounds for the balance of power. Arizona. The Democratic challenger, Mark Kelly, is ahead by more than 200,000 votes at 55.1%. The incumbent Republican, Martha McSally, is at 44.9%. 75% of the estimated vote is in Arizona. Now let's go on to Iowa. The Democratic challenger is ahead there as well. 299 votes only. She's at 48.6%. The incumbent Republican Joni Ernst at 48.5%. And in Montana, the Democratic challenger is ahead. They're very early. Steve Bullock, the former, the governor, I should say, is ahead by about 12,000 votes. So let's look at what this all means right now. 3 Democrats are leading in Republican Senate seats. Democrats are back to needing 4 seats to pick up in order to flip the Senate. And Democrats have 42 seats. Republicans have 42 seats, and 16 seats remain to be called tonight. Wolf.
So important what's happening in the Senate. All right, thanks very much, Dana. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's see where things stand. Let's start off in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. 46% of the vote is in. Trump has a 436,000 vote lead over Biden, 56% to 42%. In Wisconsin, more than half of the vote is in, 53%. Trump has an 81,000 vote lead over Biden. It's relatively close, 51.3% to 47%. In Michigan right now, 44% of the vote is in. Trump still has a lead of about 274,000 votes over Biden, 54.5% to 43.6%. Let's go back to Jake. Jake, these 3 states potentially could hold the key to who's going to be the next president.
That's right. We're all looking at the blue wall. It was a blue wall until 2016 when Donald Trump smashed it. Now, of course, Joe Biden hoping to rebuild it. So let's go check in with our correspondents who are in those 3 states. Let's start with Miguel Marquez, who is in Detroit, Michigan, where we're told a turnout is higher than it has ever been. Miguel, what can you tell us about the votes that are outstanding? We are waiting to hear how Michigan voted this election season.
Yeah, we know a couple of things. We know that the vote in Detroit, the biggest sort of Democratic stronghold, they are expecting between 53 and 55% of voters to turn out in this election. That doesn't sound like a very high turnout, but when you consider that Donald Trump won Michigan by 10,704 votes back in 2016, that could be a critical difference. Also, across the entire state, they are expecting a record turnout across the entire state. It is not clear how that will affect the vote count for either candidate. We also know that they are still counting. This is a receiving board where the Detroit Lions play, Ford Field, where they are going to receive votes, day of votes all day long. Those absentee ballots, they are still being counted as well. The city of Detroit getting through a huge tranche of those. We should be seeing some of those votes coming in very soon as well. So votes being counted in Michigan. In the hours ahead, we expect to see much more vote come in. And rather than taking 3 days for the vote to be finalized here, or at least an unofficial result, they believe that in the next 24 hours or so, we will have an unofficial result of who will win Michigan.
All right, Miguel Marquez in Michigan, thank you so much. Let us turn a little bit east to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where we find Sarah Murray. Sarah, there are millions of votes that were cast early in Pennsylvania. With the vote right now in Pennsylvania has Donald Trump 1.8 million, Joe Biden 1.4 million. But there's still more than half the ballots waiting to be counted. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, Jake, look, there is a lot of outstanding vote here in the Keystone State, and this is not going to be a process that moves particularly fast. That's what election officials have been warning us about. We know there are a lot of these big counties, Philadelphia County, Bucks County, Chester County. They are going to be counting all night long, and these are not places that have really experienced any issues. They're not having any problems. It just takes a while. And the Secretary of State just wrapped up a press conference here. She said, essentially, we need to stay patient. You also need to be prepared for these vote totals to kind of come through overnight in fits and starts, right? They've been reporting day of totals, then they've been going through, opening more ballots, removing those from the inner envelope, putting them through the scanner, and then uploading bunches at a time. So just as you pointed out, this is going to come in fits and starts throughout the night. We may know by tomorrow morning a little bit something more. It may take a while. You know, the Secretary of State was saying these counties are working as fast as they can and as hard as they can. We know, like I said, a lot of these places are working overnight. It is just going to take a while, and it is the first time that Pennsylvania has had mail-in ballots to this capacity. And remember, they couldn't start opening them until 7 a.m. this morning.
All right, Sarah Murray in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Let's go to Bill Weir, one of Wisconsin's favorite sons, who is in Madison. Bill, tell us about turnout in Wisconsin. We're waiting to hear who the Badger State picked to be their president.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a record turnout like most of the rest of the country, Jake, but it is still very early. In fact, some of the election officials in Milwaukee say they won't have their final numbers in until 5 a.m. And that, of course, will be expected to be a huge blue boost for President or Vice President Biden when those numbers come in. Just looking at the wow counties around Milwaukee, Waukesha, Ozaukee, Washington County, a little bit better than they were 4 years ago for the Democrats. Trump is still leading in those. He won Fond du Lac County a little bit better than he did 4 years ago. But I've been texting with the head of the Milwaukee Democrats, who said he thinks feels like stronger than expected in the Milwaukee suburbs for them, even though Trump is winning those right now. Possibly softer turnout in Milwaukee, they think. Blowout in Madison, likely a red mirage, blue shift kind of night. They think they're shaving those margins around Milwaukee, that they aren't as wide as they were for Hillary Clinton. But as right behind me, we're waiting as all of the wards here in Madison start to deliver all their ballots here to the election supervisor here. So it's going to be a long night in America's Dairyland, Jake.
All right, Bill Weir, thank you so much. We'll check in with you in a little bit, and let's talk about this. I do feel like we've been saying for a long time that, A, anything could happen. This is a very competitive race, and B, that it's really going to come down to these 3 states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and C, that we're not going to probably know who won those states because of all the early vote the night of election night. And all of that is happening, and yet it still feels like people out there didn't hear us when we were telling them that in the previous week.
Well, I think people hear what they want to hear or need to hear at any given moment, understandably, given how tense the country is. I'll add one state to what you just said, which is Arizona, which also could be a tipping state, depending on how it goes, given what we're seeing so far. The thing to keep in mind is, and some of our reporters mentioned this, is that what we're seeing now is not including the early vote. And the early vote is the one that Democrats feel the most confident about because they encourage their voters to go and vote early. And so that is the missing piece of these vote totals that we just haven't seen yet, which is a really, really key piece because it could change the dynamic abruptly. And I'm talking about early vote in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, those 3 blue wall states.
We just can't draw any conclusions right now about what's going on up there. And even Arizona is still unknown. But even if we did know Arizona, we would still need to wait on those states to count all of their votes to really get a clear sense of what is going on. So, yeah, we're asking for patience, but I also think that it's important for people to recognize that this is kind of the opposite of what we were seeing earlier in the night when we were getting a lot of mail votes from states like Florida, and it was looking okay for Biden. Now we're getting a lot of Election Day votes from those states, and those are going to benefit Trump. We just have to wait and see. We can't even say really what is happening in some of these counties because the percentage of the vote is so low, you can't draw any real conclusions.
And just to underscore what we're all saying is the early votes in Michigan, Wisconsin, and especially Pennsylvania are the votes that we expected to be counted last.
Right.
Particularly in Pennsylvania, because that's the law for some reason in Pennsylvania. And so...
Well, the Democrats tried to change it.
They did.
And the Republicans in the legislature wouldn't let them for whatever reason.
Well, I think we know the reason.
Well, whatever it is, that's the reason. They're counting now. It takes a long time. I don't know if this feels like 2016 when Donald Trump pulled this huge upset and surprised everybody, or it feels like 2018 where Democrats actually had a really good night. It just took longer than a night.
But Jake, I want to go back to something that you said at the beginning of the night and you keep saying, which is it feels like 2020 because, meaning it's not unlike any other year, because going into tonight in most of these battleground states, the candidates were within the margin of error.
Right.
Yeah.
That, by definition, means it is a close race in all of these states, and that is what we are seeing play out right now.
Yeah.
And it's a divided country. It's a divided country. It's a close election.
One thing that we can say based on how close the race is in some of the places that Donald Trump was really at risk of losing is that the Republicans really delivered in the sense that they were able to keep those races close and in their direction as we speak right now. We're looking at a map in which a lot of states are red because they're trending red and they need to stay that way. And for President Trump, that is a really important thing because we would be having a completely different conversation tonight if we were talking about Joe Biden actually expanding the map in a serious way early on in the night.
Yeah. Wolf, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start off in the 2nd Congressional District in Nebraska. One electoral vote is at stake. 57% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 16,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.4% to 44.8%. In Arizona, a lot more of the vote is in. 75% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an impressive 203,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.5% to 45.1%. In Minnesota right now, 61% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 220,000 vote lead over Trump there as well, 54.3% to 43.6%. There's more states. Let's continue the key race alert right now. In Ohio right now, 88% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has an impressive 434,000 vote lead over Biden in Ohio, 53.2% to 45.3%. In North Carolina, right now, 95% of the vote is in. Relatively close, only a 75,000 vote Trump lead over Biden. 50% for Trump to 48.7% for Biden. In Iowa right now, 70% of the vote is in. Very close. Only a 31,000 vote lead for Trump over Biden, 50.3% to 47.8%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. So close in some of these states. There's still a lot of outstanding votes to be counted.
Yeah, and we're going to wait late into the night for some of them, we're told. And again, some grace to the local election officials because they have to deal with this wild and different 2020 mail-in voting, in-person early voting, election day voting. However, in some of these states, as you go through them, number one, again, Pennsylvania, we're still waiting. 50% estimate. We're going to be waiting on that one for a while. Michigan, you pull it out. Trump lead right now. But again, it's just not contextual in the sense that you come down here, Wayne County, 147,000 votes right now. That's Detroit and the suburbs around it. Hillary Clinton was at 520,000, 519,000 4 years ago. So it's just a reminder to our viewers that these states are counting more slowly because of the complexities of the 2020 election, and it's going to take time. It may well take into the morning. If that's the case, we'll keep counting and we'll stay up all night and watch it play out. Wisconsin, the same thing. So again, if you lived through 2016 and you're a Republican, you're looking at this map and you're saying that looks great. It does look great. It's just not complete, and it's nowhere near complete. Nowhere near complete. So we just need to see. We need to keep counting votes. So then the other anomaly on the map, if you will, there are two things that look different compared to 2016. One of them is the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I'm going to zoom in again on Fairfax County right here. This has been this way for some time. Stuck at 28% for the largest county in the state. You would think, I know it's a difficult year, you would think the largest county in the Commonwealth of Virginia could do a better job than that, 28% at this point of the night.
Hold on one moment, John.
Sure.
Pamela Brown's got some reporting on what's going on in Virginia.
Yeah, exactly. We're finding out in Fairfax, Virginia, it is slow going, finding out the results there. In fact, we're finding out that they will have their roughly 400,000 absentee ballots results in the next couple of hours, likely before 1 a.m. So far, only around 28% is reported there in Fairfax County in Virginia, and a very small portion of that is Democratic. So we have that going on there. And then you look over in Georgia. It is slow going, John. If you go over to Georgia and some of these counties there, you have Gwinnett County only 29% in. DeKalb, we have only 24% in. And then Fulton has also been slow going. They were delayed because of a pipe that burst earlier. And so they still have 48,000 absentee ballots to go through. They had 2 weeks to process these ballots, but it is slow going there in Georgia. And then we also know, of course, John, in Pennsylvania, more than 1 million outstanding absentee ballots for officials to go through in the Democratic areas there of Pennsylvania. I'm talking about Philadelphia. I'm talking about the suburbs of Philadelphia and Allegheny. And that's not counting these 9 counties, the smaller counties that are waiting until tomorrow to start counting those absentee ballots. So as this picture comes together of what's happening, we really are in suspense there in Pennsylvania.
That's a lot. It's again, you just look at the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, big state, 20 electoral votes, 2 million to 1.5 million, and you think that's a lot of votes. Just go back in time to Pam's point about how many votes still need to be counted. 2.9, and we expect higher turnout this time. Pam mentioned the 9 counties, at least 6 of those, I think, maybe all 9, but at least 6 or 7 won by Trump. They've just decided they knew they were going to be overwhelmed today. They're not going to count those votes until tomorrow. So you look at that there. I want to pop back to what Pam said in Georgia, because, again, if you're in the Biden campaign right now, you're looking at this map and you're thinking all of the opportunities we thought we had might be slipping away, meaning states that we could flip, like Florida, like North Carolina, like Georgia. There were 2 Senate races in Georgia as well. So I just want to go to the point Pam was making and just see what are we looking at, right? So let's come back out first. You look at statewide, a 211,141 vote lead. So you come into the highest population center and you say, okay, well, they're missing a lot of ballots here. Not missing, but they haven't counted a lot of ballots here. So you look at Fulton County, 297,000 there. Let's just see where we are, 196. So Joe Biden is 100,000 votes behind where Hillary Clinton was there. It's supposed to be a more high turnout election, so maybe there's more votes there. That's about 100,000 there. Pam mentioned Gwinnett County. Come over here. You see 174,000 for Biden now. You go back, 176. So he's ahead of Hillary Clinton already there with still some votes to be counted. The question you're asking, this is the reason I'm going through this, is it at all possible? When you look at the Donald Trump lead right now, when you go through these areas and you move over here, we had that. We come here again, 81,000 votes. There's a lot of votes to be done here. 81,000 is where Joe Biden is now. You go back in time, 251,000. So you are looking at giant chunks of votes in those counties. You come back out, you see the president's lead is 211,000. When you have that many votes missing from DeKalb, Gwinnett, and Fulton, there's no reason at all for Democrats to give up. There's votes to be counted. The question is, can you win? As those votes are counted, what's your margin? What is your margin? So again, you keep it on the board. If you look at it right now, there's a Democrat, you're disappointed, but when you do the math and figure out what's out there, this is why patience is going to be so important. And again, it's the very same situation. Pam mentioned more than 1 million votes here. They're just nowhere near. This is 2016. You come back up to 2020. They're just nowhere near the same numbers, right? You just saw the 2016 numbers. And so patience is what's required here. And again, we heard the president repeatedly at the end of the campaign saying we should be able to count the votes on election night. That's it. I'm done. It's just not the way it works, which is why Sarah Murray, in the report saying the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania just came out, explained the process. That's really the challenge now. For the election officials in these states where you have the slow count, we just got the Fairfax information, in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, transparency is going to be key in the hours ahead, because this is where, in this age of social media and everything else, this is where things start to fly around. The important thing is stay with the sources you trust, be patient. We're going to count them. We have eyes on them. It's all fine.
No rush. We'll take it easy.
Right.
We'll do it right. We have a key race alert. Some of the contests we haven't paid that much attention to, but take a look at this in Maine right now. 37% of the estimated vote is in. Joe Biden has an 18,000 vote lead over Donald Trump, 51.3% to 45.5%. The second congressional district in Maine with 1 electoral vote, 33% of the vote is in. Trump is slightly ahead, 8,841 votes, 50.6% to 45%. Only a third of the vote is in Maine. the 2nd Congressional District in Montana. Right now, Biden is ahead but it's close, by about 1,300 votes, 49.2% to 48.1%. 20% of the vote in Montana is in, so we're watching those contests as well.
And so, again, very rarely does it happen, but every now and then, those one matter. You mentioned the Maine 2nd Congressional District. Democrats all along have thought that Maine was a state that they were going to win and win quite comfortably. As you can see, we're very early in the count right here. But you see the red up in the northern part of the state. Donald Trump carried this congressional district 4 years ago. Maine and Nebraska do it by congressional district. It is very rare that it comes down to, 269, 269, or 271. It's very rare that happens, but on a night like this, we'll keep track of that count there because Democrats thought they had that one in their back pocket. But Democrats have been surprised in some other places tonight, or at least appear to be on the verge of being surprised. So we'll watch as it plays out. And so, you're going to go across this map, and you're looking at this map. And if you're watching at home, this is important. Throughout the night, Donald Trump had been leading in the popular vote. As we get the West Coast results, Joe Biden is now 1.6 million votes ahead there. That's important from a symbolic and a moral victory, but it's not how we pick presidents.
John, we got another key race alert, an important one right now. The Commonwealth of Virginia, look at this, 73% of the vote is in. Biden is now ahead by some 219,000 votes, 52.3% to 46% for Trump. All of a sudden, Biden takes the lead in Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake in Virginia. That's significant, John. We were looking closely at those suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia counties.
And so let's see what happened there, because, again, we've seen this play out in Virginia before where the Republican takes an early lead, but not all, and the Northern Virginia counties come in. And you see Fairfax County was at 28% moments ago. Now it's up to 86. If you need something fixed at home, you just need Pam Brown to talk about it on television. And then apparently it just happens right away. Pam talks about it and in come the votes. So that's good. It's a good thing. I'll give you Pam's phone number later in the program. As you go through this, look, on a night like this, when people are nervous, when we do have the counting, it is important for people. So we give them credit for counting the votes when they did. And when you pull that back out, then all of a sudden, a state that you were watching all night long, you're wondering, why is that red? We talked about this all night long, and we're going to talk about it apparently through the night and into tomorrow when it comes to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We need to be patient. It's a very different year. These are good people who count votes. We beat them up sometimes. We ask, why aren't you doing this more quickly? They're good people, and they're counting the votes. We want them as quickly as possible. So now you see this, and that puts Virginia back again. So you come back out, and you look at this map where we are right now, right? So now we're at 1147. This is where normally we're thinking, are we close? Are we close to making a call? We are not. We are not. Why? We are not. Why? Because we're waiting for so much. Number one, you see those. They're red right now, but it's just not contextual. It's real. The president leads in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, but we're missing a ton of votes. We're missing a ton of votes. And so you look at this part of the country. Has anything changed? Right? Let me take this out. Has anything changed from 2016? No. Has anything changed from 2016? No, not yet. We're not done. We haven't called some of these states, but in terms of who's leading right now. And so the only thing on this map right now that's different is that, Arizona. And that's not called yet either, but it seems to be trending Joe Biden's way. So that was a key target for the Democrats. There's a Senate race out there as well, too. That was one. The Democrats came into the night thinking and hoping there would be more than one. We're not done yet. There may well yet be. Georgia, as we just noted, they have a lot of votes to count in Georgia. It's still close enough for those votes to make a difference. But the Democrats who spent this week saying it's going to be a blowout are reconsidering that right now. Again, we haven't finished with these states. But if you were going to have a blowout, even when you're waiting for some votes to be counted, in a blowout year, you're leading. You tend to lead. So it doesn't mean one or two of these won't flip back, but you don't see any evidence right now of a huge wave. And that's going to matter, not just for the presidency, as we get later in the night in the Senate, as we start doing the House tally, as tomorrow we think about governor's races and state legislatures. The fact that there's a lot of red here is better news for Republicans. How good? We don't know yet. It takes a few days to sort through that. And so you come back to this map here right now. Again, Joe Biden now ahead in the popular vote. That's just a moral victory. It's a symbolic victory. If you start to stretch it out, then it does affect the Electoral College map. But if it's pretty close, as it is right now, then you're doing state by state, hand-to-hand combat of presidential politics. And that comes down. I just want to check this one again. We kept waiting. Was Ohio going to change? 88. Again, we're still waiting. I was just communicating with a very good, solid Republican vote counter in Ohio. Very confident that's going to stay for Trump. Not a Trump person, just a very smart Republican vote counter. We'll see. We'll see if she's right. But it sure looks that way. You come back here again. So you see this right now. You think it's halfway through. 519,000 votes. That's big, right? Even in a big state like Pennsylvania. However, let's go west to east this time. 98,000 votes. We've been stuck there for a long time. 17% of the estimated vote. Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, that's the suburbs around it. Remember that 98,000. This is a higher turnout year. We're seeing that everywhere in the country. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton got 367,000 votes in Allegheny County. We're just nowhere near done. We have a lot of votes to count there. Let's just come. I just want to check in some of the counties for the president. That's a county we expect to go for Joe Biden. Westmoreland County is a place where we expect the president to win. This was a challenge. Joe Biden campaigned here. When he came out of the Democratic convention, he took the train ride. Joe Biden came here on purpose. He wanted to see if he could narrow the gap. This is 64-33 last time. Let's come back here now. Not so far anyway. Not so far. This would be, again, if the president can hold this, that's a big deal. Joe Biden went into these communities thinking, I can narrow the gap some. But again, we're in the early chapter of this, and we don't know what we have left to come out. Let's come back over here. Again, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, this is what matters most in terms of the vote count. Democrats need to run it up big in Philadelphia. Joe Biden at 248,000, so just shy of 250,000 votes. You think that's a big lead. You see 75%. But to emphasize the point, we have a long way to go. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in this county 4 years ago. We got a ton way to go. Wolf, back to you.
We'll be patient. We got another projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden is the winner in Virginia. Virginia goes for Biden. Biden beats Trump in the Commonwealth of Virginia. 13 electoral votes go to Biden. Take a look at the electoral college map count. Right now, Biden has crossed 200. He has 205 electoral college votes right now. Trump has 114, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's take a look at some of the key race alerts right now. Arizona right now, look at this. 76% of the estimated vote in Arizona is in. Biden is ahead in Arizona by more than 207,000 votes, 53.6% to 45% for Trump. So let's go back to John King right now. Arizona, 200,000 vote lead right now with that number, that percentage of vote in. That's pretty significant, John.
It is indeed. And so again, that's 2016. Let me come back to 2020, come through my time warp here and pull out Arizona. It is significant. Now, again, it's a flip, right? It would be a flip. It's a traditionally red state, so you're going to always be a little bit more cautious before you call it. And so we want to wait and see. But you're up to 76%. You're up to a 207,000 vote lead, 1.2 to 1. And again, this is the bread and butter of Arizona, 60% of the vote, Maricopa County. You see Joe Biden just shy of 800,000 votes right there, 54%. Let's just go back and take a look. Hillary Clinton, 700,000 votes, 702. 702, the Democrat this time, 798. So 96,000 more votes, and we're not quite complete yet here. Again, what does this tell you? Number one, it tells you the Biden campaign did a good job. But number two, it just tells you more about the suburban revolt. And again, we're seeing other places that are closer than they were 4 years ago. This would be a very important pickup for the Democrats if it continues to trend this way. And again, 54 if you round up to 45, so a 9-point race there. If you go back 4 years ago, it was close, but it was a 4.5-point race in favor of the Republicans. The demographic shifts in Arizona, the suburban revolt against President Trump, and this could be very, very important on a night where the other opportunities for the Democrats, at least as of now, do not seem to be bearing fruit. Florida's still red, Georgia's still red, North Carolina's still red, Ohio's still red. So if you're the Democrats and you're thinking, how do we take away, and I can walk over here and show you, how do we take away from Donald Trump's math? This is where we are right now with the states that have been projected. So this part is done. Nothing here is a surprise. So the question is, if you're Joe Biden, how do you get to 270? Well, that would help, right? 205 gets you up to 216. That would help. Doesn't get you all the way, but it helps. Not only does it help you go up, it takes it away from Donald Trump's 306. And so then you're looking at this map. If you're a Democrat and you're looking at this map, you assume this one's going to come your way. We're not done there yet, Minnesota. And you're looking around here, you assume most of Maine is going to come your way. Right now, President Trump was leading in that congressional district, so let's just take that away. I'm going to make the second congressional district a toss-up for now. The president is leading. The Democrats think they're going to get that, but again, they thought they were going to get some other places too. We'll watch. I'll take it off as a toss-up. So you're at 229, and you're the Democrats. How do you get there if you're Joe Biden, right? Well, you can't count on Texas right now. You're still leading in Iowa? No, you're not. You're not leading in Iowa anymore. You're going to get Hawaii. When we go a little deeper into the night, that gets you up to 233. And so then, again, it sounds redundant, but you come here and here, and even those two, not enough. So you're looking at that. Do you do that there? Or the other Clinton state, Nevada, we haven't done on the West Coast yet. You get that there. So that's 285. Can you afford to lose that? You come that. You can't afford to lose that. So we're going to walk through the math as we go through this for the rest of the night.
Let's take a quick break. A lot more coming up. We're waiting to see what happens in Arizona. Can Joe Biden pull off a win in that state? We'll find out. Election night in America continues in 2 minutes.
Locating your parked car with the touch of a button might seem excessive. Unless getting lost is the whole point.
I woke up next to a dead man.
The flight attendant, she knows more than she's saying.
The whole night, it just flickers. Why'd you clean it up? I don't know. I feel like I'm losing my mind. You did nothing wrong.
Nothing.
Oh, God.
The podcasts, the newsletters, the mobile app, the #1 source for news. This is CNN.
I'm Chris Berman, and welcome back to the biggest auto protection show on earth, brought to you by CarShield. If your car is out of warranty or close to expiring, you could get stuck paying thousands for an engine, transmission, or computer system breakdown. But when you have CarShield, you'll never pay for covered repairs again. CarShield makes sure you don't have to pay for expensive car repairs, and that's why I'm a CarShield customer.
Call 800-987-3316.
Everyone wants to protect their nest eggs in this roller coaster of a market. Stock market profits can start to hemorrhage at any time, and many smart investors are taking their money off the table. You've probably heard it's wise to have a diversified portfolio. That includes not just stocks, but also real estate. But who wants to pay the taxes? That's where Opportunity Zones come in. You can invest in commercial real estate while also reducing and deferring the taxes that you have to pay when you sell stock. To learn more about this government program, visit urbancatalyst.com/diversify.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
The presidential race still up in the air right now with crucial battlegrounds still too early to call, too close to call. Here's where the fight for electoral votes stands right now. Take a look at this. 205 electoral college votes for Biden right now. That's what Biden has right now. You need 270 to win. It's a very, very important race right now. Let's take a look at the key race alert right now. In Pennsylvania right now, 51% of the estimated vote is in. Donald Trump has 56.5% to 42.1% for Biden. He's got a lead of more than 500,000 votes right now, but 51% of the estimated vote is in. Still plenty of votes outstanding. In Michigan, still plenty of votes outstanding as well. 48% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 54.4%. Biden has 43.8%. Trump is ahead by 289,000 votes. In Wisconsin, 61% of the vote is in. Trump has a 105,000 vote lead over Biden, 51.6% to 46.8%. In Arizona, 76% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has 53% to Trump's 45% in Arizona. 207,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump in Arizona. As we follow some of those crucial undecided races, we're getting closer and closer to another poll closing just minutes from now. Voting ends in Hawaii. 4 electoral votes are at stake out of the 270 needed to win this contest. Let's go back to John King over at the Magic Wall. John, right now, Trump has 114 electoral votes. Biden has 205.
Right, and so you just mentioned we're going to get Hawaii at the top of the hour, and it would be a shock if this went any way other than that. So we'll just do that, and we're going to wait for Alaska, but we assume that will go red. So let's assume here, then you get Joe Biden to 209, right? And so we're from there. Again, we're not done here yet, and we're not done here yet. But that's how it looks like it's trending there.
Hawaii is too early to call, by the way.
Hawaii is too early to call. I'm just saying I expect that's where we end up, right? It would be a huge surprise. It would be a huge surprise otherwise. And if we have to go back, we go back. But so you do the hypotheticals now in the Biden campaign, and you're banking on that. You're banking on Nevada, and you like your lead in Arizona, and you think you're going to get that. So then you're looking around. And again, Minnesota is a state. We're not there yet, but you think you're going to keep that. I don't think I've ever been past 11 o'clock on a presidential election night and having not called the state of Rhode Island. That's Connecticut. We'll come back in there. It's a little small. My fingers don't quite get in there. I started my career in Rhode Island, and I never thought we'd get past 11 o'clock before we call it. It's just that's the year we're in, right? But we expect that goes Democratic. So then you're looking at the map, right? Virginia's now back in the Democratic fold. You're in the Biden campaign. You can't count on this anymore. You weren't counting on it, but your hope has gone away. Your hope is fading. You're not sure about Georgia. There's a lot of votes out in metro Atlanta. So let's play this one out. We'll just wait a little bit and be patient. But again, you're back in this place here, right, where you expect that if you're the Democrats, you think you're going to get most of Maine, but I'm going to take away this congressional district and just put it back in the toss-up. Maine, one of those states that does it. Just let's take this away. Let's be cautious and see what happens. And again, I'm looking at the Biden math, right? Because the president starts at 270. Joe Biden starts at 306. Joe Biden has to subtract to take it away. And so you're looking at the map now. Where else do you go? It gets you back right here again. Now, again, we assume, we haven't called this yet, we assume that's going to go there, right? And let's just see. We're waiting on Iowa, but the expectation is that that goes there. So if these all stay, right, and this is the wild card. I'm going to do this last because, again, we're a lot of votes waiting. So any Democrat in Georgia is going to get mad at me right now. It's just a hypothetical. We're having a hypothetical right here. We expect the president will end up with Alaska, Idaho. Montana's interesting right now, but again, the expectation is it's going to go there. So we got some congressional districts here we're waiting on. And so then where do you get, right? You've got 1, 2, and 3 in the congressional district. So we're going to wait those out. Just remember that you sort of have three off to the side as you go through these big 3 states right here. At 243 and 246, essentially, if you get this, you're knocking at the door, right? You get this, then you need one of these, right? If this one, let's just leave this one off the board. We think it's going to be the slowest to count, right? If we're waiting on that, bang, bang, 269, then we're into the congressional districts, right? So then do you get that one? Do you get one of those? That would get Joe Biden there without Pennsylvania. If you flip it around and you're the President of the United States, you think, can you get this back? The polls looked iffy, but again, 259, 56, that's where we're in, okay? These are hypotheticals, but that's where we are. That's where it looks like we're going into the night with those 2 or 3 states out there, a couple of congressional districts in hand-to-hand combat.
We got a projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Ohio. Beats Biden in Ohio, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. That's a big win for Donald Trump in the state of Ohio. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. With that, Biden still has 205. Trump has 132. 270 needed to win the presidency. Biden still ahead 205, 132. We're watching this very closely. Let's get a key race alert and see where things stand right now. All eyes on Arizona right now. 76% of the estimated vote is now in, and Biden still has an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45%. For Trump, that's 11 electoral votes in Arizona right there. 76%, John, of Arizona is now in.
And so, again, it's not there yet, but that would be the flip, right? We're looking at this map right now. We're starting to fill it in. Nothing has changed from 2016 as of now. So both campaigns sort of in their building blocks. This is where they figured you would be. Now, again, the Biden campaign was hoping, right? Hoping for an opportunity here, an opportunity here, an opportunity here. We just took one away. They thought they had a chance. Remember, Joe Biden went to Cleveland Monday morning. Closer, a lot closer than it was last time, but a Trump win there, we project. And so you're looking at this map. So this one, they're leading in. That's a Clinton state they expect to get. So again, in the Biden campaign, you came into the night dreaming of getting this. It doesn't look that way. We still have some votes to count in Texas. But so if you take off the board, let's not count on that anymore. Take that off. We're still waiting. Take that off. Take that off again. We're back here where we knew we would be. And the question is, what else can change the math, right? So which, do you need the big one? Can you do it with the 26, 16, and 10? 16 Michigan, 10 Wisconsin. This is, you're sitting there now with your sheets, or that's all done digitally now. But some people like old school, even in the campaigns. They're sitting there with their paper, and they're going through this because you got one in the congressional district here, you got one here. The question for Maine, we haven't done Maine yet. I mean, Biden can pick some up in Maine if you turn this off and come here. The question is, do you get them all? I'm in the wrong thing there. There we go. do you get them all, or do you just get, does the congressional district go back and forth? So that's where the interesting math is now. And normally, in a big race, it doesn't come down to this, right? You're not worried about one congressional district there and one congressional district here, but we have the potential to be in that. For challenge for Biden now is make sure you hold Nevada, clinch Arizona, and flip it, and then you get into the then we get into the math as we go later through the night. And the issue is going to be keep checking in on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to find out how much more are we going to get tonight, how much more will we get in the middle of the night. I think in all 3 states we're likely to be having a tomorrow conversation, and the question is, what else do we get? Do we get everything else? And then, so where's the math when we go into the weight on these? And that's the calculation back and forth. And guess what? If you go into tomorrow, just without a doubt, then you're talking about lawyers, contested fights, some of them perfectly normal, some of them perhaps outside of normal, because we've heard the President of the United States say repeatedly he thinks you should be able to finish counting an election tonight. It's not the way it works. It's just not the way it works. It never works that way. It was not going to work this way from the beginning this year because of the complexities of the pandemic voting. But it is one thing to watch. The President signaled he was going to do it. We're now at 12:06 a.m. on Wednesday. He has not done it. That's good. That's good. We should let the process play out. But as we get through this later, let's just see.
And in all 3 of those battleground states, the so-called blue wall, so much of the outstanding vote are the early votes, which were skewing Democratic.
Right, they were. And again, I didn't have, Rhode Island still has not been called on that map too, which would be a couple of votes for Biden. Let's bring it over here. And just to look, and again, at this point, to people at home who've been watching all night long, this is getting a bit redundant. But as people tune in later in the night, it's just important to keep saying this. If you look at this map and you think it's after midnight, 56 to 42 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, at first glance, you think, wow. But then think about it. Pennsylvania, no matter who wins Pennsylvania, it is not going to be a 14-point race in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's just not going to happen. So what does that tell you? That this is an incomplete picture. Every vote in here is a real vote, but it's an incomplete picture. And so you look at places where the president is doing well, 72% of the vote is in here in Lancaster County. Very important to the president. You move up here to Lebanon County. It's a smaller county, but this is where the president, this is where the Trump magic is running it up in these smaller counties, building 20,000 votes here, 10,000 votes there, but 95% of it is in. So if you're looking at this map right now and you're thinking, if you're a Democrat, okay, a lot of these Trump counties, a high percentage of the vote seems to be in, but come over here to this part of the state. Bucks County, 53%, so we're making some progress there. Biden holding the lead. Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia, up to 40%. We were in the 20s last time we checked, so we're getting some more votes. But again, look at 248,931, so just shy 249,000 for Joe Biden. He's leading Philadelphia County. Go back 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton gets 584,000 votes. So we just have to, that's simple math, right? Turnout is higher this year. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in Philadelphia County. Joe Biden right now is at 248,000. The president's numbers are much lower too. We just haven't counted many of the votes in Philadelphia County. And that includes when you move beyond out to Montgomery County. Again, might be 50% here. I'll look at the numbers there. 168,000 for Joe Biden now. Hillary Clinton won this county with 256. So there's just a lot of math to be done, right? You move down here, Chester County. Hillary Clinton had 141,000. You come up here now, we're at 73,000. That's about half, a little less than half, a little more than half, I'm sorry. So if you just bring it out, this is where we just need to be patient. And again, the key thing, if you're a Democrat and you're sweating this a little bit, number one, most of your votes here have not yet been counted. This is your other big basket here. You're still at 17%. Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden leading healthily, 98,000 votes. That's a healthy lead. You go back in time. Hillary Clinton got 367,000 votes in Allegheny County. Joe Biden hopes to do better than her 4 years ago. We'll see if that turns out to be true, but we just simply know 260, just shy of 260, just shy of 370. You come here now, we just haven't counted a lot of votes. There's just a ton of votes yet to be counted, which means we're not done. So you pull it out and you wait, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So it's just deceptive. It's all real. These are all votes, but that's just deceptive because it's not a contextual lead because we're missing so many votes. And it's the very same story when you move over to Michigan. The challenge now is for the election officials in these states to be transparent, to do the best they can, count as quickly as they can and be transparent about what is missing. But you just want to come down here and look again. This hasn't budged. This simply hasn't budged. Wayne County is Detroit and the suburbs around it. This is the building block for Democrats in the state of Michigan. Nearly 20%, 18% or more, depending on turnout of the statewide vote. You see Joe Biden at 147,000. You go back in time. This was a place where Hillary Clinton underperformed. Democrats wish turnout was higher, but still, she got 519,000 plus votes 4 years ago. The leader right there, right now, Joe Biden, 147,000 votes. So it just tells you, that's just one county. It just tells you we have a boatload of votes to count. And you come out here, let's move out to Kent, move out to the western part of the state. You're up to 60 here, right? 60% of the estimated vote. But 119,000, Donald Trump leading in Kent County. This is Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it. Democrats had hoped to make inroads here. Let's see if it stays red. But 119 at 54%. You come back 4 years ago, 148. So even in a place where they say they're up to 60, we just know it's under the 2016 vote total. We know that turnout is up just about everywhere in this election. So it tells you it's real, it's a Trump lead, but it's an incomplete picture. Let's come to 2020 as we do that. It's a Trump lead, and it's a healthy lead, it looks like, but it's just incomplete, and it's significantly incomplete. And, Wolf, it's the very same thing over in Wisconsin. You look at this as a Republican, it's closer here, but it's still 5 points when you look at it, 108,000 votes. But you come down here to Milwaukee, 128,000 votes right there. You go back in time. Hillary Clinton had 208,000 votes. Turnout was down in Milwaukee 4 years ago. I heard Bill Ware say earlier Democrats are worried about it this time, but it's not going to be this much down. You're not going to have 288,000. Look at the president. He was at 126,000 here, and you come back, you come up to 2020 here. He's at 80,000 and 128. It's just not a complete picture. There are a lot of votes to be counted, and so you want to, you want to know. It's past midnight. You want to know. We just have a long way to go. We have to count votes.
Let's be patient, and we'll count the votes. We have a projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Idaho. Trump beats Biden in Idaho, wins 4 electoral votes in Idaho. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, where it stands right now with that win. Trump now has 136 Electoral College votes. Biden has 205. 270, that's the magic number you need to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand in Minnesota and Iowa. In Minnesota right now, 65% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an impressive 217,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.9% to 44.1%. In Iowa right now, 84% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 95,000 vote lead over Biden, 52.2% to 45.9% in Iowa. 2 more states. We're waiting for those states, John. So the counting continues.
The counting continues, and again, we mentioned Iowa. It was blue very early on. This is one of those states that Biden can. This is a much longer shot. This is more of a Republican state. Some Democrats out there thought there's a Senate race out there as well, so Democrats thought make a run at it. But you look at that right now, again, 84%. We have a way to go in the count, but you just come into Polk County. This is Des Moines, up to 95%, 57% to 41%. Just checking the vote totals to see turnout. 146,000 leading there, 119. So you see, even there, Joe Biden's numbers higher, turnout is up everywhere, but it doesn't appear to be enough as you walk it through. We'll just come through here and come out and look. You come over to the eastern part of the state, Cedar Rapids, Lynn County. Democrats need a big turnout here. 70,000 votes, 92%. Just want to go back in time again to compare it. Hillary Clinton gets 58,000 votes. So Joe Biden is, in the places where the Democrats need to do well, Joe Biden is getting more votes, more because of higher turnout than Hillary Clinton. But just look, There's an interesting thing to look at this here, the so-called pivot counties. Just watch this map. This is Trump 2016, right? Trump 2016, Trump 2020, Trump 2020, still a lot of red. If you go back in time, watch all the blue. This is Obama 2012, Obama 2008. Iowa has more of the so-called pivot counties than any state in the country. There are 31 counties in this state that voted twice for Barack Obama and Joe Biden. 31 counties, 31 of the 99 Iowa counties. Look at that. It changed in 2016, and it looks like if you do it here, we're not quite done with the 2020 count. It does look like Joe Biden maybe took a few of them back, but nowhere near. The bulk of them are right up in here. Nowhere near. Again, we're not done with the count here, but we're up to 84% there and a 98,000 vote lead. In Iowa, you pull it back out. There's a lot of red, but remember this red is incomplete.
Certainly is. We got a key race alert right now. In Arizona, look at this, 76% of the estimated vote in Arizona is in. Biden has an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Nevada right now, still very, very early. Only a few votes have been counted. Trump has a lead of about 2,700 votes, 78 0.7% to 18%. Less than 1% of the vote in Nevada is in. 6 electoral votes in Nevada. We'll watch Nevada closely. Arizona is a key battleground state, and Biden's doing well there, John.
That would be the first flip. It would be the first flip of a Trump 2016 state to a Biden state, and you pull it out again. 207,000 votes when you're up to 76%. Not impossible to overcome, but it gets hard at this point, especially when most of your votes are here. More than 60% of the vote will come out of Maricopa County, and it's a 10-point lead, just shy of a 10-point lead for Joe Biden. 805,000 votes in Maricopa County. Again, higher turnout this time. Number one, demographics favor the Democrats every day. Arizona gets more diverse, but also the suburban revolt. When you add all those up, 2016, Hillary Clinton gets 702,000 votes in Maricopa County, and the president wins it 4 years later, 100,000 more votes, 103,000 more votes for Joe Biden to carry Maricopa County. So you pull out and look at the rest of the state. You move up here. You look at Flagstaff. Look at 66% there, up to 73%. You go back in time, 56%, so 10 points better.
We're just getting word, by the way, that Joe Biden is about to make a statement shortly from Wilmington, Delaware. We'll, of course, have live coverage of that, but go ahead.
Right, and so that's the challenge for these candidates tonight. We're waiting to see if the candidates would speak. Nobody can declare victory tonight because we don't know. We just don't know. And so the question is, what tone do you set? Again, there was some reporting during the week that perhaps the president would come out if he saw this and say, it's past midnight, election day's over, I'm ahead. He hasn't done that, and that's good. That's good because that's not the way it works. So I assume Joe Biden's going to say, we're counting votes. Let's continue. Let's respect the process, and we go forward here. And you come up, you just say, you think, you just got to count the votes because this is all incomplete right here. And again, you walk through it, 66%, but a lot of Democratic votes missing, 50%, a lot of Democratic votes missing. You just walk through it as you go through here, 57%, almost nothing, or at least up to 40% now in Philadelphia, but a ton to count, 53% here. 55% here. So more votes starting to come in slowly in that area here in Pennsylvania. But if you're Joe Biden, number one, you're nervous. You're nervous. The map is not what you thought it was going to be as you come through. But number two, you also know that we're nowhere close to being done right here. And if those turn around, then you're back in a better place.
Yeah, those are 3 critically important states right now. They're watching closely. It'll be interesting to see what Biden actually has to say at a sensitive moment like this.
Right, absolutely. The challenge is to urge people to be patient and to trust the process. The challenge also is to ease some Democratic jitters because a lot of Democrats came into the night thinking that this would be better. A lot of Democrats just simply thought the animus toward Trump is so deep among the Democrats that they just thought, and the polls, they look at the national polls, and again, we'll see where this ends up. We'll see where this ends up. Joe Biden has pulled ahead in the popular vote, and we'll see where it ends up. But they looked at the national polls, they looked at some of those other polls, and they thought, okay, this will not happen to us again. The flip side is there are a lot of Democrats who said, oh, is this going to happen to us again? So what does Joe Biden have to do? He has to say, let's wait and let's count, which is the right thing to say, whether you're Joe Biden or the president. However, if you're looking at this map now, again, if you come back, this is where we are right now. And Nevada, a Clinton state, we'll see what happens. We're still counting. Arizona, a Trump state. Looks like Biden has a lead there. We haven't finished yet. But if you come back to this map, and again, if you just think about all the places the Democrats thought, we're not done with these counts, but Democrats thought, that would just be game over. That would be game changer, game ended. All right? That one we've projected. That's not going to happen. We haven't finished with that one yet or finished with this one yet. But those were states where Democrats thought if you get this one or that one, you block Trump's path. You get this one, you absolutely block Trump's path. Didn't happen. We're not done here either. It's a weird night. There's some interesting votes still to be counted. But again, Trump's leads are starting to grow. The election, the whole Republican strategy will get you on Election Day. So far, we're seeing it. Again, we have to get to the finish line in these states counting the votes. So if you're Joe Biden and you're looking now, number one, you do think you're going to change this. It's not enough to get you there. It's not enough to get you there. So the rest of them will come here. Congressional district here, perhaps. Congressional district here, perhaps. But this is the meat and potatoes of presidential politics in the last several years, and it's going to be tonight. And it seems increasingly, it's already Wednesday morning, 12:29. This could go on throughout the day.
We have another key race alert. In Georgia right now, 80% of the estimated vote is in, and Donald Trump has a nearly 300,000 vote lead over Biden, 53% to 45.8%, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. Trump has an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead. Let's take a closer look at Georgia right now. It looks good for Trump right now.
It does look good for Trump if you're looking at the math right now, but you also have to remember the most important thing when you get to a point like this is what's missing, right? So you see 53, 46, you see 297,000 votes, and that sure seems like a lot, especially when you see a number that says you think about 80% of the estimated vote is in. However, then you come here to metropolitan Atlanta, and you see right here, this is the largest county in the state, Fulton County. It'll be somewhere ballpark 10% of the statewide vote. Joe Biden's at 238, right? 238. Where were we 4 years ago? Hillary Clinton was at 297. So there's some votes there, and we think turnout was higher. We expect turnout to be even higher. So then you want to move over here to Cobb County. Hillary Clinton had 160,000 votes 4 years ago. Where are we right now? Joe Biden's at 163 with 70%. So more of these votes are starting to come in. They're starting to come in. As you move over here, let me come one more over to Gwinnett County, up to 78% right here. Joe Biden, 56, 186,000. Come back and look at it here. 20,000 more than Hillary Clinton in the end. So as the votes the votes here are starting to come in, they were still not full at all. That's 2016. You come back and look at it here, 53%. So if you're looking at it, you think, okay, that looks insurmountable, but it's starting to come back. The votes around Atlanta coming back, it's going to make it closer.
Pamela Brown's got some information on Georgia. What are you learning, Pamela?
Yeah, and Fulton County, home to Atlanta, they have stopped counting there for the night. They're going to pick back up at 8 in the morning Eastern time, and they still have 48,000 mail-in ballots to go to count. Of course, Georgia had 2 weeks to process these, but they couldn't start counting these mail-in ballots until the polls closed. So we know we're going to be waiting for a bit on the edge of our seats as we find out what's going on in Fulton. And then when you look at other places like DeKalb, only 31% reported in DeKalb there in Georgia. What do you make of that, John King?
I make it that they're having a slow count. And so you mentioned, so if Fulton County's going to wait, so you're waiting on votes there. The question is, can Joe Biden get close enough to make those votes count? It's a slow count. And so, again, we just waited for a long time, and then Virginia gave us a big dump. They're trying to get through it. It gets frustrating at this point, especially you're trying to figure out a winner. But that is the election here. So you say 30% there. Again, this is a place where you look at the big number. If you come out here and you look at the big number, you say, wow, that's insurmountable, 297,000. But then you remember how many people live around here. So you come back in, and you're at 30%. Joe Biden has 102,000. So we got a long way to go. Back in 2016, Hillary Clinton got 251,000 votes just in this county. And so you're still counting votes, which means there's some to be banked. Does Joe Biden get them all? We don't know. But we do know that he's doing better in the suburbs. He tends to be doing a little bit better than Hillary Clinton in the suburbs. Let's see if we can see this and see if it plays out. Again, the vote count is incomplete, so sometimes this can get you a little bit off. But if you look at places, there it is. Where is Joe Biden outperforming Hillary Clinton by 5% or more? It's right here around Metro Atlanta. So he's doing better than Clinton did 4 years ago, and we know there's still a lot of votes to be counted here. Is it enough? You don't know until you count them. But that's why you don't give up, and you hang in and you wait. Because especially, remember the governor's race with Stacey Abrams versus the Republican governor now, Brian Kemp. There was a lot of bad blood among Democrats who thought the votes were suppressed, who did not think votes were counted fairly, who did not think the process played out correctly. So the last thing any Democrat is going to do tonight is to concede Georgia. In fact, they're going to demand that everybody be patient and wait and count the votes. There's a raw history in Georgia on this issue, in many states on this issue, but especially right here. And again, you don't know, right? When you see that Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton in the area where Pam just detailed. There's a lot of votes still to be counted. Again, you come back out and you look at that, and you think, wait a minute, the president's now 300,000 votes ahead. Okay, the president's 300,000 votes ahead. That's a good place to be. But we're not done counting, so let's just keep counting.
We saw what happened in Virginia. Right. Trump was way ahead. All of a sudden, Biden won Virginia. We got a key race alert right now. The two congressional districts, Nebraska and Maine, one electoral vote in each. Right now in Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, Joe Biden is ahead by about 28,000 votes, 54.3% to 43.9%. 83% of the estimated vote in that congressional district is now in. In Maine right now, the 2nd congressional district, 40% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a narrow lead, 12,596 votes, 51.1% to 45.3%, 60% of the vote still outstanding in Maine, the 2nd congressional district. You know, John, it's a crazy time. You never know if those congressional districts, one each, are going to be significant.
Well, that's why I'll come over and do some math on that in a minute, but that gets fascinating when you start to figure it out. You know, one of them's here in Nebraska. It's in this part of the state. You see the blue in the eastern part of the state. That's where Democrats, again, Omaha, the suburbs, Lincoln, the suburbs. The Democrats just doing better in those areas in recent years. The president carried the 2nd district last time. You think he's, it looks like he's going to win Nebraska. He'll win the state in the popular vote, but we'll see what happens. Maine gets a little more complicated. Again, townships in Maine, so the map looks a little different than many other states. We're waiting to fill in the votes here. The 2nd congressional district is the more conservative district. Biden at 51% right now. I'll tell you, Democrats, but again, 47% right now. Democrats thought Biden's lead in Maine would be more than 5 or 6 points. If it stretches out a little bit, then we'll see. We have to wait the rest of the votes to be counted. But yes, those votes can matter when you go through it, especially if you want to come over and take a look at it. So last time, remember, the President of the United States won the 2 congressional districts, if you will. This was a big deal. And the Trump campaign, he went there on purpose. He went there on purpose to try to get this back this year. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, the president has a narrow lead here right now. So for Republicans watching me do this, they're going to be offended. Just if it comes back that way, for the math for Joe Biden hypothetically. And if you come in here and you can get the 2nd congressional district here. So you take 2 away from the president. Normally you would think 2. Why is that a big deal? Well, it can be a big deal. It can be a big deal. If you're looking, again, if you get Nevada and you get Arizona, and so then you're at 293. We have Rhode Island done here on the map here. So then you're looking, so where do you go? You can do it from here, and Joe Biden can win the presidency without Pennsylvania. So every now and then the ones matter, right? Or if you pick another one here, let's just say the president somehow came back and did that, then you're at 261, 267, then it would come down to here. So you're playing with the math on the margins a little bit, but it helps. Every single one helps. When you're at this point and you're in the nail bite phase, you'll take every single one you can get, and hopefully they hold up for you. But this is where we start, and we count from here.
That's 2016. That's what happened then.
That's 2016, and here's where we are now. As you figure them out, Joe Biden, that looks like a lead because of California, but we got Texas to add and Florida to add. As we get a little bit later into the night, or now we're into the morning, I'm going to call it the night. Election night lasts until it's over. Then Trump's going to catch up. When you put Texas and Florida in, then you're going to match it up if they hold that way, and then it gets interesting. And again, very rare do you come down to 1 here and 1 there, but it's possible, which is why you compete for them.
That's what happens. They're counting the votes. And they're counting the votes relatively slowly in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Right, and so that's the map. This is the map here. And again, if you're watching at home and you remember 2016, if you're a Democrat, this frightens you. If you're a Republican, it overjoys you. And we just need to keep saying, and you can get mad at us, you can get mad at the coronavirus, you can get mad at local election officials, you can get mad at anybody you want, but it's simply the way the process works, especially when you have mail-in voting, in-person early voting, and the election day surge. And these election officials around the country, especially in these states where turnout went up, they're overwhelmed, right? There's not a lot of them. Many of them are volunteers. And so they're going to take their time, and they're going to count the votes, and we're going to watch. And you see here, 666,000 votes. Normally, you're after midnight, you're into Wednesday morning. In a big state like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you'd look at that and you'd think, wow, except. And again, we'll go west to east again. We're still at 17% in Allegheny County, 17% in a giant basket of Democratic votes in western Pennsylvania. So we need to wait. More importantly, nothing against the people of Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. There's just more votes here. Philadelphia County, we're up to 43%, 264,000. So you think you're starting to count them up here. You are getting more Democratic votes here. But again, Hillary Clinton had 584,000. So if you think about that Trump statewide lead, a giant jump in the vote here, if it stays Democratic, as it is right now, the question is, do the margins change at all the percentages there? But Joe Biden there. Then you'll come up to Montgomery County again. Joe Biden at 61% at 196. Hillary Clinton got 256. So are there 60,000 more votes there for Joe Biden? If turnout's higher, are there more votes than that there for Joe Biden? That's why we have to wait for them to count the votes. And you keep moving around the suburban caller. Again, Chester County, Hillary Clinton gets 141 to win it with 52. Right now, Trump, that's interesting, right? If that holds up, that would be a big deal. And that's unexpected, but we'll see what happens. If President Trump's running stronger in the Philadelphia suburbs, that would be a big deal. But again, we're waiting on a lot of votes. You see 107,000 right there, 141 to win it 4 years ago. So we're just not, we know turnout is up this year. So turnout's going to be at least even, and in most of these places higher than it was 4 years ago. When you see these numbers, you just have to say, let's be patient. And again, if you're a Democrat, you're nervous to a degree. There are other reasons where you look around this way. If you look in these places where the president's running it up big, it's 100%. It's 100%.
That's 2016.
That's 2016. I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. It's 95%. I was in here earlier and they were up high. It's 95%. It's 99%. That's going over. Yeah, wait, 99%. And so in the places where the president is running up big, a lot of the votes have been counted. And so that's why if you're a Democrat, look, you don't like this map when you're looking at it, But you do know what we're missing starting right here. The vote that's outstanding, the biggest baskets of votes that are outstanding are Philadelphia, the suburbs, and then out in Pittsburgh, the blue spots, the spots that tend to be blue on the map of Philadelphia. That's where we know we are slow counting the vote. And again, this has been a complaint from the president in the final days of the campaign. He was railing on the governor. He was railing on the city of Philadelphia. He has been quiet tonight, at least to the best of my knowledge, which is a good thing. Let's let them count the votes. There are people from both campaigns watching in all of these key counties. If anything goes on, they will raise their hand, but it's going to take time.
Let's get an update on Michigan.
Sure. Let's go. Pull out here. Come back in. It is still red. We're up to 53%. Again, you're coming down here. This is just to give you a look at the map. There's 2020. There's 2016. Looks pretty similar. And so you're looking at why is the difference? Why is the president up by 294,000 votes? And again, you're looking at these states and you're wondering what the issue is. Michigan was 10,700 votes 4 years ago. Okay, we expect it to be close again this time. Joe Biden had a decent lead in the polls, but no matter who wins Michigan in 2020, it's unlikely to be by 300,000 votes or 290,000 votes. So that tells you the picture we have right now is incomplete. And it's incomplete because I'm going to start over here, and you just start coming across 65% in here, 95,000 votes. This is to the southwest of Detroit. You just go back, it was 128,000. That may not seem like a lot, but that's 30,000 votes, right? That's 30,000 vote difference here, 2016 to 2020. Then you move over to the biggest of all, about 20%, 18, 19% of the statewide vote will be here in Wayne County. It's up a little bit from where we were before, 55 to 42, 164,000 votes for Joe Biden. Again, Hillary Clinton had 519,000 votes, and Democrats hoped turnout would be higher there this time. It's just a lot of counting to do.
Let's check in with David Chalian. He's got an update on Michigan. What are you finding out, David?
Yeah, this is the state of play in Michigan right now. Donald Trump currently in the lead here, and 54% of the estimated vote is in Michigan right now. But here's what we understand about the early vote. Of that 54% of the vote that's in, 20% of the current vote is early vote. And we think that's going to go much, much higher. We think when all the votes are counted, 55%, a majority of the vote in Michigan, we expect to be early vote. And Joe Biden is doing much better than Donald Trump in that early vote. And you see there's much more early vote to come in. So there is the potential, not guaranteed, there is the potential for Joe Biden to narrow that gap with Donald Trump in Michigan as more and more early vote gets counted. Wolf?
Thank you. You know, it's very clear. We saw that huge swing in Virginia. Right. Trump was way ahead, and all of a sudden Biden wins Virginia.
Right, and so you're thinking Fairfax County in Virginia is not quite the size of Wayne County in Detroit here as you come back in. You know, there's just a lot of votes. And David makes the key point. We saw this in the data all week long. Democrats disproportionately voted early. So if the votes that haven't been counted are early votes, we have to count them to be certain. But everything we know tells us Joe Biden has a very significant advantage, especially in Democratic areas where he's going to have an advantage anyway. The early vote comes in there. So we have to wait. We just simply have to wait. 30% is not enough. Wayne County is the most important. And again, we went through this in 2016. Late in the night in 2016, remember, I kept being asked, is there any possibility? Are there more votes for Hillary Clinton? Are there more votes for Hillary Clinton? We kept talking to people in Wayne County until we got up to the finish line in 2016. She got 519,000 votes, and it was not enough. It was not enough, but it's just implausible. It is implausible. She gets 519,000 votes 4 years ago. Democratic with 164,000 votes. We're just not. And so everybody has to be patient and wait it out. You can be frustrated at the count if you want to be. If that's up to you, that's your right, but it just takes time to do this. And again, move over. Oakland County, the suburbs north of Detroit, used to be more Republican, trending Democratic. You see that they say about 70%, 68% of the estimated vote. And again, you're waiting for more votes to be counted. Joe Biden with a 53 to 45, but 284,000 votes. Hillary Clinton had 343,000 votes. So you just do this math at home. There's a lot more votes potential. We have to see them and count them. But there's just a lot more potential for Joe Biden to get more votes out there. You move over here. This is interesting, Macomb County. And this will be interesting if the president holds this. But again, if we're waiting for early votes, that's a question, right? A lot of union workers here. Joe Biden tried hard here. This would be an interesting number if the president can hold it, because when he won Macomb County 4 years ago, it was by a lot more narrow margin, 53 to 42. But again, the president won this county with 224,000 votes and change 4 years ago. He is leading this county now with 152,000 votes. It just tells you, no matter where you look, We know turnout is up this year. I'm just going to move over here. St. Clair here. We know turnout is up this year, Wolf, so we just know there are a lot of votes missing. We need to count them, and we need to be patient.
Let's do a key race alert right now. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is ahead. He's ahead by some 664,000 votes right now. Very impressive. 61% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 56.9%. Biden has 41.8%. 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. You know, it's 61% of the vote is in, so there's still plenty of opportunity for Biden to try to catch up.
Yeah, so you say 61% of the vote is in, you see a lead like that, and you would think your first instinct is that's insurmountable. But then you have to remember, what are we missing? That's key, and it's different this year. Philadelphia is always a little slow. The big urban areas are traditionally sometimes slower than the smaller counties. But so what's missing, right? So you just go through again. I'm going to go through some of these counties where the president does quite well. 84% is in here in Blair County. 93% is in Cambria County. You move over here, Indiana County, what do we have? 69% of the vote in there. So you pull it back out. That doesn't mean there's not more votes for the president to make up in these rural counties, but you have a much higher percentage in than when you come over to the Democratic counties. In Allegheny here, you see 18%. And again, Joe Biden leading, 79% of the vote, 109,000 votes. The president only has 27,000, almost 28,000 votes in Allegheny County. You go back in time. The president has 27, just shy of 29,000 votes in Allegheny County right now. He lost the county last time. He got 259,000 votes. It just tells you everything you need to know. There's a ton of votes still to be counted in Pennsylvania. It can be frustrating, but it's where we are, and we just need to wait it out.
We have another projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Minnesota. Biden beats Trump in Minnesota, wins 10 electoral votes in the state of Minnesota. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. With that win in Minnesota, Biden now has 215 Electoral College votes. Trump has 136, 270, of course, being the number you need to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand. In Arizona, a key battleground state, 76% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump in Arizona, 53.6% to 45%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Nevada right now, it's very, very early. Less than 1% of the vote is in, but Trump has a lead of 8,700 votes, 74.6% to 22.2%. So let's take a look at where things stand right now in the Electoral College. It's impressive for Biden, 215 to 136, but there's still several states out there where Trump will do very well.
Right, and this has been, Hillary Clinton lived this. Hillary Clinton lived this, I can show you, 4 years ago. You can get close, but not get there, right? Hillary Clinton got to 232. So you see Joe Biden at 215 now, and you think, okay, we're getting close to the finish line, and we're closer than him to the finish line right now. That's a fact of where we are in the state of play. Again, things can change. Everything is subject to change. But where we are right now, it looks like that stays red. It looks like that stays red. We'd have that one red. That's possible to stay red. So we see right there. So right there, Texas, Florida, North Carolina, unless we get some late returns that change the trajectory of those. And they're not done yet. That's why they're light red. They're not done yet. But if they stay that way, then all of a sudden you're in that. And then we're just going through, it, right? We're just going to go through. We expect this one is going to be blue. We expect this one is going to be red. Right? We expect this one, it's close, but let's just lean that one red for now and see. You just mentioned that the president's leading in the early returns in Nevada. That would be a surprise. That would be a surprise, Bob. So I'm going to leave it alone for now. Joe Biden is leading right now in Arizona. We're not done yet. We're still counting votes. I'm going to leave Nevada alone. We'll just let the process play out a little bit. The Democrats certainly expect that. This is a Trump state that it looks like Biden is going to flip. That's a Clinton state. That would be a big deal. President Trump, so far, has not taken anything away from the Clinton map. So that's Joe Biden's foundation, that 232. It hasn't happened yet, but we'll just watch Nevada as it plays out. So then, again, you're in this place now where we're waiting out here. It looks like we might have to wait till tomorrow, especially the metro Atlanta area. A lot of votes still out. President has a healthy lead right now, but there's a lot missing. And this is the story of 2020. Patience, let them count the votes. If we have to wait till Wednesday or Thursday to know who our president is, it's frustrating, but it's the way it's going to be. And so you're looking more through this. Again, I'm just going to say, this one looks like it's going to go this way. We're not sure about that yet. That's 230, 230. Here we go. This is where we are right now. You're in a very, very competitive race now. And so, where does Georgia go? We don't have Rhode Island in on this map. I think we should be getting that one pretty soon. So I'm just going to move Rhode Island in. I'm going to see if I can get my finger in. That gets you to 234, 230. And then you're in a slugfest, essentially. And if, let's assume for the sake of argument here that Nevada comes back. We're going to watch it. I'm not trying to anger Republicans out there. If the president can pull that off, that would be a big deal if he can switch that back. That would get Joe Biden at 240. The president would be at 230. And so then what are you waiting on? You're waiting on Maine. We expect the Democrats to get most of these. Maybe the president, I'm going to take away for toss-up purposes the 2nd congressional district. And so here's where we go. It looks like we're going to be tight wolf, and we're going to walk these through.
We have a major projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Florida. A big win for President Trump in Florida. 29 electoral votes go to Donald Trump over Biden. That's a big win. Take a look at where things stand right now in the race to 270 needed to win. Biden still has 215 electoral college votes. Trump now has 165 electoral college votes. He just won Florida. That's a big, big win for the President of the United States. Democrats were hoping there could be some sort of upset in Florida. Not happening.
Right, and so we entered the night with the possibility of a big statement election where the Democrats flip several Trump states. Florida was one they had. Not going to happen. Texas was on their chart. Doesn't look like it. We still have votes to count. We're going to be patient, but doesn't look like it. North Carolina, cliffhanger, closer than it was perhaps, but it doesn't look like either. So that's where. So the statement election, the big blue wave, appears to be out the window. Again, we have some places where it's still going to count. The one thing that looks like it might flip is Arizona. We're not done there yet, but it looks that way. So if you look at it from the perspective of the Trump map, right? So what did he just do? He just kept that. That's what he has to do. He won last time, right? He won. He needs to protect as much of this as he can. We think, again, we're not done yet. Let me turn this off and come here. We think that might change. Right now, that's the only change we have on the map, if it plays out that way. We're not done there. I think we'll get there relatively soon, though. Arizona looks good. That would be the only change on the map so far. And so you're coming out here. And again, I'm just going to take these away.
Hold on a second. I want to go to Jake. Jake, what's going on?
We're expecting Joe Biden to come out and make some public remarks at his drive-in amphitheater there in Wilmington, Delaware. Here he is, I believe. Let's listen in.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. Yes. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon me? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
All right, former Vice President Joe and former Second Lady Jill Biden thanking supporters for their patience, talking about how they think it's going to take a little while, but they still feel confident about what's going to happen in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. Patience, former Vice President called for patience, Dana, and he said he's been saying that for a long time, and if that's true, he has been saying that it's going to take a long time to count the votes because of the pandemic and all the vote by mail.
It's absolutely true. And he was going through the states saying basically what we have been looking at as the night has gone on. We can leave Georgia out of it right now, but Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that.
No, that those states are likely to take longer because the early vote is going to take a bit longer to count there. And the fact that he has come out, frankly, before Donald Trump did is maybe not something that anybody predicted, considering the fact that the president was so going on and on about the fact that he doesn't think that votes should be counted after Election Day, which we should say over and over again is not the way it works.
And it's not going to happen. The votes are going to be counted.
It already is after Election Day, by the way.
It is November 4th, and the votes are going to be counted. But I do think both campaigns right now are kind of feeling similarly about where we are with the map, which is that it's pretty wide open. We don't have enough information to know which direction this is going to go. We do know, though, based on what Joe Biden just said, that they still think that their best path is through that upper Midwestern region. They still are waiting for those states that are going to take longer to count. And frankly, Donald Trump is doing exactly the same thing. We're waiting on Arizona, we're waiting on Georgia, but it's still going to come down to Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Let's go to Jim Acosta right now for an update on where he where the president's team thinks they are. Jim?
Yeah, Jay, and we should just point out the president just tweeted a few moments ago that he will be making a statement tonight. He is describing his performance in the 2020 election as a big win. He also says we are up big, but they're trying to steal the election. We'll never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Of course, the president there saying, misspelling the word polls, misuse of that word there. But the other thing we should point out, as we were reporting, we were expecting the president to perhaps try to declare victory on election night when he doesn't have victory at hand. And that appears to be what the president is on the verge of doing. I talked to a Trump advisor not too long ago who said now that Joe Biden has gone out and said what he has said, we should expect the president to come out and essentially say the same thing, that they feel like they're going to win this election. So we should be hearing from the president within the next hour or so, essentially saying the same thing, that they believe they have won this election. But I will tell you, there is great distress inside the Trump campaign right now. I talked to a couple of advisors just a short time ago. They are very upset that one of the other networks has called Arizona for Joe Biden. They have been trying to convince the other networks to not call Arizona for Joe Biden. They're worried that if Arizona goes to Joe Biden, that their path to victory then narrows. As one advisor said to me, if we lose Arizona, we have to win Wisconsin. That's because at this point they don't believe they'll win Michigan. And so, you know, you get a sense of some of the desperation inside the Trump campaign. A lot of them are very confident. They still think the president will pull it out. And obviously the president is tweeting that he's very confident. He thinks he's going to win tonight. But certainly some anxiety inside the campaign right now, especially about Arizona right now, Jake.
All right, Jim, thanks so much. The fact that the president misspelled polls is just chef's kiss. I do want to say a couple things. First of all, the fact that no one's trying to steal the election. Counting votes is how this works. And the idea that the president immediately says that is just factually incorrect. That said, they are also trying to make the exact opposite argument in Arizona because, as Jim noted, a different network called Arizona for Biden. We have not, and most networks have not. The governor of Arizona came out, a Republican, Governor Ducey, and said, count all the votes. That's the argument that the Trump campaign is making when it comes to Arizona. It should be the argument they're making for every state.
I can't believe you're looking for consistency.
Count all the votes. But let me just give one other insight as to why Vice President Biden was projecting optimism. And again, I have no idea how this is going to end. Certainly, either candidate could win. But the perspective of the Biden team is, remember how Virginia stayed open for so long, even though it's a reliably blue state, generally speaking, these days. And it looked like Trump was ahead. And in fact, people were sending me screenshots of it, of people projecting a Biden victory, even though Trump was ahead a lot. And I've heard from Biden campaign people who have said, Virginia is how we see what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and those 3 states, in the sense that it looked like Trump was ahead, and then the major population centers, Richmond and Fairfax County in Northern Virginia, they started sending in their votes, and then it wasn't close. And then it became clear that Joe Biden was going to win the Commonwealth of Virginia. That's what the Biden people think is going to happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I don't know that they're right.
I will just add Georgia. We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia probably until tomorrow, or I guess it is tomorrow, until later today, because we don't know the votes in the major population centers, namely Atlanta. But one thing I really want to drill down on is the president's tweet saying they are trying to steal the election. That is so patently false and frankly scary. And the reason is because people who love the president believe everything he says. They just do. I mean, I've been on the road and I've talked to Trump supporters, and they parrot everything that he says. And even things that are just not true. Stealing the election is not counting the votes. You must count votes in order to know what the people believe. And that includes votes that aren't counted until Election Day or after Election Day, because the state law doesn't allow that, like in Pennsylvania.
It's obscene that he said that.
It is, but it's more than obscene. It really is dangerous.
Absolutely.
Because it's going to cause a lot of unnecessary tension in an already unnerved country.
Well, we already knew that this is what was going to happen. I mean, this has been telegraphed for days. In fact, earlier tonight, just a few hours ago, they sent a fundraising email to their supporters with almost the exact same language, implying that this race has been decided, which it has not. This is a ploy to muck up the works and make it seem as if things are more definitive than they actually are. We won't know who wins until all the votes are counted. That's the end of the story, no matter what President Trump says. Now, he can come out and say, we feel really good, just like Joe Biden said. We feel really good about the direction this is going in. They can feel however they want. We have to wait for the votes to be counted. But I expect that President Trump will come out and claim that the sort of elusive they, whoever they is trying to do something that nobody's trying to do. We just don't have the votes.
Yeah, it's false, and it's premature, and it is dangerous because it could get people hurt. Wolf Blitzer, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you. We have another projection right now. CNN projects President Trump will win the state of Iowa. He beats Biden in Iowa, 6 electoral votes in Iowa. Trump wins Iowa. Let's take a look at where the Electoral College map stands right now. Biden still has 215 Electoral College votes. Trump now has 171, getting closer, 270 needed to win. We have a key race alert right now. All right, let's take a look at Arizona right now. 76% of the vote is in. Biden still maintains an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.1% to 45.6%. The lead just went down to 185,000 in Arizona. In Nevada, only 5% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead of 32,000 or so, 73.4% to 23.9%, 6 electoral votes in Nevada. In Georgia, 82% of the estimated vote is in. Trump still maintains an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead over Biden in Georgia, 52.9% to 45.8%, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. Let's go back to John King, who's watching all of this oh so closely. So right now, the race to 270, 215 for Biden, 171 for Trump.
Right, and so we're waiting. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. You heard Joe Biden say we need to wait. Georgia as well. We're going to wait. I just got a text from somebody in Michigan who says they share Joe Biden's confidence. We'll see. We'll see, right? The Democrats are going to say we're doing fine. We'll hear what the president says momentarily. Here's where we are. Here's where we know we are, 215 to 171. But let's, if you will, refight the last war. You always do the next election based on the last election, especially when you have an incumbent president who ran on this map. Why is the Trump campaign so upset about Arizona? Well, Arizona, right now, we have not called it yet, but Arizona would be the first takeaway, right? Everything else that has happened so far is filling in according to the map of 2016. So if you take this one away and Joe Biden gets that, the president's still above 295, but then think about where we were, right? Think about where we were. Let's, for the sake, just for now, let's take these off and make them toss-ups, right? Because we're waiting for votes to be counted there. That gets you down to 243, 249. The Biden campaign is pretty confident they're going to get Maine's 2nd congressional district. There's still one on the table here, but where are you right there? 244 to 248, right? So it is possible that if Joe Biden can get this and get this, that Joe Biden get to 270 with Wisconsin and Michigan and not even win Pennsylvania. Now, the Biden campaign thinks it has every chance to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but that is why that is so important. Without that, Joe Biden needs to run the board in the blue wall states. If he has that, he can get there with 2 out of 3. And again, they had a healthy lead in Michigan coming in. We need to count these votes. We need to count these votes. But the Biden campaign thinks had a healthy lead, had a relatively healthy lead. If you come over here and look at where the count is and where the votes are missing in both Wisconsin, both Wisconsin, votes are missing here in Democratic areas. Over here in Michigan, votes are missing in Democratic areas. So the Biden campaign thinks if they can pick up that in Wisconsin, that would be the flip. That leaves them a little bit of wiggle room as we go, Wolf, through the night into the count in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. They hold Arizona. They don't have to win all 3. They could do it with just Wisconsin and Michigan. We'll see.
We shall see. President Trump says he will speak tonight. We're standing by for that. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Since pioneering the SUV in 1935, the Chevy Suburban has carried many things. Nothing more important than family. Introducing the most versatile and advanced Chevy Suburban and Tahoe ever.
This is Steve. He used to have gum problems. Now, he uses TheraBreath Healthy Gums Oral Rinse with clinically proven ingredients, and his gum problems have vanished. TheraBreath. It's a better mouthwash at Walmart, Target, and other fine stores.
Calm. Download the free app now.
While you watch this historic night unfold, log on to CNN.com for more. The Road to 270, Election 101, results that matter to you with My Election, and more. Election Night in America on CNN and CNN.com.
Businesses today are looking to tomorrow, adapting, innovating, setting the course. But new ways of working demand a new type of network, one that's more than just fast. You need flexibility to work from anywhere and manage from everywhere. Advanced technology with serious security and reliable coverage nationwide. Forward-thinking enterprises deserve forward-thinking solutions, and that's what we deliver. So bounce forward with Comcast Business.
I don't want to look like this anymore.
What is happening to my body?
Why can't I lose weight?
You may be suffering from insulin resistance. Measure your waist. Females measuring more than 35 inches and males measuring more than 40 inches may have insulin resistance. To learn how to reverse insulin resistance and lose weight effectively, go online to Golo.com. Once again, that's Golo.com.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
All right, let's take a look and see where it stands right now. The race to 270 electoral college votes. Biden is at 215. Trump is at 171, 270 once again needed to win the presidency. We have a key race alert right now in two key battleground states. Let's take a look at Michigan right now. 57% of the estimated vote is now in. Trump maintains his lead, 278,000 vote lead over Biden, 53.4% to 44.8%. Once again, 57% of the estimated vote in Michigan is in. In Pennsylvania, 64% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a very impressive 668,000 vote lead over Biden, 56.6% to 42%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Let's go over to David Chalian and take a closer look. So here's the question. You're looking very closely at these numbers. Can the former vice president catch up?
Oh, the answer to that is possibly so, and I'm going to show you why. This is the state of play in Michigan right now. You noted Donald Trump's lead in Michigan. 57% of the vote is currently in Michigan, according to our estimate. What do we know about the early vote? 22% of that current vote is early vote at the moment, but we don't expect it to stay that small of a share. We believe in Michigan, the early vote is going to make up a majority of the overall vote, that 55% of the overall vote in Michigan, once every vote is counted, will be early vote. And I just have to stress, right now in Michigan, Joe Biden is winning the early vote 65% to 35%. It's a huge Biden strength. So as the share of early vote goes up in Michigan, Joe Biden could benefit from that and possibly overtake Donald Trump in the state. It's a similar story in Pennsylvania, Wolf.
Similar.
It is a similar story. Take a look at the state of play in Pennsylvania right now. 64% of the estimated vote is in Pennsylvania, and you noted Donald Trump has this lead, 2.5 million to 1.9 million for Joe Biden, okay? But how much of this is early vote in Pennsylvania? Well, take a look. Of that current vote that's in right now, only 16% of it is early vote. We think the share of the early vote is going to grow quite a bit, all the way up to 45% of the overall vote in Pennsylvania. We expect when all the votes are counted, 45% is going to be early vote. And Joe Biden right now in the early vote that is winning the early vote 80% to 20% against Donald Trump. It's a huge Biden strength, and it is going to grow as the share of the early vote grows in Pennsylvania, and that could potentially allow Joe Biden to overtake Donald Trump in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
So the answer is it's doable. We'll see what happens. We'll be patient. We're waiting. Anderson, we're waiting for the president to speak. We heard from Biden. Now we'll hear from the president fairly soon.
And let's hear from our team here. David Axelrod, where does this thing stand for you?
Exciting, isn't it? Look, this is, as John described it, it's like a chess game. And so far, no one's taken a piece from the other player. The president has held serve. He's held some of the states that he won last time. But it was always going to be about these final states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, the so-called blue wall states. If you talk to the Biden campaign and to Democrats, they'd say, you know, these were the states that he needed to win to get to 270. Arizona would be a bonus for them. But I just have to say, you know, the president and his folks said that they were going to bring out this big turnout. They did bring out this big turnout. They deserve credit for knowing what they were doing. The president currently has 60 million votes. There's still more than 20% to be counted. He only got 63 million 4 years ago. So he's going to add to his total in a really significant way. And I think that's going to be surprising to a lot of people. But he has a following. It's in these rural areas. He brought them out, and he is in this game. I would still rather be Joe Biden at this point.
You think his path is clearer?
Yeah. You know, here's the thing. We knew that this scenario would unfold this way. We knew that the early vote that we saw recorded in these states was going to be the votes that were casted on the day of the election. And we knew that they would favor Donald Trump. We also know that the ballots that are going to be cast after, in Pennsylvania, for example, 3/4 of the ballots early ballots that were mailed in were from Democrats. So that's going to vastly change the picture there. It's likely to do so in Michigan and Wisconsin as well. So there's a lot there are many pages to be turned on this story. And I think one of the reasons, I think John's quite right, one of the reasons the White House is so vehement about fighting what's going on in Arizona, the count in Arizona, is because that is not good for their narrative. And it's also not good for their path. If he loses Arizona, then he really has to win a couple of those states, not just Pennsylvania.
You know, Arizona was really a cushion for Joe Biden. And so the Democrats that I've been texting with are very happy about that. But if you take a step...
By the way, we have not called Arizona.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
Fox
But they're very happy that it seems to be going their way. And, you know, we take a step back and you look at the 4 years. David was just saying the president got 60 million. He's getting 60 million plus this time. The country is divided. The map, so far at least, looks pretty much the same. And if you look at all the exit polls we've had time to study now, it looks like the pandemic is the top issue for the Biden people, and reopening the economy is the top issue for Donald Trump's people. You have 2/3 of the people in this country saying that we are on the wrong track. The Biden people say the economy is going badly, and the Trump people say things are okay and they're going to get better. So we still have this split in this country. That has not changed over the last 4 years, even given everything that we've gone through. And now we have a president of the United States who is saying that the other party is trying to steal the election, as if counting the votes is some kind of abnormality in American politics, which, of course, it isn't. We don't know the results of elections on election night all the time.
By the way, Vice President Biden has just tweeted something saying it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare the winner of this election. It's the voters' place.
Well, what Trump was doing was saying that it was being stolen, which was even worse.
Go ahead. Before you go, I just want to say a couple of things. I think a lot of Democrats are hurt tonight. I think there's a lot of hurt out there. There's a moral victory and there's a political victory. They're not the same thing. The political victory still may come. But I think for people who saw babies being snatched away from their mothers at the border, for people who are sending their kids into schools where the N-word is now being used against them, for people who have seen this wave of intolerance, they wanted a moral victory tonight. We wanted to see a repudiation of this direction for the country. And the fact that it's this close, I think, it hurts. It just hurts. I think people got their hopes up looking at those polls. The political victory, I think, is still possible because you still have Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Nebraska, too. The political victory may yet come. Mm-hmm. But I think I have to be honest tonight that I think people who, there were people who were hoping for a big repudiation, and that has not yet come. And a lot of people are hurt and scared tonight in the Democratic Party.
Senator Santorum, would you rather be on the Biden team or would you rather be on the Trump team tonight?
Looking at the map right now, I like where Donald Trump is sitting. You know, I look at Pennsylvania.
In the White House.
What's that?
You like that he's sitting in the White House?
And I think he'll be sitting there for the next 4 years. But again, we're not there yet. But I feel, looking at Pennsylvania, I feel very, very good about Pennsylvania and even Michigan. Less certain about Michigan, frankly, than I am.
So when people say, well, you know, a lot of the early votes aren't in Pennsylvania, you say what?
Yeah, I would say that unlike a lot of states, Pennsylvania's portion of the early vote isn't anywhere near what the other states are. This was the first year we've done early voting, and it's big. I mean, it's a couple million votes, but the early vote that is in, that David talked about, the 80%, it's from Philadelphia, it's from Montgomery County, it's from heavily Democratic areas, and that's why it's skewed so high of 80%. None of the smaller counties, at least from what I'm hearing, have, and by the way, Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, all of those early votes, well, from Pittsburgh and Montgomery County are in. Philadelphia still has them, and they're still counting tonight. I'm told they're still counting tonight. So there will be more votes coming in, early votes from Philadelphia. But two of the three biggest counties in the state where early votes are coming from that are going to be heavily 80% Democrat are already in. And so you're going to have early votes from central Pennsylvania and northeastern, but they're not going to be anywhere close to what the early vote is for those other states.
So where do you think the Trump path is to victory?
It's Pennsylvania, Michigan right now. And look, I've talked to some very key people in Arizona, and they're telling me that that I know other networks have called. We haven't, and I think we're very wise in doing so. I know this network takes that responsibility very seriously, as they should, and I'm very proud to be affiliated with that, because I think the call of Arizona, from what I'm hearing, is premature, and that for example, the early ballot drop, the mail drop that you're seeing, it was a +2 Democrat. They believe that the actual, when all of the mail is counted, it's going to be actually +3 or 4, and that there's
+3 or 4
Republican, and that the same day. Now, again, it's not a huge amount of votes in Arizona on election day, but it's going to be heavily Trump, and so they think it's possible for them to get there. Obviously, it's going to be tough.
Can I just say, we're going to know. Okay.
Right.
I mean, the fact is that we're here to speculate and so on. We're going to know very soon, because these votes will be counted.
Right.
And do you think by later today, being Wednesday?
No, I don't think.
I don't really know, Anderson.
Well,
when we'll know the final count.
I mean,
they're
not going to count them all today.
But certainly not tonight. Well, tonight. I guess today being we're now into.
Yeah, today is Wednesday.
I don't know where we are. Where are we anyway?
So, yes, will they be counted today potentially?
But here's my point. This is the process. It was necessitated by the crisis that we're living through as a country. And just to echo what Gloria had to say, we're going to know what happened. And to suggest that somehow this process is corrupt, that the election's being stolen. We knew it was going to happen. Abby mentioned it earlier. The president's been signaling it for weeks. And so that's way out of bounds.
I would agree with you that the president should not say that the election's going to be stolen. But just to let your viewers know, the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania over the past couple of days has changed the rules. And for example, they changed the rules when they went to the Supreme Court and talked about signatures that they had to be aligned. But they basically said, no, you don't have to do that. Now, wait a minute. You're saying they're minor issues, but
that it's not being stolen, though.
But I'm not saying they're being stolen. But I didn't say. I said I agree that
those are valid ballots that have been sent in, and they contact the people to make sure.
The law says that you're supposed to match signatures, and the Secretary of State said, no, you don't.
But Rick,
let me just say one other thing, because there are two things the Secretary did. The second thing the Secretary did is say that she told the United States Supreme Court that they would segregate the ballots and not count them. She then, just yesterday or last night, said, no, we're going to canvass them. And so we're going to open them and canvass them. So you can say, oh, it's no big deal.
But you can't have it both ways. The president is saying, I want it all done. I want it quickly. I want it done tonight. And so if she says, okay, we're going to try and count them and segregate them to speed up the process so we know the result, why doesn't the president applaud that?
Because they're segregated, because they're questionable as whether they can be
counted. But as you know better than anyone, that now in Pennsylvania, the counting can go on for a couple of more days.
That's right.
This is what the public has been told.
But there is a dispute about that.
But they went to court and they said, we're gonna do this, and we're going to extend it because of the post office and whatever reason. And the Republican legislature said, let's do it this way.
No.
So,
no. The Republican legislature did not agree.
But isn't the larger point that the right? Shouldn't we all agree that the sacred right to vote in an incredibly important election should be preserved for every person?
I guess the answer is we all agree with that, but we all agree there are rules, and we should follow the rules, not make them up as we go.
Van, and then we got to go back.
Okay, look, on other topics, I think there are three things we can learn. First of all, there's some myths that have been destroyed tonight. Republicans, it turns out, when a whole bunch of people vote, it doesn't necessarily hurt you. So maybe you can let more people vote. Had a big turnout, you haven't been hurt by it. Democrats, it turns out, when diverse people vote, it doesn't always go our way. So it's not a census, it's an election. We're going to have to do a much better job of reaching out to Latinos and to African Americans in some parts of the country. And lastly, these polls are not to be trusted. There's something wrong with the polling industry because the reason that people right now, I think, are hurt is because we got a little bit inflated with these polls.
All right, let's go back to Wolf.
All right, guys, thanks very much. Let's get a key race alert right now. Arizona, a key battleground state, 11 electoral votes. 79% of the estimated vote in Arizona is now in, and Joe Biden maintains his lead, 163,000 vote lead over Donald Trump, 52.6% to 46.1%. Biden is still ahead in Arizona with 79% of the vote in, John. We're watching Arizona very, very closely. That would be a switch.
That would be a switch. And so let's start from where we are on the map, and it's going to take a minute, but let's build up from here, 215 to 171. That would be a switch. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, we haven't called it yet, but let's just say that that one is a switch. And let's say that Joe Biden holds the Clinton state of Nevada and that Joe Biden holds the Clinton state of Hawaii, right? And so then we're moving through and we look right here, and let's say that Joe Biden wins Maine. I'm going to give him all of the congressional districts here. There's one up there that's in play. President Trump carried Maine 2, the 2nd congressional district. Last time, Maine and Nebraska do by congressional district. So there's one up there that could be in some dispute, but let's stop there for a second. Now let's look at this map here. We haven't called Texas yet. Let's move that one over. Let's assume Alaska goes this way as well. Let's assume Montana
John,
does.
hold
Sure.
on. I got a projection right now in a state very close to your heart. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Rhode Island. Rhode Island goes to Biden with 4 electoral votes. Took a while, but Rhode Island wins now on the road to 270 needed to win. Biden now has 219. Trump has 171 with that win in Rhode Island. I believe you went to college someplace in Rhode Island.
Indeed. Started my career for the Associated Press in Providence, Rhode Island. It's a great state, the state of Rhode Island. I just made it there. We just finally, this is the latest we've ever waited on Rhode Island, but that's the year we're having. So you move Rhode Island over as well, and you're going through these states right now. Again, we haven't called Texas yet, but I'm going to give it there. We're still waiting on Alaska and Montana, but the light reds means we're leaning them there. It looks like that's the way they're going, right? So let's add North Carolina to that. We have a ways to go here and everything. And so then where are you? Georgia, president's ahead, right? So I'm going to do this for now. And right now, Democrats in Georgia are saying, don't you dare. I get it. A lot of votes to count in Atlanta, the caller counties around. For the sake of argument, what happens if the president holds that? So where are we now? Where are we now? That 11, the Arizona flip is important because Joe Biden had hoped to run the board here. 1, 2, 3. That would make him president. We've got some issues, right? These races are closer than we thought. So let's take this one away. Pennsylvania we're waiting on. Joe Biden can win if he gets this Maine 2nd congressional district, or one of them. He could get it in Nebraska as well. If he gets one of the congressional districts, picks up Arizona, he can win the presidency with Wisconsin and Michigan. Or if he wins Pennsylvania, then you could take away, if you do it this way, let's say you get Pennsylvania and you lose one of these. You could do it that way too. That you can't lose them both. But it makes it, you don't have to run the board in the so-called blue wall with Arizona if you get one of the congressional districts. It's very close as you play it, and we'll see how it plays out. So that's why we're going to have to watch. And again, there are Democrats saying that we think we can get this one back. We'll see how that goes.
We got a key race alert right now in those 2 congressional districts in Nebraska and Maine, 1 electoral vote in each. Right now, the 2nd congressional district in Nebraska with 94% of the estimated vote in. Biden has 52.7%. Trump has 45.3%. Biden is leading by some 23,000 votes in that congressional district. In Maine right now, 46% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead. Look at this. Trump is ahead by some 18,000 votes, 52% to 44.5%, 46% of the vote in that congressional district in Maine is in. Those are each, John, one electoral vote.
And so let's change the map based on the vote right now. Doesn't mean that's the way it's going to end up, but let's change the math based on the vote right now. And you just said that the president is leading in Maine too, so we'll switch that one over to him. And you said that Joe Biden is leading here. Oh, sorry about that. You got to do this one at a time. I'm sorry. Let me fix it. So you come back here and you say here, and we still have one to call here. He's leading in that one. So you come back there. And so where does that get you? That gets you now. I'm going to take these back, right? Let me take these back for now because we're not done here. Again, this shows you the importance of Arizona if it stays there. This has Florida. We already projected Texas. I'm giving the president these. So let's just say again, come back to the argument, and I go, Democrats are going to get mad about this because we're going to count in the morning. If you give the president Georgia, so then you're looking at 244 to 247. And again, it comes down to here. If the president can get this, that gets him in play. He needs one more, right? Even if he gets that one, it wouldn't be enough. He need to pick up something else up here, right? And so can you do that again? That would get the president there. If you're Joe Biden, you hope to do this and this, but you're not sure. That's why we're going to count.
We have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Texas. He beats Biden in Texas. He wins 38. That's a big number. 38 electoral votes. Here's where the electoral map stands right now. Biden now has 219. Trump has 209. You need 270 to be president of the United States. 219 to 209, John. Texas, a big win for President Trump.
Texas is a big win. I'm not sure what I'm missing on this map, but I'll figure it out as we get there, as we go through it later. No, I know about Rhode Island. I'm meaning the Trump, for Trump. I'm missing some votes for Trump there. If we come up there we go. We get that. There we go, 219 to 209. So the question then is, how do you get there from here? So let's do it another way. We're building this way, right? Another way to look at it is to go back to 2016 and start here. And so Texas, that was one of the opportunities. Democrats thought they had the chance to make this a statement election. The Democrats thought they had a chance to take this away and to take this away. The two biggest prizes right here, right? California's the biggest of them all. These are the two big Republican prizes in electoral politics. Democrats thought they had a chance. They are now staying with Trump. Democrats thought they had a chance. Another giant electoral prize, staying red for Trump. And so you're looking at the map. We're not sure yet about North Carolina, but again, Democrats thought they could flip it. Right now, the president has a lead. We're not at the finish line there, but it's trending that way. We'll watch and we'll count the final vote. So then you're looking at it this way. Right now, we have no flips at the moment. We do have Joe Biden leading here, and we think that's a possibility. That gets the president down to 295, gets Joe Biden up to 243. The president's leading there right now, so we'll leave Maine 2 with the president. We'll see if it ends up that way. Let's come in to Nebraska. The president won them all last time. Joe Biden is leading here at the moment in Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. Again, we're not sure how that's going to end, but let's just play it out as we go. So here's where we are based on the 2016 map. And again, right now, president's leading in these places, but we know a lot of early votes are still to be counted. A lot of Democratic votes are still to be counted. We don't know how they're going to end up. So essentially, this is your state of play, 248 to 244. Democrats thought this might be a statement election. That's not going to happen. Doesn't mean Joe Biden can't win the presidency, but a sweeping Democratic win, not going to happen. We'll watch to see how this impacts Senate races, House races, down ballot races. Joe Biden is not getting what he had hoped for. The party's not getting what he had hoped for. If you come over here and look, Joe Biden ahead right now in the popular vote by 1.3 million. They're still doing a lot of counting out on the West Coast, a lot of counting to come. But this is not where Democrats thought we would be at this point of the night. We don't pick presidents this way, but this is part of the statement Democrats had hoped to make. Joe Biden, we'll see what ends up in the end. California's going to take days to count. Washington State, days. This could significantly grow, but Democrats wanted to make that statement tonight. So now you're back over here. And again, if Trump holds that, he's leading. We haven't called it. If Biden holds that, the same thing. And if Biden gets Arizona, we're not done there yet, but he's leading. Then you have a map with one big flip, maybe plus that. That would be a hold for the president. And again, Wolf, here we go. Just as we did last time, we're going to come down to these here. And again, the math gets interesting. Joe Biden's at 244. Well, so how do you want to get there, right? Let's clear that out. 244. You're knocking on the door. That's victory. You can do it with Michigan and Wisconsin. If you get Pennsylvania, then it's gravy, and you're up to 290. That would be the thing. So let's just play it out a little in a different way. If the president holds Pennsylvania, then you're at 270, 268. That means the president would have to take one of these away, right? And so which one is it? If you looked at the polling coming into the race, coming into the final weeks, the former vice president's lead was bigger in Michigan than it was in Wisconsin. So that would be the one if you're looking at the polls. If you don't believe any of the polls, because here we are again in a very close race, again, these are the states we're going to come down to at the moment. I'm just going to do them this way because we don't know. The president's leading right now, but there you go. 248, 244. Again, some of this isn't done yet, but that's about where we are. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Who knew?
We just have to be patient and wait for the authorities there to count the votes. It's not that complicated.
It's not that complicated. It gets frustrating, especially now that this is so tight. You have partisans on both sides who are going to be very, very tight about this. You have the president tweeting. People are trying to steal the election. People are trying to count votes. There's no evidence anyone's trying to steal an election. The Trump campaign, the Republican Party has people here, has people here, has people there. So did Biden and the Democratic Party. If they see anything, trust me, they will raise their hands. That's why it happens. This is the process. It's a frustrating year. It's a frustrating in a different year. And you come over here and you look at it. It's frustrating because what have we lived through the last 8 months? The coronavirus. What does that mean? Safety at the polling places today. More in-person early voting. More mail-in voting, which means just complexities. As Senator Santorum was saying earlier, Pennsylvania almost had no early voting last time. They just really didn't do it. Pennsylvania was one of the states that was very slow to move to early voting and the like. And so you look at that and you think, okay, 66% in, the president's up 685,000 votes. Normally, that's what you call the state, right? But we have so many votes missing. Again, Republicans are doing all this math. They think the president's going to eke out Pennsylvania again. Maybe he will. We'll know when they count the votes. We don't need to write the final chapter of the book until we get the votes. Up to 45% now in Allegheny County. That's interesting. We have had some bit of an increase there. Joe Biden at 202,000 votes, the president 134 and change. Again, though, we're told the turnout is up just about everywhere. 367,617 it took to win this county 4 years ago. Joe Biden at 202. So, somewhere there's still a couple 100,000 votes to be counted, we assume, in Allegheny County. Then you come to the east, which is where most of the votes are in the state of Pennsylvania. Let me, before I get to Montgomery, come into Philadelphia County. Again, 46%. Joe Biden with a healthy lead in Philadelphia County, Philadelphia City, and the suburbs around it. 74%, 276,000 votes. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton had 584,000 votes. So we're missing votes. I don't mean missing as in nobody knows where they are. I mean missing as in nobody's counted them yet. And so we have to wait for this to play out. The same in Montgomery County here again. Hillary Clinton had 256,000 votes 4 years ago. Joe Biden has 196,000, so maybe they're a little closer there at 64%. We can go through them all. This is Bucks County right now. The President of the United States leading in Bucks County right now. If that stays red, that would be significant if we get to the final vote count. This is the more conservative of the caller counties around Philadelphia, 56.8% for the president, 42%. If you go back 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton carried it just barely. But again, she won with 167,000. The president had 164,000 4 years ago. You come back here, we're nowhere near that. We're less than half that in both cases. So in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, and Wisconsin, there are simply more votes to be counted. The president leads. You pull out to the national map. The president leads in all three at the moment. He should be happy to celebrate that for now, but you have to still count the votes. The former vice president leads in Arizona. That's potentially a Democratic flip, which would be significant as we get into the close math. And Wolf, it's frustrating for everybody because everybody wants to know. But here, 76%, 113,000 votes. Here, 60%, 288,000 votes. And you come down the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania last. Again, it's a much bigger lead here, but it's also a bigger state. 20 electoral votes to be counted. If you're the president, looks good, but you also know there are a lot of votes to be counted. Nobody should be saying cheating. Nobody should be saying cheating. They should be saying count them. Let's be patient.
Indeed. All right, we have another projection, two projections right now. Let's take a look. In Nebraska, the 2nd Congressional District, 1 electoral vote. CNN projects Joe Biden will win that 2nd Congressional District in Nebraska. The last time that happened was in 2008 for a Democrat. 1 electoral vote that Biden will win in that 2nd Congressional District in Nebraska. The other 4 out of 5 electoral votes of Nebraska, Donald Trump, the president, will win. He will win 4 electoral votes out of Nebraska. Joe Biden will win 1. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. Look at how close it is. Biden now has 220 electoral votes. Trump has 210 electoral votes, 270, of course, the magic number needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand in these states. In Arizona right now, 79% of the estimated vote is in. Biden still maintains his lead, a lead of almost 162,000 votes, 52.5% to 46.1% for Trump. 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Nevada right now, still very early, only 7% of the estimated vote has been counted. Trump maintains a lead, 35,000 over Biden, 67.8% to 29.5%. So that 1 electoral vote that Biden won in Nebraska potentially could be very significant.
It could be. When you have a race that shapes up to be this close, every one counts. So you'll take it if you get it. At the moment, it's the only flip on the map. Right? If you're looking at the 2016 map, at the moment, it's the only flip. We do have anticipation. Joe Biden has to get to the finish line. He's leading there right now. That would be 11. That's a 1. That would be. So then you're moving the math there. And if you assume Joe Biden holds this, it gets him closer to the finish line. But again, let's do this from the perspective of 2016, and you come here. And so what are we going to do? First, we're going to start here, and we're going to open this up, and we're going to take one away, right? That's what just happened. The President of the United States just lost that one. So you take that away. And so that's the only takeaway so far. It gets the president down, right? And so then you come over here, and you say, all right, can you take this away, right? If that goes away, then you get the president down to 294. Right now, the president is leading in Maine and Nebraska. Do it by congressional district. The president's leading here right now. Democrats think they can get that, but let's leave it with the president right now. He's leading the vote right there. So where does this leave you if nothing else changes, right? We're still waiting for some of these states, but we now have Florida. We now have Texas back in the Republican fold. We have Ohio back in the Republican fold. So if you look at this map right now, where does it leave you? Well, the president is leading in the vote count here, but we're not done, right? So we take these 3 off the board. You look at them right now. 248, 244 when you take these out of the equation. Wolf, this is a card game right now, 2 out of 3. Whoever wins 2 out of 3 is the next president of the United States. And you can pick the order, really, if you come through it. Someone does this and this. Joe Biden can do that. He's the president of the United States. Donald Trump can do this and this. He's the next president of the United States. Pick your 2, any of these 3 right now. So they're all off the board. We just take them off 1, 2, 3, because we have votes to count. But essentially, unless we're stunned by something out in the other states, and that's just most unlikely. Nevada, we have to watch Nevada. The president has a lead in the early vote, I believe, in Nevada. That often happens. Republicans go ahead early. We have to see what happens. It's possible, so we'll keep an eye on it. But if Nevada stays, a Clinton state, if that stays there, we come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, shocker, and 2 out of 3 gets you there. And we'll see how it goes. And again, you can do the math either way, right? What if Joe Biden wins the 2 smaller ones in terms of the electoral votes? That's enough. That gets him to exactly 270 if nothing else changes on the map, right? If the president, if it's Donald Trump, the president of the United States, he could do it for here and here as well. So it takes 2 out of 3. Obviously, Pennsylvania has 20. It's bigger, but in an odd way, you still, whatever you do, if you get Pennsylvania, you still need one of those. If you get both of these, you don't need Pennsylvania. That's the math we're in, and that's math that's going to carry us into the morning, most likely, as they continue to count these votes.
We've been saying for weeks that blue wall is going to be critical. It turns out to be absolutely critical. We got a key race alert right now. All right, let's take a look at the 2nd Congressional District of Maine. 1 electoral vote at stake. 46% of the estimated vote is now in. Trump maintains his lead over Biden by 18,000 plus votes, 52.1% to 44.4%. John, that 2nd Congressional District, 1 more electoral votes, but Trump's still maintaining his lead. Less than half of the vote is in.
Right, less than half of the vote is in. Democrats thought they were going to get this. Democrats thought they were going to carry the state of Maine. I just want to look and see what we know in the vote total over here. Forgive me for walking over here. You just want to look at the map. Again, Maine takes a long time to fill in because of the way they do the townships. 51 to 45. 58% of the vote in. Democrats thought they were, let's see, we're not done yet. Democrats thought they would have a bigger lead in Maine, and they thought it would be enough to get them that congressional district. That's certainly what they thought. But again, I just got to say this again. The president went to Maine. A lot of people said, why is he doing that? Right? The president went to Maine in the last 10 days of the campaign. A lot of people said, why are you doing that for 1 electoral vote? Well, we're going to find out, probably not tonight as we go through the hours ahead, whether that mattered. But in the places the president went and campaigned, definitely, he's closer or ahead, especially in these other states that we've put his way. So there's no question the Trump rallies drove up turnout. Is it enough? We don't know yet.
We'll soon find out. We have another key race alert right now. In the key battleground state of Michigan right now, 61% of the estimated vote is in. President Trump continues to maintain his lead of about 287,000 votes, 53.3% to 44.9%, 16 electoral votes in Michigan. All right, so let's take a look at Michigan right now, John. As we look at Michigan, we still have 61% of the estimated vote is in. That means 39% of the estimated vote is still outstanding.
Right, and so you look at this lead again, 287,400 and change there. You look at it, you go back to 2016, this was a 10,704 votes. 10,704 votes decided Michigan 4 years ago. So you look at this lead by the president, you say, well, why haven't they called this state? Well, we haven't called the state because of what's missing. It's not what's in, it's what's missing. And so by missing, I mean counting. And again, you look at Wayne County, it's Detroit, it's the suburbs around Detroit, absolutely essential for the Democrats. We went through this 4 years ago. This was a major disappointment for the Clinton campaign. They did not get as many votes as they wanted out of Wayne County, as many votes as they needed out of Wayne County. There's Joe Biden at 206,000, right? Remember, 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton got 519,000 votes. It wasn't enough for her then, but that just tells you they haven't counted the votes. And we know, again, in-person early voting, mail-in voting, election day voting, election officials in all of these states are overwhelmed. They've decided how to sequence their count. The count is going slowly, and so we're waiting. We got a lot of, clearly have a lot of votes still to be counted when you see those numbers so much lower than 4 years ago.
37% of the vote in Wayne County reporting so far. Lots of votes outstanding. Pamela Brown has got some new information about Michigan. What are you learning, Pamela?
Yeah, that's right. There in Wayne County in Detroit, 92,000 mail-in ballots still have not been counted yet. So we are expecting those ballots to be counted and have a better idea of what the total is by the morning. I know it's early morning right now, but a little bit later in the morning, we expect to find out more about Detroit. Of course, that is a Democratic stronghold. And then you have Macomb County. This was a county that Trump flipped. We were told that 250,000 mail-in ballots are still outstanding to be counted. The number we're seeing in Macomb right now, that is mainly the day of Election Day voting that you're seeing right there on the screen. And so with Macomb, 250,000 are left to be counted there in Michigan. Then you have Kent County as well. We're told a big chunk of what's remaining in Kent County is mail-in ballots. So this is certainly keeping us in suspense.
Kent County is over here as well in the western part of the state. Well, Grand Rapids in the suburbs. Again, you see the president ahead right now at 66%. This is an area where Joe Biden thought they could make a run. It's more conservative in the western part of the state. But again, the Grand Rapids in the suburbs area of 2020, you come back to 2016, it was close. It was close. And so one of the reasons the Democrats thought they've watched this across the country, the suburban revolt against the president, they thought they could do better here. Let's see. A 3-point race 4 years ago. Again, the president winning Kent County with 148,000. You come over here, he's at 130,000. So this one's not off as much, if you will, but we do think turnout is higher. So we wait for these votes here. To the point Pam made about coming back over here, and when I pull this back up in the east, we'll see the numbers stretch out again. You got 92,000 votes, the early votes to be counted. If that's it in Wayne County, that's trouble for the Democrats in the sense that if you look at the vote count there, the question is that just the early votes or are there more votes? Wayne County is late a lot. If turnout's that much below 2016, that would raise serious questions. What happened there? So I think there's more to be heard about Wayne County, and there's often more questions for Wayne County. But let's come up here to Macomb County now. 250,000 votes in Macomb County. That's a big deal. The question is, this is a county, one of the places that Joe Biden said, I'm a better nominee than Hillary Clinton against Donald Trump. In Macomb County, you pull it up here, just let's bring it out so we can see it. Again, 47% of the vote in. If there's 250,000 votes still to be counted, well, that's a lot because the president's right there, 65 to 32. Now, the question is, if they're all early votes, how disproportionately Democratic are they? Because if you look now, 65% of the vote for the president, but we have a lot of votes to count. 152,000 won this 4 years ago. It took 224,000 to win this county. So if you've got 250,000 votes still to be counted here, again, that's interesting. The Democrats hope to swing this back to blue. The president has a pretty healthy lead right now, but if you have to count 250,000 votes, that's more than you have on the board right there. You got 220-something, close to 230 when you add it all up. So what does that tell you? Again, we need to count the votes. We need to get to the finish line. And when we have a better sense of the total universe, so you have some here, and some here, we need to find out what's the total universe. Once you know the total universe, then you can figure out Joe Biden needs what percentage of the leftover votes.
We have another projection right now. CNN projects President Trump will win the state of Montana, beats Biden in Montana, 3 electoral votes in Montana. Trump wins in Montana. Let's take a look at the map right now. 270 needed to win. Biden right now has 220 we've projected. Trump has 213. 270, once again, the key number. Let's get a key race alert where things stand right now in Pennsylvania. 66% of the estimated vote is now in. Trump maintains a pretty significant lead, very impressive lead, almost 700,000 vote lead over Biden right now in Pennsylvania. 696,000, 56.6% for Trump, 42% for Biden, 20 electoral votes. Pennsylvania, John, it's looking, at least right now, before we go to your Pamela Brown, you're getting some more information about Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we're finding out just how many outstanding mail-in ballots are left to be counted there in Pennsylvania. To give you an idea, just in the southeast part of Pennsylvania, there are at least 646,302 mail-in ballots. And that is not including all of what's left to count there in southeast Pennsylvania. In Philadelphia, I'm told there's still around 300,000 ballots left to count there. Now, there is a press conference going on in Philadelphia. We hope to get an update soon. But that is a large amount left to be counted there, assuming that number has not changed since I was last told. That, of course, is a Democratic stronghold. That is where Democrats are focused on. And then overall in the state, I'm told by one official in Pennsylvania, it could be around a couple million mail-in ballots that they are still waiting to count. We know 9 counties aren't going to start counting until later on this morning. And then, of course, these larger counties, it's just going to take a while to find out what the results are because of those mail-in ballots that they just started processing the morning of the election. They just started opening up those ballots, and it takes a while to process these mail-in ballots. There are several steps to it, and that is why we were having to wait. That is why we are left at the edge of our seats as we look at Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's an important point. You know, John, 67% of the estimated vote is in, so 67% now. So what, 43%? It's it's increasing. There's still a lot of votes out there.
A lot of votes. And just a quick question for Pam. You say 646,302 in southeastern Pennsylvania. Does that include the 300,000 in Philadelphia, or is that a plus?
No, that does not. So this is what it includes. So it's including Allegheny, Bucks, Chester County, Delaware County, and Montgomery at least.
Still a lot of votes. 33%, I should say. 33% of the estimated votes still outstanding in Pennsylvania. So the Democrats cling on to some hope. We got another key race alert. Take a look at Nevada right now with 74% of the estimated vote. Biden has now taken the lead in Nevada by 52,000 votes or so. Biden is ahead of Trump 51.6% to 46.5%. Once again, 74% of the estimated vote in Nevada is in. Nevada has 6 electoral votes.
6. And if you look at this Nevada, the key for Democrats are 2 places. Number 1, number 2, number 3 is Clark County. That's Vegas. This is 72% of the vote, 73% of the vote. So this is the big one. You got to win here. 75% in, a 54 to 44, a 10-point race there, 388,000 votes. You go back in time, so it's about the same, 52. Joe Biden doing a little bit better there. You see the vote count a little bit behind Hillary Clinton's total here, but we're only at 75%. So we'll see if more votes come in there. That's the first thing you have to do in Nevada, is run it up in Clark County, and then you come up here in the northwest part of the state, Reno, Washoe County up here, 52 to 45. That one says it's 80% plus. Let's just go back and take a look at the vote total. Joe Biden at 111 and change. Hillary Clinton at 97 4 years ago when she won it a little bit more narrowly. So again, that's filling in. That's 2016. You come back to 2020. You expect the president to win the rural parts of the state here, but that's filling in as you would expect it to. And again, the question is, would there be any takeaways, right? Could Trump flip any Clinton states? Can Biden flip any Trump states? Right now, we have the congressional districts flip. We have the possibility of Arizona. It looks like Nevada. We'll keep counting them, but it looks like Nevada's going to stay.
We got another key race alert right now. Look at it. It's narrowed. The 9% still outstanding. Trump's lead now has gone down a bit to 118,000 votes over Biden, 50.6% to 48.1%, 16 electoral votes at play in Georgia. So let's take a look at Georgia right now. Where's the outstanding votes in Georgia right now? 91% of the vote in. That means 9% still outstanding.
So you're looking to see, especially here, most of the votes are up here. So you come to Cobb County, 79%, 80. Look at the margin for Joe Biden, right? So you're missing some votes here. That if you're Joe Biden, you're encouraged. It's depending. You don't know what they are. Are they election votes today? Are they early votes? But the potential for Joe Biden to build here, the biggest county of them all, right here, this is very significant. Again, if you're Democrats, you don't have to give up hope. The math gets hard at some point, but you don't have to give up hope right now, because if you're at 72% in Fulton County, and you see the margin, 72% of the vote in, and you see the margins right there, Joe Biden at 289,000. If we go back 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton got 297,000. So Joe Biden's close to that, but that's the 100%. This is the key, the question. We anticipate turnout up. How much? How much? Because if the Democrats were going to do it in Georgia, which was always a tough hill to climb, you have to do it right here. You have to beat that Hillary Clinton vote total by a significant amount. If you're at 72% and you're Joe Biden, you're in reach of that. So you're going to watch that play out. Let's move over to Cobb County. 89% in here. This is a tighter county. It's a little bit more, but the Democrats running it up. So there's possibility of more votes there. Again, 210,000. You go back and look. Joe Biden well in excess of Hillary Clinton's total in this county now. The question is, can he build on it some more? So you keep looking around metro Atlanta. You come down here. You're starting to move away a little bit. Douglas County up to 91%, but potentially some more votes there. So then you pull out and you take a look. Let's just check the other Democratic areas. You come over here.
Let me just interrupt for a moment, John, because go to Georgia as a whole, statewide as a whole right now, and let's say we take it down to 90% of the estimated vote reporting right now, because and let's see where those outstanding votes remain.
Well, let's see if we can figure it over. We know most of them are in Metro Atlanta, but let's see what we can see here as we go. That's 87% reporting or less. So as you come back in here and you do it this way, you just see, whoops, run the math, or you can come at it from this point as well. No, that's not going to do it for us. So you see most of the votes that are missing are still in the Metro Atlanta region. I'm going to bring this over and blank it out. Doesn't want to go there. There we are. See, now you got in the map. Let me come out of it. Can't get that to turn off. Well, we're going to have to wait to come back to that because it's stuck in the program right now. But you come out of it and you come out, see, Well, we're just going to have to wait. I'm going to have to reset this, Wolf,
Yep.
so you're going to have to wait a minute for me.
All right, let's take a quick break. As you fix that, we'll take a quick break. Much more of our special coverage. We're watching these key battleground states. It's close. We'll be right back.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
It is surprising how weak we all are when we are convinced that we are not.
I got a feeling your daughter is hiding something.
Why were you there that night?
Exactly how weak do you think I am?
As a young girl, I was always comparing myself to my sisters. They were always thin, and I wasn't. I ate a lot of food. And then after I had my son, it was really difficult to lose the baby weight. And everything took so much time and energy, and I didn't have that. And then I tried Noom. It was easy, and it was super convenient. It's effective. I'd say it's life-changing. My name is Nefertiti, and Noom worked for me. Visit Noom.com and lose the weight for good.
This is Kate. She always wanted her smile to shine. Now she uses a capful of TheraBreath Healthy Smile Oral Rinse to give her the healthy, sparkly smile she always wanted. TheraBreath. It's a better mouthwash at Walmart, Target, and other fine stores.
Are you ready? All right, here we go. Hey, little girl, get on up.
Up that resistance a little more.
Drummer, do your old stuff. Drummer, you're almost there. You sure are tough. Oh, yeah.
Come on. Push it, push it.
Get on up. Hey!
America's biopharmaceutical companies have one very important thing in common: a common enemy.
We're making great progress because we're collaborating in ways that we've never done before.
In a matter of weeks, we've progressed from potential treatments
To antibodies and antivirals that have shown positive results.
to several promising vaccine candidates.
Because science
Science is how we get back to normal.
While you watch this historic night unfold, log on to CNN.com for more. The Road to 270, Election 101, results that matter to you with My Election, and more. Election Night in America on CNN and CNN.com.
Making the right financial decisions has never been more important. Turn to Rocket Mortgage, and we can help guide you through those significant decisions now, when they matter most. Here's a great idea that could work for you. A Yorgage is a fixed-rate mortgage that conforms to your needs. With a Yorgage, you control the home loan term, anywhere from 8 to 30 years. That custom term can help you finish paying off your mortgage in a time frame that works best for you. And by taking years off your loan, you'll potentially save thousands of dollars in interest over the life of your mortgage, helping you take control and achieve your financial goals. A cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage could give you the boost that you're looking for. Just remember, at Rocket Mortgage, we're committed to giving you the best mortgage experience. To learn more about a Yorgage and the many benefits of a cash-out refinance, call us today or go to rocketmortgage.com.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Welcome back. Let's take a close look at where the Electoral College count stands right now. 270 needed to win the presidency. Right now, Biden has 220. Trump has 213. We're watching this very, very closely. Let's get a key race alert right now. In Arizona right now, 80% of the estimated vote is now in. Biden maintains his lead of about 155,000 votes. He has 52.4% to 46.3% for Trump, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Nevada right now, 75% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has the lead there by about 48,000 votes. He's at 51.4% to 46.8% for Trump. 6 electoral votes at stake in Nevada. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. John, you fixed that map for us. We're watching it closely. this is still a nail-biter for all practical purposes.
And it's going to be, I think, through the night as we go. You just mentioned, in Nevada, Joe Biden has pulled ahead out there. We're waiting for the votes out there. But you're looking for anybody who's going to flip, right? Who's going to flip? This was a Clinton state. It looks like we'll have to keep counting votes there, but it looks like that one stays. The one flip on the map so far in terms of a state would be Arizona if we get this to the finish line, 52 to 46 right there. Again, this is Maricopa County and the suburbs embracing Joe Biden 4 years after Donald Trump carried the county narrowly, but carried the county. It's the biggest part of the state. So you see that. This is a big deal because if you're Joe Biden, you're trying to flip something on the map and you've been disappointed in Florida, disappointed in Texas, disappointed in Ohio, probably to be disappointed in North Carolina. So that's one that you're looking for. And again, we have the congressional district in Nebraska. It's in here. It doesn't show up on this map. You pull it out. The congressional district here in terms of the electoral college, that's one. You get to Joe Biden there as you're looking to pick it up. So then you come back over here. This one's interesting. We were just talking about it when we had the little glitch. It's interesting because Donald Trump opened up an early lead, and we said, let's wait, especially because here, Atlanta and the suburbs, and the blue ring, it's more blue now than it used to be in years past because Democrats are doing better in the suburbs. But you also see it in other places as well. We come down here to Columbus. We're at 89% here. But you see Joe Biden's lead here, so we're still counting some votes here. If you're the Democrats, you're thinking where might votes come in for us. Let's come over here to Savannah and see here. You're up to 80% here. So there could be a few more there, but you're getting close as you go up. The bulk of the votes in the state anyway, I'm going to just check on Richmond County here, 86%. So there might be a few more, but it's not a big number. And so the bulk of the votes for Democrats anyway, the bulk of votes in the state are here. And you come to Fulton, get rid of this so it's not distracting, 72%. So that's more votes to be counted. More votes to be counted, which means you want to be patient here. This is by far, it's about 10% of the vote statewide. And then you just walk your way through these suburbs. DeKalb County, it's 80%, so we have more votes to count. But again, look at the margin here, right? So if you're counting more votes and they stay anywhere close to this percentage, that's a chance for Joe Biden to run up votes in big numbers. All right, you move over here to Gwinnett County, up to 95% here, so maybe a little bit more, but not a lot of math here. You come back across, we checked on Fulton, and we come to the west, look at Cobb, come down here, and look at Douglas. These are places, again, Joe Biden's winning big here. It's not as big of a county, but there's potentially. So you're looking now 118,000. That looks like a big lead, but let's count them. Let's be patient. It's a closer race. You come back, look at 2016. The Clinton campaign thought they could get this last time. She had 1.8 million votes at 46% here, but you come up here to 2020 and you see, and we'll see how it plays out, and we'll watch it go. You're watching the rest of the map again, waiting. You move out here to the west. I just want to check on this again. Still at 80%. We're waiting to see if the numbers come up more. Up to 77% in Nevada. It's close. It's close. You want to look at Clark County here. 10 points here and change. 75% though. So you're looking at more votes here. The question is, does Joe Biden keep that margin? If he does, if the rest of the votes come in at anywhere close to that rate, that should be a big enough cushion there, but you have to wait to count them and see. Then check up here, 82%. So we're getting close up here. It looks like that map, it's filling in a way that the Democrats wanted to fill it in. You just need to wait to see if the margins hold. Let's just check in the rural areas. 76%, just not as many votes. You come in here, see, even if the president gets a few more votes out of these places, they're pretty small, but we'll keep counting them. And then you come back, let's just move back here to the east, just check on a few places. North Carolina, this one has tightened some. It has tightened some, but you're still looking at 76,000 vote lead for the president there, 51 to 49. And then you come back out. And again, I just want to check to see if we've had any movement since last we were here. It's not. 699,000 votes. What you're waiting for is to see the percentage jump up here. We're still at 48%. And we went through this in 2016 in Philadelphia, in Detroit, in Milwaukee, right? The map was trending Trump's way late. Democrats were saying, be patient, be patient, be patient. We'll get our votes. In 2016, they didn't get them. They didn't get them. Let's just be honest about that. But this is a different election in terms of a lot of votes will not be counted tonight. And so because of that, we're going to have to be patient. We're waiting for votes here. We're waiting for a decent chunk of votes here in Montgomery County. You move down here in Delaware County. We're waiting for a decent chunk, about 40% of the vote here. Let me just check down here. I went across the line again. I like to do that. You go over the state line. Let me just come right in here at Delaware County. Again, we got some math to do. And again, a lot of it's here in the southeast, but as Perrin Brown told us, we also have some to wait for in Allegheny County. Again, so the question is it enough? Is it enough? Joe Biden's running it up here, 55%, 43, so 12-point race out here. You look at this again. We're told turnout is up just about everywhere. He's at 251, almost 252,000. You come back. Hillary Clinton had a sizably bigger vote 4 years ago. which tells you we'd all like to know, but we got to wait and watch them count. It's just the way it is.
All right, stand by. We're waiting once again for President Trump to speak. We expect him to be speaking fairly soon. We're watching some of the nail biters going on in Arizona and Georgia, some of the other states. We'll be right back.
I had this $100,000 student debt.
$225,000 in debt.
So far, I literally changed my life.
It was the easiest application process.
SoFi made it so there's no trade-off between my dreams and paying student loans.
Smash yourself!
Student loans don't have to take over for the rest of your life.
Thank you for allowing me to get my money right.
How can we find the best climate solutions? We look for a light, one bright enough to inspire us all to work together. Right now, America's natural gas and oil companies continue to lower emissions worldwide, all while fulfilling essential energy needs. Together, we can keep the U.S. the world leader in reducing emissions. See how American innovation lights the way at energyforprogress.org.
The ups and downs of frequent mood swings can take you to deep depressive lows, or give you unusually high energy even when depressed. Overwhelmed by bipolar 1? Ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar effectively treats depression, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms with just one pill once a day. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. High cholesterol and weight gain, high blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, may occur. Movement dysfunction, sleepiness, and stomach issues are common side effects. When bipolar 1 overwhelms, Vraylar helps smooth the ups and downs.
Lactate is 100% real milk, just without the lactose, so you can enjoy it even if you're sensitive. Yet some people say Lactate isn't real milk. I guess all those cows must actually be big dogs. Sit. I said sit.
The podcasts, the newsletters, the mobile app, the #1 source for news. This is CNN.
Coronavirus.
COVID-19.
Dr. Fauci.
Bleach injections.
Hydroxychloroquine.
You say it.
We cover the election, you cover your face.
The Daily Show with Trevor Noah, live tonight at 11 on Comedy Central.
Hey, Cheryl.
We wanted to catch you while the guys aren't listening.
We need your help.
Your platforms are toxic
To women who lead.
We are targeted with ugly and violent language, with threats of sexual assault.
Coordinated bots attack women for political gain.
We have asked Facebook to do better.
Our freedom,
Our democracy
is at risk.
We are fighting back, and we're asking you to join us.
We've got your back. Do you have ours?
You know,
Lean in.
As for the idea that you won't be safe when Joe Biden is president, people are not safe now. Forget the riots. Coronavirus is waiting to punch me in the lungs as soon as I leave the house.
The Daily Show with Trevor Noah, live tonight at 11 on Comedy Central.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Looking at live pictures coming in from inside the White House. We're anticipating the President of the United States is going to be making a statement, speaking from in there. It's approaching 2 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're standing by to hear from the President of the United States. We're watching it very closely. Right now, the electoral count, the map right now. Take a look at this. Biden, has 220. Trump has 213. You need 270 Electoral College votes to win the presidency. 220 to 213. Biden is slightly ahead in that all-important route. Let's take a look at a key race alert right now. Starting with Arizona, and it's 11 electoral votes. 80% of the vote in Arizona is now in. Biden maintains a lead of 155,000 votes. 52.4% to 46.3%. Biden is ahead in Arizona. In Nevada, 78% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead there by nearly 30,000 votes, 50.4% to 47.7%, 6 electoral votes in Nevada. In Georgia right now, 91% of the vote is in. Trump maintains the lead, but it's narrowed down to 118,000, a vote lead over Biden, 50.6% to 48.1%. And as we're waiting to hear from President Trump, let's go back to Jake, Dana, and Abby.
Thanks, Wolf. Well, of course, this year has been fraught with so many developments that it makes sense that we don't have a decisive answer as to what exactly is happening on Election Day. It is already the day after Election Day, but we see in a number of important battleground states, it is way too close to call. They are still counting the votes.
Right, and these are states that include the so-called blue wall that Joe Biden has been promising for months to build back for Democrats, from Michigan to Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. We simply do not know what is going to happen in those states, particularly a place like Pennsylvania, where the Secretary of State there has said that they could be counting the votes until Friday of this week.
Now, Pamela Brown just said that they still have 2 million ballots, write-in ballots, I'm sorry, not write-in, vote-by-mail ballots, yet to count.
Yeah, and, you know, frankly, we've been telling everyone this for days and weeks now, so it's happening. And hopefully we prepared everyone at home to be patient and just to wait for this to happen. I think what we're about to witness as we wait for President Trump to come out is really important. It's a very important moment for him. He is the incumbent president of the United States. He gets to set the tone for how this goes for the rest of the country. Will he give us the unfiltered Trump that we saw earlier on Twitter, or will he give us something more restrained and more thought through that allows the American people to remain in a state of calm while we wait for these ballots to be counted, or will we get something that is trying to declare victory where there is no victory to be declared yet? I think that's the important question.
I think you're being very charitable by suggesting we don't know what he's going to do based on what he said.
It's a question of, will he read a teleprompter or will he just riff? I mean, I think there's a big difference between a teleprompter Donald Trump and a riffing Donald.
Okay, fair enough. And we obviously always hope for the best when it comes to his behavior and whether or not he rises to the moment. But he has already gone on Twitter and said falsely, misleadingly, potentially dangerously, as Dana noted, that Democrats are trying to steal the election. And there is no evidence of anyone trying to steal the election. There is evidence of election workers in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, counting the votes.
I'm not suggesting that there will be some kind of new Donald Trump tonight by any stretch of the imagination. What I am saying is, I wonder if there are people in that White House who recognize the historical importance of what he is about to do. Will he try to declare victory on election night when votes have not been counted, which has not been done?
So as you know,
and I think that would be a completely different situation.
As you know, because you covered the Trump White House, the answer is yes, there are people who understand the historical importance, but the question is whether those people are going to get to either want to get to the president at this point to try to get him to tone it down, certainly as it relates to his earlier tweet, or whether it's even a lost cause for this president, because he has been saying what he said in his tweet earlier every single chance he got on the stump. Right,
He's been saying it for weeks. So it doesn't, even if he sticks to teleprompter today and it was written by one of the few guardrails left in that White House, I mean, he's already said what he has said. He has already put the lie out there among his supporters, is all I'm saying. Hope springs eternal.
I know.
And I hope you're right.
I completely agree with you. I do think that the night of an election, when both candidates come out and they say their piece, these are things that history will remember. I think people recognize that in this White House. The tweets are the tweets, but history will remember this moment.
You're exactly
right. We'll see what he does. The wise thing for President Trump to do is to write something that is actually, frankly, similar to what Joe Biden did. Joe Biden came out and said, "I think I'm going to win." It's probably okay for President Trump to say, "I think I'm going to win."
And he might.
But for him to say, "I won and this is being stolen from me," would be a historically it would be a tectonic type of event, I think, in American politics.
And you mentioned history, and I think it's important right now to point out that in most cases, historically, the American people didn't know who won the presidency that night. It has taken time to count votes. And that is something that I've seen historians reminding us of going back into election after election. And that's not going to change if and when the president says something different. I mean,
Sure.
It's just not.
And let's remember, this is the 6th presidential race that I've covered. And the first two, 2000, 2004, we did not know who won that night.
There you go.
We did not know. Now, it has
Let's
happened.
hope it's not 36 days.
No, we
but
do.
it could be.
But it could be. We don't know. There are lots of write-in and mail-in ballots that are being counted in several states. And just like the Trump campaign, the White House don't want us to prematurely call Arizona or Nevada.
Right.
The Biden people don't want us to prematurely call any of the other states. Let's bring in Jim Acosta, who is at the White House. And Jim, the president's already a little late based on what we were told and when he was going to come out. What are you anticipating he's going to say?
Yeah, I mean, Jake, just to give you a sense of the mood inside the Trump campaign, they are white hot over this call on another network for Arizona for Joe Biden. They have been clamoring for the other networks to not call Arizona for Joe Biden. That is part of what is driving some of the president's anger, and I think we'll see some of that expressed when he comes out in a few moments. He is going to try to make the case, as he did on Twitter, that just counting the votes in some of these battleground states, leftover battleground states, somehow deprives him of a victory or cheats him out of a victory. Let's keep in mind, counting the votes in these remaining states is not a victory for Democrats. It's a victory for democracy. And so I think to some extent, there needs to be a Surgeon General's warning on what the president says here as he comes out, because he is going to express, I think, in front of the cameras, precisely what he was just saying a few moments ago in those tweets, which is he feels that this election is being stolen from him, when in fact it's not being stolen from anybody. It's just the natural process of counting votes. And so, some of this, I think, is being driven by just some extreme tension inside Trump campaign headquarters right now. They thought things were moving along well tonight. They saw some of these margins and a lot of these states not matching what was out in those polls over the last several weeks, and so they thought they were beating the polls as they did in 2016. And then when some of these results were coming in, Arizona being called by another network, that did not come into their plans. And I think also what is happening in Nebraska with that one electoral vote going to Joe Biden in Nebraska that we've called, that was also not in the Trump campaign's plans. And so things are not going according to what they were hoping to see tonight, and they're reacting accordingly. I do think when the president comes out here, it is very likely he's going to say things that are just flat false. He's going to be making claims about voter fraud and so on. And we just have to remind our viewers, Jake, and as you have so many times, there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud in this country. And just because the president says something doesn't make it so. He doesn't get to declare who the president of the United States is. The voters get to do that. Election authorities get to do that across the country, Jake.
That's right. Jim Acosta at the White House. Thanks so much. And we're still waiting for President Trump to come out and give his statement. We're not exactly sure what he's going to say. He has been saying things, Abby, about the election being stolen from him that are false, that Twitter and Facebook have labeled as false because he put them out on social media first. We don't have the capability of doing that like in pop-up video on VH1 and immediately next to his face.
Abby, we'll explain what VH1 is later.
But at the same time, it is important, as Jim notes, that if the president comes out and says that the election's being stolen from him, that he has won, that is not true. That is not accurate. Now, it may be that the president ends up winning fair and square once all the votes are counted. We don't know. It's certainly a much closer race than a lot of other people predicted.
And you pointed out earlier that the complete hypocrisy where literally in the same breath they're saying, please count all the votes in Arizona, don't call that race early. But they're also saying in Pennsylvania, they're saying in Pennsylvania, well, if you keep counting after tonight, then you're stealing the election. It doesn't make any sense. both the votes in Arizona and the votes in Pennsylvania are just as legitimate. They need to be counted, but we need to be prepared, obviously, for the president to make all kinds of outlandish claims. There are a lot of things that are outstanding on this board, including Georgia, which is a live contest right now. That state is close. There's a lot of outstanding vote, and the Democrats still think they have a chance there.
Yeah, and in fact, let's take a look at what's outstanding. If there's anybody just tuning in right now at 2:08 a.m., we're still waiting for the final results from Georgia and North Carolina. Those look to be states that President Trump is leaning towards victory, but they have not been called, and there remain outstanding votes. Obviously, the blue wall states that Hillary Clinton lost in 2016 that Joe Biden wants to return and rebuild, those are states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, where not only are there outstanding votes, there are many outstanding votes that were vote by mail, that are disproportionately thought to be Democratic from Democratic-leaning counties. So we are still waiting to hear what those states have. We're told that there's more than 2 million outstanding ballots in Pennsylvania alone, which would obviously be quite significant. And then out west, we have Nevada and Arizona. President Trump and his campaign taking the exact opposite tack there. Those are states where President Trump is behind, and another network called Arizona. We have not called Arizona, but the Trump campaign, as Abby points out, completely hypocritically is saying, don't call Arizona. They haven't counted all the votes, and is saying the exact opposite when it comes to the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Right. And if we do, in fact, hear the president saying things about, counting votes after Election Day, isn't real, or it's fraudulent, or whatever he's going to say, it's important to note that just because a vote is counted after Election Day doesn't mean that the vote came in after Election Day. Never mind that some states actually allow votes to come in after Election Day.
Including plenty of Republican states like Ohio and Mississippi. And
Plenty. But let's just take that aside for the moment. What we are largely going to see these swing states do is count votes that came in as part of early voting and absentee voting, period. They came in on time. And, I'm sure there will be lots of votes that will be contested. The lawyers are already chomping at the bit. But that is the most important part of the story to remember before we listen to the president.
Yeah, counting every vote is a fundamental democratic principle. It's part of what is important when it comes to democracy in this country. It's one of the reasons why states bend over backwards to make sure that as many valid ballots from legal voters can count as much as possible. And the idea that this president is seeking to openly disenfranchise people, tens of thousands of whom no doubt voted for him, is just remarkable.
And it's something that even Republicans like Ben Ginsburg, a Republican lawyer who has been involved in voter fraud-related issues for the Republican Party for many years, basically has said is completely undemocratic. The idea that you can just say, just because votes are coming from a more Democratic-leaning part of the country, they shouldn't be counted, is really beyond the pale, and it has no historical precedent for a president of the United States in particular to make that kind of argument before an election has actually been completed.
Well, but he's been saying it for a long time. I mean, he was saying that early voting in Pennsylvania is not acceptable, right, while early voting in Florida is acceptable. Obviously, each state has its own rules and differences, but I mean, that is how he has been waging this campaign when it comes to counting the votes. But again, as Jim Acosta pointed out, and we've pointed out, it's not up to him. And he doesn't get to say who won or who lost. It's up to the individual states as to which candidate gets awarded the electors from that state.
No, that's exactly right. And, when you look and listen to what Donald Trump is saying, it is pretty clear that he knew kind of going into this that this would be a possibility, which is why we heard from Joe Biden in his campaign leading into Election Day, the answer to what we could see right now is win decisively. And the Biden campaign has not won decisively.
No, they did not.
So that is out the window. And now we have to deal with whatever we're going to see. And that is patience and time counting votes in these key states.
Well, we should say the Biden campaign has not won early, but we don't know yet if it will be decisively, because just because we don't know what the outcome is in these states doesn't mean that it's not going to be a decisive victory for one candidate
really
or
important point,
another.
Abby.
It's just not an early
I think,
call.
and I think what I meant, Julia, that's such a good point. And I think what they were meaning is early and decisively, so to overcome the psychological
early victory.
If they could have flipped Florida, we would be having a completely different conversation right now at almost 2 o'clock. 2:15
in the morning. Yeah. So, but the thing is,
but that didn't happen, and so now this is going to be a protracted process.
Yeah. Look, I mean, Americans are not necessarily known for our attention spans, and one of the things.
What'd you say?
And one of the things that I think a lot of people were hoping for was an early, decisive outcome, whether for Trump or for Biden, that there would be some sort of closure so everybody could know who the president was and go to bed by midnight, and that would be the end of that. But the truth is, this isn't an hour-and-a-half thriller where you find out who did it and then it's all over within an hour and a half. This is like a Netflix 10-part miniseries.
And this is the year 2020.
Yeah,
nothing is busy this year.
And this is a divided country. That's not a newsflash. We know that. It is a very divided country, and that is bearing out in the results that we're starting to see tonight.
Yeah, including by the fact that we haven't talked about this too much this evening, but we still don't know who's going to control the Senate.
That's
I mean,
right.
it looks as though, potentially, Republicans could possibly hold control of the Senate, even while possibly a Democrat is elected to the White House. Although, again, I don't know that either of those are going to be the outcome, but it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of people thought they knew what was going to happen tonight at the presidential level, even at the Senate level, and things are turning out to be a lot more complicated. We're waiting on things that I don't know that we really knew we would be waiting on at this point. States like Georgia and Arizona. Certainly the Biden campaign hoped that those states would be within their reach, but this is an unpredictable environment that we're in, and part of that has to do with the fact that 4 years ago, Donald Trump changed the landscape in a really important way, and we're still figuring out what that looks like all over the country, not just in the upper Midwest, but in parts of the South. What does it mean for the turnout among non-white voters? And what does it mean for turnout among white voters? I think we're just living through a big change in this country, and we're not quite there yet, which is why tonight is a little bit hard to
That's an excellent point, because one of the things that we are witnessing is a realignment. A political realignment that is, happens in this country. For instance, Virginia used to be, when I was young, a battleground state, and now it almost automatically goes to Democrats. On the other hand, we've seen Republicans make inroads with Latino voters in Florida and Texas and other places. A lot of those votes are still being tabulated, et cetera. But in terms of the margins, that we didn't anticipate would happen necessarily, although certainly people were sounding the alarms about Joe Biden and Latino voters. But there is an realignment going on, and so it takes a little while sometimes when that's happening, and the votes are so close in each state to tabulate all the ballots.
And Arizona and Georgia are the prime examples of that tonight. Arizona, we have been talking about the dramatic demographic shift in that state. And Georgia, same thing. I mean, Georgia was so incredibly red. 2 years ago, there was that razor-thin gubernatorial race. And now we have 2 Senate races in Georgia, and the presidential is seeing a battlefield in Georgia. And we really don't know how it's going to turn out because of the outstanding votes in the major population center of Atlanta. We just don't know. And those are, it's people moving in, it's the populations being more diverse and younger.
Well, one thing's for sure. I mean, we are still talking about Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania 4 years later. And it could very well be that those states remain battlegrounds. I think Democrats probably had hoped that after tonight, that if Joe Biden could win them back, it would be in such a decisive manner that it would kind of take it off the board for Republicans in the future. I don't necessarily think that's going to happen tonight. I think those are going to continue to be states that are fought over, which is a big change. I mean, they really haven't been up for grabs for a long time, which is why 2016 was such a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan have always been battleground states, but they're usually the kind of battleground states that Republicans 2 weeks before the election pull out of and start competing and focusing just on Florida or Virginia, et cetera. But now they truly are battleground states. Donald Trump has upended that. He tore down the blue wall that Democrats used to be rely upon. Joe Biden trying to rebuild it. We don't know what's going to happen. They have literally millions of ballots that remain needing to be counted. They're going through that, and they're doing that the best they can. Again, we're waiting for President Trump to come out to the East Room of the White House at any moment. We are expecting, based on his tweet earlier this evening that has been labeled as misleading by both Twitter and Facebook, we are expecting that the president will prematurely and falsely declare victory and suggest that any effort by other states, other than the ones that he wants to do counting, such as Arizona, and that other attempts to count votes in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin is stealing votes, and that is not accurate. That is not what is going on. There is no evidence of ballots or votes being stolen in those states. There is evidence that election officials are trying to count the votes.
You do have to wonder what's taking the president so long.
I was just going to say
mean,
that.
it is
a long 4 minutes.
It is a little bit of a. It's interesting because he seemed so sure when he tweeted what he tweeted a couple of at this point, maybe an hour and a half ago, maybe 2 hours ago. He seemed so sure then. I just wonder what is the delay in coming out and saying what he needs to say. Joe Biden has already said what he needs to say, which is that he thinks this is headed in his direction. If the president feels the same, it should be easy to come out and say that, but we're still waiting.
And again, he has a good positive story to say, which is this is a lot closer than the pundits predicted. We think that we feel good about these states. Let's bring Jim Acosta in back. Jim, what is the holdup? We were told by the president's team that he was going to be out a long time ago.
Yeah. I think only one person can answer that question, and maybe the president's going to come out in a few moments. I just noticed Mark Meadows, Don Jr. just walking out as I'm looking at the bottom of the screen, Ivanka Trump, Jake, other members of the Trump family. So it sounds like this is going to happen soon. But I think the president wants to put the best face on this. And quite honestly, I was with the president 4 years ago around this time as we were all watching this. Donald Trump is not in the same place he was 4 years ago. He is hanging on to his political life right now. And no matter what the president says here in a few moments, projecting that he's going to win this race, we expect him to say that, he is just not out of the woods yet, not by a long shot.
No, and oh, here he is. Let's listen in.
The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan. I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461,000. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, President Trump, as we anticipated, falsely and prematurely declaring victory, saying that he won. He did not win. He has not won. The president falsely depicting the counting of votes as a fraud and an embarrassment. That is not what is going on. What is going on is the normal democratic process. Almost everything President Trump said in his declaration of victory was not true. It is true that he is ahead in the polls right now in Georgia and North Carolina. Whether or not Biden will ever catch up is a matter for Georgia and North Carolina and their election officials to decide. It is not true that he is winning Pennsylvania or winning Michigan or winning Wisconsin. They are still counting votes. They have literally millions of vote-by-mail ballots that those 3 states are counting. It may well be that President Trump ends up winning this election. That might be once the ballots are counted. But what President Trump just said was undemocratic and false and premature. It is not accurate to say that he won. We do not know who won this election. And I have to say, Dana, it's not a surprise, but still, years into this presidency, I find it shockingly disappointing that he still would continue to erode faith that the American people have in institutions. What is going on right now is a clean and fair election, and there is no evidence to the contrary.
I know we expected him to say something like that, but hearing the President of the United States in the middle of an election, where they're counting votes all over the country, to say what he said from the White House is just not something that I don't think any of us really expected to see and hear in our lifetime. That is not what democratically elected presidents or candidates for the presidency say. That's what authoritarians say. And when he said that that people are going to be disenfranchised, the only person right now at this stage of the game who is trying to disenfranchise voters is Donald Trump, because he is saying the voters whose votes have not yet been counted in the states that he doesn't want them to be counted in don't count.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should really underline what he's saying. He kept saying, I want the voting to stop. That's not what he's saying. He's really saying he doesn't want the votes that have already been cast to be counted. There is no justification for it. It's shocking, and it's really beyond the pale. I mean, he called it a fraud to count ballots in the United States of America.
It's undemocratic.
It's completely ridiculous. But, I mean, notice that Vice President Mike Pence came up just a few minutes afterward and tried to paper over what the president had just said, which is that he does not want the votes that are still outstanding in states that he had not won to be counted. You can't paper over that when it comes from the mouth of the president of the United States from the White House.
You know, Vice President Pence tried to say something that is a more traditional idea of we are grateful for the people who have voted for us. We want to be vigilant to make sure that the ballots are all counted, and we're confident that we're going to be victorious in the end, as if President Trump had not said what he just said, which was a premature and false declaration of victory. And once again, let me say, it may well be that President Trump ends up being reelected. And if he is, it will be because of the fair and assiduous and diligent counting of ballots in states like Arizona and Nevada, where he wants the counting to continue because Biden is ahead, and states where he does not want the counting, not the voting. The voting's done, but the counting to continue, where he is ahead because they have not brought in and counted all the millions of vote-by-mail ballots, by the way, that were cast vote-by-mail because we're in the middle of a pandemic that the administration has not been able to get a control over. Let me bring in Jim Acosta. And Jim, we all were hoping that the president would not go there and lie and falsely and prematurely declare victory. So again, as always, it's not a surprise, but it is shocking.
Absolutely. And Jake, I think our founding fathers are probably rolling in their graves right now. They did not envision a president of the United States delegitimizing an American election, and that is what the president just did a few moments ago. It's historic, and it's historically awful. I think one of the things that we're going to have to wait and see over the next several days is, and they've been previewing this over at the White House and inside the Trump campaign, they're going to be deploying, if they have not already deployed, an army of lawyers to all of these states where they want to contest the results of the election to try to cast aside votes that are still being counted. They want to question the legitimacy of these timelines for counting ballots in states where ballots are coming in after Election Day. It does not compute with the president that states are allowed to have varying ways of counting votes. That is one of the traditions of our democracy, that states sort of run their own affairs when it comes to counting votes. And the president does not get that. We did hear Vice President Mike Pence, as Abby was saying a few moments ago, get up to the podium and contradict the president almost immediately and say that the votes continue to be counted. So there was at least an ounce of decency in that room when Vice President Pence came up there. He's obviously not going to tell the president to his face that he's wrong, but if you read between the lines, he was essentially allowing for the fact that votes are going to continue to be counted, Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta, thanks so much. Let's bring in Republican election lawyer and CNN contributor Benjamin Ginsberg. He's on the phone with us. Ben, first of all, before we get to the morality of what the president did, I just want, if you could walk us through. The president said he's going to go to the Supreme Court to try to stop the ballots from being counted. I'm not exactly sure what the strategy is. Is there a way for him to go to the Supreme Court and ask them to stop the counting of valid legal ballots from valid legal voters?
No, there's really not, Jake. There's no natural path to that. There are procedures for, as the vice president said, continuing to count the votes. And you can certainly contest under each state's law the process of the way the election took place, and ultimately you can try and get an appeal before the Supreme Court. There's no direct right of appeal for something like this to the Supreme Court.
The president is taking issue with the counting of ballots in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. He is describing it as to stop voting, as if people are still voting, but that's not what's going on. These are legal votes that have already taken place. They just need to be counted, right?
Yes, there are legal votes that have taken place. The voters have made their expressions. They're in the receipt of all the state officials, with the exception of Pennsylvania, which has its own law that extends the deadline. So these are all legally cast votes, and the process of trying to toss them out for some reason would just, I think, be viewed by any court, including the Supreme Court, as just a massive disenfranchisement that would be frowned upon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the numbers in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, as well as Arizona and Nevada, North Carolina and Georgia. I don't know who's going to be elected. It could well be President Trump. If you were advising him, what would you be advising him to do right now?
I think you have to let all the votes be counted and watch it very carefully. And if you have objections to either particular ballots or to the process, then you have remedies after the fact through each state's individual contest laws or recount laws if the margins are close enough. But, I mean, these are legally cast ballots, Jake, or at least will be determined to be legally cast ballots by the appropriate local, county, state officials. And for a president to say we're going to disenfranchise those legally cast ballots really is extraordinary.
It's also extraordinary just because, I mean, beyond the undemocratic part of this and beyond the immoral or amoral part of this, I don't know one election lawyer that would be telling President Trump to do something like this, given the fact that he could very well win still. Well,
it is conceivable that he has found some, but I don't know how it could be successful and how, to a large extent, they'll be able to justify it in law to just bypass the state procedures and to disenfranchise people who legally cast their ballots under state law.
Now, Ben, I'm old enough to remember when there was a big election fight in Florida. And one of the things that was going on at the same time was there was a very close election in New Mexico, where Al Gore won New Mexico, and George W. Bush's campaign, which you were a part of, was thinking about challenging that, but then realized it would be inconsistent and hypocritical to be making one argument in Florida and the complete opposite argument in New Mexico. So you guys dropped the New Mexico thing because there was one principle you wanted to fight on. Here we have President Trump in the course of one speech talking about how mad he is because Fox called Arizona for Joe Biden, and at the same time, in the same breath, arguing the exact opposite, that we shouldn't be counting on votes coming in and still being counted by election officials in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Yeah, it was not really a consistent position. And one of the things about being in a recount or a contested election is that you do have to maintain some consistency. But inevitably, the consistency begins with recognizing the right to vote in this country and how each individual voter has a right. Now, there may be rules for the way ballots themselves need to be verified, and there may be instances when the margins of elections are breathtakingly close and fall within a state's required recount. But that's very different from what we heard tonight.
Ben, you've been a respected Republican lawyer, election lawyer for decades. I think you go back to Indiana's Bloody Eighth, which is an obscure reference and only political super nerds will recognize. But Have you ever seen anything like this before from a president of the United States?
No, not even close.
And what's your take on it? What's your take on the president, the Republican president of the United States, coming out and, in your view, as you already said, attempting to disenfranchise hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of American voters?
Well, it's a distressing moment for me as a longtime Republican to see a call to disenfranchise so many people. I mean, the Republican Party, and I think really everyone who was on the ballot for the Senate or the House or a local office today recognizes the value of individuals' votes and how what we do is try and preserve them and honor them. And so what the president said tonight is not only unprecedented and it not only lacks any basis in the law, it really is a disservice to all the other men and women who are on the ballots as Republicans today.
All right, Ben Ginsberg, thank you so much for your time and expertise. We really appreciate it, and get some sleep. I'm sure we're going to be calling upon your services quite a bit in the next few days, weeks, months, who knows how long. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
and Abby, I mean, Ben Ginsberg, a very respected Republican lawyer, shocked, distressed about the fact that an American president is openly seeking to disenfranchise American voters. And in the words of John Bolton, President Trump's former national security advisor, commit a fraud or a con on voters.
Yeah, and you heard Ben Ginsberg just call it unprecedented. I think it is unprecedented. And if we were watching this in another country right now, we would be shocked by what is going on. I think this would be setting off alarm bells. I'm sure it is setting off alarm bells all over the world. The President of the United States just said at almost, at 2 o'clock in the morning on the night of an election that he wants to stop counting the votes in certain parts of the country, but not in other parts of the country, because he thinks he's already won because all the votes because he thinks he's won. I mean, that's something that anywhere else in the world would be a sign of a democracy that is in peril. I think it's a sign that our democracy is in peril. What is going to happen tomorrow? Will anyone speak up about this? Because I think that's really where we are at this point. We have to wait for the votes to be counted, but will Republicans just sit in silence and allow the president to say, I don't want to count the votes in a handful of states in this country because I think I've already won?
Abby, as you're talking about the world, about the fact that American observers are sent around the world to observe democracies in action. And one of the things that they try to do is to prevent exactly the kind of thing that President Trump was just calling for. I mean, it's hard to wrap your mind around. I just want to underscore what we talked about earlier, which is that there are a lot of people out there who believe everything the president says. And that is why this is potentially dangerous.
Absolutely.
And we all hope it's not. This is a norm-busting, institution-busting president. He ran that way 4 years ago, and even though he's president of the United States, he ran that way this campaign cycle. And this hopefully is not one of the ramifications of the erosion, thanks to him, of institutions, not just the media and others, but those that we all need. Basic democratic institutions.
I'm wondering what former Senator Rick Santorum, a Republican senator from Pennsylvania who ran 3 times in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania statewide and won 2 out of 3. I'm wondering what you make of what we just heard from the president.
I was very distressed by what I heard the president say. The president is prone, as we all know, to bluster and to fits of pique of being upset about how he's being treated. But look, I don't have any problem. I think Joe Biden said similar things, saying, I think I won. I mean, that's fine. You think you won. That's great. But the idea of saying that using the word fraud, that there's fraud being committed by people counting votes, I think is wrong. I understand he sees votes potentially being shifted around in some places. But look, the reality is that what's happening. I can tell you in Pennsylvania, what's happening is they're counting the absentee and mail-in ballots right now, and some counties have stopped counting. They stop counting because people get tired. When they're tired, they make mistakes, and you stop counting, and then you take it up the next morning when people are fresh and everybody has a chance to sort of make sure they're not making any mistakes. They're not stopping counting because they're trying to fix anything or create any sort of fraud. There's plenty of people there, as you know, poll watchers and others who are watching the counting. I know in the city of Philadelphia, for example, I think there's actually cameras on the people who are actually doing the counting. So look, I understand the president's frustration because some of the states weren't called, as early as he'd like. But at the same time, he complained about one of the states being called earlier, like Arizona. So I understand the president feels like it's a grievance against him, and somehow or another this is another example of the media not treating him fairly. I would just say I could not disagree more in this case. I think, for example, CNN has been quite responsible in being very slow to declare winners. I think that's the right thing to do. We have to make sure that you don't do what I think may be a mistake in Arizona. I've talked to some people in Arizona, and they're not confident that state has been decided yet. And we need to be cautious. There are plenty of votes out there in all the states, all the blue wall states that are up there, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, that could flip it. I think it's highly unlikely in Pennsylvania, as I know it well, but it's still possible. And as long as it's still possible, you have to take your time and count the votes.
Is there anybody left in that White House who the president listens to, who could tell the president, Mr. President, it's undemocratic what you're saying, it's distressing what you're saying, we need the votes to be counted. For your own second term, should you win one, you need to have people have faith that this happened the right way. Is there anyone who can tell him that anymore?
I suspect the reason that the 4-minute call went out that the president's going to speak between then and the time that he did speak, there was probably a lot of discussion going on about what he should say. And the president's a 70-some-year-old man at 2:30 in the morning, and after a very stressful time, and I think he was just unfortunately being more a raw version of himself, and so that's just disappointing. I hope that the place they walk it back tomorrow and say we want the votes to be counted, particularly in Arizona. If you want them counted in Arizona, you need to have them counted in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin too, and Georgia.
Yeah, that would be a consistent position. Wolf?
Yeah.
Guys, thanks very much. John King is here. It is outrageous what the President of the United States said just now. This is a fraud on the American public. Frankly, we did win this election. Take a look at they're still counting ballots right now, John. Right now, by our count, our projections, 220 votes for Biden in the Electoral College, 213 for Trump. There's still a way to go until you get to the 270 needed to win.
Right, and let's give Senator Santorum some credit there. Let's count the votes, right? This is the United States of America. It's not Belarus. Let's count the votes. The leader does not get to decide when we're done. States count their votes, and that's how we're going to do it. States count their votes. Now, this is where we are right now. There's some things we can, we can be reasonably certain about this map, which is when Hawaii comes in, we expect it to go Democratic. I'm going to say, just for now, these aren't done yet, but Nevada, we have Biden is leading in Nevada. That would be a hold. That was a Clinton state. Biden is leading in Arizona. This is what the president was mad about, but the math right now has Biden leading in Arizona. So let's give that to him for now. Now let's come back out here and come back over to the red. We assume when Alaska's votes come in, that will stay in the red. Let's get that to change. There we go there. That gets you to 241, 216. So then where are we? Then we come back over here. Georgia, the president's leading, but it's close. We're not done yet. North Carolina, the president's leading, but it's close. We're not done yet. In Maine, we're not done yet either here. Here's what we expect to happen in Maine. Let me just bring Maine out here. I see I tapped that in the wrong place. Let me take this off, bring out this here. In this district here, Trump is winning here. Biden, we expect to win more of the state. Trump is leading right now in the 2nd congressional district. So if you do it like that, you give Trump 1 and you come out. That's a pickup for Joe Biden. We know that would be a pickup if that holds right there. So now you're looking at the map. If we go where the president is leading right now, this is going to anger Democrats. If we just say that, we'll see. We still have votes to count. We're not done in Georgia. The lead has shrunk a little bit. They're going to pick up at Fulton County, some of the other Atlanta suburbs. North Carolina also has tightened a little bit as the night has gone on. Last time I looked, it was around 45,000 votes. It's 78,000 now looking across the room, so that's a little bit bigger. So let's leave those right there for now. That gets you to 248 to 244, and that would have just these three left. And again, at this point, you're into 2 out of 3, right? So if Joe Biden can do these two, he wins the presidency with 270. If for some reason, let's just say Donald Trump got this one and this one, Donald Trump wins the presidency. If Joe Biden came back in Pennsylvania, he would win the presidency. So if this plays out, if Georgia stays red, North Carolina stays red, and the rest of it goes as we think, it's 2 out of 3 in the blue wall states.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. Pamela Brown's got some new reporting on what's going on in Pennsylvania. What are you picking up, Pamela?
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing how tight of a race it is there and how many outstanding mail-in ballots are. According to official numbers from the Pennsylvania website, there are still 1.4 million, more than 1.4 million mail-in ballots that have not been counted. So those ballots, those outstanding ballots, are not in the account right now. They are working there in several counties through the night. In fact, in Philadelphia alone, the Democratic stronghold, they still have 270,000 mail-in ballots to count. 270,000 mail-in ballots to count in the Philadelphia stronghold there. And so we're told that the officials are working through the night in many places in Pennsylvania because, as we've been pointing out, they started it the morning of the election. This takes a while. It's a process. Deep breaths as it comes to Pennsylvania.
Interesting. You know, John, take a look at Pennsylvania right now. They're still counting votes. It's not over with by any means.
No, it's not over, but the math is pretty steep. And so here's what's interesting. We need to watch and we need to be transparent. If they have 1.4 million left and the president's up by 673,000 votes and change, Joe Biden's going to have to win ballpark 75% of these votes. Now, right now, he's not doing that statewide, but these are mail-in votes. These are mail-in votes, and we do know that he was disproportionately winning. Democrats were disproportionately winning the mail-in vote. The question is, can he win it somewhere in the ballpark of 75%? We say 1.4 million. It's a rough number because we're getting the numbers from county to county. But if it's in this ballpark, and that's the president's lead right now, Joe Biden's going to have to win somewhere in the area close to 75% of those ballots to catch up. Can he do that? We're going to have to see and count. That's a steep hill. Remember 4 years ago, we were in Michigan, we were in Wisconsin, Hillary Clinton was behind. Democrats kept saying the votes were there. In this case, mathematically, that's possible. We're going to watch when they count these votes. Joe Biden is going to his execution among those mail-in ballots, his return rate among those mail-in ballots is going to be off the charts. Now, we do know from data that that's possible because Democrats did disproportionately win the mail-in vote, but that's a number to watch as we count them. And most of that counting will continue through the night. I suspect it will be finished sometime tomorrow.
They're counting Wisconsin and Michigan right now as well.
Right, and so let's just go through and look at the president's leads. Again, the president looks 307,000 right there as we count, and in Wisconsin it's 116,000, but again, votes to count.
All right, stand by. We're going to continue our special coverage right after a quick break.
Election night in America continues. We don't know the winner. The president claimed victory. He said he wouldn't. Then he did. None of that is a surprise. In fact, nothing happening right now is a surprise except this. Millions more of you came out than anybody ever anticipated. And yes, it's making the job harder, but that's a blessing. There's more counting to be done, and we're doing it right now. We are just minutes away from what we believe will be a big set of new information and numbers from Wisconsin. I'm Chris Cuomo, along with Don Lemon. Welcome back to CNN's continuing breaking news coverage. Again, we are standing by for a news conference at the Milwaukee Board of Elections. Right now, let's go to a key race alert, okay? We start with Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. 74% of the estimated vote is in, just an estimate. What has to happen? The president has a big, fat lead, 677,000 votes, 55.7 to 42.9. Where are the remaining votes? When do they come in? How many days left is there of potential counting? We have all of that for you, but that is the key race alert on that. Next. Michigan has 16 electoral votes. Again, we're waiting on information from this state. 74% of the estimated vote. A lot of mail-in ballots still to be processed. The president has a 240,000 vote lead, but there aren't a lot of votes in there in big areas that matter. We'll take you through it in a minute. 52.0 to 46.3. Wisconsin. Now, this is the state to watch for Donald Trump. 10 electoral votes. He's up 108,000 right now. 83% of the estimated vote is still in. 50.9 to 47.3 for Biden. We are waiting on this press conference. This state will be active in the smallest window of time. We're going to get new information here in just moments. Next, Georgia, 16 electoral votes. Now, this is a big question mark. Why? Tell you in a second. Donald Trump up 102,000 votes, 50.5 to 48.3, 92% of the estimated vote. So why the big question mark on this? Because the remaining areas that we are waiting for vote counts could be very high and rich in Democrat votes. So we'll take you there. Big lift, but big question mark as well. Next, North Carolina, 15 electoral votes. The president up 76,000 there. Less of a story evolving in this state. 50.1 to 48.6. 95% of the estimated vote is there. So that is the set of key race alerts that we have right now. Let's check in with the campaigns. We have Ryan Knowles dealing with what's happening in and around the White House. The president came out, obviously said what he said he would not say about declaring a winner before we knew, but he did it anyway. What's the buzz?
Well, Chris, the next stage for Republicans and President Trump is the legal battle that is set to take place at all these states that are still being contested right now. And you heard the president allude to that in his statement a couple of hours ago, where he suggested that he was prepared to go all the way to the Supreme Court to prevent some of these ballots from being counted. Well, tonight, the Trump campaign not providing too many specifics as to exactly what the president is talking about, how he would offer up that legal challenge, and what path it would take to ultimately get to the Supreme Court. But we do know that the Republican National Committee and the Trump Victory Group already have lawyers on the ground in all of these battleground states. An RNC spokesperson telling me tonight that not only do they have a whole army of volunteer lawyers that are prepared to wage this legal battle if and when it comes to that, they also have a number of high-profile law firms in many of these states on retainer and ready to go. And the other thing that Republicans are talking about here tonight, Chris, is the ground game that the Republican National Committee and the Trump Victory Organization put into place shortly after President Trump was inaugurated. This was an effort that cost $300 million. It put boots on the ground in many of these states, and it never slowed down despite the coronavirus pandemic. And in the closing days of the campaign, I had a number of Trump officials tell me that despite what the polls were saying, that they firmly believed that that ground game was going to be a big part in narrowing the gap in many of these key states. And they're now saying that we're seeing that play out in real time as these votes come in. Chris?
All right, Ryan, really interesting change in the state of play there. You have the president always calling himself a populist, now saying he wants lawyers and judges to decide this election, at least when it comes to the count. But just know this, threatening a lawsuit works in a lot of contexts. It does not work in election law. You'd have to show that there's proof of an irregularity. The president may feel this is irregular because he wants it to end right now because he's comfortable with the state of play, but it's not how our democracy works. The counting and the rules that the states are following right now have been in place for a long time. Some of them have already been litigated. Some of them are old. Some of them are already anticipated. So where are the irregularities? The president suggests them. Doesn't mean they exist. So let's get reaction to what he put out into the universe tonight about how this is a fraud on the American people from the Biden campaign. That takes us to MJ Lee in Wilmington. MJ, what's the response?
Well, Chris, we have just gotten an official response from the Biden campaign to the president's speech, prematurely declaring victory and casting doubt on the democratic process. So let me just read a part of that statement. This is from the campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon. She says the president's statement tonight about trying to shut down the country of duly cast ballots was outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. It was outrageous because it is a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American citizens. She goes on to say that the country simply will not stop. The counting, rather, simply will not stop. So what the president is suggesting, that the counting now needs to stop because it's no longer election day. Obviously, the Biden campaign is dismissing that. I just want to point out that the amazing thing is that the Biden campaign actually exactly predicted this kind of scenario, that this kind of speech very well might come from the president on election night. They have been predicting for days that the president might get on stage on election night and prematurely declare victory, that he might be casting doubt on certain kinds of votes or certain kinds of vote counting. And they have been saying, essentially, we are going to be prepared for it. We heard Biden's top lawyer, Bob Bauer, telling the media, telling the public earlier this week that we are going to be ready for all different kinds of legal hijinks. And so this is a scenario, again, amazingly, that the Biden campaign has been prepared for to come from the president. And I just want to also just give you a quick outlook from the Biden campaign. Obviously, we heard from the former vice president himself earlier this evening. He basically said, I feel pretty good about where things stand right now. That really wasn't spin. When you talk to Biden advisors, people close to the former vice president, they are cautiously optimistic right now. Look, this was not the big sweep that some had hoped for. This was not the sort of maybe early victory or even an election night victory that some had even fantasized about. Obviously, they don't have Florida. They don't have Ohio. They don't have Texas. Those states are gone. All three of those states I just mentioned are states that the Biden campaign had made a last-minute push for, even though they knew that those states were either competitive or would be reaches. However, we heard Biden himself say he thinks that he is going to win Pennsylvania, and he feels like, and the Biden campaign feels like, that the blue wall states are going to come for them in the end. So the bottom line is that right now, obviously, a lot more counting to be done. However, the Biden campaign basically feels like they are going to be able to pull through, that they do think they have a better path to 270 than the president does right now. Chris.
MJ, appreciate it. Ryan Nobles, thank you very much. Let us know if there are any updates. So let's get a better sense of the state of play, right? They have feelings. Let's deal with the facts of what we know. Phil Mattingly over at the Magic Wall. Let's stick with Wisconsin, although I like this, that you have the popular vote out. Why? Because it's a reminder of what we're still waiting on, right? 66 and 64 million. Last race was about 120, 130 million. We were expecting at least 150, maybe 160 million. What does that tell you? A lot of millions of votes outstanding. Wisconsin, we're waiting on the press conference. They'll be in Milwaukee. Take us through the plus minus on what we're looking to hear.
Yeah, you talk about the outstanding vote. Right now, in this moment in time, there is no more important outstanding vote than in Wisconsin. We should get some answers soon. I believe Milwaukee County is kind of the biggest outstanding vote right now, and we're just waiting for the city of Milwaukee to report. Then we should start to get some results there. Let me top line it first. Right now, Donald Trump, state of Wisconsin, ahead by 107,431 votes, 84% reporting. It's all about what's outstanding. Democrats have been pointing, as they often do, to Milwaukee County. It's the largest county in the state, 16.5% of the population here. And look down here, only 49% reporting. It is expected to come in heavily Democratic. Right now, 60% Biden, 38% Trump. There will be a lot of vote there. How much vote? Well, Joe Biden right now, 174,000 votes. Flashback to 2016. Hillary Clinton got 110, 115,000 more, and there's expected to be higher turnout over the course of the night. So that's something that the Biden campaign is looking for.
Is it enough to offset all those red boxes?
This is the question, right? So let's go back to 2020, where we actually are. And I want to take this down a little bit, because I pointed this out last time we talked, and just take it down to 91%. And you look and you see Milwaukee County, you see another blue county up here. How much is going to be coming in from Portage? Not a huge amount with 91% left. But it's the red counties that I think are the biggest unknown right now. And the red counties that some Democrats are actually pointing to and saying, look, Brown County right now, home of Green Bay, if you look at the margin, Donald Trump up 54,000 to 40,000 votes. Just because the outstanding vote here, only 66% reporting. That means there's a sizable chunk of outstanding vote here. Just because it's from a red county doesn't mean it's going to come in heavily Democrat or heavily Republican. Right?
Why do we think that a blue county comes in heavily Democratic?
Absentee ballots, vote by mail. Vote by mail went heavily Democratic. Vote by mail went heavily Democratic across the country. It went heavily Democratic in the state of Wisconsin. And one of the outstanding areas right now in terms of absentees, my understanding is Green Bay. And Green Bay leans a little bit more, although maybe the rest of the county is pretty firmly red. Here's what you want to look at. You look at the margin right now. Look what happened in 2016. In 2016, Donald Trump won by about 10 points, Obviously had a lot more vote back in 2016 than he has right now because there's so much left outstanding. Right now, that margin is higher. Democrats expect that margin to narrow, which means they believe, and this is what they believe, that a lot of the outstanding vote will skew towards them, even though it's in a red county. Now, how much is that going to continue amongst other counties? Take a look down here in Kenosha. President Trump was just in Kenosha. They wanted to run up margins in Kenosha because Kenosha was very narrow back in 2016. Less than a half point separated Donald Trump from Hillary Clinton. Look at the margin right now. That's a huge margin. Maybe that's because President Trump came to Kenosha. Maybe that's because what occurred in Kenosha, the unrest in Kenosha, some of the things we saw in Kenosha, or maybe it's because with 70% reporting, the Democratic vote went heavily mail, and that's what's outstanding right now. So when you're looking for how does Joe Biden not just make or get 107,000 votes, but make up 107,000 votes without losing a significant amount to Donald Trump when a lot of the outstanding counties right now are red, it's the hope on the Democratic side that the outstanding vote, even in those red counties, belongs predominantly to Democrats via absentee and mail.
Let's see if we can get some context on what we're waiting for on Milwaukee. Obviously, the control room is going to let us know as soon as the press conference is in effect in Milwaukee, and we'll bring you that. We're waiting on it because it's the only one that's reported results anytime soon. While we wait, Kristen Holmes, all right, is looking at absentee ballots and what's still out there. Kristen, do I have you?
Yep.
What do we know about what Wisconsin is getting ready to tell us about? What kind of numbers are in the mix?
Okay, so this is just going to piggyback off of what Phil just said. The big thing that we're waiting on right now is Milwaukee, right? So last time they gave us an update, there were still an outstanding 169,341 early and mail-in ballots that had not yet been counted. So that is what we are waiting for, to see how those numbers go. And as we have talked about all night, it has been clear since the beginning of the pandemic that generally Biden supporters are much more in favor of mail-in and early absentee voting. Trump supporters are much more in favor of voting in person on Election Day. The other thing to watch is Brown County. So here's what's interesting here. They have 66% of the vote in. This is a mixed bag. These results are coming in all together. So it's unclear how exactly this is going to shift or change because they're not differentiating where exactly each group comes from, the way they do in Milwaukee, for example. And now this is we had Waukesha here, but that's done.
Oh, Kristen, let me. I'm a good test case for you in terms of how people are processing this at home. I just have had a lot more caffeine than most of them, hopefully. They're waiting to fall asleep. I'm going to be up as long as this takes. 169,000 in Milwaukee. Okay. Then does specificity drop off after that in terms of what kinds of numbers are in any of those red boxes?
Yeah, I mean, look, when we go through the red boxes, this is the thing about Wisconsin. It is incredibly complicated when it comes to how exactly the mail-in and absentee votes are counted. So each precinct, each county does it differently, and even within the county, they do it differently. So I'm not going to bore everyone with all of the logistics, but the big outstanding thing that we're waiting for right now is Milwaukee. That is the one that is coming in separately, that we know that there is a big chunk of those absentee ballots. That only happens in about a handful of these Wisconsin counties. I think it's probably like 30 if I went back and checked. But the rest of them come in together. So that's why we're keeping an eye on Brown. But also, again, this is going to tell us a lot once we see these numbers come in. And remember, we're supposed to hear about Brown County, too. They said 3 to 4 a.m. It's 4:15. So we're missing those numbers, and we're waiting for Milwaukee. But I think that is going to really tell us where this race stands once those numbers come in Milwaukee.
Yeah, and look, we're focusing on this not just because they're the first ones up. Obviously, the recency of when we're going to get the numbers dictates our attention. But this is the toughest haul for Biden. So we need to know this. Even that 169,000 number, it's a big number. Obviously, it's going to matter, because you're at 107,000 plus for the president here. But what percentage of that is Biden? And what about all the other little pieces that they're looking for? There's a lot of wood to chop in Wisconsin, especially if Biden's going to have any kind of chance there. And if he doesn't, the window gets really small really fast. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. So we're waiting on Wisconsin to give us this press conference. And once we have those numbers, now we'll know, okay, so here's all the counting they've done. What do they have left? if there is nothing really left, then you're going to start seeing whether or not they are in the realm of projection, where you'll be able to start tabulating it and saying, all right, it's time to move this state one way or the other. We'll understand why. And then the picture here starts to get a lot more definite, a lot more quickly. Let's go back, expand out to where Phil is here, and let's talk about why. If there aren't enough votes and the percentage of the take of those votes to bring Biden even with and ahead of Trump, and this goes to Trump, now we have a much shorter story. Wisconsin goes to Trump.
Wisconsin goes to Trump. You're looking right here.
And now we're looking at Michigan.
You're looking at the state of Michigan.
He has to win Michigan, Biden, for this to continue in any kind of plausible way.
He would have to win a couple more states, but Michigan would absolutely have to be one of them. And one of the primary reasons why is because Democrats feel like Michigan, despite right now being down 238,000 votes to President Trump, Michigan is, of the kind of three, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, seems like the best bet for them at this point in time. And it's not a bet of hope you get one or three. You absolutely have to have one of three out of this one, and Michigan would be the one that they're pointing to right now. So let's take a look at Michigan, kind of do a similar dive as we did with Wisconsin. Right now, Michigan, 76% reporting. Donald Trump, a significant 238,000 vote lead. However, it looks less significant when you look here. This is Wayne County. This is the home of Detroit. This is a Democratic stronghold that presses Detroit out to the suburbs, a little bit more up here as well. And if you look at the top line vote count and you understand just how much is outstanding, only 43% reporting. Now, it's not rare that Wayne County goes slow.
Why?
They often go slow. It's Wayne County. Wayne County, sometimes Detroit and pushing out, they maybe don't count as fast as you want. And there was some talk that Wayne County might set turnout records today. And here's why that matters, if that's true. And we don't know yet. We're still trying to gauge where things stand. In 2016, I want to flip back to 2016, because you look at the top margin in 2016, Hillary Clinton crushed Donald Trump in Wayne County. That's expected. Hillary Clinton lost Michigan by 10,000 votes. Hillary Clinton had 76,000 fewer votes than President Obama back in 2016. Turnout fell off the map in Wayne County, particularly among African Americans. So at 519,000 votes, that was when turnout fell off the map. Right now, Joe Biden's only at 240,000. Now, he's also got a less major margin right now. They want to push that up. But what that tells you is there's major vote outstanding. That vote will almost certainly skew heavily Democratic, and we're waiting for it to come in. So 43% there, add another 240,000 votes, give or take here or there. Where does that put him? Now, if it was just 240,000 votes net, well, he'd be above. But we're not talking about net here. It's just like Wisconsin. We're taking a look at what's outstanding in the state of Michigan. You see a lot of red here, and this again comes to the biggest question. We talked about this a couple minutes ago. I want to bring it back up again. Kent County was a county that went Democratic in the 2018 governor's race, was a county that Democrats felt like they were starting to gain a foothold in after the 2018 midterms. Donald Trump with a margin right now of just shy of 10 points. Donald Trump in 2016, before the county started to move away from him in the midterm elections, won this county, but only won it by 3 points. So Democrats feel like even if they lose Kent County, that margin has got to be narrower. They expected the margin to be narrower. Now, maybe it's not.
Yeah, maybe they're just wrong.
Maybe they're wrong.
Right.
Maybe, President Trump has been to Grand Rapids. President Trump focused on the state. How many times did he visit Michigan over the last 2 weeks?
The lockdown, the acrimony that the president became a player in and fanning the flames of people's discontent. Maybe that won him some favor.
Entirely possible. But as things currently stand right now, there's still 29% of the vote outstanding. Donald Trump has 53 to 44% lead, and Democrats believe that much of the outstanding vote will skew their way because much of the outstanding vote is male, and male skews Democratic. We're going to go through this in every single state we go through. And that is what's different about this election, that the outstanding vote isn't necessarily going to track with whatever the margin is. Republicans are going to get X and Democrats are going to get Y, because the unanswered question that we're waiting to find out is how much of it is male, and we think a lot of it is. We know a lot of it is. And what's the composition of that male? We know it's going to be heavily Democratic. How heavily Democratic as you move through these red counties right now that still have a significant number of outstanding vote?
All right, so let's go back to Wisconsin for a second, okay? Ryan Young is where? Green Bay, Milwaukee. All right, Ryan Young is in Milwaukee. There has been a dump of new information from the authorities there in Wisconsin. What do we understand, my friend?
Hey, Chris, how you doing? Look, we've all been watching this one. We just watched good to see you as well. We've been watching them actually walk in the hard drives that they're going to use to upload to the system. So we're told in about a half hour, we will get more information in terms of how this count will play out. So there was actually a police escort to get to this point. The votes got brought over from Milwaukee. They will put them into the system. They're actually loading them in the back right now. They'll stick them into the computer, and all those votes will start to load, Chris.
You get anything? You get a taste? You're supposed to be a jiu-jitsu specialist. You didn't wrestle anything out of anybody the whole time they're walking by with all that information?
Well, you know, when they have those 3 officers walking with them, you understand the importance of this. Look, we're in a room where actually the numbers are being updated the whole time. So if you look back at the screen here, we're watching these screens as the numbers update. And then they even bring out forms where they show how each county has sort of played a role in this. Look, there were no speed bumps here at all. The election went really smoothly. In fact, so many people voted early that yesterday it was almost a snooze fest at some of the locations when it came to voting. The polling location I was at, over 500 people voted. But the biggest issue was everybody was worried about social distancing and COVID-19. This vote process has gone very smoothly so far.
So let me ask you something. The room that you're in right now, is that a press room? Or you said this is where they're doing the counting. Is that actually a tabulation area? How's it working?
So, great question. So we're in the courthouse, and we have to go through several checks to get to this point right here. They're letting the media sit in this area, and then what they do is, if you look back in this direction, they have several screens like this posted. And every time they get another number, a tabulation, we see the numbers update automatically. The press secretary comes out and gives us a heads up when something's going to happen. So we were all sitting here sort of waiting for this Milwaukee dump to happen, and they walked through the door and they gave us that update. Then in about 35 minutes, we'll have that new information about this election and all those votes that are still outstanding.
The 35 minutes sound right to you? Does it sound like a real time window? Have they given you any in the past?
You know, everything they've given us so far since we've been here since last Friday has been dead on.
All right, so
that
35
was the thing.
minutes.
We've gotten access to everything about this.
All right, so 35 minutes. Do me a favor, stand by. Let me ask you something else. So you see these numbers flashing up on the screen. Have you figured anything out? You seen anything that we don't know already?
You know, everything seems to be going. You know what? The one thing that was kind of confusing at one point, we saw the numbers spike for a second, and then we saw half the numbers disappear. What we're told is they do some checks and balances here. So when they were able to see some of the numbers matching up in a certain way, they were able to pull some of the numbers back based upon the initial tabulation. So, but those were the smaller counties. So none of those issues that we heard about earlier throughout the state have sort of shown themselves here at all. And that's been the good news, Chris. There's been no sort of hiccups, so to speak. So we're just waiting for that big dump that's happening right now.
Irregularities. That's the ugly word that we try to avoid in these situations. We don't want to hear about irregularities. So what is the expectation? When they give us this briefing in 35 minutes, is that it for them? Do they believe that this is going to be their final assessment?
You know, that would probably be the best question so far in terms of what will happen next. I'll tell you one thing. Every time they've stepped to the mic so far, there's a certain level of certainty that they have. They always give us context for the information they are providing us. So there's never that third or fourth question that we have to ask about how this is working, because pretty much they told us how this was going to work. They couldn't start counting until 7 a.m. yesterday. That's when they started counting. They had that whole system and whole flow worked out. We haven't heard about any massive rejections of ballots or anything like that. We didn't hear any phone calls about people not being able to vote yesterday. This is a state that you can show up on the last day and register to vote and vote the same day. So there weren't just those complaints that you heard in other places. So far, so good.
Good. I love it. You and I are hooked up. So when they're coming, just get in my ear. We'll come right back to you, okay? Thank you very much. Very nice sharing history with you, my brother. It's good to see you. All right, so 35 minutes. Good. Good. Finally, a little bit of shape to our night here. So they've been doing it on the micro level. They're coming out now. They didn't tell Ryan that this is all we'll be able to tell, but it's better than where we are right now, given what they have. So what do you think will be the 2-3 things that we're hoping to get out of them?
Well, it's going to be Milwaukee County, right? And so it's going to be everything from Milwaukee County. I don't know if this will be the final thing that they give from Milwaukee County, but the way Ryan was describing it is it's Milwaukee County. Now, Milwaukee County is not the only thing we're waiting for. It's by far the biggest thing we're waiting for. If you look at what's outstanding, 49% is in right now, still waiting 51% of the vote. And it's the city of Milwaukee and everything in its outskirts in this kind of blue area right here that we're waiting for. I think the other big question, Kristen kind of alluded to it, we're expecting Brown County at some point as well. That they're not all going to come at the same time. So Milwaukee County, what Milwaukee County will give us and what we'll be looking for is kind of the partisan breakdown. the partisan breakdown. It seems very obvious here, but the partisan breakdown and then the top line numbers. What is the turnout in Milwaukee County? Does it start matching up with a pathway for Joe Biden, or does it fall short? And when you start to match up with the rest of the counties with Donald Trump, all of a sudden it becomes clear that Trump has the path.
Right. That's the trick here, is that there are enough votes in Milwaukee and the surrounding areas for the 107,000 vote lead to disappear. However, are there enough to hold off the rest of the ratio and all the places that are assumed to go for the president? They are red. Now, what's the trick on that? Should the answer be as simple as, well, it's red, Trump wins? No, because these are requested absentee ballots, and we know from the research that there is a party bias within that request, so that more of the requests, even in red areas, were from Democrats than Republicans. We just don't know the ratio.
Right. So we just did this. Let me show you again.
How was that? Was that all right?
Yeah, that was good.
A few hours in?
Yeah.
I can do a little bit of the wall. I mean, I'm not magic.
No.
I can do a little bit.
I mean, don't you dare touch it.
I won't.
Like, dude, okay, good.
It actually scares me. Go ahead.
No, but all right. This is obviously very serious. But so you take a look at what we're talking about here is we've been talking about Milwaukee County. We know that's a blue county. Everything else that's 86% reporting or less, which means there's a decent sum of outstanding vote here, is in a red county. And what you were alluding to, and I think which is important to note, and we'll start with Brown County again, only 66% reporting. If it's just Green Bay that's outstanding right now, and if it's just Green Bay mail that's outstanding right now, then that should likely skew heavily Democratic. Not heavily Democratic, it will skew Democratic. So that margin isn't necessarily going to match up with whatever comes in as 56% Trump, 41% Biden. And so I think
mail, M-A-I-L.
Yes.
Okay.
And so I think that's the big thing that we don't have answers to right now, and why this information is so important. Because you look around and you say, well, hell, that's red, that's red, that's red, that's red. So what if he makes up 107,000 votes in Milwaukee County if these are all Republican counties? Again, it's the composition of what's left outstanding right now, and we know that composition largely skews Democrat. The biggest question is it enough when you add it all together? And it's not just Milwaukee. We're dealing with this in the state of Michigan. We don't exactly know the timeline on when Michigan's coming in. We're obviously still waiting here, 76% outstanding. Take it down here, and let's look at where the big outstanding counties are. Take it down to 80%, 79%.
Now explain, why are we taking it down to 79 or 80%?
So this tells you where the most outstanding vote is, right? So if I have this all the way up, it's every county that's reporting, even those that have reported 100%, that we know are done. Right? Hands are done. Their county officials have gone home. They're very, very happy. Everything's signed off on. You start taking this down, and you get a better sense of what's outstanding in the state. Obviously, we've been talking about Detroit. We've been talking about Wayne County. We know that's outstanding, and we know there's a huge amount of vote that's outstanding there. We've been talking about Kent County. Let's also talk about Kalamazoo County. It's generally skews Democratic. It's the 9th largest county in the state, about 2.5% of the population here. 80% reporting. So there's about 20% of the vote here. Joe Biden with about a 9-point lead. What happened back in 2016? We can use that to inform us as well. Hillary Clinton had a bigger margin. So does that mean right now that Joe Biden's got more outstanding vote than just a 9-point lead? And so that's kind of the math we're trying to do in our heads. And it's the big unknown variable as we go through all these states.
All right. So what is our mood right now? Our mood is about expecting more information. A little bit of levity. Why? Because my faith is in the process, not the outcome. Why? Because no matter what the outcome is, we got to find a better way forward together, right? The real challenge is for us. And what we all have to do right now is wait for the vote. It's going to be coming in Wisconsin just a few moments from now. We will have it for you live. So please stay with CNN.
Than any other news source.
All right, CNN can now project that the state of Hawaii will go for Joe Biden, and that means he gets those 4 electoral votes. What does that do to the tally? Let's take a look right now. Show us up here on the wall with those 4 electoral votes. You get him moving in. Well, this is a key race alert in Michigan. You have the president up 234,000 votes with 76% of the vote in. But with those 4 electoral votes, you now have 224 to 213. It is a move, but it does not change the story. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Those are the 4 that we're watching, okay? So let's look at the Michigan vote here, all right? What do we see? 234, 290 ahead for the president, 51.9, 46.4, 76% of the estimated vote is in. Is there enough, or are there enough outstanding votes to make a difference here? Absolutely. Much more so, one would argue, than in Pennsylvania or in Wisconsin. This is an easier path for Biden. He probably has to win here. Omar Jimenez is in Detroit. What do we know about the vote in Detroit, my friend?
Well, Chris, I mean, as the country waits to see what's going to happen in Michigan in regards to how these votes are going to be processed, people here in Detroit are furiously trying to get through the absentee ballots that came on the front end of Election Day. And so, as we understand, there are about 92,000 outstanding absentee ballots, and that was even at our last check a little bit earlier tonight. And downstairs at this TCF Center where we are in Detroit is where they are continuing to push through these ballots. They did not stop at any point overnight. One shift left, another shift came in, and they kept that process moving. And then another set of eyes, or I guess a place we're watching very closely, is a county in the suburbs of Detroit, Macomb County. It was a place that President Trump flipped from Democrat to Republican in 2016. And previously, we had heard from the clerk there that they had been waiting on 250,000 absentee ballot results. Well, that number is now down to 180,000 outstanding absentee ballot results. And they told us that they were going to try and have all of those ballots counted by 7 a.m., which, of course, is quickly approaching. And then on the Detroit side, the deputy city clerk said they were trying to have their unofficial results by early this morning. You could argue that's now, but my sense is that it's going to be a little bit later in this morning. And when you look at the state as an entire whole, we've heard from Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson at the end of Election Day, but in the earlier and later hours, and the overnight hours, I should say. And one thing she said was that before we got to Election Day, she was telling people to expect the vote to maybe take up to Friday, November 6th, to get through all of these tallies. Well, after we went through what was a relatively smooth election process or voting process here in Michigan yesterday, that timeline has been sped up significantly, with her saying that they actually are on a timeline at this point to get through all of the votes in the state within 24 hours by the end of today, basically. And that's even with the record turnout that we saw here in the state of Michigan, combined with the more than 3 million absentee ballots on the front end and the around 2 million they're expecting to see in total from Election Day itself, Chris.
You're killing me with these numbers, Omar, but they're all very important, and thank you. When you say 24 hours, does that mean that they would be done by Wednesday night?
That's so.
Okay.
She said that at a press conference at about 10:50 p.m. Election Day night.
All right, good.
So
thank you
that's
very
what
much.
we'll be looking for.
And the 90-something thousand mail ballots that you were talking about, that's in the city of Detroit, right?
City of Detroit,
okay.
Correct. And they're still working through that. That number is likely lower, but we're going to go back in there and check in a few minutes.
Let me know. You know how to get me with any information update. Anything you hear me saying that is wrong, just get me the correct information and I'll put it out right away. Thank you very much, my friend.
Of course.
All right, so here's why I'm trying to keep those numbers in my head, Phil. That's why I was trying to get your attention so you could be listening to them also. In Detroit, if it's 90-something thousand in the city, and then the bigger one was Macomb County, 180-something thousand.
Right.
How does that help our heads in terms of figuring out the proportionality here?
Not a lot. Not a lot.
I burned all those calories trying to remember those numbers?
No, it's not.
Why not?
So let's explain this. Detroit is more, Wayne County is more than just Detroit, right?
Right.
While Detroit is kind of the central hub and obviously a large part of Wayne County, and Wayne County is the largest county in the state. It's 18% of the population, and it's bigger than just the city of Detroit. So there's more than just 90,000 vote outstanding, and how do we know that? Well, only 43% is reporting right now. There's already 240,000 votes in for Biden alone, at 166,000 plus more for Donald Trump as well. You get the sense that there's more than 50% outstanding right now just here.
Context that if you have about 90, 100,000 in the city, what that means as a ratio, like, you know what I mean? Like,
It just depends. It just depends on how everybody is counting, how different cities, how the different clerks are
and
counting.
And the 180 in Macomb?
So this is the interesting thing with Macomb, because I think one of the big questions right now is, I cannot stress enough back in 2016 when Republican sources of mine saw the numbers coming in Macomb, that they were just blown away by what Donald Trump was doing. But let's take a look back at 2016. Donald Trump winning Macomb by about 11 points, right? 11 and a half points, 224,000 votes to 176,000 votes. That was a night where everybody was blown away by what Donald Trump was doing. In 2020, his margin is significantly higher, The difference right now between 2016 and 2020 is that Macomb, along with Oakland County over here, started to move back towards Democrats in 2018. So Democrats have worked under the assumption, maybe not that they wouldn't win Macomb, but they would narrow the margin or start to bring the margin down. Now, maybe they didn't. We've talked about this a couple times. He's been to the state, a lot of concerns in the state. Perhaps he was able to run up an even bigger margin. But given what a shock that the Macomb numbers were back in 2016, I think the assumption here was 71% reporting. You don't want to assume too much, but that a lot of the outstanding vote here will likely, one, be mail. If it's mail, it skews Democrat. And in this case, it would skew Democrat. We don't know that for a fact, but that's how people have been operating throughout the night. And it's been borne out in other states that have gone through all of their absentee and vote by mail.
Let me tax your head a little bit. If it's about 180,000 of outstanding, I think he said 190, let's say 200,000, just to have a round number. 200,000 outstanding ballots there. If they split 2-1 for Biden, okay? So he gets 2/3 of that number. It would put him up and close, but they're going to need a lot more than that. So this won't be dispositive of what happens in the state.
You have to take the whole picture. Right. You have to take the whole picture. And again, you start from this as your baseline with the idea that in 2016, Hillary Clinton had 519,000 votes, and it was considered one of the worst turnout years that they've had in a very long time. So keep that in mind. Joe Biden's at 240,000, only 43% is reporting. You're going to have a lot more vote come in here, more heavily Democratic, regardless of whether it was mail or in person. Then you add more vote here. I think what this underscores more than anything else is maybe a little bit less than Wisconsin. There's just a lot of areas of outstanding vote right now. 76% reporting is not bad, but you see, if you take it down to places where 87% or less is reporting, you see that there are a number of different counties. There are a number of different counties, and again, we're going to say this repeatedly throughout the course of the night. The biggest question right now is composition. It's not so much even what counties come from, what the margins of those counties are. This is a county, Lenawee County, where President Trump is going to have a significant margin. It's not a huge amount of vote, 70% reporting, a couple more thousand will come in here. But we don't know if that's going to track with this margin. Right. It's going to track with the 2016 margin, which Donald Trump's doing much better than. Well, or is the reason that Donald Trump is doing better because the Democratic vote hasn't come in by mail yet?
Right. So that's a big X factor. But we do know the smaller the county gets, the better he tends to do.
Oh, no question. But again, I think this underscores the point, right? Is what we're trying to figure out right now, particularly in a moment of kind of information darkness, or at least kind of a hold on information as we wait for people to do their jobs, to count the ballots as they're supposed to do. And we should thank them for doing it because it's not an easy job, is there's just a number of different variables right now. So when you try and do the math, when you try and figure things out, we're missing various parts of the equation to know definitively where things are going. And that, whoa.
All right, hold on a second.
No. Look, Joe Biden just took the lead in Wisconsin.
Right. We're getting new information.
Yeah. We'll go through.
Pull it all the way out. Votes are coming in right now. Let's pull all the way out to the state of play here, and let's see what's going on, because we're getting I know that's what Phil Mattingly. We're getting new information in right now, and one of the things you don't get to see is actually what's going on in my head with all the different voices, and that's before I'm on television. But tonight we just got new information in on Wisconsin, and it has changed the state of play in the state for now. Okay, right now Joe Biden is 11,381 votes ahead with 89% estimated reporting. Two questions. Where did it come from and what is left? What can we answer?
So let's start with this baseline. Before this information dump came in, Donald Trump was up by 109,000 votes. Now Joe Biden is up by 11,381. Right now, Milwaukee County is up to 77%.
And it was at what, 40-something?
Yes.
Okay.
It's at 47%, I believe. So not all the way in, but again, we knew this was a heavy Democratic county. We knew it was going to skew Democrat. And we also knew the margin that we were looking at, which was something like 57% for Joe Biden, was low. It was low for what this county is expected to do. Now look at the margin. Now compare the margin to 2016. He's doing better than Hillary Clinton did in the margin. That was what was expected based on turnout in Milwaukee, based on Hillary Clinton's drop-off in turnout, and particularly in the city.
So help me, how much vote is left? If it's 77%, how many more votes are we looking at?
I'll take 77% from 400 and 40,000.
You know how many numbers and calculations I've been doing?
I got into journalism so I wouldn't have to do the math. Somehow I ended up on this wall. No. So look, let's
But do
let's
this
start with
in the
bigger
control
picture.
room. While we're going through them, do some calculations for me. Okay, so we'll do that. Let's go to Kenosha and look at votes still outstanding. But give me some calculations about how many more.
Kenosha
are in
hasn't
Milwaukee.
reported anything new. Kenosha hasn't reported anything new.
So it's static.
What we've been waiting for has come in, right? This is what we were talking about. This is what Ryan was talking about. The vote that we were waiting for in Milwaukee County has come in. It hasn't come in Brown and Green Bay yet. It hasn't come in, as far as I know, in Kenosha.
But you're still waiting for 23% of it in there.
Right now, that's outstanding. And we don't have an explanation for that. Ryan may have an explanation for it soon. But what I want to underscore here is we were trying to figure out, was there a way for Joe Biden to overtake? We knew this was going to be the heaviest Democratic
But is it
county.
enough to hold?
Right. So right now, accounting for the fact that there is more vote to come in here, accounting for the fact that the vote that came in was heavily Democratic, moved the margin up from 10 or 11 points, or sorry, 20 or 25 points up to what it is right now, nearly 40 points. What does that mean going forward? What it means going forward is...
Did anybody else come in? Did any of the other counties?
What we knew was going to come in up to this point, what we've been waiting for, what we knew was coming in within 30 minutes, pull out here, was Milwaukee
Macomb,
County.
wasn't it?
No, Macomb's Michigan.
Macomb's
This is all that's come in. That's new.
So Milwaukee has come in and it's new. It's the only new number we have.
Yes.
We're waiting on everything else.
Which is what we were
about
waiting
Green
on.
Bay?
I just pulled that up. That has not come in yet. Green Bay in Brown County has not come in yet. Racine has not come in yet. We focus on Milwaukee because Milwaukee is the new numbers. And what Milwaukee gave us and what Milwaukee has now presented is it has flipped Wisconsin to Joe Biden with a lead right now.
All right,
Right
so
now.
reset. Where were we and what just happened?
Where were we? Donald Trump was ahead by 109,000 votes. We've had several counties throughout the state where we were waiting for information and waiting for data. We knew the county we were going to get was Milwaukee County. Milwaukee County skews heavily Democratic. It's city Milwaukee.
Now we know
and it
how
pushes
much
out.
because of
Now
this.
we know how much. Joe Biden was able to make up roughly 121,000 votes in Milwaukee County, which would track with an enormous Democratic skew towards Democrats in the outstanding mail that was there. Now, let's take a look. 89% of the state is now reporting. What's outstanding right now? Mostly red counties, but also still about 23% of Milwaukee. So there will be more vote here. And if it tracks anything like the information we just got, it will skew heavily Democratic. The big question now with Joe Biden, look, the lead just narrowed a little bit even more, down to 10,900 points or votes, is what's the composition? What's the composition when Brown comes in? Is Brown going to come in like that? Or is Brown going to come in because it's mail vote, more heavily Democratic?
What was 2016? Just so we get apples to apples comparison. How close was it here?
Not this March. See, it was 11 points. It was
All right, so
roughly
he
11
won
points.
handily.
Yes, but he didn't win by 15.
Right.
And when you're talking about 10, 15, 20,000 votes, 5% is enormous.
Right.
Is enormous. And so that's the question right now. And Democrats are saying, look, we think that most of this vote is absentee from Green Bay. And if it's absentee for Green Bay, it's going to skew Democratic. If that's the case, then perhaps it's not going to look like this margin when it comes in. It's not going to, this Brown County is not going to look like this margin when those numbers come in. And perhaps it doesn't hurt Joe Biden. It may even help him.
But we don't know that the ratio in Green Bay will be what it was in Milwaukee.
It won't be. We don't think.
Right.
We don't think, but we don't know. And again, this is the unknown variable that we've been talking about throughout the course of the night. As these votes come in, even a smaller county, even Washington County, not a smaller county, Washington County got more of a Republican stronghold. Does this margin hold over the next 12% that comes in? Take a look back at 2016. Where did things stand? It's about right. It's sitting right about what the 2016 margin was. So when the new vote comes in, is it going to be at that margin, or is it going to be just Democratic outstanding vote that hadn't come in yet because they all voted by mail?
The 11,000 that went to 10,000, why? Is that an adjustment within Milwaukee?
Looks like more Milwaukee came. Yeah, another percentage point in Milwaukee came in. Milwaukee came in. So again, and Milwaukee's a good example of this. That's a good example of this. This
now
isn't
we're
coming
at
in.
90%.
Right, that was the new percentage that came in that changed the overall. It's not going to come in 100% Democrat, just like the red counties aren't going to come in 100%. Republican. We're trying to figure out compositions right now. You can go off past performance. You can go off the traditional lean of the different counties to get a sense of things. But because of the mail and because of how things are being counted right now, we can't necessarily extrapolate out what it's going to mean.
Right.
What we can extrapolate out at this point in time is just the obvious fact that Joe Biden has started to turn Wisconsin blue for the moment.
Right. For the moment, Joe Biden is up 10,000 votes in Wisconsin. In 2016, the president won. Trump won Wisconsin by 22,000 votes. So it was thin then. It's thin now. You don't have Johnson and Stein in the mix. I mean, you have a third-party candidate, but we don't see them registering in a way that's relevant right now. So this is going to be decided by a thin margin. Can Joe Biden hold on with 10,000 votes? There is enough outstanding vote to be counted there where you could see a change, certainly much more than this number here.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. When are we going to see? Control room, do you have an answer on that? Should I go to Ryan Nobles, or are we just waiting? All right, we don't know yet. Ryan Nobles is in, not Ryan Nobles. Ryan Owen is, Ryan Young is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ryan, sorry. So we have the numbers here. Did they tell you anything about any more number to come in? Not yet. All right, good. We'll wait. Well, everybody's anxious, right? Because we want the information. So let's do this. We're going to go through the state and figure out what came in, what we're still looking at, get some more calculations for you. But here's your headline. I know everybody's a little sleepy, but it's time to wake up. We just had a move in Wisconsin. Joe Biden is now ahead. Why? Votes that were in are being counted in big populated areas that could break Democrat and did. Is it enough? We're going to do calculations, see what is still outstanding, and get after that right after this break. Stay with CNN.
Want to brain better? Unlike ordinary.
All right, hello, everybody. Time to wake up. It's just a few minutes before 5 o'clock in the morning here in the East, and we have new information. CNN has key race alerts for you. Let's take a look. The state of play in Wisconsin has changed, okay? 10 electoral votes are up. Very important now, because remember, the gateway, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, maybe Georgia. Those are the states that are in the mix right now that we're focused on. We just had a big change in Wisconsin. How? 10 electoral votes, 89% of the vote now estimated to come in. In the last batch of votes, it changed the lead. Biden now ahead, 10,110 votes, 49.3 to 49.0. Where are the votes that are outstanding? I'll take you through it with Phil Mattingly in just a moment. But that is the big move. The other state that we're watching in real time, Michigan. 16 electoral votes, the president up ahead, a stout 245,000, 52 to 46.3. But that's 77% estimated vote, and where it is could make all the difference. Here's the electoral map in terms of what the state of play is, 224 to 213. But it is all about what we don't know on two different levels, okay? The states in gray, obviously, but also where the outstanding votes are, whether they're early votes or mail, and what that will mean in terms of breaking along registration lines. So, with the new information comes new context. Let's go to Phil Mattingly over at the wall. A little bit of coffee. Let's see if it helped the old cogitation context in terms of what the numbers mean that just came out of Wisconsin, specifically Milwaukee.
Milwaukee County is what came in. Milwaukee County was the biggest outstanding Democratic vote that we knew for sure would skew heavily Democratic, and it did skew heavily Democratic, majorly Democratic when it came in. Now, 90% reporting. Joe Biden, 69.2%. Donald Trump, 29.3%. I think the big question right now is how much, with the 10% that's remaining outstanding, can Joe Biden extend this lead? Because as we've talked about, there are more votes outstanding, and a lot of them come from red counties. We don't know the composition. But can he add 10, 20, 30, maybe even 100,000 votes to this? If you take 10% out of what's now probably about 450,000 votes, where do you get? You get 45, 50,000?
So he gets 15,000 votes out of this. That will pad his lead. The question is that enough votes, even if he's up 25,000, to stave off the outstanding vote in the rest of the counties?
So let's, right now, 89% reporting, Joe Biden with a 10,000 vote lead. Let's see what's outstanding. Let's go find these counties and find this vote. Right now, all you see now that Milwaukee's over 90%, you see red counties outstanding. And here is one of the open questions. Let's start with what the matchup of these counties are right now. Dunn County, not a big county right now. Donald Trump, 56. Joe Biden, 41%. About 86% reporting, so about 14% of the votes still outstanding here. A couple more thousand votes are going to come in.
Yep.
There's two things you need to look at here. Look at this margin right now. Look at this margin. Look at what it was back in 2016. Right now, Donald Trump's got a bigger margin. Now, these are the types of counties traditionally that Donald Trump has done fairly well in. Although its location in Eau Claire might change it a little bit. I think the big question right now is that margin because Donald Trump was able to run it up in a smaller county, as he's done throughout the course, throughout the country to some degree? Or is that margin because the missing vote right now is Democratic mail-in vote? And that's the variable we need the answers to right now. Because as we've talked about, 10,000 is not a huge lead. 10,000 was enough to win the state of Michigan back in 2016 for Donald Trump. Maybe 10,000 holds, but factor in that it's not just 10,000 right now. It's going to add more from Milwaukee County. And how much more can Donald Trump get from red counties like this?
You've got good questions. I think I can get us some answers.
Get the answers.
Right now. Who do we have? Okay, right now we have Julietta Henry. She is the Milwaukee County Elections Director. First of all, thank you very much, ma'am, and your whole team for the job you've been doing tonight for your county, for your state, and for the country, frankly, because all eyes are on you. Thank you.
Thank you for having us tonight, or this morning.
Yes, this morning, indeed. Now, help me. In terms of Milwaukee, we're understanding that there's still about 10% of the vote outstanding. What can you tell us about how much more vote you expect from Milwaukee and how much more vote you expect from the other counties that are as yet open?
In Milwaukee County, we are now at 100% ballots cast. That does include the central count for the city of Milwaukee as well.
So all the votes in Milwaukee are in?
Yes, sir.
So the 90% estimate reporting, does that mean that we're just waiting for them to be tabulated? Have those numbers been released?
Those numbers have been released.
Do you have the numbers?
A total of, yes, sir. We have a total ballots cast in Milwaukee County, 460,300, of which Biden received 317,251, 69%.
Hold on, one more time.
And
we have it. Okay, go ahead.
And Donald Trump received 134,355, which was 29.28%.
Okay, so we're basically there on that. What about remaining outstanding vote in the other counties, ma'am?
We do not have that information. I can only report for Milwaukee County.
Do you have any scoop for us in terms of when we may find it out?
I don't know, but I know that we're hoping that everything will be done within the next 3 hours. But I do know we did speak to someone in Green Bay. They are at least an hour behind us.
And you are absolutely sure that you have all the ballots counted. There is no X factor. There's nothing else you're waiting on. And in that context, did everything go according to your plan? The dirty word, irregularities, any to speak of?
No, there weren't any irregularities in Milwaukee County. We were anticipating finishing up tonight between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. And I think we're right on target with the 4 o'clock completion time.
Nothing else, no other ballots to be counted?
There will be provisionary ballots, and the clerks have reported those. They should be on their website. They reported those to the state. Those ballots will be counted at they have until Friday at 4 o'clock p.m. to count those ballots and return them to our office.
All right,
and that will be a part of the unofficial. This is the unofficial results that you're receiving right now.
Yes, unofficial results, but helpful, so thank you. And what is that remaining number of ballots that have until Friday to be counted?
I don't have that number yet.
Okay.
We will know it in the morning when the clerks submit all those files to us.
All right. Thank you so much. I know it's been a long night. I know being on TV isn't your job, and that's not what is going to be exciting right now. But thank you for giving us an unofficial number that we can help people understand the context of such an important piece of a major election. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for everything that you did with your team.
Thank you so much.
All right. So just to put a little button on it, she said it is all in. This is the 100%, except for a group of ballots they're waiting to provisionals until Friday.
Interesting. First is, what can we do before the provisionals, right? Provisionals, you count afterwards. Every state kind of has different rules in terms of how the provisionals operate. But this is where we stand in Milwaukee County right now. Look, the lead is now shrunk for Joe Biden. It's now under 10,000 votes. And I think we're kind of waiting to see. She just mentioned that Brown County should be coming in within the next hour or so. So that's the next thing we want to keep a really keen eye on. I think we want to see what happens tonight, and then you start dealing with the provisionals after the fact.
Provisionals, just your short answer is, hey, you're sure you're here? You're not in the book. You know, your address doesn't match up. Fill out the ballot. We'll figure out if it's a legitimate one to be counted later. Every state does the same thing. That's that bundle. Every state will have that quotient. So Phil is right to focus on this part. Is this number too fragile to hold?
Don't know. We don't know. Here's what the beauty of this is what we can show you. And what we can show you is what's outstanding. The biggest unanswered question right now when you start to take things down, particularly now that Milwaukee County is in, it was the biggest outstanding vote, is the composition. We should find out about Brown County over the course of the next hour. That's what we were told. We know that Green Bay is a significant chunk of the outstanding vote.
There's a third of the vote waiting there. You have about 95,000 votes. So you have 30,000 votes that are still going to come in a red county.
And look, if those votes come in at 56-41, Donald Trump's a happy guy, and that puts him over what Joe Biden is right now.
Yep.
Again, the wild card here, and this isn't just Wisconsin, it's also in Michigan, it's also in Pennsylvania, is the composition, because it's heavily male, because it's heavily absentee, is it primarily driven Democratic vote because Democrats have been voting heavily male, heavily absentee? Is it not just the entire county, but is it heavily centered in Green Bay? And is it heavily male? Then all of a sudden, just because it's a red county where Donald Trump's ahead by 14 points, doesn't mean that that's going to have any bearing whatsoever on the composition of what comes in. So what we know at this point in time is the counties with the most outstanding vote, including Brown, including Kenosha, which is still at 30% outstanding right now. These are Republican counties as it currently stands. These are both counties that Donald Trump won back in 2016. However, we know Donald Trump won Kenosha County by less than a percentage point. And right now, Donald Trump is leading in Kenosha by 21 points.
So let's get a little context from Kristen Holmes. She's looking at this at the voting desk. How can you help us understand the situation?
Well, I think I have some answers for you on Brown County. Now, we have not gotten numbers in for several hours. We thought we were going to learn between 3 and 4 a.m. It is now 5 a.m. What we know is outstanding is at least 32,000 absentee mail-in ballots. Now, there are also some in-person ballots mixed in there, but this goes to exactly what we have been waiting to hear. What kind of ballots, just like Phil was saying, are these? And if they are absentee ballots, will they swing the way that we have seen the votes in Wisconsin and across the country swing, which is for Biden? So that is the big question here, but this does give us some clarity as to what is waiting to be counted or what is waiting to be revealed to us. We believe that they were supposed to give us these results, again, between 3 and 4 a.m., but that is what is outstanding now. So at least 32,000 absentee votes, and as we know, this does not mean it's the case of these votes, but we do know that overall, Biden supporters tend to favor mail-in voting, whereas Trump supporters tend to favor day of. We are told there are some day of ballots mixed in here too, but the big outstanding number here is that 32,000 at least absentee ballots.
All right. Hey, thank you very much, Kristen. Appreciate it. So if that's 32,000 and he gets 56% of them, that puts him at 18,000 votes. That puts him over the margin right now, except for the net to Biden. You have one hell of a close race here.
It's extremely close.
It's extremely close. In likelihood, it could be 22,000 vote win for the president, but not necessarily depending on the cut of all these.
Again, and Kristen made the key point. These are 32,000. Their vote by mail. Their vote by mail. It's absentee, and so absentee, even in the most Republican counties, is skewed Democratic. And so you cannot extrapolate off what this 32,000 is beyond the fact that we know that's the outstanding vote. So when it comes in, we'll be able to say, break down the 32,000. How did it come in? What did it do for the margins? But beyond that, right now, we're in wait-and-see mode about how this comes in. And wait-and-see mode, when there's only 9,000 votes separating the two candidates and a presidential election is waiting in the wings, that's pretty darn important wait-and-see mode.
Right. Let's put some more heads to it. So keep thinking about it. Let me know what we have. So you're at 9,000 votes. What's the number, Phil? 9,673. So, Harry, help us understand this. Give us a little context. This state wasn't supposed to be anything like this. The president won by 22,000 votes. There was an entirely different set of expectations. I'm not breaking your chops about it, but
please do.
How did we get here? What changed?
I mean, look, it just seems to me that the polling did not accurately reflect what was occurring in these Midwestern battleground states, right? There was that Ann Selzer poll that came out on Saturday, right? And people like me were like, whoa, that's strange. I had her up, Donald Trump up by 7 in the state of Iowa, and we said if that goes across the state line into Wisconsin, we could be dealing with a much closer race than anticipated because those two states' voting patterns are very highly correlated. Turns out that was right. But at the end of the day, Joe Biden is still ahead there right now. Now, that may shift around a little bit, but he's ahead right now. So it is what, it's just, it's.
Don't say it is what it is.
I stopped myself.
I'll tell you why you can't say it. If it's 9,000 votes,
yeah,
and I totally understand what Phil is saying and Kristen accentuated about the preference with mail-in ballots to Democrat registration, how does he hold on to a lead when all the remaining boxes are red?
If that is Green Bay, right? Green Bay within Brown County actually went for Hillary Clinton. And then you add on top of that fact that it's mail voting, which is even more Democratic. I actually could make the argument that I think Biden's lead is going to expand when that vote comes in. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the case, but that seems to me to be a very potential possibility. And I'm wondering, I know Phil's not there right now, is that taking into account the Kenosha vote that is still out? And if it isn't, I think Biden's lead in our official count could grow even on top of that.
It does not include Kenosha because it's a separate county.
No, I know that. I'm talking about the statewide count. I'm talking about the statewide count in Wisconsin right now. Do we have all of Kenosha in, Phil?
No.
No. I would think that that vote by mail, which we believe that's what's left out there, could expand his margin even further.
Do you agree?
I mean, look, he's the forecaster. He's the one who knows the numbers. But I would say this. We knew this was going to happen. We knew that was going to take some time to count these votes. We haven't seen anything nefarious, at this point. But if you do look at those numbers.
The county clerk just said that Milwaukee went exactly as expected. The only ballots left are provisionals, which everybody has as part of the bundle. I've been a provisional ballot before when I voted. So the count we expected, okay? It takes time. The race being like this, we did not expect, right? I mean, part of the bravado of Biden was that he was 5, 6, 7 points in Wisconsin, no more. 9,600 votes is separating the two right now.
Well, you know what's going to happen is that there's going to be a dissection of this presidential race 16 trillion times about how this was run. But one of the big pieces will be, did Joe Biden, by not going on the campaign trail in the final week, by not doing a mad dash, we saw Donald Trump go to Georgia, right? Just a couple of days ago. He went to Rome, Georgia. Now, I was a newspaper reporter down there. Rome, Georgia is extremely conservative. And he went there and riled up his base. Maybe that might help him carry Georgia. We don't know yet. But we did see Donald Trump out there really trying to fight for every vote. At the end, Joe Biden, they didn't put him out there, and that's going to be looked at.
And there likely was maybe some closing near the end. The polls suggested that Biden would do much better in some of those Sun Belt states. And you had Donald Trump out there in those big rallies. We talked about him as a health risk, and they certainly were. But they certainly probably moved to motivate those voters in those states, in those regions where he worked, particularly those rural white voters. And it also just seems like maybe the swell in voters that people were predicting, African-American turnout seems like it was about equal, at least according to the exit polls. It doesn't seem like there was a big swell from 2016. We'll have to wait and see. But a lot of the dynamics that we were talking about, Biden's overwhelming strength with college-educated whites, Biden's strength among seniors, it doesn't seem to have shown up in the way that the polls predicted it would.
We had him +8 at CNN. The New York Times had him +11. I don't know that Trump was ever leading in a poll in Wisconsin against Biden.
Not any poll that was that CNN would allow to be published on our website or put on air, that's for sure. But, I should just point out again, given what we saw in Milwaukee, that just gives you an understanding of the difference between the people who are voting in person on Election Day and that vote by mail. And that's something to keep in mind as this race perhaps shifts to Michigan, Pennsylvania, and even down in Georgia where the Fulton County returns, which we believe is mostly vote by mail that's still out. So the idea that Joe Biden can't make up the ground in Michigan and Pennsylvania seems to me to be an incorrect assumption. These races are very competitive at this point. And you know what, Chris? At the end of the day, it's the scoreboard. And right now, Joe Biden still has more electoral votes given to him, at least projected by CNN, than Donald Trump does. And to me, his pathway to 270 is quite clear at this hour. Of course, so is Trump's. But at this point, Joe Biden's bid for the presidency is very much still alive.
Feels like Trump is in command of the probabilities here, does it not?
Yeah. Well, and he's in charge of the narrative in many ways. Him going out and giving that speech tonight was widely condemned across around
the world.
He hurt
himself because he put a shadow on the legitimacy of a count that may well wind up benefiting him.
Yeah, but for him, I think we all know he doesn't care about that. He doesn't care if he is contradicted down the road. What he did, though, just a few hours ago, is that he riled up his base, and there is going to be concern. I mean, give it a few hours. Let's see how all this shakes out. But let's see really when people wake up. Let's talk around noon tomorrow, and let's see what the state of the nation is, because I do think that it's going to be a little bit more fraught than it was on Tuesday.
Well, it all depends on what the numbers are up on the board. If the president loses Wisconsin, and that is a huge if. These numbers are so slim. Good news, Wisconsin should give us results within the next couple of hours. So as people are waking up across the country, it should really be down to about 3 states that you're looking at. Let's bring in Caitlin Collins right now, obviously at the White House, covering those comments. Any backing off of them after he left the podium, as is sometimes the case? Or are they saying, oh, yep, fraud, that's what this is?
No backing off, and this is what they have been waiting to do for weeks now. Basically, they thought that President Trump was going to look like he was ahead in some of these states, and then as the mail-in ballots came in, it was going to potentially tip it in Joe Biden's favor. And so this is basically what the president's campaign aides had been planning on happening. I don't think they expected it to happen as quickly as the president was prematurely declaring victory just a few hours ago. And Chris, we should note that is primarily what the president denied just a few days ago to reporters that he was going to do. He said he would not come out and declare victory before it was time. And of course, now he has done that with votes still being counted. And the question, of course, is the criticism that we're seeing from the president's own allies. As Mark Preston was just pointing out, people like Chris Christie are talking about how unwise what the president said in the wee hours of the morning truly were. And you saw how it stood in stark contrast to what the vice president was saying, who was saying, we're going to be vigilant and let the votes continue to be counted. That is not what President Trump said. He basically argued that he wants votes to continue to be counted in places where he is down to Joe Biden, but he does not want them to be counted in places where he is ahead of Joe Biden. He is going to be looking at states like Wisconsin as these votes are coming in. We're seeing these absentee ballots and these numbers coming in, with Biden now taking the lead in Wisconsin. But it just is so stunning to see what the president did, Chris, even though it was really entirely predictable based on what he's been saying over the last few days.
All right, Caitlin, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let me know if anything changes in terms of when we're expecting to hear from the president next. That'll be really important because he is going to try to mess with the state of play. That's what he does, is to try to play things to advantage. I can't stress this enough. Presidents, even if they're running for a second term, they're challengers, they don't determine when an election is over. The process does. That's why it's very dangerous to mess with the legitimacy of a process. But just know this. This is not about any state or counting discovering they had votes that hadn't been counted. Okay? Every single aspect of this dynamic of this election has been according to the process as normal. All right? We're going to take a break right now. More information has just come in about Wisconsin. There has been a change. Joe Biden is in the lead by the smallest amount of votes we've seen tonight, under 10,000. Will it hold? We will see, and we will see sooner than we expected. In an hour or so, we should have an answer about Wisconsin, and that will have huge implications for this race. Stay with our continuing coverage. Stay with CNN.
People get their news from CNN than any other news source.
All right, CNN will bring you a key race alert here. We have Wisconsin that has had a recent change. It just changed again. Its 10 electoral votes are up for grabs, and it is the thinnest margin of a major state that we've seen tonight. 8,442 votes separate Biden and Trump. 49.3, 49.0, 89% of the estimated vote has come in. The key part of the story here is the big Democratic stronghold of Milwaukee has 100% reported, except for provisional ballots, which are not relevant for this point of the analysis. So the rest of the outstanding vote is in red counties. Oh, so then it's all for Trump. No, maybe not. Why? Because it is predominantly mail-in ballots. And those ballots broke unequally for Democrats. How unequally? We don't know. That's why we're watching. Michigan, 16 electoral votes, 217,000 votes here. You know, a mountain compared to what's happening in Wisconsin. However, 78% of that estimated vote, there are big chunks in big areas that Democrats can make up a lot. Now, here is a state that you haven't heard about tonight, but there have been a lot of whispers that it could matter here. Nevada, all right? And here's why. 6 electoral votes. Biden had been up by like 25, 27,000 votes. Now, only 11,000 votes. 85% of the estimated vote has come in. We just got a big group of votes from Clark County, which is the home of Las Vegas. Let's go over to Phil Mattingly. And that was expected to usually be a Democratic stronghold. Not now, brought the margin down.
Well, Clark's got to be the firewall, right? Clark, home of Las Vegas. This is the biggest county in the state. 72% of the population lives in Clark. And if you're a Democrat, you want to roll into Clark and roll out of Clark, leading by about 10%, maybe 11% traditionally. Right now, with 84% reporting, Joe Biden is no longer up by 10%. He was until the latest batch of Clark came in. Now, here's what we don't know about Clark as it currently stands. With this latest batch is, did it include mail? What's still outstanding right now? We know there's still 16% outstanding. However, if you look at this right now, Joe Biden, 11,000 votes ahead in the state of Nevada. A lot of people throughout the course of the night have just been giving Nevada to Democrats, assuming that Democrats who have had a pretty good stranglehold on the state of Nevada over the course of the last couple cycles would figure out a way to do it. They always do because of Clark County, because of their turnout operations. Figure out a way to do it. This is close. This is close. And I kind of want to go through, if you don't mind, and I'll dig back into the map in a second, is go through where things stand right now. Everything you're looking at that's filled in has been called, right? So Joe Biden, 224 electoral votes. Donald Trump, 213 electoral votes. We can go ahead and pretty much assume Donald Trump is going to win the state of Alaska. You can, right now, we'll just say for the sake of argument, because he's leading, you can give him North Carolina as well. You give Joe Biden the state of Maine. These aren't called yet, but we can kind of just, as we try and game this out a little bit. I'm not going to give Maine 2 yet because we don't have a final answer there. And what does that leave you? Well, Democrats feel comfortable about where they lead right now in Arizona. But, and this is a key but, what happens if Nevada flips red? Talk about pathways here. What is Donald Trump's pathway if Nevada flips red? Well, he wins Pennsylvania and he wins Michigan. Guess what? That's it. He can lose Wisconsin. He can even lose Georgia, which we won't have an answer to for the next couple of hours. If he wins Nevada, Donald Trump's pathway gets noticeably easier. Win Pennsylvania, where he's currently up by 650,000 votes. Obviously, a lot of vote outstanding, not making any declarations here. Just saying, Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Biden wins Michigan, Biden wins Wisconsin, Donald Trump wins Georgia, and all of a sudden, Georgia, Pennsylvania, within reach, and Nevada, and Donald Trump's over 270 electoral votes. Now, I'm not saying that's where it's going. I'm just saying if you start to game this out, Nevada would throw a huge wrench into the Biden campaign's plans. So that's where things stand right now. You've seen late vote come in Clark County. That has narrowed Joe Biden's lead with 85% reporting, now leading by about a percentage point, 11,000 votes. We've been talking about Wisconsin. We've been talking about Michigan. We've been waiting for Pennsylvania. We're still waiting for Georgia. Nevada just threw us a little bit of a curveball. We'll have to see how that plays out over the course of the next couple of hours.
So what are we waiting on in Nevada? How much outstanding are we looking at here, and what could it mean? So what are we looking for?
So about 85% reporting right now. Look, the biggest county is where you're looking for most. And this is traditionally a Democratic county, and Democrats want to have a pretty good margin here. And I think the big question right now, again, 72% of the vote coming out of Clark County, 84% reporting right now, 16% outstanding. The big question right now is composition. The big question right now is composition. Is it mail? Is it in person? What are they waiting to count right now?
Right.
That's not in yet. And will this margin start to grow again?
And obviously, we're asking these questions, but so are our reporters. Yeah. And in the control room, do we have any indication of when they're going to tell us anything, or we're just at their mercy in terms of when they put information? So we're at their mercy in terms of when they put information out. I don't mean that cynically. I mean, that's the way it is with most states. So it'll come when it comes. That's why we're going to keep covering it for you. So we're waiting on 15% of the vote. A majority of it, we think, is in Clark, or no?
Well, yes, just because of the size of the state, but the size of the county. But I want to kind of tick through here to give some context as to why Clark and Washoe are so important in this state. Donald Trump wins the rurals, and he blows them out of the water. Look at this, Lincoln County, 87% reporting. But look at the vote. Look at the vote, right? That's 1,200, 1,300, 1,300 votes. Now, granted, it's gotten very tight, and all of a sudden the rurals matter a whole lot more when you move out into this state. But let's see what's outstanding in Washoe right now. Joe Biden with an edge in Washoe County, which is traditionally the toss-up county. You know, Clark usually goes Democrat. Washoe, we'll see where that goes. But take back to 2016, Hillary Clinton won it. Hillary Clinton won it, but she won it very narrowly. Joe Biden has a bigger lead there. So if there's 11% of Washoe left to come in, does that come in for Biden? Again, it's the same story, different state, different counties, different composition. What kind of vote is coming in is just as important as where that vote is coming in.
It's 5:27, it's 5:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, so it's 2 in the morning there. Let's work the phones a little bit and see if we can get some more information on what's happening in Nevada, because look, all of these states that are in play matter, but we need to know this or the rest of the analysis kind of falls by the wayside. So we've run out of information, which means we've run out of analysis. Don, we're going to make some calls, see if we can get an official there to give us some kind of guidance about what's going to happen and when. But these margins are getting awfully thin, awfully fast.
You're probably going to get a lot of hang-ups because people they're working really hard, Chris, to try to get this vote in. I hope you don't get hang-ups, but you know, this is nuts. I'm going to get to some folks here who can talk about it better than you or I can, and that is Andrew Yang, S.E. Cupp, and John Avalon. Thank you all for joining. It's good to see all of you. You look nervous.
It was a tough night for math. It's a tough night for Democrats. I spent last night talking to about half a dozen congressional candidates who were really strong, inspired candidates who raised a lot of money, had a lot of grassroots support, and they lost. They lost in many cases by much wider margins than they could have ever foreseen. You're seeing overperformance very consistently by Republican congressional candidates in places like Iowa, Nebraska, Houston and Austin and Texas that were supposed to be going purple. This is going to cast, to me, like a pall over even if Joe does eke out this win, because you'd expect him to have Congress that he could work with. And it looks like Republicans may expand their majority or at least keep a majority in the Senate and maybe even gain a few seats in the House.
This is what you do. Why?
Well, I mean, look, first of all, let me say we've been talking about election week for a long while now. So I think everybody understands or should have understood that Donald Trump could look strongest right around this time of day. Now, to Andrew's point, what the polling did not pick up is that Trump is outperforming and that more voters came out, especially in a lot of these purple districts. But everyone's got to keep their powder dry because this isn't over until every vote is cast. And remember, in 2018 midterms, it was initially just Democrats' gains were dismissed as sort of a blue trickle.
And as the days went on,
it became a blue tsunami, in the words of our own Harry Enton, and 40 House seat pickups. I'm not saying that underlying dynamic is true, but everyone needs to keep their powder dry as every vote is counted in these critical districts. I'll just point out Green Bay, which is in Brown County, one of the things we're waiting for. Its city announced that they had 85% participation, and their absentee ballots were 2 to 1. They're in person. And that's the kind of thing we're waiting for. I'm not saying it's not razor tight. It is. But those are some important facts as we wait for the other votes to come in and be counted.
I got a lot I want to ask you, Essie, but you want to respond to what he said?
Well, listen, everywhere this race is close, it is excruciatingly close. And this was kind of always how it was going to be. I mean, those of us who felt chastened by the 2016 polls and projections knew this was not going to be the landslide that Team Biden and other poll watchers predicted it could be. Patience. You know, everyone in this room at this table was on an editorial call from CNN. CNN told us as we are reporting this to be patient. We've told viewers and voters, be patient.
Things will look different at different points of the night,
to be unpacked slowly. The fact that Donald Trump can't be patient, I mean, who expected that he could sit through this patiently, politely, obediently as the results came in. I mean, of course he wasn't going to. That doesn't mean that we should hyperventilate just yet. It's close. It was going to be. We have to let this play out.
As this was playing out, Essie, I asked you, I said, what was the closest margin? What's the narrowest margin you've seen? Because if you look at Wisconsin, at last count, 8,000, let's just say around 8,000 votes that Biden is in the lead. 217,000 Michigan. Still, there's a lot to go on there. But in Nevada, 11,000 votes. But even one vote ahead is a win.
And I said the closest margin was 537, that magic number from the Florida recount. And man, was that a trauma, regardless of how you thought it ended up. That was a trauma to go through that. And that was over in November, by the way. That did not go on through January. This could take some time. We will not know the results today, I don't believe.
One second, I want to ask you.
Because it is so close in so many
I want to
places.
ask you one more thing. Because the president, I mean, at the end, he really went out and just, I mean, he did, I think, 4 or 5 rallies in one day. He would go to state to state to state. Do you think that obviously the pollsters, and this may be an obvious question, or that just that we haven't found a way, meaning all of us in the news business and the polling, to quantify what those rallies do or did for this president?
There's been a lot of dissecting of polls over the past 4 years, and there are a number of problems that we can't seem to get around. One is weighting issues, weight, WEIGHT. Another is the methodology, calling people on landline phones. I don't have a landline phone anymore, right? Who answer their phones. I don't remember the last time I answered this phone. And so we're trying to figure it out, and how the rallies are reflected in the polls is yet another thing. Again, I want to caution against calling the death of polling just yet. This isn't over, and it could end up looking a little bit more like the polls did
I don't
when it's
I don't disagree with you on that. I'm just saying what happened towards the end, him getting out there and really rallying people to go to the polls day of. I don't know if the polls even figured out, or the polling, the pollsters figured out how to quantify
Well, even in the media,
it.
we talk about that as if, well, he's just speaking to his bubble. He's just speaking to his people. And so that might not really have an effect on the rest. But as we're seeing in some of these purple districts,
I think the pandemic cast a different.
Absolutely. But that's why it's really hard to parse it out.
And there was polling suggesting that some of the rallies were actually alienating folks because they thought it was dangerous and disrespectful. Look, Essie made the point there's been a lot of sort of forensics into polling and what went wrong in 2016. Clearly not enough. Because all the polling we've heard is consistently outside the margin of error, a lot of swing states. There's always some noise, but what we see is clearly that this is going to be tighter. Now, again, in 2018, when all the votes were counted, it validated a lot of the polling, and that's why everyone's got to keep their powder dry. Every vote needs to be counted.
Well, you saw a turnout spike around the country, even in places he didn't rally. And so I think one of the things that surprised me was that you thought higher turnout would favor voters who were coming out because they were animated against Trump. But it turns out he had much deeper reservoirs of support all over the country than you might have anticipated. When you talk about Florida, the 537 votes, I mean, the specter that's hanging over us is that Al Gore actually conceded because he felt like that was better for the country. And it's hard to imagine Donald Trump conceding over 500, 1,000, 10,000 votes. This is the scenario that many Democrats were trying to avoid by having a cleaner path to victory than something that's going to take place over a number of days.
But I want to reiterate what you said and what we have all been saying and what CNN has been saying and what we said on the call, that throughout the day and morning that things would change. Sometimes it would be, show more support for the president. Sometimes it would show more support for the former vice president. And that's exactly how it's playing out. Before, I think Democrats were saying, oh my gosh, I'm really, really, really concerned, even though they still are. But then Wisconsin came back into play. And then Nevada came back into play. But still, it's very slim. And then you still have Michigan out there. So we're following these battleground states. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada. It is all very close at this point. But guess what? It can still change. Still no clear winner at this point, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning, almost 6 o'clock, the day after Election Day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, we have another key race alert for you. If you're just waking up on the East Coast, things are in play this morning. Most notably, most recently, Nevada. This had been somewhat of an assumption for Biden for most of the evening into this morning. Don't look at the 6 electoral votes and shrug your shoulders. We're down to every electoral vote making a key difference in the analysis. Right now, the margin is only 9,200 votes, okay? 85% of the vote is estimated in. There is a chunk in the biggest county, obviously, Clark County, home to Las Vegas. It is believed to be big for Democrats in general. It's supposed to be a 10-point margin they want there. They don't have one. So 49.4, 48.6, we're watching it. The way the rest of the vote that is outstanding comes in and what kind of vote it is can completely change the picture this morning for the presidential election. Next key race alert for you. We've been watching Wisconsin and Michigan, obviously. Michigan is still a big question mark. We'll get to why in a second. Wisconsin has been where the game has been afoot this morning in the early morning hours. Electoral votes 10, 7,300 votes. It's come down again. It was at 90-something hundred, 9,000-something. Now, 49.2, 49.0, 89% of the vote is estimated. Milwaukee has come in. That is the Democrat stronghold. So, what about the rest of the areas in the mail-in vote? What is the breakdown in percentage? We don't know. The answer to that will make all the difference. Takes us to Michigan. 16 electoral votes. 200,000 ahead. Now just dropped a little bit there. 207,000, 4,000 vote shift. 51.4, 46.8, 79% of the vote estimated in. However, different than Wisconsin. Why? The Democratic strongholds are not in Michigan. So the remaining vote there, a big X factor. Let's go to the magic wall with Phil Mattingly. Nevada and Pennsylvania, which we're not talking about right now because they're behind the ball and they're counting, they will receive votes until the 9th and 10th. Nevada will accept mail-in votes until the 10th by state law, not something that was just decided by a court. This is what they want their rule to be. It will matter. Pennsylvania, we're not talking about them right now, but we will, and they are going to count ballots that come in postmarked by Election Day to the 9th, Friday. That will matter. Okay, state of play. Nevada or Wisconsin, what do you want?
Well, I kind of want to start up top first because the shift in Nevada is important. The shift in Nevada is important for a number of different reasons, and I want to explain why. You know, we need to keep an eye on the pathways throughout the course of the night. We'll keep dipping in when we get new vote, no question about it, and I'll break all that down for you in a minute. But let's go through a pathway right now, and that pathway starts with, you presume Alaska goes to President Trump, right? You would presume Maine ends up going to Vice President Biden. Keep Maine 2 as a toss-up. It's one electoral vote. We don't know where that's going to end up right now. You say North Carolina, it's narrowed. It's narrowed over the course of the last 10 hours, but we'll give it to Trump just to play the game here. Arizona right now leaning towards Biden based on where things stand. And throughout the course of the night, because Joe Biden has held a lead and a pretty decent lead in the state of Nevada, we've given him the state of Nevada as we try and game out how things could go. If you have this set right now with Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, the 4 states that haven't been decided, 244 electoral votes to 231 electoral votes, Joe Biden's pathway, he's leading in Wisconsin, give him Wisconsin. Give him Pennsylvania, all of a sudden.
No, give him Michigan. Give him Michigan instead of Pennsylvania. I'll tell you why in a second.
Yep. And he's right at 270.
All right, and here's why I say that, and that's why that X factor of that that elector up there in Maine will become interesting. Pennsylvania is going to be the biggest test of the mail-in vote ratio disparity.
Right.
That is a yawning lead that the president has in Pennsylvania.
It's big.
And not only do you have to have a huge outstanding vote in Pennsylvania, but it has to break in phenomenal fashion for Joe Biden. We haven't really seen that in the other vote pickups that we've been seeing with mail-in vote. We saw it in Milwaukee, but not the way you'd need to see it in Pennsylvania.
So let's go in there. We'll get back to this in a second. Right. I'll kind of explain the importance of Nevada. Although, as you noted, a lot of the expectation is a lot of what's outstanding in Nevada right now is Clark and it's mail, and that's supposed to break. Here's kind of the corollary to Pennsylvania as it currently stands right now, and it would be Milwaukee County, right? It would be Milwaukee County, which we saw. I'll even pull it up.
Made a big difference.
We saw it come in. It's the reason that this state is currently blue. narrowly blue, 7,331 votes, 89% reporting. But it was when Milwaukee County came in that this shifted. In fact, I can pull that up right now. You go back to...
Now, it said 95% reporting there, but the clerk told us on the phone not too long ago they are all in. Okay?
Yeah, the margin grew tremendously. The top line for Biden grew tremendously. And I wanted to give you the corollary here in Pennsylvania. Now, I'm not saying this is going to make up 677,000 votes. That's a huge, huge vote total. However, take a look at where there's big Democratic vote outstanding. Allegheny County, only 70% reporting. Look at that margin. It's likely to get bigger.
So there's 510 or so thousand votes there. So 30% would be like 150,000 votes.
Right, and expect the margin to grow. This was Hillary Clinton's margin back in 2016. It might not match it. Maybe he's undershooting, but expect it to grow. And if it's heavily male, could grow even more. The broader point here is the big counties that are outstanding right now are Democratic counties. This went to Hillary Clinton by 21 points. Joe Biden with a big lead right now. This, right now, currently red, is a Democratic county. It will likely, when mail comes in, flip over to Joe Biden. The point here that I'm trying to make is the corollary in Pennsylvania, what Democrats are saying, why they have hope, why they believe that there's a pathway, even though it's 677,000 votes, is that it's more Milwaukee County than it is red counties where they just have to hope that it's all vote by mail and it heavily skews Dems. So there is a lot of Democratic vote outstanding. That does not necessarily mean Pennsylvania is on the path to flipping. One place where it does seem like there's a better, quicker, easier pathway to Democrats is the state of Michigan. Look, we've talked about Wayne County a ton. Obviously, it's a huge county, still 52% outstanding. 18% of the population lives here, votes here. That will be big when it comes in, and there's a lot that's still outstanding here. But what I want to point out is the other big Democratic strongholds. You know, we talk about Wisconsin, and you say, well, Milwaukee County was the only real blue county that was still out here. You can go into Ingham County. This breaks heavy towards Democrats, only 69% reporting right now. You can move over into Kalamazoo. This breaks towards Democrats, only 80% reporting right now. So you look at the top line, again, 200,000 votes, which Donald Trump leads by right now, is not small. But when you have Wayne, when you have Ingham, when you have Kalamazoo, these are Democratic counties. The vote's going to come in Democratic, and it will likely come in mail, and that will skew even more Democratic, at least based on what we've seen over the course of the night. So Michigan, and look, you just saw it go down a little bit more. Now Donald Trump up by 200,000 votes. Michigan, Democrats feel more comfortable about because they have pathways that appear to be more clear. That said, you've said it throughout the course of the night. There are variables here we don't know or understand, and that 200,000 votes, when Donald Trump won the state by just over 10,000 in 2016, is obviously, you'd much rather be the guy with 200,000 than not. But what I'm saying is the outstanding vote, there are more Democratic strongholds that are outstanding. That's going to drop. Right. The question for Biden is, does it drop enough? Does he flip it as that vote comes in over the course of the next couple hours?
And look, the answer was never to cheat the count, okay? Of course, that's tempting. Of course, the president's about hyperbole and every other mild word you want to put on it because it's Election Day. But listen, if you're left, right, or reasonable, you want the win to be solid, okay? That's what we need in this country. No question. Somebody's got to win, and that's it. You suck it up, and we have to find a way forward. So let's do this. Let's take a quick break, and then this analysis is making the state of play in the Senate all the more important now. So we will give you an update on where that stands right after this.